Within the confines of a subterranean facility in Sokovia, a sense of dread pervaded the air. What is this place? The stench of blood mingled with the haunting cries that filled the dissection room. Struggling to escape the suffocating darkness, Li Qi desperately sought to comprehend his surroundings. Yet, his body lay immobile, akin to that of a comatose individual, leaving him only the limited capacity to glimpse towards the source of the agonizing wails. As he discerned the object of the cries, his pupils dilated in horror, his heart racing with unbridled fear. Before him lay a boy, approximately 10 years old, grotesquely restrained upon a cold steel table, subjected to the grotesque spectacle of vivisection by two figures clad in white protective suits. Viscera, spinal cord, eyeballs, muscles. The boy, like a mere puppet, was methodically dissected by the individuals in white, his remains placed into glass containers filled with an unidentified liquid. Witnessing this atrocity, Li Qi trembled uncontrollably, yearning to scream in protest, to rise and flee, yet he found himself utterly powerless, unable to respond. Experiment report. May 15, 2004, 10:35 a.m. Subject 166 has lost research value upon dissection. The remains will be stored in cold storage 13, awaiting disposal with other waste specimens at the end of the month. One of the figures, after documenting the grim findings, turned to the other and bowed respectfully. Dr. Parson, the next subject is Subject 167. While he has temporarily withstood the TX-1 super soldier serum with minimal side effects, I urge you to exercise caution. In recent months, the depletion of your subjects has exceeded acceptable levels. If this continues without yielding results, Lord Baron Strucker will restrict your resources in favor of other laboratories. John Deal's eyes flashed with a moment of ire. Yet, recognizing the scarcity of experimental resources, he could only nod in acquiescence. Strucker had never prioritized the study of the super soldier serum, focusing instead on the development of the extremist virus and other superhuman capabilities. Had it not been for Deal's insistence and Baron Zemo's proposal, this base would likely have vanished from the ranks of Hydra long ago. I am fatigued. I leave the extraction of Subject 167's bone marrow, blood, and organ samples to you. Deliver them to Laboratory 1. With that, John Deal dismissed himself, striding out of the dissection room, leaving his assistant to ponder the grim task ahead. Do not look at me with such horror. It is merely survival of the fittest. As the assistant began to prepare the instruments, he spoke softly to Li Qi, then proceeded to incise his abdomen, extracting samples of his organs and bone marrow. Though Li Qi felt no pain, the sight of his own organs being removed inflicted a profound psychological torment. The inability to succumb to unconsciousness only deepened his endless dread. After countless moments teetering on the brink of despair, Li Qi was unceremoniously tossed into a cell scarcely larger than 5 square meters. Damn it! When the world is happening? An hour later, perhaps as the effects of the anesthetic began to wane, Li Qi regained control over his body. Leaning against the frigid wall, he observed the bloodstains marring his abdomen and spine, and for the first time, he grasped the true meaning of suffering. Super soldier serum, Baron Strucker. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, though he was unclear about the specifics, these two familiar terms illuminated the grim reality. He was no longer on Blue Star, but had become ensnared in an unknown dimension of the Marvel Universe. Yet, bereft of the memories of his former self, and with few tangible references, even his awareness of the Marvel timeline proved futile, offering no solace in his current plight. I merely wished to live peacefully. I never sought to traverse worlds. Why was I chosen for this wretched existence? Since I am here, I could escape back to my homeland, but why must I be reduced to a mere experimental subject? As Li Kai's inner turmoil raged, an icy mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Universal sign-in system activated. Would you like to proceed with the initial indiscriminate sign-in? Upon hearing the prompt, instead of feeling elated, he was consumed by a surge of anger. Curse it! Did you bring me to this world? Yet, his furious outcry only elicited a cold inquiry. Would you like to proceed with the initial indiscriminate sign-in? Faced with the system's unyielding silence, regardless of his seething rage, Li Qi reluctantly nodded, signifying his acceptance to commence the sign-in. Whatever the circumstances surrounding his arrival, the die had been cast. He could only hope the system would prove advantageous, enabling him to escape this hellish pit and survive in this new realm. Indiscriminate sign-in initiated. Congratulations. You have acquired the natural type ice fruit and basic armament hockey. As the system's announcement resonated, Li Qi felt his consciousness drawn into a void, where a cascade of silver light surged towards him amidst the encroaching darkness, dispelling both his injuries and the torment of earlier. Images regarding the mastery of armament hockey flooded his mind, and his previously frail physique visibly strengthened, surpassing human limits. Truly, in a world where all bodies are monstrous, merely awakening armament hockey has allowed my battered form to transcend its limitations, achieving 500 combat prowess. As the awakening of his hockey concluded, Li Qi returned to the realm of reality, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Now, it seems no one can impede my quest for freedom outside his cell. A patrolling guard, observing Li Qi rise with an enigmatic fruit in hand, furrowed his brow and barked a command. What is it you have? Who gave it to you? Hand it over at once. However, Li Qi paid no heed to the guard's shouts, suppressing his discomfort. He swiftly consumed the ice fruit, determined to seize his fate. Chapter 2. Eruption. As soon as Li Qi took a bite of the frozen fruit, he could not help but retch. The exceptionally sour and tangy flavor was unbearable, even for his now enhanced physique. However, alongside this sharp taste, a surge of power began to spread throughout his body. In an instant, countless frost crystals crawled up the surrounding walls, and the temperature plummeted below freezing. Along with the powers of the frozen fruit, some inexplicable memories surfaced in Li Qi's mind. Was it the experience of using the frozen fruit? Could it be the memories of Akiji? After briefly absorbing these additional recollections, a smile broke across Li Qi's face. It spared him the time needed to familiarize himself with the frozen fruit, making his escape significantly simpler. The guards were taken aback by the transformation occurring in Li Qi, yet they remained composed, expertly emptying their magazines at him. A flurry of ice shards flew through the air as a mist expanded, causing Li Qi's figure to vanish within it. Where is he? Has he been dealt with? Dr. Parsons' voice crackled through the guard's walkie-talkie. The moment Li Qi began to change, the guards had already triggered the alarm. After all, Li Qi was an experimental subject, who knew what bizarre transformations he might undergo. This was not the first occurrence of such an event. Once an experimental subject gained power, resistance was the natural response. The guard's words were cut short as a right hand of ice pierced through his chest, encasing him entirely in a frozen sculpture. Don't worry, you're the first. Your turn will come soon, Li Qi said, emerging from the dissipating mist, exuding a chilling aura. Experimental subject 167, you have no idea whom you're offending. If you return now, I can overlook this transgression. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Dr. Parsons' cold voice echoed from the walkie-talkie. Then hurry up. I can hardly wait. Li Qi sneered, crushing the walkie-talkie in his hand. The blaring alarm reverberated through the corridor, prompting all guards in the laboratory to spring into action. In mere moments, over 30 guards had converged in the corridor before him. These fully armed guards displayed no hesitation, immediately tossing over a dozen grenades while emptying their magazines at Li Qi. This was clearly not their first encounter with such a situation, and they executed their actions with a practiced ease. Li Qi let out a cold laugh and, with a powerful stomp on the ground, transformed into a streak of blue lightning, appearing directly before the guards. The explosions from the grenades posed no threat to his elemental form. Drawing upon the memories of his newfound abilities, he swung his right arm with force. Violent Akiji, an ice spear surged forward, catching the guards completely off guard, instantaneously reducing them to mere fragments. In the frigid temperatures, their blood froze instantly, solidifying their agonized struggles. For the guards, utilizing violent Akiji felt like overkill. Even relying solely on the strength granted by his haki, Li Qi felt no pressure as he disregarded the guards' firearms. The exhilaration of such overwhelming dominance was intoxicating. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Quick, fire. Don't let him come any closer. Open fire. After witnessing such a brutal scene, the guards fell into disarray, shouting frantically as they fired their weapons haphazardly. Unfortunately, for Li Qi, who had mastered his elemental form, the firearms were rendered utterly ineffective. He became an ice figure, impervious to the hail of bullets, advancing relentlessly. With a mere flick of his wrist, ice blades over 2 meters long materialized. No one could withstand their lethal edge. A one-sided massacre commenced. As he engaged in the slaughter, Li Qi gradually absorbed the memories associated with the usage of the frozen fruit, becoming increasingly familiar with it, and his efficiency in killing soared. Above the corridor's corner, surveillance cameras flickered with red lights, unwaveringly transmitting the scene to the rear, even amidst the low temperatures. Baron Stella sat behind a screen, observing Li Qi's massacre of his guards, a smile spreading across his face. Excellent, truly excellent. Complete immunity to conventional firearms, is it? Watching Li Qi become increasingly adept at killing only brightened Baron Stella's smile. He did not believe Li Qi could escape and hoped that the power within him would only grow stronger. The more unique the ability, the greater the benefits it would yield for him. As for the guards, merely expendable resources, their demise would serve the purpose of data collection. They had met their fate well. Behind Baron Stella, John Deere hurried over, breathless. Baron Stella, this was entirely unexpected. I never anticipated this fellow would attempt an escape. John Deere's expression was grim. Li Qi's act of crushing the walkie-talkie had left him deeply unsettled. Baron Stella had arrived too swiftly for him to capture Li Qi. And to protect his future experimental resources, he could only admit fault. I understand this is an unexpected turn of events. It is precisely what I have long wished to witness, is it not? Baron Stella responded, his instinct leading him to assume that Li Qi's transformations were the fruits of his own experiments. To achieve such results, he was indifferent to how many experimental subjects John Deere had sacrificed along the way. Convey my orders. At all costs, we must capture this experimental subject alive. Watching the screen as Li Qi wreaked havoc, Baron Stella's smile grew ever brighter. The capabilities of this experimental subject were astonishing. If he could measure the data within him, he could potentially command an army of ice soldiers. In the midst of slaughtering the guards, Li Qi suddenly turned to face the surveillance camera. The flashing red light far too conspicuous. With a swift motion, he conjured an ice blade that shattered the camera to pieces. Chapter 3. Unrivaled Baron Stella. The casualties among the laboratory guards have been substantial. Perhaps we should allocate some heavy weaponry? One of Stella's subordinates, glancing at the casualty report, ventured this suggestion. If Li Qi continues his rampage, our safety here will soon be compromised. Fool, do you not yet comprehend the value of this subject? Baron Stella narrowed his eyes, his voice frigid as he regarded his subordinate. If the guards are insufficient, then summon reinforcements from elsewhere. For many years, this has been the most successful specimen. What magnificent power! Observing the slaughter committed by Li Qi, the Baron's gaze burned with fervor. Merely sacrificing some expendables is of no concern to him. As long as he can capture Li Qi and replicate the experiments conducted on him, he could amass an inexhaustible army of superhumans. Imagine a legion where each individual possesses such terrifying power, impervious to firearms. Such strength could easily dominate the world. In light of this potential future, a mere handful of guards is inconsequential. If they can exhaust some of Li Qi's energy, it is worth the cost. In the face of Baron Stella's orders, his subordinate dared not defy him in the slightest and promptly began calling for reinforcements. Naturally, Baron Stella was not alone. His men were not far from the laboratory and soon arrived. The target is currently on the second floor. Teams 1 and 3 will encircle him, while Team 2 will engage in a frontal assault to draw fire. There is only one target. We need him alive. And under no circumstances are we permitted to use lethal weapons. Repeat, we must capture the target alive. Understood? Understood. Commence operations. These men were distinctly different from the laboratory guards, fully armed and moving with remarkable speed, clearly the elite of the military. However, even the elite found themselves powerless against Li Qi in a mere encounter. Team 2 was utterly annihilated. Aside from their differing appearances, these individuals were no different from the lab guards in Li Qi's eyes. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? After witnessing the destruction of Team 2, the encircling Teams 1 and 3 stood frozen, despite knowing they were on the battlefield. My God, are we really expected to capture this guy? The captain of Team 1 wore an expression of disbelief, let alone capturing him. Even escaping seemed a daunting challenge. An elite monster? Li Qi, now thoroughly enraged, recognized that Teams 1 and 3 were unlike the laboratory guards. He bent slightly, lunging forward with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. And without employing the powers of his freezing fruit, he was upon Team 1. With a single, devastating punch, he obliterated the captain's skull. Indeed, my strength has long surpassed what an ordinary person can withstand. Clenching his fist, a surge of power coursed through Li Qi's body. The remaining members of Team 1, though they opened fire at once, could not hope to catch him. He had already vanished from their sight. Soon, Teams 1 and 3 were completely wiped out. Silence reigned in the conference room. They had witnessed the annihilation of 3 teams from start to finish. It was precisely this that allowed them to fully grasp Li Qi's overwhelming power. How splendid! Beyond his unique freezing ability, his physical prowess was astonishing. Baron Stella's smile radiated even brighter. Though Li Qi continued his slaughter, he remained undeterred in his visions of a glorious future. Continue to gather data on the specimen. Deploy the remaining teams. Baron Stella waved his hand, intent on meticulously examining Li Qi's statistical data. These statistics were compiled by John Deere and his researchers based on Li Qi's performance in battle, containing a margin of error, though certainly minor. The strength revealed by these figures enchanted Baron Stella. This was the most successful specimen of his extensive experiments. Such power must be held firmly in his grasp. As Li Qi continued his rampage, Baron Stella watched in rapt fascination. Damn it, the monster is coming. Run. Oh God, save me. The echoes of terror rose and fell in the presence of Li Qi, unfazed by their cries. Li Qi regarded them with indifference. Each of these individuals, one and all, was utterly expendable. Stepping forward, he suddenly felt something beneath his feet spring up. His pupils constricted. There was no time to react. An explosion erupted instantaneously. Upon realizing Li Qi's invincibility, the guards could not passively await their demise. This was their final resort. In the aftermath of the explosion, smoke billowed forth, and all eyes turned to the haze. Damn it, who ordered them to use explosives? In the conference room, Baron Stella's expression darkened. He was about to speak when he abruptly fell silent. As the smoke cleared, a disheveled Li Qi stood amidst the chaos, looking quite ragged. However, he bore no injuries whatsoever. So, I have grown this powerful? Li Qi gazed at the astonished guards, and the slaughter resumed. In just 5 minutes, Li Qi had decimated the supporting teams and the guards on this floor of the laboratory. These guards were utterly powerless before him. Li Qi did not continue his assault. Instead, he began to search. He intended to locate the other experimental subjects and rescue them from this dire predicament. Having experienced the power of the freezing fruit, he understood that he possessed the capability to survive in this world. To survive naturally entailed the desire for a better life. Li Qi instinctively envisioned establishing a power of his own. After all, he could not undertake every task alone. And possessing his own faction would ensure he would not lack manpower for future endeavors. As for the candidates, the other experimental subjects in the laboratory presented a perfect choice. Of course, he would only take those willing to believe in him. Those who did not would be of no concern to him. Chapter 4. Breaching the laboratory. Li Qi's brief experience of the life of the experimental subjects filled him with despair. How much more profound must the hopelessness be for those who had been trapped here for an indeterminate length of time? Having liberated these individuals from the confines of the laboratory, Li Qi felt assured that betrayal was not a concern. These people represented his finest choice. Upon careful searching, Li Qi arrived at a prison. After a thorough examination, it was clear that this was the most likely place to find the imprisoned experimental subjects. Approaching the locked door of the prison, he delivered a powerful kick, and with a resounding crash, the door swung open. Such barriers were now utterly incapable of resisting him. Follow me. I have dealt with all the guards in the laboratory. I shall lead you to safety. Inside the prison, the space was densely populated with children, at least several hundred. These children had been acquired through various channels by the laboratory, each having undergone extensive training and testing to emerge as the finest specimens. They could indeed be considered elite. Li Qi's words ignited a stir among the children. Yet not all were inclined to escape. The majority of them gazed at Li Qi with blank expressions, displaying no interest in his proclamation. After a prolonged silence, the commotion gradually subsided, and not a single voice was raised. Are you not aware of the fate that awaits you? Li Qi furrowed his brow, astonished by the absence of anyone willing to flee. Had the laboratory employed some form of brainwashing? With a sigh, he shook his head, preparing to depart. I will follow you. At that moment, as Li Qi turned away, a determined voice rang out. Then come with me, he replied, a smile finally gracing his face. Thankfully, there were still those unwilling to accept the fate of being mere experimental subjects. Without hesitation, he strode towards the prison entrance, unleashing the power of his freezing fruit, which instantly reduced the entire prison to rubble. A girl grasped the hand of a boy beside her, resolutely following Li Qi's lead. After exchanging glances, several other children began to join them. These were the experimental subjects. When John Deere next glimpsed Li Qi on the surveillance, he immediately noticed the children accompanying him, his eyes widening in shock. These subjects were the most precious resources in his laboratory. Once they successfully captured Li Qi, these individuals would serve as potential assets for the military. The guards of the laboratory were inconsequential, but the experimental subjects were of an entirely different significance. Send that squad to capture the subjects alive. Baron Stella's expression darkened as well. His admiration for Li Qi evaporated instantly. Such leniency could not extend to these experimental subjects. With a decisive command, Stella's subordinates sprang into action. The squad he referred to was one of his greatest achievements over the years. His experiments had persisted for many years. Although the yield had been modest, he had not emerged empty-handed. This squad was among his prized results. Soon, a plane soared overhead, and a large metal crate plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, 3 figures emerged from the twisted remnants of the crate, all heavily augmented with machinery, their bodies glinting with metallic sheen. Each stood over 2 meters tall, their faces partially obscured by mechanical enhancements. Even their eyes were placed with electronic optics, leaving the flesh visible on their bodies markedly less than the mechanical components. These 3 individuals were the product of a catastrophic experimental incident. They possessed strength far surpassing that of other subjects, yet they were exceedingly unstable. Their operation was sustained solely by the extensive mechanical modifications they bore. Baron Stella had invested immense effort and resources into these beings, with a singular purpose. They charged directly towards Li Qi's position with remarkable speed. After ensuring the children's safety, Li Qi set out to locate Baron Stella, without neutralizing this adversary. Even if he escaped the laboratory, a peaceful existence would remain unattainable. As he approached the stairwell, an arm suddenly emerged from the wall, crashing into his head with a resounding thud. Startled, Li Qi tilted his head back, noticing the arm sparking and showing signs of damage. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the arm and yanked, crashing through the wall behind it. Before he could continue his assault, the ground beneath him suddenly crumbled. Caught off guard, Li Qi fell downward. Just before hitting the ground, three figures swiftly reached out, grasping him midair. Elemental transformation. Li Qi remained unperturbed as he instantaneously transformed into a figure of ice, rendering their attacks futile. The freezing power surged forth, causing the temperature to plummet, and frost began to coat the three figures. In an instant, their movements slowed dramatically, clearly affected by the frigid temperatures, with glistening cold light emanating from his hands. Li Qi encased the trio in ice, subsequently shattering the frozen prison with a powerful kick. The three figures, along with the ice, disintegrated into fragments. Watching the scene unfold on the surveillance feed, John Deere's expression soured. Li Qi is advancing towards our location, he exclaimed. Baron Stella, that experimental subject is approaching. Should we consider retreating? After a moment's hesitation, John Deere voiced his concern. The guards of the laboratory were nearly depleted. Remaining there would likely lead to dire consequences. He had not anticipated that this experimental subject would so effectively counter the squad. Baron Stella furrowed his brow. The squad had been one of his trump cards, yet it had proven utterly ineffective. Let us withdraw. Even if he escapes the laboratory, he cannot elude Siberia. Glancing at the imagery in his hand, Stella smiled slightly, filled with confidence. This was his stronghold. Escaping would be no easy feat before we leave. Ensure that all data within the laboratory is backed up and destroyed, leaving no chance for exposure. With that command, Baron Stella and his team departed. Less than 5 minutes after their departure, Li Qi stepped into the conference room, treading through a pool of blood. Has that fellow already fled so quickly? He felt a twinge of disappointment at not finding John Deere. Although the guards posed little threat to him, they had succeeded in delaying his progress. Nevertheless, there would surely be another opportunity to confront them. Chapter 5. Escape. After thoroughly inspecting the surroundings, Li Qi finally confirmed that no one remained. John Deere and his accomplices had long since fled. He found the children he had previously sheltered, and seeing their bright eyes, his mood lifted considerably. Once he gathered sufficient supplies of food and water from the laboratory, they would leave this place immediately. Although John Deere and Baron Stella had escaped, they would not let Li Qi go easily. It would not be long before more individuals surrounded them. He could not afford to linger here. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, with so many dependents, he might not fare well. The primary objective was to locate maps, food, and drinking water. Li Qi spoke little. Despite their youth, the children exhibited remarkable maturity. They were the chosen ones, having survived a rigorous selection process. As their savior, Li Qi's words were promptly heeded. During their operations, another group of children joined them, led by a dark-skinned boy. Sir, we wish to leave with you, the boy said, his demeanor somewhat shy, avoiding Li Qi's gaze. Very well. If you wish to accompany us, then let us depart, Li Qi replied, raising an eyebrow with a smirk, choosing not to elaborate but directing them to search for supplies as well. The boy's behavior seemed somewhat off, and there were subtle discrepancies among those with him. Yet Li Qi chose to disregard them. Their foremost task was to gather enough resources and escape the laboratory. As for these newcomers, Li Qi would deal with them after their departure. With the addition of more individuals, their efficiency improved significantly. In addition to ample food and water, they also scavenged some jewelry and a small amount of cash. These items would undoubtedly aid their escape. Most importantly, they located a map in John Deere's office. Moreover, Li Qi stumbled upon unexpected treasures. Within John Deere's safe, he discovered over 30 gold bars, more than $200,000, and a disarray of rubles. It was evident that John Deere had embezzled a portion of the laboratory's assets. Otherwise, such a large sum of cash would not exist. The gold bars alone were astonishing. After securing these valuables, Li Qi found the children gathered, their haul consisting of numerous cans, drinking water, and scattered energy bars. The children awaited his command. Well done, Li Qi remarked as he inspected the cans, nodding in approval. Most contained meat, accompanied by a few staple food cans and offal. These provisions would sustain them for at least 10 days. It must be said, the laboratory was well stocked, and now it benefited them. Once the supplies were nearly sufficient, Li Qi led the children in search of a truck. Fortunately, although he had eliminated the guards, he had not wreaked havoc throughout the laboratory, and the vehicles remained intact. The laboratory was equipped with several large trucks. After a thorough inspection to ensure no tracking devices were present, he and the children loaded the supplies onto one of the trucks. After driving beyond the laboratory's confines, Li Qi exited the vehicle, inhaling deeply as the power of his ice fruit surged forth. Ice Age, he declared, causing frost to rapidly envelop the entire laboratory. Once this was accomplished, he returned to the truck. Li Qi was not very familiar with driving such a vehicle and nearly collided with surrounding trees several times. However, thanks to his extraordinary reflexes, he managed to drive adequately. The laboratory was situated deep within the mountains, and after about 10 minutes of driving, they finally emerged from the dense terrain. Where to next? Li Qi asked the girl in the passenger seat, his focus on the road. This girl was the one who had initially accompanied him, and he trusted her more than the others. Since he needed to concentrate on driving, he entrusted her with navigating. Wanda, the girl replied, glancing down at the map. Excuse me? Li Qi paused, taken aback by the name. Wanda? Could it be Wanda, the Scarlet Witch? Wanda Maximoff, she clarified, noticing his surprise. Wanda thought Li Qi hadn't heard her clearly and continued earnestly, "It's Wanda." Indeed, it was the Scarlet Witch. Li Qi began to piece together the timeline he was in. It seemed that among these children, his most significant discovery was Wanda and her brother Quicksilver. Although Wanda and Quicksilver were just ordinary children at this moment, it brought him joy. At the very least, he had clarified the time period they were in, which also reduced the threat posed by Baron Stella's forces. "We should be in an unnamed mountain range of the Siberian Bureusa region. We are close to the Russian border." In a secluded area, Wanda explained, studying the map. She then directed her gaze toward Li Qi, eager for his decision on their next destination. "Where's the nearest city?" Li Qi pondered briefly before arriving at a conclusion. If it were just him, he wouldn't need to worry too much, but with such a large group, they were easily detectable. Thus, they needed to blend in with the crowd for better concealment. A city was undoubtedly the best option. Ekaterinburg. Wanda quickly provided the name. Li Qi nodded in agreement, setting their sights on Ekaterinburg. With Wanda's guidance, the journey became much more manageable. After 3 monotonous hours of driving, darkness enveloped the landscape. Li Qi engaged in casual conversation with Wanda to alleviate the tedium. Fortunately, shortly after their departure, snow began to fall from the sky. The heavy snowfall quickly concealed the truck's tracks, making it much easier for them to remain hidden. Otherwise, it would have been even more challenging to evade detection. Chapter 6. Commander's vision. Li Qi was about to continue speaking when his extraordinary vision suddenly caught sight of a house hidden within the nearby forest. After a brief hesitation, he decided to drive towards the house. While he had no concerns for himself, the children with Wanda needed a place to rest. Their tracks had been obscured, and with multiple routes of escape, there was little worry of being pursued by Baron Stella's men in the immediate future. The house appeared quite dilapidated, clearly abandoned for a considerable time. Fortunately, its basic structure remained intact. Despite its worn condition, it could still provide shelter for the night. Upon entering, the children shivered involuntarily as the temperature inside was unbearably low. Li Qi stepped outside, felled a few trees, and chopped them into manageable pieces to start a fire. Gradually, the warmth from the flames began to dispel the cold, revealing the children's gleaming eyes as they gazed at Li Qi, filled with longing. "Hungry?" Li Qi quickly grasped their unspoken plea. They had been through much, and after the bumpy journey, he too felt a pang of hunger. He retrieved a large pot from the truck, along with over a dozen cans, and a large barrel of water, lacking any seasoning. He opened the cans and poured their contents into the pot, adding a little water to create a hodgepodge stew. To his surprise, after tasting it, he found that despite its unappealing appearance, it was quite palatable, certainly edible. "Eat up," Li Qi instructed, distributing the cans to the children as makeshift containers. Soon, everyone began to eat. As he savored his meal, Li Qi couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of being thrust into this situation and the myriad of events he had endured. In this entirely unfamiliar environment, he knew Baron Stella would not easily let them go, especially with a group of children in tow. His current predicament was far from ideal. Just as he was lost in thought, a virtual panel from the system suddenly appeared before him. Sign-in successful. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired Commander's vision." What is Commander's vision? After some effort, Li Qi finally understood. This ability would grant him a perspective akin to that of a deity, enabling him to discern the loyalty of each individual around him. Glancing at the children, he sighed. Among them, those led by Wanda displayed a green hue, indicating a degree of loyalty towards Li Qi. However, there were only 5 or 6 of them. Most of the others exhibited a white hue, signifying neutrality, while the few who had joined him later radiated a hostile red color, with only 2 showing white. Li Qi was not surprised. He had intended to address those individuals anyway. However, he hadn't anticipated that the system would provide him with such a useful tool, eliminating the need for him to discern hidden motives. Without hesitation, frost swirled in his hands as he swiftly encased the individuals glowing red in ice. They had no time to react, becoming instant ice sculptures. The remaining children, filled with fear, instinctively distanced themselves from Li Qi, unable to suppress their screams. After all, his sudden aggression was startling, especially since they had just been sharing a meal. Wanda, however, remained composed. Though her companions appeared uneasy, influenced by her calm demeanor, they did not flee as the others did. Seeing this, Li Qi smiled in satisfaction. "Well done, Wanda." He affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her performance. Compared to the others, Wanda had truly excelled. She smiled back, sensing that Li Qi was somewhat different, yet she had long since ceased to concern herself with such matters. Once she chose to leave the laboratory alongside Li Qi, there was no turning back. She had witnessed him freeze the entire laboratory. They could not return now. Perhaps Wanda's composure had a calming effect on the others, as the shouting gradually subsided. "Sir, why did you have to kill them?" After a long pause, someone finally spoke up, clearly unsettled by Li Qi's sudden outburst. "They were not with you when you left, were they?" Li Qi explained slowly, though he could not divulge that his actions were based on the assessment from Commander's vision. Nevertheless, these individuals indeed seemed suspicious. While his explanation had some flaws, it was sufficient for the others to accept. Once they moved the ice sculptures outside, the atmosphere in the house began to return to a semblance of normalcy, albeit not quite as before. Meanwhile, the laboratory they had recently escaped from was visited by unexpected guests. A group of well-equipped, fully armed individuals in black stood before the ice blocks Li Qi had created, engaged in a phone conversation. Yes, Commander. The satellite has detected an area where an ice mountain has suddenly appeared, encasing what appears to be a laboratory. No, this cannot be a natural formation. A recent snowfall has buried all traces, making it impossible to determine any surrounding evidence. Yes, this laboratory holds no useful information. The black-clad figure gazed at the Hydra insignia before him, maintaining an impassive demeanor. After ending the call, he couldn't help but curse. What on earth has Baron Stella done? Why has it suddenly caused such a commotion? Fortunately, we are the first to discover the situation here. Otherwise, this information would have been impossible to conceal. Chapter 7. Nick Fury in action among the group of black-clad individuals. One figure, though obscured by a mask that concealed his features, exhibited a pair of eyes that lacked intelligence. He paced back and forth, yawning intermittently, betraying a sense of tedium. Behind the mask, his tongue moved with remarkable agility, rhythmically tapping within his mouth. After a considerable time, he shifted his teeth, grinding the contents within and swallowing them whole. In a clandestine base located in New York, a computer abruptly powered on, sending a message into the ether before silently shutting down, unnoticed by anyone. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury perused a document when a subordinate knocked at the door, presenting him with a new piece of information. Siberia? Fury furrowed his brow after reading the message. What are those people up to now? After a moment of contemplation, he gently tapped a button on his desk, leaning back in his chair, sinking into thought. Soon, a strikingly dressed woman entered after knocking. There are complications in Siberia related to Hydra. You need to investigate, Fury stated with directness. The newcomer was Natasha, and upon hearing Fury's words, her eyes widened in alarm. Siberia? That's not a pleasant place. I thought I would never return there. Fury nodded, well aware of Natasha's past experiences in that region. It is precisely because of your history there that you are the most suitable candidate. Among those I can trust, you stand out as the best choice. Well, I must express my gratitude, Natasha replied, her expression grim, yet she did not decline the mission and turned to leave. Remember, all operations must be conducted in secrecy. Do not disclose this information to anyone else besides you and me. The first team to discover this incident is attempting to conceal it. I suspect they are affiliated with Hydra. Natasha turned back in disbelief regarding Fury. His expression was impassive, his gaze icy, sending a chill down her spine. I will, she affirmed before departing. After she left, Fury glanced at the message before raising his eyes to the ceiling, lost in distant thoughts. Hydra, he murmured softly, the only sound echoing in the office. In the office directly above Fury's, another individual pondered the implications of the situation. Baron Strucker, what have you done? Do you have any idea how much effort I have expended over the years to conceal Hydra's whereabouts? What is the purpose of this commotion? Pierce exclaimed, glaring at the screen before him, unable to contain his fury as he slammed his hand on the desk. Hasn't the information been concealed? Strucker's expression mirrored Pierce's frustration. He and Pierce did not share a clear hierarchical relationship, and being berated by Pierce left him incensed. However, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, he found it difficult to refute Pierce's claims. Concealed? Do you truly believe that other intelligence agencies are inept? The disturbance you caused has made it impossible to keep this under wraps completely. I can only delay their awareness for a short time. Pierce dismissed Strucker's protests, unwilling to delve further into the matter. Strucker's blunders would require considerable effort to rectify, lest the consequences be dire. What precisely went wrong? Such an icebound state cannot occur naturally. Pierce was primarily concerned with what Strucker had uncovered. He was aware of the laboratory's circumstances, and the extent of the freezing was indeed alarming. If such power could be harnessed, it would be an immense advantage for him. Otherwise, he would not have suppressed his irritation to converse with Strucker. There was a minor mishap in the experiment, but everything remains under control. Once we have results, I will share them with you. Strucker couldn't help but chuckle at this point. The experimental results concerning Leech excited him far more than the disturbances caused. Remember, do not create excessive noise in the future. Pierce cast a penetrating glance at Strucker, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After ending the communication, Pierce stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. It seemed Strucker had indeed made a significant discovery, and he was determined to understand the nature of this power. Though they were both part of Hydra, the leaders were not the same. Pierce harbored ambitions to wield such power for himself, fully aware that Strucker would not share it with him. After all, if he possessed such strength, he would not willingly distribute it to others. Pierce was not naive enough to think otherwise. Unbeknownst to him, the very individual responsible for all this commotion, Leech, was still on the run, far from being under Strucker's control. Where are we now? Leech inquired, observing the distant signs of civilization and feeling a sense of relief. After driving for such an extended period, Even with his extraordinary endurance, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Upon seeing the signs of life, he estimated they were not far from their destination. This is near Sokovia. If we traverse that forest, we will reach Sokovia, Wanda replied. Her tone subdued as she refrained from consulting a map. You've been here before? Leech noticed Wanda's recent silence and began to sense something amiss. This is my homeland. Wanda admitted, her spirits still low. Although there was nothing left to cherish, the sight of the familiar landscape evoked memories of her once idyllic life. Then let us stay here, Leech suggested with a smile after contemplating for a moment. Chapter 8. The Ruined Fortress. Are we really going to stay here? Wanda suddenly looked up, a glimmer of surprise sparkling in her eyes. Although there was no one left here that she cherished, her homeland still held great significance for her. Undoubtedly, this place was also a commendable choice. Li-Chi was not one to make rash decisions. He had pondered seriously over this, and indeed, it was a worthy option. Of course, Wanda's sentiments were also a factor in his consideration, albeit a minor one. As soon as Li-Chi finished speaking, Wanda could no longer contain her excitement. She jumped up, wrapping her arms around his neck, her entire being suspended from him. Li-Chi merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After arriving at a decision, he began to search for a suitable place for them to settle. There were plenty of options available, and after a thorough exploration, he finally discovered a location that resonated with his vision. It was an abandoned fortress, clearly marked with the scars of war. Most importantly, despite its desolation, the fortress occupied a strategically defensible position. Behind it lay a mountain, with a river flowing at its base, easily resolving concerns of safety and resources. The prospect of revitalizing this forsaken site was immensely appealing to Li-Chi upon entering the fortress. However, his expression involuntarily twitched. Although he had anticipated its dilapidated state from afar, only up close could he truly grasp the extent of its ruin. The walls appeared as if they had been ravaged by bombings, reduced to mere remnants of their former glory. Inside the fortress, the situation was even graver. It had transformed into a veritable wasteland, with scarcely any intact structures remaining. What kind of brutal warfare could have wrought such devastation? After a moment's hesitation, Li-Chi resolved to make this fortress their base. Although its condition was indeed concerning, he did not view it as a significant impediment. Li-Chi had long transcended the ordinary, and with Wanda and her companion's assistance, he believed that restoring the fortress would not take an inordinate amount of time. Despite their youth, Wanda and her friends possessed extraordinary physical capabilities, having undergone transformative experiments that set them apart from the average individual. Their survival was a testament to their adaptation to these enhancements, akin to the modifications of super soldiers, albeit in a rudimentary form, endowing them with remarkable strength. While it would require effort, achieving their goals was certainly within reach. With Li-Chi's unparalleled prowess, the restoration process would be expedited. As for the necessary tools, he could easily procure them from Sokovia, which was conveniently nearby. Resolute in his decision, Li-Chi led Wanda and the others in clearing out the debris within the fortress. They toiled diligently throughout the day, disposing of most of the waste. The smaller stones were cleared away and loaded onto vehicles for removal. As night fell, Li-Chi guided them to a makeshift shelter he had constructed from the remnants of the ruins. The walls were hastily assembled, providing a modest refuge from the elements. The living conditions were undeniably harsh, yet Wanda and the others refrained from voicing their discomfort. After a long day of exertion, even their extraordinary resilience could not shield them from fatigue. Moreover, the process of clearing and building imparted a novel sense of purpose. Unbeknownst to them, within Li-Chi's commanding perspective, Wanda and her companions had transitioned from a neutral stance to a vibrant green, marking a significant shift. This unexpected development was a pleasant surprise. Li-Chi had not anticipated such a transformation at the outset. The following morning, Li-Chi drove to Sokovia, spending considerable funds to acquire a plethora of essential equipment, particularly everyday necessities. While the equipment would alleviate some burdens, it was the supplies that were of paramount importance. After clearing the majority of the debris, Li-Chi began constructing their living quarters, leaving the remaining cleanup as a means for them to hone their skills. The leftover rubble primarily consisted of smaller stones that required minimal effort to manage. Li-Chi continued to build the fortress while delegating other tasks to them. Additionally, he began training Wanda and her companions in the methods of harnessing armament hockey, drawing from his memories. He was uncertain whether they would successfully awaken this ability. Yet there remained a glimmer of hope. These individuals had been chosen by Li-Chi to establish his own faction, and it was imperative to enhance their strength. Wanda, in particular, was someone he held in high regard. Beyond her amiable and understanding nature, he believed in her latent potential. If anyone among them were to awaken armament hockey, it would undoubtedly be her. The rations they had salvaged from the laboratory had dwindled rapidly over the past few days, nearing depletion. Given their extensive daily labor, such consumption was expected. Li-Chi also began cultivating their driving skills, enabling them to venture freely to Sokovia for supplies. Wanda exhibited remarkable aptitude, becoming the first among them to learn to drive. However, after acquiring this skill, she hesitated to visit Sokovia, perhaps due to a sense of nostalgia. In the days that followed, several others also learned to drive, and Li-Chi entrusted them with the task of procuring food. During this period, he found himself considerably busier than the rest. Through his diligent efforts, simple structures began to emerge within the fortress, gradually taking shape, albeit in a rudimentary manner, yet already hinting at a promising future. Chapter 9. Sign-in and reward draft. A month later, the fortress had been thoroughly constructed. The fortress appeared revitalized. Although the houses and facilities seemed rather simple, they were a far cry from the previous ruins. Surrounding the fortress, Wanda had led others in planting numerous crops, which, though just beginning to sprout, already exuded vitality. Everything seemed brimming with life. Li Qi surveyed the fortress and could not help but smile with satisfaction. Achieving such transformation in just a month was no small feat. Sign-in. In a good mood, Li Qi decided to sign in at this moment. It had been a month since his last sign-in, and surely the system would reward him with something worthwhile after such a long interval. The system accumulates sign-in rewards, with the quality of items improving over time. Apart from his initial sign-in, Li Qi had only signed in once. Over the course of a month, he had earned 1 opportunity for an off-road sign-in and 30 opportunities for regular sign-ins. With no external pressures at present, he was eager to discover what rewards long-term sign-ins would yield. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qi converted his 30 sign-in chances into 3 sets of 10-day sign-ins. Given that he faced no survival pressures, it was a perfect opportunity to explore what each type of sign-in would bring. Moreover, daily rewards might not offer him much of value. Ordinary items would hardly serve any purpose for him at this stage. 10-day indiscriminate sign-in begins. Congratulations. You have received the reward. Resilience. 10-day indiscriminate sign-in begins. Congratulations. You have received the reward. Weaponry. 10-day indiscriminate sign-in begins. Congratulations. You have received the reward. Food. Abundant. The outcomes of the 3 10-day sign-ins left Li Qi in silence, instantly dissipating his earlier cheer. Was this truly the result of a 10-day sign-in? How could it be so disappointing? Was it a matter of luck, or was his fate particularly grim? Upon reviewing the rewards, he found the first item, resilience, somewhat satisfactory. This was a passive skill of a hero he had played in a game before his travels, so he considered it a minor surprise. However, the remaining weaponry and food were utterly mundane, albeit in large quantities, enough to fill 2 warehouses. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the upcoming monthly sign-in, growing serious. Monthly sign-in. Grant me something truly useful. Do not let me down. With hope in his heart, the sign-in commenced. 1-month indiscriminate sign-in begins. Congratulations. You have received the reward. Navy 6 styles. Could this be a good draw? Li Qi's mood brightened instantly. The Navy 6 styles were quite impressive and could be taught to others. After carefully recalling the memories in his mind, he realized that mastering the Navy 6 styles required not only comprehension but also considerable physical aptitude. Fortunately, Wanda and her companions need not worry excessively in this regard. As test subjects for a super soldier serum, they had not yet fully absorbed all the powers of the serum, but could barely meet the training requirements for the Navy 6 styles. Li Qi's expectations for them were modest. If just 1 or 2 of them could learn the Navy 6 styles, it would suffice. After all, such superhuman techniques were not easily mastered by just anyone. In the world of pirates, the Navy 6 styles were commonplace primarily because the inhabitants possessed extraordinary physical abilities. Their group, however, was entirely different. Wanda. In high spirits, Li Qi called for Wanda. Now, he was the leader of the fortress, with Wanda serving as its chief steward. Most matters could be entrusted to her. What is it? Wanda hurried over, her face filled with curiosity. Gather everyone. I wish to teach them something new. Li Qi said with a beaming smile. However, inform them in advance that what I am about to teach is quite challenging, and most may not succeed in mastering it. Wanda nodded, undeterred by the mention of difficulty. She had confidence in her abilities. If anyone among them could learn, she was certain she would be one of them. Just as she had begun to grasp the armed color hockey that Li Qi previously taught, although she had not yet mastered it, she was already on the right path. It wouldn't be long before she fully learned it. Soon, under Wanda's guidance, everyone gathered. As of now, none had truly mastered the armed color hockey Li Qi had taught them before, but they could all feel the benefits. Their bodies had become considerably sturdier. Unaware of where Li Qi had acquired such remarkable knowledge, they would certainly not refuse the chance to grow stronger. Today, I shall teach you a skill known as the Navy 6 styles. It consists of 6 techniques: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger pistol, all representing martial arts that transcend human physical limits, wielding immense power. First, I will demonstrate shave. Theoretically, this technique allows you to rapidly strike the ground multiple times in an instant, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement. Allow me to show you. With that, Li Qi leaned slightly forward, and with a resounding crack, he instantaneously appeared at a distance, leaving only a shallow crater in his wake. The significance of this technique in battle need not be elaborated upon, I presume? Li Qi returned to his original position, observing the excitement on Wanda and the others' faces. He too was experiencing the Navy 6 styles for the first time and had to admit it exceeded his expectations. It greatly enhanced his capabilities, providing him with numerous strategies against foes. As Wanda and the others reveled in their excitement, Li Qi began to teach them gradually. Chapter 10. 2 years later, a silver aircraft descended gracefully from the heavens, and Li Qi, accompanied by Wanda, emerged from its confines. Behind them, a throng of children emerged, their wide eyes brimming with anticipation. "Leader, you have finally returned." As soon as Li Qi set foot on the ground, someone rushed to greet him. "What has transpired in the fortress during your absence?" Li Qi gestured to Wanda, indicating the children behind him, and followed the individual as they departed. Wanda took charge of the children's accommodation, leading them to a designated room. "This is your new abode," she announced. "Two of you will share a space, and all the furnishings are brand new for your choosing. Over there is the dining hall. Feel free to help yourselves whenever hunger strikes. These are your new garments." And each room is equipped with a private bathroom. Once you have refreshed yourselves, you may don these new clothes. Wanda effortlessly organized the children's needs, a clear indication that this was not her first endeavor of such nature. It had been 2 years since Li Qi first escaped that laboratory. In this time, the fortress had undergone rapid development, far surpassing its initial scale. Now, the fortress boasted a formidable arsenal and was recognized as the most powerful faction in the vicinity. During these 2 years, Baron Strucker had discovered the fortress. However, by that time, it had already been established. Although the fortress was initially short on manpower, its strategic location, coupled with the training some of Wanda's group had received in the Navy's 6 styles, and Li Qi's formidable prowess, successfully repelled Baron Strucker's attacks. Subsequently, leveraging the advantages of his commander's insight, Li Qi led Wanda and their allies in several fierce confrontations against Baron Strucker, forcing the latter into retreat. Since then, Baron Strucker had refrained from mounting further assaults on the fortress, the losses he incurred proving too significant. Nonetheless, Li Qi was not one to let Baron Strucker off so easily. Utilizing his knowledge of enemy positions, he initiated attacks on Hydra's laboratories. Initially, only the outermost labs were affected, but soon, Baron Strucker was compelled to abandon these peripheral facilities, concentrating all his forces around his base, fearful of a sudden onslaught. In the span of just 2 years, the number of inhabitants within the fortress had exceeded 10,000. The contributions of Baron Strucker were undeniably significant, as both personnel and funding had largely stemmed from him. Almost half of the fortress's inhabitants were children from war-torn nations, taken by Hydra. Li Qi reaped the benefits, extracting resources from Hydra to sustain this vast stronghold. The remaining populace comprised individuals who had sought refuge in the fortress upon hearing of its renown, alongside specialists Li Qi had deliberately recruited. Indeed, managing a settlement of such magnitude was no small feat, and Li Qi could not focus solely on these affairs. Thus, the presence of skilled individuals became paramount. Over the past 2 years, many talents had emerged among Li Qi's ranks, with Wanda standing out most prominently. Wanda had awakened her powers, and under Li Qi's tutelage, she had become even more formidable than the original Scarlet Witch. Today, she was also recognized by that title, a moniker she embraced after Li Qi remarked on her prowess during a demonstration of her newly acquired Navy 6 styles in hockey. "Leader, 2 more individuals in the fortress have mastered your Navy 6 styles," reported a blonde woman standing behind Li Qi, detailing the developments within the fortress. As the population burgeoned, Li Qi relinquished the idea of having Wanda manage the fortress, recognizing that her talents were better suited for combat alongside him rather than engaging in administrative tasks. The blonde woman, named Eileen, had been specifically recruited by Li Qi, originally the head of logistics in a war-torn nation. He had learned of her capabilities from a boy he rescued from one of Baron Strucker's labs. When Li Qi arrived, it was too late. Eileen's logistics base had already been bombed by the enemy. Undeterred, he braved the perilous conditions and rescued her. From that day forth, Eileen became the true administrator of the fortress, allowing Li Qi to focus on his strength, which he deemed most vital. "Very well, ensure the rewards are distributed. I shall visit them tonight," Li Qi nodded, pleased with the fortress's progress. Given the inherent difficulty of mastering the Navy 6 styles, even his initial pupils had yet to fully grasp it. The current instructors were mainly those few individuals, their teaching capabilities limited. For 2 individuals to learn the Navy 6 styles under such circumstances was quite remarkable, for not everyone possessed Wanda's innate talent. Even her brother, Quicksilver, paled in comparison to her abilities. Chapter 11. The Mouse. Wanda's talent, even in Leech's eyes, was indeed remarkable. The 6 powers of the Navy are extraordinary techniques, and few can master them even in the world of One Piece. Wanda's ability to grasp these skills speaks volumes of his innate talent. Moreover, Leech could discern that Wanda's application of the 6 powers was augmented by the power of chaotic magic. Otherwise, such techniques would have likely harmed his own body given Wanda's physical constitution. After addressing the matters at hand, Leech activated his commander's vision. It can be said that the current smooth development of the fortress owes much to this commander's efforts. In this state, numerous personnel appeared around the fortress, red dots suddenly materializing in front of Leech. It appeared that another group of intruders was attempting to cause havoc. Over the past 2 years, many had sought to disrupt the fortress, including terrorist organizations, probing agents from Hydra, and soldiers or nobles from several neighboring small nations. After all, The territory they occupied was considerable, nearly rivaling the landmass of entire countries. Had it not been for the ongoing turmoil in the region, it would have been besieged long ago. Observing the red units in his vision, Leech did not contemplate which faction they belonged to but instead summoned Wanda and Pietro. Upon receiving Leech's command, his subordinate quickly relayed the message to Wanda and Pietro. The chief is looking for us. Upon hearing the news, Pietro wasted no time, activating his super speed ability to vanish from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Leech. Chief, what do you require of us? 2 years had passed, and Pietro had transformed even more than Wanda. Compared to his former self, he now exuded a sense of maturity. Wanda will join us shortly. We can discuss it together. Leech regarded Pietro with satisfaction. Under his guidance, Pietro had become an exceptionally skilled, superpowered individual, with significant improvements in both combat strategy and personal strength. It could be said that the days of being felled by bullets were behind him. As Leech observed Pietro, Wanda approached. Another group of intruders has infiltrated our vicinity. You two, take a team and deal with them. Leech informed Wanda and Pietro of the situation. Upon hearing Leech's words, Pietro and Wanda exchanged glances. Rest assured, this minor task is well within our capabilities. Pietro responded confidently, expressing that dealing with intruders was a trivial matter. Wanda shared his sentiment. They were the two strongest individuals in the fortress aside from Leech, and handling intruders would be a piece of cake. Outside the fortress, in the surrounding forest, a group of agents clad in combat attire gathered, led by Brock Rumlow, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Viewing the serene base before him, Rumlow recalled his superior's instructions prior to departure. This seemingly modest village had nearly obliterated Hydra's operations in Eastern Europe over the past 2 years. Had it not been for Hydra's exceptional ability to conceal themselves, their previous plans would have been jeopardized. If not for their cunning leader, Pierce, who had exaggerated the situation to Nick Fury, prompting Fury to dispatch agents to eradicate this terrorist organization, Hydra would have lacked any capacity for resistance in Eastern Europe. Captain, the drones have been deployed. One of Rumlow's bespectacled team members reported. Turning to the screen displaying the drone's feed, Rumlow noted the considerable size of the base. Yet it appeared devoid of any inhabitants. Beside him, an agent holding a sniper rifle remarked on the peculiar site captured by the drone. Though the fortress resembled a terrorist stronghold, the surrounding farmlands and children contradicted that notion. Is there a possibility that we've misinterpreted the intelligence? Another member pondered aloud. Soon, other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents chimed in, expressing their belief that this fortress did not resemble a terrorist organization at all, but rather a noble estate housing children. Do not be misled by appearances. According to intelligence, this terrorist organization has claimed numerous lives across Europe. Their crimes are heinous. Rumlow interjected, addressing the wavering agents. In his mind, Rumlow considered the current group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents accompanying him to be somewhat lacking in resolve. Had they been seasoned veterans, witnessing the children would not have prompted such questioning. Among the crowd, those who remained silent were Hydra members. Indifferent to the truth of the mission, they would follow Rumlow's orders without question. After Rumlow's guidance, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents adjusted their mindset. Observing their renewed determination, Rumlow exhaled in relief. He did not underestimate the fortress, as the destruction of Hydra's bases served as a cautionary tale. Notably, even the Winter Soldier had struggled against foes, resulting in significant losses. This time, they had brought an array of new equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D. And with this arsenal, Rumlow felt confident in their ability to eliminate the enemies. At that moment, the drone completed its reconnaissance of the fortress's surroundings. As the drone returned, Rumlow signaled for them to prepare for combat. Chapter 12. The initial battle of the Navy 6 styles. As everyone stood ready, several figures emerged from the fortress's grand entrance. Leading the way were two individuals, one with flowing red hair and the other with short silver locks, Wanda and Pietro. After Leech issued his orders, they selected a few skilled members well-versed in the Navy 6 styles to accompany them. There, Wanda exclaimed as she stepped outside, immediately sensing the presence of Rumlow and his associates through her chaos magic. Unbeknownst to them, Rumlow and his group were still deliberating on how to breach the fortress. Forgive the interruption, but are you planning to assault our fortress? A chilling voice suddenly cut through the air, startling Rumlow and his companions. Reacting instantly, the agents raised their firearms, aiming at the unexpectedly materialized Pietro. Rumlow's expression darkened as he recognized the silver-haired youth before him, who should have been several miles away within the fortress. How could he have appeared so abruptly? Bang, 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 bang. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Rumlow and his team swiftly pulled the triggers. Bullets filled the space around Pietro in an instant. Yet, their efforts proved futile the moment they squeezed the triggers. Pietro had already activated his powers and sprinted away. The bullets, suspended in midair, appeared to be frozen in time within his gaze. A mere flick of his finger would redirect their path with ease. When he finally halted, the bullets scattered and many agents were inadvertently injured by their own fire. You. Ramlo glared at Pietro, realizing he had manipulated the bullet's trajectory with an unknown ability. Before he could utter another word, several figures materialized around them. Ramlo seethed internally at the incompetence of Hydra and SHIELD's intelligence operatives. Sending such a force as theirs was nothing short of a death sentence. In that fleeting moment, Ramlo pondered whether he had offended someone, questioning why such a perilous task had been assigned to him. Kevin, these foes are yours. Wanda instructed one of her combatants, glancing at Ramlo and his crew. The three warriors accompanying Wanda, Kevin, Bell, and Rashika, were all adept practitioners of the Navy 6 styles. At Wanda's command, Kevin sprang into action, leaping towards the nearest agent and delivering a powerful punch to their torso. Although the technique was termed finger gun, it was executed with his entire arm. Despite their enhanced physiques, Kevin and his allies had yet to reach the superhuman strength characteristic of the pirate world. Thus, the Navy 6 styles they employed had been modified by Leech. This finger gun, though delivered with the arm, retained its formidable force, creating a cavity in the agent's body with a single strike. Open fire. Ramlo barked, urgency compelling him to disregard Pietro and Wanda. His subordinates complied, raising their weapons to unleash a barrage at Kevin. This time, Pietro refrained from intervening. Instead, it was Rashika who took action. Unlike Kevin, who wielded the finger gun and paper drawing techniques, Rashika commanded the abilities of shave and iron block. Clad in specially designed bulletproof attire, he was impervious even to rifle rounds. Clink, clink, clink. The bullets struck Rashika, losing all momentum and falling harmlessly to the ground. Ramlo, now numbed by despair, glanced at his new SHIELD submachine gun and then back at Kevin and Rashika, feeling utterly hopeless. At that moment, Bell showcased his prowess, employing the paper drawing and gato techniques. As he executed rapid kicks, invisible blades of air manifested, severing limbs from those unfortunate enough to be caught in his onslaught. In the blink of an eye, Ramlo's forces had suffered significant losses. Realizing that resistance would lead to certain death, he resorted to the skills befitting a seasoned operative. He silently tossed a grenade while simultaneously firing his submachine gun, aiming directly at Rashika's eyes. Despite the weapon's lack of precision in Ramlo's capable hands, it acted as if guided by some unseen force, never missing its mark. Aware of his vulnerability, Rashika crossed his arms to shield himself from the incoming bullets. Boom! The grenade rolled beneath Rashika and detonated, sending Kevin hurtling through the air. Fortunately, his robust physique spared him from serious harm, while Rashika, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, withstood it unscathed thanks to his iron block technique. However, as the grenade exploded, the remaining agents hastily threw their own grenades. Their arsenal was anything but meager. RPGs, flamethrowers, and heavy machine guns were among the many weapons at their disposal. Regrettably, Pietro's sudden appearance had thwarted their immediate preparations. Retreat. Ramlo pressed the distress button on his earpiece, shouting to his subordinates. Observing the stationary Pietro and Wanda, he activated a button on his glove, causing the weapons and ammunition cache to explode. As a senior operative and a Hydra member, Ramlo was meticulous, always leaving a contingency plan. He had brought numerous remote-controlled explosives, originally intended to erase traces, but now employed in desperation. As the explosion erupted, Ramlo dashed into the forest without a glance back, oblivious to the flames and destruction that should have expanded, which instead began to diminish under Wanda's control. Chapter 13. The Quinjet. A crimson chaos magic manifested upon Wanda's hands, gradually extinguishing the explosions of the bombs. In the end, they vanished without a trace within her palms. In the next moment, the chaos magic entwined around her hands pressed down toward the ground, unleashing a terrifying energy that erupted instantaneously. The red energy surged like a tidal wave, sending SHIELD agents flying. Meanwhile, Pietro seized the opportunity to charge forward, toppling Ramlo to the ground. Despite not exerting much effort, Ramlo's leg was still broken by the impact. Who on earth gave you the audacity to stir trouble here? Pietro taunted, gazing at the silent Ramlo sprawled on the ground. This fellow is of no further use. Let us just eliminate him, Wanda stated directly. Since Leech had not instructed them to spare any lives, Pietro and Wanda had no intention of letting Ramlo survive. Very well, Pietro agreed, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, 3 black fighter jets appeared in the sky. As the underbellies of the Quinjets opened, machine guns emerged, mercilessly targeting Wanda and her companions, commencing a relentless barrage of fire. Everyone come here, Wanda shouted as bullets rained down. In an instant, she waved her hands, conjuring a red energy barrier before her. The bullets struck the barrier, only to be devoured by the crimson magic. Though the bullets possessed considerable power, they posed little threat to Wanda, who wielded chaos magic. While Wanda and Pietro remained unharmed, Ramlo and the SHIELD agents were not so fortunate. The metallic storm of bullets showed no mercy, tearing through their bodies with brutal force. Observing the audacious jets, Wanda raised her arm and unleashed a red energy attack toward the aircraft. Boom. The red energy struck a Quinjet, and with a clenched fist, the aircraft erupted into a shower of sparks. "What manner of beast is this?" exclaimed the pilot of another Quinjet as he witnessed his comrade's explosion. "Forget them. Let us proceed to blow up that fortress," said another pilot, shaken but resolute, as they realized these foes could indeed threaten them. After a brief discussion, they stowed away the Quinjet's machine guns and directed their flight toward the fortress. Watching the two Quinjets depart, Wanda withdrew her magic. They harbored no concerns for the jet's intended target. The two Quinjets, closing in on the fortress, launched their onboard missiles, which hurtled toward their destination with alarming speed. However, as the missiles approached the fortress, Leech emerged in midair. Icebirds. Two avian figures crafted from solid ice soared from his arm, intercepting the missiles with precision. In an instant, both missiles were encased in ice. Freeze capsule. Leech released a wave of frigid air from his palms. The two pilots, realizing the impending disaster too late, found their Quinjets frozen mid-flight, plummeting from the sky. 3 Quinjets. Surely even Nick Fury would feel a pang of regret over this loss. Leech mused as he surveyed the frozen aircraft and the one that had been destroyed. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Nick Fury frowned as he perused a report. "Why are these 3 Quinjets and these individuals on the operation list? Is this truly not your command?" Natasha queried, sensing the anomaly. Initially, this was to be a simple debriefing. After receiving Romlo's distress signal, Natasha had sought out Nick Fury. Yet, upon reviewing the operation report, Fury discovered discrepancies that left him puzzled. The presence of unaccounted individuals and the 3 Quinjets was entirely unknown to him. Natasha, observing Fury's demeanor, quickly surmised that there might be internal issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. If Natasha could detect this problem, then the esteemed Nick Fury, the king of spies, had already discerned it long ago. Due to Leech's actions, Hydra had revealed several vulnerabilities over the past 2 years. This was a primary reason why Pierce was eager to eliminate Leech and his associates. The exposure of their European base had caused numerous complications. Had it not been for S.H.I.E.L.D's formidable influence to clean up the mess, the situation would not have been concealed for so long. However, it was precisely because of S.H.I.E.L.D's frequent interventions that Fury had begun to sense something amiss within the organization. Romlo's mission was also part of Fury's plans, yet he had not anticipated that the one to falter would be Romlo himself. With a senior agent like Romlo compromised, discerning friend from foe within S.H.I.E.L.D. had become increasingly convoluted. Having just received Romlo's distress signal, Fury feared it might already be too late. Natasha, sensing the urgency, reminded him, it may be too late for Romlo. Fury pondered for a moment, intrigued by the unfamiliar force represented by Leech and his associates. Natasha, you will investigate this matter. Prioritize safety above all. Given Romlo's situation, Fury recognized that his circle of trusted allies was dwindling. Thus, he could only assign Natasha to this task. Understood, Natasha affirmed, though she knew infiltrating would require some finesse. Fortress. After dispatching the pilots, Leech and his companions acquired 2 Quinjets. S.H.I.E.L.D's technology is quite impressive, Leech remarked, feeling quite pleased. After all, the arrival of Romlo and his team had not only spared the fortress's inhabitants, but had also inadvertently provided them with 2 Quinjets. It seems we could use some scientific minds, he concluded. Chapter 14. Breathing techniques. Gazing at the 2 Quin-style fighter jets before him, Li Chi felt a sense of helplessness. The base was rich with resources, yet most of them were irreplaceable. Although his subordinates possessed remarkable learning abilities, their youth and limited learning time hindered their progress. The current technology fell short of research and development standards, and what Li Chi lacked most was capable personnel. Wanda, you and Aaron need to be busier during this period. Organizing the items in the warehouse, he instructed. Just thinking about the disarray in the warehouse gave him a headache. The warehouse was exclusively his, filled with items acquired through sign-in rewards. However, the sign-in process proved unpredictable, yielding both valuable and worthless items. Some he deemed insignificant were carelessly piled up, yet they remained of considerable worth to others. Leave it to us, Wanda assured him, instilling confidence in Li Chi. Wanda and Aaron had become his most crucial allies, integral to the fortress's operations. Peter, take some men to Serbia and drive back those troops. Our recent restraint has only emboldened them, Li Chi remarked, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes at the mention of Serbia. Once a nation ravaged by Hydra, Serbia had not found peace even after Hydra's demise. Chaos had only intensified. Previously, it was merely a conflict between government forces and rebels, but now multiple factions were embroiled in relentless skirmishes. The area where Li Chi and his group resided was nearly perfect, aside from its inconvenient transport links, which made it an object of envy for the factions within Serbia. Li Chi had previously lacked the time to address them, allowing their audacity to grow. They had even stationed troops at the borders. Leave those ruffians to us. Though both Wanda and Peter hailed from Serbia, Li Chi had no fondness for the country. As he watched Wanda and Peter depart, Li Qi returned to his own tasks, as he had brought back a substantial number of people who required careful organization. A week passed swiftly. Under Peter's leadership, the fortress's combat members annihilated the hostile forces, making the Serbians acutely aware of Li Qi's formidable presence. Their demeanor shifted to one of compliance. I hope the sign-in rewards yield something exceptional, he mused. As Li Qi completed his thought, a small booklet fell before him. Upon picking it up, he realized he had received the breathing techniques from Demon Slayer. From the initial breath of the sun and breath of the moon to the subsequent breath of insects and breath of beasts, it encompassed a comprehensive array of techniques. With this, their strength could be further augmented. Pleased with the booklet, Li Qi prepared to pass the breathing techniques to Wanda and the others when Wanda approached him first. Li Qi, someone has arrived at the base who resembles that previous group, Wanda informed him. Upon hearing this, Li Qi immediately activated his commander's vision. Indeed, he spotted a unique unit, but contrary to his expectations, it was a neutral entity. This piqued Li Qi's interest, for it was his first encounter with a neutral unit at the base. Let us go, take me to see, he instructed. At the castle entrance, Aaron was engaged in conversation with a striking red-haired woman. Are you a mercenary hired by Serbia? Has Serbia begun recruiting from outside? Aaron inquired, puzzled by the woman's presence. While the conflict in Serbia was fierce, it had primarily been internal thus far. Who knows? Natasha, who had infiltrated on Nick Fury's orders, observed the children laboring around her, bewildered by how they had managed to keep Langmore and his group permanently ensnared here. Had it not been for the sight of the two Cohen-style fighter jets, she might have thought she was in the wrong place. Aaron, who is this? Peter's sudden appearance startled Natasha. Instinctively, she reached for her weapon, only to remember it had been confiscated. This is Miss He-Man, a prospective addition to our mercenary group, Aaron stated, albeit uncertainly. Just as Peter furrowed his brow, Aaron promptly added, Wanda has already gone to inform our leader. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Peter ceased further questioning. They were well aware of Li Qi's capabilities. As long as he vetted the newcomer, her background would become irrelevant. While they conversed, Li Qi and Wanda emerged from the castle. Natasha. The moment he laid eyes on her, Li Qi recognized Natasha's identity. There was no mistaking her. Her appearance was too iconic. However, upon seeing Natasha, Li Qi surmised that this was likely Nick Fury's reconnaissance mission. The reason for her neutral status was probably due to her own unique circumstances. Despite being an agent, Natasha had many distinctions shaped by her past experiences. Perhaps this was why she appeared as a neutral entity in the commander's vision. Surprised by Li Qi's youth, Natasha had expected the leader to be in his 30s or 40s, but he appeared to be merely in his 20s. Greetings, leader. I am He-Man. Before she could finish, Li Qi interjected, It matters not. Here, no one will concern themselves with your past. There was one thing Li Qi refrained from saying. Regardless of her intentions, she could not escape scrutiny in his presence. For now, you may accompany Wanda, Li Qi decided, finding Natasha's arrival intriguing, especially with Wanda by her side, which reassured him. Chapter 15. The Enterprise. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda cast a glance at Natasha. Although Wanda refrained from employing chaos magic to delve into Natasha's thoughts, Li Qi's demeanor clearly indicated that Natasha had not earned his approval. Let us proceed, Wanda said, leading Natasha as they wandered about. Natasha, who had come with the intent of exploring this place, had no objections. However, after merely strolling around, Natasha's heart was already laden with astonishment. She observed that most individuals here possessed physical capabilities far beyond the ordinary. In fact, the performance of several was almost on par with her own. This revelation led Natasha to surmise that Li Qi and his associates must possess a highly sophisticated human enhancement serum. Otherwise, such extraordinary strength would not be so prevalent among them. This realization weighed heavily on Natasha's heart. The sacrifices made by Lang Muro and others had already made her and Nick Fury acutely aware that this was no ordinary terrorist organization. With the presence of so many enhanced warriors, it was no wonder that Lang Muro and his companions had met their demise here. Without adequate preparation, no amount of reinforcements would suffice. Following their brief exploration, the significance of Li Qi's operations had risen considerably in Natasha's estimation. Inside Li Qi's office, Aaron, with a puzzled expression, inquired, That woman is clearly concealing something. Why allow her to remain here? As someone who adeptly assisted Li Qi in managing the entire base, Aaron was undoubtedly astute. She recognized what Wanda had discerned, that the woman named Natasha was an exceptionally skilled agent, affiliated with the same organization as the group from a few days prior. Li Qi, with no intention of shrouding his own in mystery, promptly disclosed Natasha's identity to Aaron. I plan to make another trip to New York. We need someone familiar with the rules, and Natasha fits that role. Over the past few years, Li Qi had not solely focused on expanding the base. He had investments across various countries. Aware of the developments within the Marvel Universe, he had established numerous assets in the United States, some of which had enabled the formation of a conglomerate through the acquisition of various trinkets. However, during this period, the conglomerate had encountered challenges, prompting Li Qi to head to New York to oversee matters. This time, I intend to take Wanda with me. Pietro. You shall remain here to guard against the Serbians. Aaron expressed no dissatisfaction with Li Qi's arrangements. Her earlier inquiry had merely pertained to Natasha. The base can be entrusted to me and Pietro. With him here, we shall face no issues. Aaron held great trust in her comrades within the base. Whether they had trained in the Navy's 6 styles or were Pietro, their abilities were beyond the reach of ordinary foes. With you present, I shall feel much more at ease. Pietro often neglects to think things through, she remarked. Li Qi then produced a book detailing a breathing technique and handed it to Aaron. This contains a method of breathing that, once mastered, will yield extraordinary strength. Arrange for others to learn it. Li Qi did not place significant value on the breathing technique. In terms of raw power, it could not rival the Navy's 6 styles. Yet its learning curve was considerably less steep. Aaron's eyes brightened as she accepted the breathing technique. Even she found the Navy's 6 styles exceedingly difficult to grasp. The introduction of newfound power was indeed a cause for celebration among many within the base. News of Li Qi's impending trip to New York was soon conveyed to both Natasha and Wanda. Upon learning that Li Qi had assets in the United States, Natasha felt a sense of exasperation towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence personnel. It was ironic that, despite being intelligence agents, they were misinformed about everything here. A base housing enhanced warriors was regarded as a den of terrorists, and even Li Qi, their leader, had not been properly acknowledged. No problem. I am quite familiar with New York, Natasha replied, looking at Wanda. Seeing Natasha agree, Wanda beamed as she departed. This was Li Qi's first outing with Wanda, which brought her great joy. In contrast, Pietro, who unexpectedly appeared beside her, was far from pleased. Why am I not going to New York this time? I want to explore as well. Although Pietro had matured significantly, he still longed for the vibrancy of the big city. His ability to move at high speed allowed him to traverse all of Europe in a single day, yet due to Li Qi's orders, he rarely ventured out. Li Qi harbored concerns about this. In a world rife with dangers, who knew if Pietro might encounter someone capable of countering his speed? The trip to New York was indeed urgent, and the following morning, Li Qi set forth with Wanda and Natasha. New York. Wilson Tower. Have we yet to locate the owner of that umbrella corporation? Wilson inquired, observing James Wesley, though he did not display overt anger. Beads of cold sweat trickled down James's forehead. According to our investigation, the owner of Umbrella rarely makes public appearances. Most company affairs are managed remotely. All we know is that this owner seems to reside in Europe. James spoke with his gaze fixed downward, fearful that any movement might provoke this fearsome individual. Europe, you say? Wilson mused, taking up a cigar, his thoughts veiled from all. The Umbrella Corporation was, in fact, Li Qi's enterprise in the United States. During the initial establishment phase, Li Qi had procured numerous games and electronic products, which had subsequently aided in the creation of the largest gaming empire in the United States, providing endless funding for Li Qi's base. It was precisely this funding that compelled Li Qi to rush to New York upon receiving news. As Wilson slowly lit his cigar, Jean interjected, Umbrella has become a globally renowned gaming company, notably lacking any substantial background. Chapter 16. Undercurrents. James felt a wave of relief upon hearing Wilson's voice. Wilson's extensive dialogue with Tianya signified that he still held value and would not be eliminated. I understand. I will ascertain the identity of his superior as swiftly as possible. Wilson's words were crystal clear. The cash cow known as Umbrella had grown significantly, and it was not merely their group that was being targeted. Hence the urgency in James's actions. Unbeknownst to Wilson and James, the individual they were discussing had already arrived in New York. At the airport, Wanda stepped off the plane, her eyes shimmering with wonder as she beheld the bustling metropolis. Lee, we have time this trip, right? I want to truly enjoy this city. Observing Wanda, who seemed to embody the spirit of a child, Li Qi realized for the first time that his concern for them had been somewhat lacking. Although he had been nurturing them over the past 2 years, his own actions had inadvertently restricted their freedom. Pietro and Wanda had been confined to a mere mountainous region during this time. Now, witnessing the eagerness in Wanda's gaze, Li Qi found himself at a loss for words of refusal. Of course, we have ample time this time around. We can go wherever you wish. With Li Qi's consent, Wanda radiated the exuberance befitting her age. Ultimately, Wanda was still just a young girl. Nearby, Natasha listened intently to the exchange between Li Qi and Wanda, forming a clearer picture of the two. However, her understanding was still lacking critical elements. At S.H.I.E.L.D., as Natasha disembarked from the plane, she promptly sent a report to Nick Fury. Upon reviewing the documents, Fury's already grim expression darkened further. Enhanced physiology. Extraordinary strength. These were the very abilities Fury had long sought after, yet Natasha revealed that a small base possessed both. Nevertheless, as the king of spies, Fury would not let his emotions cloud his judgment. After his initial surge of greed, he immediately considered Langmello. It seemed that Langmello and the forces behind him were already aware of the powers in question and were willing to act, even at the risk of exposure. Relying solely on Natasha's intelligence, Fury had already deduced quite a bit. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that even Pierce's knowledge regarding Li Qi was insufficient. Much information was concealed even within Hydra's ranks. Besides Natasha's report, Fury also had another dossier, which contained information about Li Qi and Umbrella. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been keeping a close eye on Umbrella, a company that had risen to prominence in recent years. Fury was well aware of the troubles Umbrella had faced recently. This time, with Li Qi returning to address these matters, Fury had no intention of intervening. Instead, he wished to observe Li Qi's methods. As he no longer trusted the information coming from Europe, some truths were best witnessed firsthand. Meanwhile, Li Qi, accompanied by Wanda and Natasha, opened the commander's view upon arriving at the company. The sight that greeted him was startling. Besides a handful of neutral entities, nearly all were hostile. The few allies he could count on were alarmingly scarce. It appears my employees truly wear many hats. Despite having anticipated this, Li Qi felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the scene. After all, his company offered salaries and benefits that far surpassed industry standards, yet loyalty remained elusive. After presenting his credentials, Li Qi led Wanda and Natasha directly to the CEO's office on the top floor. Simultaneously, news of Umbrella's holder's appearance spread rapidly. Upon entering the office, Li Qi pushed the door open to find CEO House, who greeted him with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Boss, you're finally back. I feared the company would not withstand your absence any longer." House's expression of distress was a thinly veiled hint at the immense pressure he had been under. However, to Li Qi, House's performance seemed utterly ludicrous, for through the commander's view, House was unmistakably marked as a pronounced enemy. Wanda. Ignoring House, Li Qi called out to Wanda. At his command, Wanda extended her palm, unleashing a burst of crimson magic that struck House. Natasha, following behind, widened her eyes in astonishment. She had assumed that the super soldier serum in the Navy's 6 styles were the extent of Li Qi's capabilities, yet it appeared there was much more. Under the influence of Wanda's magic, House appeared dazed, his pupils dilated, indicating he was under her control. "Speak up. For whom do you work now?" Li Qi inquired directly. With Wanda wielding chaos magic, few could conceal their secrets. Even if someone could, House was not among them. "It's James. James paid me a hefty sum and assured me that even if the owner of the company changed, my position would remain unchanged." Li Qi was taken aback by the name that escaped House's lips. He had never crossed paths with James, a figure too common to be recognized. He had anticipated the involvement of a major power, or at the very least, someone of renown. Instead, it appeared they were dealing with a nameless individual. "Who is James?" Li Qi pressed. House continued, "James Wesley, he works for a significant boss." This revelation led Li Qi to understand that James was likely a puppet for someone else. However, further inquiries revealed that House lacked knowledge of deeper matters. Yet, House's ignorance did not imply that others were unaware. "Natasha, do you know anything about James Wesley?" Upon hearing Li Qi's question, Natasha's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety as she scrutinized House's condition, questioning whether she had ever been manipulated as well. Chapter 17. Natasha, though her mind was awash with thoughts, betrayed not a hint of them upon her countenance. James Wesley was likely a subordinate of Wilson, who, beyond his well-known identities as a prominent businessman and philanthropist, also reigned as the formidable underworld kingpin, Jean Bing. Upon hearing the name Jean Bing, Li Qi instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He was no stranger to this man who stood at the pinnacle of humanity, Jean Bing. At that moment, Li Qi comprehended that his Umbrella Corporation had been thriving recently, undoubtedly drawing the envy of many, with Jean Bing being among them. However, Li Qi held little concern for Jean Bing. No matter how powerful Jean Bing might be, he remained but a mortal. To Li Qi, even without direct confrontation, he could easily vanquish a being like Jean Bing. Upon realizing that Jean Bing was behind the threats to Umbrella, Li Qi inquired further with House. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that he had overlooked the fact that the troubles facing Umbrella had escalated significantly. In addition to Jean Bing, numerous other factions also had their sights set on Umbrella. It was evident that this corporation, endowed with substantial financial resources, had become a coveted prize in New York. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Li Qi instructed Wanda to release her control over House. "What have you done to me?" House exclaimed in sheer terror as he looked at Li Qi and Wanda, fully aware of the manipulation he had just endured. This very realization fueled his fear. House, merely a professional manager, had never encountered such terrifying methods as those wielded by Wanda. Now, faced with the reality, he was utterly petrified. Observing House, who lay crumpled on the floor, Li Qi lost all interest in further dialogue. He promptly summoned security to expel House from the premises. "Wanda, feel free to explore the city with Natasha. I have numerous matters to attend to." Although the issue with House had been resolved, Umbrella still faced a myriad of challenges. Li Qi suggested that Wanda accompany Natasha to enjoy the sights of New York. Certainly, Wanda eagerly nodded in response. She had long wished to wander the bustling streets of this grand city. Meanwhile, House, having been thrown out, harbored resentment towards Li Qi. He managed to contact James, relaying information about Li Qi's arrival. Unbeknownst to him, James and his team had already been apprised of the situation, and House's attempt to sell information ended with him being apprehended by James's men. "You mean to say that the woman accompanying Li Qi possesses control over others, and thus you divulged our affairs?" Jean Bing, clad in a white suit, approached House, who was pleading for mercy. With a disarmingly friendly demeanor, He extended a hand to assist House to his feet. Yes, having suffered at James's hands, House had come to terms with the harsh reality. Gazing at the towering figure of Jean Bing, he unhesitatingly betrayed Li Qi, revealing that in addition to Li Qi, 2 women had returned with him. And he disclosed Wanda's predicament as well. I do not know what power that female patient possesses. With just a wave of her hand, I lost control and revealed everything I knew. I truly did not intend to betray you. As he observed a shift in Jean Bing's expression, House quickly sought to justify himself. Unlike the oblivious House, Jean Bing, as a kingpin, was privy to many hidden truths. While he could not ascertain the exact nature of Wanda's abilities, he recognized that she was no ordinary individual. You say that Li Qi returned with 2 women. What capabilities does the other woman possess? In Jean Bing's view, Li Qi's audacity to return to New York with 2 women indicated he had his own sources of confidence. Wanda had already demonstrated her uniqueness, thus, the other woman must also be formidable. The other one has not exhibited any remarkable traits. But she should be well acquainted with New York. Her identity was revealed to Li Qi by her. House pondered before responding. Is that so? Then you are of no further use to me. With that, Jean Bing tightened his grip on House's shoulder, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Overwhelmed by a sudden, excruciating pain, House could utter not a single word before losing consciousness. Under Jean Bing's immense strength, House's shoulder was rendered asunder. Dispose of him. Jean Bing commanded James without hesitation, deeming House utterly valueless. As James departed, Jean Bing dialed a number. In New York, Natasha and Wanda meandered through the city. With Wanda's curiosity piqued by the urban splendor surrounding them. Compared to her previous dwelling, this place was undeniably more vibrant. Observing Wanda's excitement, Natasha inquired, "Have you spent all your time confined in the mountains without ever venturing out?" Wanda, initially enthusiastic, recalled that the individual beside her was not entirely trustworthy upon hearing Natasha's words. Although her change in demeanor was subtle, Natasha detected it. This revelation left Natasha feeling somewhat helpless. Despite having joined their ranks, nearly everyone remained suspicious of her. Even Natasha, skilled in the arts of subterfuge and disguise, could not fathom the reasons behind this mistrust. She had initially assumed she was under Wanda's control, akin to how Wanda had manipulated House. However, during their stroll, Natasha discerned that Wanda harbored no significant wariness towards her. This indicated that she had not revealed her true self. Yet her casual inquiry elicited a response from Wanda that suggested a lack of trust from the very beginning. Natasha attributed this to the peculiarities of Li Qi and his associates. Just as the atmosphere between Natasha and Wanda grew somewhat tense, a small truck barreled towards them without warning. Both Wanda and Natasha instinctively noticed the seemingly out-of-control vehicle. Chapter 18. Bullseye. Both Wanda and Natasha are extraordinary beings. While others might find the movement of the truck surprising, Natasha and Wanda can clearly discern its intent. As the truck hurtles toward her, Wanda summons the chaotic magic at her fingertips without a moment's hesitation. She has never shown mercy to anything that poses a threat to her. The power of chaos gathers in her hands, ready to unleash a force capable of obliterating the truck before her in an instant. While Wanda can afford to disregard many matters, Natasha cannot allow Wanda to reveal her powers in broad daylight, as it would undoubtedly lead to greater complications. Just before Wanda can cast her spell, Natasha swiftly pulls her away, interrupting the spell she was about to unleash. Boom. The truck shows no intention of braking and crashes directly into the wall behind it. As the truck comes to a halt, a masked man climbs out. "Hey, wouldn't it have been easier for you to just stand still? You could have spared yourself some pain." Bullseye. Recognizing the masked man, Natasha immediately identifies him. He is a professional assassin with exceptional abilities. Natasha is familiar with him, as one of her colleagues, Barton, is a sharpshooter akin to Bullseye. Though Barton uses a bow and arrow while Bullseye employs various projectile weapons. "It seems you know my name. You must be the woman that House mentioned. The one well-versed in the powers of New York." Natasha's words confirm Bullseye's suspicion about her identity. Bullseye has been summoned by Kingpin to eliminate the 2 women. Due to insufficient intelligence, Kingpin could not ascertain the exact capabilities of Wanda and Natasha, so he dispatched his most formidable assassin, believing that removing them would leave Leech vulnerable. "Who is this guy?" Wanda inquires, glancing at Natasha. "He is likely an assassin sent by Kingpin," Natasha deduces, having quickly analyzed the situation upon spotting Bullseye. She is aware of the connection between him and Kingpin. Hearing this, Wanda's expression turns icy. "An assassin?" She echoes, and as her words fall, red magic emanates from her hands. Bullseye, though unsure of the nature of the red energy, instinctively recognizes its danger from past experiences. He leaps off the truck, hurling a coin toward Wanda. A seemingly ordinary coin in Bullseye's hands possesses the potential to deliver more lethal force than a firearm. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the coin is upon Wanda, but as it approaches, the red magic envelopes her, disintegrating the coin into dust. Bullseye, witnessing this, realizes how close he came to death had he not dodged in time. While a lesser individual might retreat in the face of Wanda's power, Bullseye's mental state is somewhat unhinged. Seeing Wanda initiate an attack, he throws a flurry of throwing knives, each seemingly alive and all aimed at her. "Are you trying to juggle?" Wanda mocks, observing the knives. In an instant, a magical barrier unfurls, obliterating all of Bullseye's projectiles. The clash between Wanda and Bullseye sends bystanders fleeing in terror. Natasha watches helplessly, knowing that Wanda's uniqueness will soon become common knowledge. Yet, as Wanda faces Bullseye, she feels a growing irritation. Her adversary's abilities appear mediocre, yet he continues to evade her magic, often choosing the optimal way to withstand her attacks. Since you enjoy the challenge, let us see how much more you can endure, Wanda declares, raising her hands as the chaotic magic surges forth. Vehicles and debris within a radius of hundreds of meters are suddenly manipulated, hurtling toward Bullseye. Oh no. Faced with this onslaught, Bullseye is momentarily taken aback. Though he prides himself on his abilities, the catastrophic force before him leaves him at a loss. Boom. As the heavy objects descend, Bullseye is instantly buried beneath the rubble. However, Wanda's assault does not cease there. Looking at the mass that entombs Bullseye, she clenches her fists, causing the debris to constrict inward. A sound of crushing fills the air, and blood seeps through the cracks. Natasha, witnessing the devastation wrought upon Bullseye, is reminded that Wanda is not a benevolent being. We should leave. The ruckus we've caused is too significant, Natasha advises, glancing at the onlookers capturing the scene on their phones, feeling overwhelmed. She is uncertain how to report this incident to Nick Fury, realizing that since becoming involved with Leech and his associates, her troubles have multiplied. All right, Wanda replies, nodding at the crowd. The next moment, she casts a spell, cloaking both of them from view. As they depart, several vehicles arrive at the scene. After clearing the debris and wreckage, they uncover Bullseye's mangled remains. Is this truly something a human can do? One onlooker gulps, struggling to articulate his disbelief. It is no wonder he feels fear. Without the mask, one could hardly recognize Bullseye's body amidst the carnage. Under Wanda's full force, his form has been reduced to mere pulp. The men gather shovels to collect Bullseye's remains before swiftly retreating. In their wake, others begin to arrive, clearly intrigued by the battle that has drawn the attention of numerous factions. Chapter 19. Jessica and Murdoch. When Leech received news from Wanda and the others, he had already learned about their battle through the media. He felt somewhat helpless. Life in the base had left Wanda and her companions unaware of many circumstances. Moreover, without his guidance, their use of magic during combat had become a mere habit. Leech was not overly concerned about this, as he had already confronted the most troublesome foe, Hydra. The remaining factions and ambitious individuals were merely inconsequential matters. As for Bullseye, it seemed he had been sent by Kingpin. Leech was well aware of the connection between Bullseye and Kingpin. Upon discovering that Bullseye was behind the attack on Wanda and her team, Leech had already deduced that the mastermind was that rotund Kingpin. It appeared that this time, he truly needed to leave these individuals with a lasting impression. In the commander's view, Leech observed the incessantly appearing red units near the company, realizing these were likely the tendrils of various forces in New York. If they could not muster a sufficient counterattack, those individuals might surround him like hyenas. At that moment, Leech regretted not bringing more personnel with him. Then he wouldn't have to handle everything personally. These thoughts left him feeling quite frustrated. However, with Kingpin already in play, Leech had no intention of allowing him to survive the night. In Hell's Kitchen, within a bar, a girl clad in a jacket was embroiled in a dispute with the bartender. "I'm sorry, miss, but you are not of legal drinking age." The bartender once again denied her request for alcohol. Is age really a factor for drinking here? Jessica felt a pang of frustration in her chest. In this Hell's Kitchen, where drug trafficking was rampant, it was absurd that one had to inquire about age to have a drink. Had she known, she wouldn't have mentioned her age upon entering. Just as Jessica was pondering this, a voice emerged from behind her. "A bottle of whiskey, my age should suffice." A man wearing sunglasses approached the bar, placing some change on the counter. "Murdoch, your timing is impeccable." Upon seeing him, Jessica smiled, cheerfully accepting the whiskey from the bartender and joining Murdoch at a table in the corner. "Murdoch, do you have something to discuss with me?" After taking a sip of whiskey, Jessica looked at Murdoch and inquired. Although they both roamed the streets of Hell's Kitchen as superheroes, Jessica felt like a novice compared to Murdoch. Bullseye is dead. Kingpin has stirred up significant trouble. Despite his blindness, Murdoch's extraordinary hearing allowed him to catch details unnoticed by others. As Bullseye's longtime adversary, Murdoch received news of his death promptly. He even visited the scene, using his abilities to reconstruct Bullseye's final moments. This revelation astonished Murdoch. Bullseye had not even had a chance to retaliate, and was utterly overwhelmed. This discovery piqued Murdoch's curiosity about the girl who had slain Bullseye. Bullseye was notoriously arrogant. His demise was merely a matter of time. Jessica had also crossed paths with Bullseye, but her encounters had left her feeling toyed with. Although her strength was formidable, her mastery was still lacking. Throughout her skirmishes with the cunning Bullseye, she had never landed a single blow. With Bullseye no longer a threat, it seemed many discontented with Kingpin would now take action. Jessica remarked, "While Kingpin may be a crime lord, there are plenty who defy him. The gangs around Hell's Kitchen pay lip service to him. Were it not for the strength of Kingpin's followers, these factions would never have aligned with him. However, with the sharpest blade in Kingpin's arsenal now shattered, it was likely they would entertain other ambitions. Indeed, the news of Bullseye's death has spread, and numerous factions are beginning to stir. If it were only one or two, Kingpin might still exert his influence, but due to that mysterious woman, many are losing faith in him. Murdoch recalled descriptions of Wanda's exhibited powers and sensed that Kingpin's downfall was imminent. So, what is it that you require of me? Intrigued by Murdoch's lengthy discourse, Jessica asked about his intentions. I hope you will join me in taking action to stabilize Hell's Kitchen. Jessica looked at Murdoch with an incredulous expression. Though she knew Murdoch could not see her, she couldn't help but react. Are you joking? You know better than anyone what kind of place Hell's Kitchen is. To stabilize it? You must be out of your mind. Jessica found Murdoch's proposition absurd. This was a place where even the law held no sway. Gangs, drug dealers, and terrorists were abundant, while peace and tranquility were conspicuously absent. Seeing Jessica's demeanor, Murdoch paused before responding. I understand this is difficult, but if we do not act, countless lives will be lost in Hell's Kitchen. Even the deaf-mute workers in the restaurants have begun to arm themselves. Murdoch referred to the employees at the drug manufacturing facilities. And what of it? It has nothing to do with me. Unlike Murdoch, Jessica remained in a state of confusion. Whether as a hero, a private investigator, or even a villain, it all felt the same to her. Furthermore, even if she assisted him, the vastness of Hell's Kitchen made it impossible to manage everything. No. Besides you, I have gathered several other friends. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Murdoch realized she was in agreement with his plan. Chapter 20. Chaos approaches in the factory of the Hand Association. Madame Gao smiled at the few individuals before her and remarked, it seems that Kingpin has suffered a significant setback at the hands of Umbrella. Given their tactics, if they were aware that the mastermind behind the target is Kingpin, they surely would not let him off the hook. As she spoke, a smile graced her lips, as one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association. She felt the weight of Kingpin's dominance in New York. This fueled her dissatisfaction with him. Had she been his equal, she would have long since orchestrated his assassination. Indeed, it is likely that the owner of Umbrella has received my message, mused the leader of the Black Gang, known as Tombstone, as he cast a cunning smile toward Madame Gao. Like her, Tombstone had harbored grievances against Kingpin for quite some time. The assembly gathered here comprised individuals discontented with Kingpin's reign. Among them were the Purple Man, Stilt Man, Hammerhead, and Muses. Individually, they would not stand a chance against Kingpin, lacking even the courage to confront him. However, united, their collective power posed a genuine threat to him. What shall we do? Inquired Hammerhead, known for his volatile temperament. Given the chance to dethrone Kingpin, he was brimming with excitement. Wait until Umbrella makes the first move, Tombstone advised. Meanwhile, Li Chi, having concluded his affairs, awaited the return of Wanda and Natasha. So, how was New York? He teased, noting Wanda's pout. It was dreadful. I was under constant surveillance. If it weren't for He-Man holding me back, I would have taken them all out. Wanda's behavior, indulged by Li Chi, had grown increasingly reckless, but her confidence was bolstered by his support. Natasha, overhearing Wanda's words, felt a surge of concern. She was certain that many of Wanda's watchers were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and their numbers were considerable. Well, who could blame you for revealing your powers in front of so many? You'll have to adopt some disguises to avoid their attention in the future, Li Chi remarked. Even he had little recourse against such persistent observers. Even if a few were eliminated, more would inevitably take their place. Nonetheless, unless they crossed a significant line, he remained largely unconcerned. The one who attacked us must be Kingpin. Although I cannot fathom why he is so hasty, since he has targeted you, we must retaliate. Li Chi believed that the entire situation lacked Kingpin's customary finesse. The abruptness of their actions suggested either Kingpin's arrogance or a deeper, more sinister plot. I want to go with you, Wanda declared, her fury toward Kingpin ignited by her recent encounter with Bullseye. Given the opportunity to eliminate the Puppet Master, she would not remain idle. I would like to join as well. My abilities should prove beneficial, Natasha added, glancing at Li Chi and Wanda. Yet, she was perplexed as to why Nick Fury had yet to take action. Based on her understanding of him, he would not overlook Wanda's display of power on the streets. At that moment, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury found himself engaged in a heated argument with Pierce. Nick, this individual has demonstrated power that jeopardizes national security. It is our duty to apprehend him, Pierce exclaimed, pointing at the display of Wanda's abilities on the computer screen. This girl hails from a European terrorist organization. Not long ago, Agent Ramlot led a team to eliminate that group, but they were utterly decimated, Nick Fury replied. His expression inscrutable, his eyes locked onto Pierce. Nick Fury's objective was to lure out the significant threat concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. He surmised that this faction had conducted extensive research on Li Chi and his associates, and their appearance in New York would inevitably provoke a reaction from those in hiding. However, he was taken aback to find that the first to react was none other than his former superior, Pierce. Given this development, we can no longer afford to let him roam free. The owner of Umbrella must also be connected to this chaos, Pierce thought, realizing he was in dire straits. Internally, he cursed Baron Strucker for creating such formidable weapons only to have them rebel. Pierce's urgency was understandable, as Strucker had concealed a wealth of information. Upon seeing Natasha beside Wanda, he recognized that Nick Fury had set his sights on them. Pierce dared not allow Nick to become too acquainted with Li Chi and his group, as they possessed critical intelligence regarding Hydra. Should Nick uncover any information from them, all of Hydra's years of effort could vanish in an instant. Pierce knew well Nick Fury's capabilities. He understood that his own emergence would inevitably draw suspicion. Yet, his position and Nick's nature ensured that Nick would not act against him without incontrovertible evidence. However, if Nick were to gain intelligence from Li Chi and his associates, he would be left with no escape. This was the very reason Pierce sought out Nick Fury. While we indeed have a duty to protect national security, the operatives capable of combat are not in New York. The remaining personnel are mere clerks, incapable of addressing this situation. Nick Fury met Pierce's gaze, delivering a decisive blow. Following the receipt of Natasha's message, he had employed various means to extract S.H.I.E.L.D.S. operatives from New York. Under his meticulous orchestration, no one had noticed any irregularities. Chapter 21. Arrival at Wilson Tower in the wake of the death of the target and the display of Wanda's formidable powers. The various factions that had once been subdued by Kingpin began to stir restlessly. However, these individuals refrained from launching an immediate assault on Kingpin, choosing instead to lurk in the shadows, observing Leech and his companions. Despite the loss of one target, Kingpin still commanded a host of capable individuals, and thus, they awaited the moment when Leech and his allies would make the first move. Only then could they, like ravenous wolves, descend upon Kingpin to share in the spoils. Leech did not disappoint their expectations. As twilight descended, he set forth with Wanda and Natasha towards Wilson Tower. In the vehicle, while Leech and Wanda remained composed, Natasha busied herself with an array of armaments. From foundational bulletproof vests to an assortment of firearms and peculiar gadgets, Natasha equipped herself with a veritable arsenal. As she adjusted her gear, she keenly observed Leech and Wanda, noting their apparent lack of preparation, which led her to deduce that Leech, like Wanda, possessed mastery over extraordinary abilities. Having witnessed the powers of Wanda and Pietro, Natasha's curiosity regarding Leech's abilities grew. Navigating the vehicle, Leech soon arrived adjacent to Wilson Tower. Kingpin's edifice was merely a few streets removed from Hell's Kitchen, making it exceedingly proximate. Yet, the thoroughfare appeared desolate, devoid of passers-by. With even the gang's lowly minions vanished from sight. With a screech, as Leech brought the vehicle to a halt, several figures abruptly emerged atop a nearby rooftop. These assailants, shouldering rocket launchers, unleashed a barrage of rockets towards Leech and his companions. Just as a frigid mist began to emanate from Leech's arm, Wanda acted swiftly, casting forth her crimson chaos magic to neutralize the incoming projectiles. Observing their rockets rendered ineffective, the attackers hastily retreated, only to be replaced by a cadre of gunmen who unleashed a hail of gunfire upon Leech and his group. Ice Spear. A chilling aura radiated from Leech, conjuring a flurry of ice spears that took form behind him. In the following instant, these icy projectiles surged forth towards the distant gunmen with astonishing speed, leaving them no time to react before being ensnared in frost. On the rooftop, Kingpin, clad in a white suit, regarded Leech's display of power with a mixture of intrigue and ire, remarking to his subordinates, "The power of ice seems even more formidable than that of the girl." Standing behind Kingpin were his most trusted lieutenants, the formidable Frostbite Mary, the cyborg executioner, and the enigmatic Owl, alongside a cadre of elite assassins. Though Kingpin maintained a stoic facade, his rage simmered beneath the surface. He was acutely aware of his subordinates' movements, and was taken aback that they dared to reveal their fangs upon witnessing his momentary fatigue. "Do they wish to witness my downfall?" Kingpin mused, casting a disdainful glance toward Hell's Kitchen, unimpressed by the antics of Lady Gao and her cohorts. Below, having dispatched the gunman with his ice spears, Leech, Wanda, and Natasha advanced towards the tower. Natasha followed closely behind Leech, contemplating the situation. "The ice power appears less potent than Wanda's abilities," she mused, finding Wanda's prowess both abstract and profoundly powerful. While Leech's icy abilities were undeniable, they did not meet Natasha's expectations of overwhelming strength. As the trio entered the tower, they were met by an onslaught of gang members armed with submachine guns and shotguns, who unleashed a barrage of bullets upon them. Glacial epic. In an instant, half of Leech's body transformed into solid ice, emitting an aura of extreme cold that radiated outward. Wherever the chill spread, adversaries were swiftly encased in frost. The bullets that struck Leech were rendered ineffective, merely shattering into ice fragments without causing any real harm. Observing Leech's display of strength, Natasha finally grasped the extent of his power. It was not merely the terrifying force of his ice abilities that astonished her, it was also his fearless disregard for firearms. Just moments prior, she had witnessed bullets piercing his form, yet the subsequent shattering of ice revealed to her that Leech was impervious to bullets. This singular realization heightened Natasha's perception of Leech's threat level significantly. With the initial wave of foes dispatched, the trio ascended further. Meanwhile, Kingpin, observing the unfolding scene through surveillance, felt his previous calm dissipate. Such abilities, Mary, Can you prevail against him? Kingpin inquired, directing his gaze towards Frostbite Mary. Among his subordinates, she was undoubtedly the most powerful, capable of creating ethereal shields, emitting destructive energy, levitating, flying, and manipulating flames, with a secondary persona that could forge weapons and armor from her very being. However, her unstable mental state often hindered her from fully harnessing her formidable powers. I can certainly try, Frostbite Mary replied, her eyes brimming with brutality, clearly indicating that the most dangerous persona, Bloodthirsty Mary, was in control. Nodding at her words, Kingpin commanded, "Let us go and greet our guests." Leading his elite cadre, he stepped into the elevator. Upon reaching the second floor, Leech and his companions encountered the descending elevator. "It seems our power has been underestimated by the enemy," Leech remarked, noting Kingpin's apparent disregard for him and Wanda. In contrast, Natasha lacked their confidence, raising her firearm and aiming at the elevator doors. Ding! As the elevator arrived, its doors opened slowly, revealing Frostbite Mary and the Executioner, who launched an immediate assault before the doors had fully opened. Chapter 22, Battle Boom. The shockwave and the force of the energy explosion surged simultaneously towards Li Chi and Wanda. Prepared for this moment, Wanda immediately spread her arms wide. The energy shield expanded, successfully blocking all attacks from the Executioner and Typhoid Mary. In the next instant, a figure shot out from the crowd like a cannonball. The enormous Kingpin displayed an unexpected agility. Rat-a-tat-tat. Natasha redirected her firearm towards Kingpin and unleashed her assault. Although Natasha was not a sharpshooter like Hawkeye or Bullseye, her proficiency with firearms was among the world's elite. All the bullets struck Kingpin, but alas, Natasha's weapon was merely an ordinary firearm. The bullets hardly affected him. Despite lacking superpowers or enhancements, Kingpin's relentless training had endowed him with strength that surpassed many superhumans. Ignoring Natasha, he swung his cane towards Wanda's head. To everyone's astonishment, Wanda's magical barrier shattered under Kingpin's attack. However, the cane halted just before striking her. Should I call you Kingpin or Wilson? The one who stopped Kingpin was Li Chi. Though his physique appeared unremarkable, his strength far exceeded ordinary imagination. Just call me Kingpin, Kingpin replied, twisting his wrist as a plume of red poisonous mist erupted from his palm, which Li Chi had seized. Insidious, Wanda's chaos magic swiftly enveloped the poisonous mist, obliterating it. Mary, with Kingpin's command, Typhoid Mary and her companions launched an immediate counterattack towards Li Chi and the others. Zing! An ice-spurred sword from Li Chi's arm, darting towards Typhoid Mary and her cohorts. A chilling gust instantly froze everything in its path. The ice bird moved with astonishing speed. Aside from a few quick individuals and Typhoid Mary, the rest of the elite were swiftly encased in ice sculptures. Meanwhile, Wanda engaged Kingpin directly. Finger poke. Utilizing her instant teleportation, Wanda appeared beside Kingpin, her arms entwined with chaos magic, and her fingers pierced into Kingpin's body. A hole appeared in Kingpin's form. Yet little blood flowed. Remarkable. My body is predominantly muscle. Such an attack is merely a trifling annoyance to me. After declaring this, Kingpin swung his arm towards Wanda. In comparison to Wanda, Kingpin's assault was a sheer manifestation of speed and power. His fist struck Wanda, sending her flying. He then charged towards Li Chi alongside Typhoid Mary. Behold the true six styles. Gale kick. Observing the approaching duo, Li Chi unleashed a kick, sending blue slashes radiating outward. The sheer power of Li Chi's gale kick, fueled by his formidable physical strength, was far beyond Wanda's capabilities. The range of the slashes extended for dozens of meters, capable of slicing through anything in their path. As Kingpin faced the oncoming slashes, a sensation of impending death gripped him. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, he suffered the severing of half his arm. Though Typhoid Mary managed to raise her spiritual shield in time, it shattered under the onslaught, leaving her unconscious. The executioners behind them were not spared either, cleaved in half by the attack. Who are you? Kingpin, hastily wrapping his severed arm with his clothing, glared at Li Chi and his companions with a grim expression. Not only Kingpin was astonished, Natasha, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. The sudden freezing of a group of enemies by the ice bird and the subsequent display of Li Chi's gale kick left her in disbelief. Such terrifying power, she mused, would render even the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and military forces utterly helpless against Li Chi at this moment. Kingpin realized he had lost. Although he still possessed numerous tactics yet to be employed, facing Li Chi's overwhelming strength rendered them futile. Let me go, and I shall compensate you, Kingpin implored, viewing his survival as a chance for resurgence. Let you go? Are you jesting? Li Chi retorted, incredulous at Kingpin's suggestion. I'm afraid I have no interest in your compensation, Li Chi declared, an icy chill emanating from his arm. Just then, a commotion erupted as a group of uniformed police officers rushed in. The leading elderly man addressed Kingpin and Li Chi, stating, "Wilson, you are under arrest." What transpired here? Though he spoke of arresting Wilson, his gaze remained fixed on Li Chi and the others, clearly siding with Wilson. These intruders entered my company without cause and eliminated my subordinates. Kingpin asserted as the police surrounded him, suddenly appearing more relaxed. Natasha approached Li Qi, whispering, "This man is Dar's Land, the police chief of New York, closely allied with Kingpin and a candidate for mayor." Realizing this man was likely Kingpin's contingency plan, Li Qi understood that a typical superhero would have to watch Kingpin escape while dealing with police inquiries. Yet, Li Qi was no superhero, he was a terrorist. Ice Age. A wave of cold erupted from Li Qi's feet, instantly freezing the entire building. "Apologies, but I fear you won't be leaving," Li Qi remarked, tilting his head at Kingpin and Dar's as an ice military knife materialized in his hand. With Kingpin and the others immobilized by ice, Li Qi planned to entomb them there, indifferent to the consequences that would unfold. If necessary, he could always return to Europe. Chapter 23. The prototype of the Defender. Although Li Qi remained indifferent, Natasha, watching the grand spectacle he had created, was wide-eyed in astonishment. The sight of the ice-encased skyscraper filled her with incredulity. In an era where superhumans were still a rarity, most possessed abilities akin to that of a mere typhoid Mary. The sheer force that Li Qi exhibited, capable of freezing an entire building in an instant, was something Natasha had never witnessed before. Despite having only spent 2 days in Li Qi's company, the myriad of wonders surrounding him had piqued her curiosity about the secrets he harbored. Gold, observing the eruption of Li Qi's power, ceased his pleas for mercy. Under such overwhelming strength, any schemes he concocted were rendered utterly futile. As an underground emperor, Gold comprehended that no amount of cunning could withstand the might Li Qi displayed. Meanwhile, the police chief was nearly fainting from terror. Natasha regarded Dar's and, after a moment of contemplation, chose not to speak. Even if Li Qi spared him, Dar's, reduced to such a state, would likely be incapable of any further actions. The mayoral position was now beyond his grasp. Whether this would affect Li Qi was a concern Natasha felt should rest with that scoundrel, Nick Fury. She had little doubt that Fury was aware of Dar's movements. Since Fury appeared indifferent to Dar's fate, Natasha felt no compulsion to care either. Thus, she bid farewell. Casting a glance at Gold and his companions, Li Qi hurled his ice blade into the air. In an instant, the shattered blade transformed into a chilling mist, enveloping Gold and the others. When the fog dissipated, it revealed several lifelike ice sculptures. Though the scene Li Qi orchestrated was grand, it paled in comparison to the uproar caused in Hell's Kitchen. After inviting Jessica, Matt Murdock led her to meet their other 2 allies, Luke Cage and Frank Castle. Murdock had initially not intended to involve Castle, as their philosophies diverged significantly. While Murdock operated as a masked vigilante, he did not believe he possessed the authority to judge the guilty. Thus, the foes he faced were often severely injured but not fatally harmed. In contrast, Castle was relentless in his pursuit of total annihilation, leaving no survivors. Their differing ideologies had led to several altercations in the past. However, this situation was dire, as multiple gangs had united to obliterate Gold's influence, making it a matter of grave concern even in Hell's Kitchen. "Daredevil, I do not believe a child can contribute to this endeavor," Frank remarked, suppressing his anger as he observed Jessica trailing behind Murdock. Although Jessica appeared brash and mature, Frank could easily discern her youth. "Are you underestimating me?" Jessica interjected, lifting a nearby sports car and fixing her gaze on Frank. Witnessing her display of power compelled Frank to concede that the girl was indeed qualified to participate in their mission. Luke Cage, observing Jessica's actions, sensed a kindred spirit. After Murdock briefly introduced the group, he proceeded to share the intelligence he had gathered. The factions involved included the Hand, the Russian mob, various black gangs, and the Irish Mafia, among others. The most formidable among them were Madame Gao, the Tombstone, and the Hammer, who collectively commanded a significant influence. Madame Gao's hand was second only to Gold's empire. Were it not for her inability to utilize the powers of the other 4 fingers, she could likely consume Gold's empire single-handedly. The ninjas of the Hand were indeed troublesome. Although their strength was mediocre, their ruthlessness was unparalleled. Luke Cage, having engaged with the Hand before, found them particularly vexing, emotionless and unafraid of pain or death. This time, not only the ninjas, but also Madame Gao's mute henchmen had mobilized, indicating her intention to usurp Gold and become the true underground emperor. "Are these individuals truly formidable?" Jessica inquired, her naivete evident as she sought clarification from Murdock and the others. Despite her presence in Hell's Kitchen, she remained largely unaware of the intricacies of their world. "Madame Gao is exceptionally skilled. In a one-on-one confrontation, I would not stand a chance against her. Tombstone and the Hammer have undergone significant physical enhancements, making them far superior to ordinary thugs," Murdock explained, addressing Jessica's puzzled expression. "Stopping them is rather straightforward. If we eliminate Madame Gao, their alliance will naturally dissolve," Murdock added. Frank, cleaning his grenade launcher, found Murdock's analysis tedious. He believed that simply killing them all was the most efficient solution, whether through remote explosives or rocket launchers. He felt it far more sensible than Murdock's plan of engaging them directly. Yet, owing to the debt Frank owed Murdock, he had no choice but to follow his lead. Just as Murdock was about to speak again, Luke Cage, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, "The battle at the Wells Tower has concluded." The entire building has been transformed into ice sculptures. Gold has likely lost to the vigilantes. Chapter 24. The chaotic Hell's Kitchen. Luke Cage had been attentively observing the situation at the Wells Tower. This was a moment everyone awaited. Should Kingpin falter, Madame Gao and her associates would likely spring into action immediately. The entire New York might descend into chaos. As the Underground Emperor, Kingpin's current stability stemmed from his ability to maintain a semblance of order within the criminal underworld. It seemed we had no time for further arrangements. During the operation, we would heed Frank's command. Murdoch, upon hearing Luke Cage's words, understood the urgency. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, cries of agony and exuberant roars echoed from the streets outside. The news of Kingpin's defeat spread like wildfire. The prepared gangs began their assault, plunging Hell's Kitchen into a vortex of turmoil, which continued to expand, ensnaring more factions within its grasp. S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury gazed at the frozen Wells Tower, his remaining eye narrowing as he murmured, "Is this your power? Truly formidable." He reflected on the last time he witnessed such extraordinary strength, which was in Carol. Her display of power surpassed that of Leech. At this moment, Nick Fury felt a twinge of regret. He had contemplated the consequences of allowing Leech to engage in battle. However, he never anticipated such a grand spectacle. This ice-encased edifice would undoubtedly ignite global discourse by morning. As for the chaos in New York, Fury perceived it as precisely what he desired. He yearned to uncover the secrets hidden within New York under the watch of their flawed S-H-I-E-L-D. After parting ways with Pierce, Nick Fury began to harbor doubts about his former superior, leading him to question the very essence of New York. After all, many arrangements in the past had been orchestrated by Pierce, stemming from Fury's trust in him. Now, upon reflection, it seemed New York had long since evolved beyond his recollections. Wells Tower. As Leech and his companions prepared to depart, they noticed the commotion erupting in Hell's Kitchen. The chaos there was truly overwhelming. Wanda, gazing towards Hell's Kitchen, was astonished that such a bustling metropolis could harbor a place reminiscent of Serbia. It was indeed Hell's Kitchen, arguably the most tumultuous location in New York. Natasha nodded in agreement with Leech's observation, stating, "With Kingpin's demise, those he suppressed will surely emerge, plunging New York into disarray." Wanda, fixated on the turmoil, blinked repeatedly. The recent battle had ignited her fighting spirit, yet Leech's intervention had abruptly halted it, leaving her restless. "Shall we venture forth? Perhaps we might witness something intriguing." Observing Wanda's eager blinking, Leech, having spent years with her, grasped her intent. He too harbored curiosity about the superheroes residing in Hell's Kitchen. Unlike Iron Man and the yet-to-appear heroes, figures like Murdoch and the Punisher had long been active on the streets. But let it be understood, if there is fighting, allow me and He-Man to engage. Do not interfere, Leech cautioned as Wanda expressed her eagerness to accompany him to Hell's Kitchen. "As you wish," Leech replied, confident that the denizens of Hell's Kitchen could not harm Wanda, who wielded chaos magic. If they could indeed do so, Kingpin would not hold the title of Underground Emperor. Hell's Kitchen. At this moment, Luke Cage and Murdoch found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. As superheroes, their presence was immediately recognized. The factions that had previously been in conflict redirected their weapons towards them. Faced with an increasing number of adversaries, Luke Cage charged forward, impervious to the bullets of the gangsters, his skin acting as an impenetrable shield. Accompanied by Jessica, the two advanced like bulldozers, dismantling enemy formations. Daredevil Murdoch wielded his baton with finesse, striking down foes with precision. Those who felt his touch suffered grievous injuries, some fainting from the severity of their wounds. Yet, among them, the most lethal was Frank. In his hands, a rifle transformed into a Grim Reaper-esque tool, each pull of the trigger signifying another life extinguished. Although Frank had agreed to assist Murdoch, he had not promised to refrain from taking lives. As reinforcements continued to arrive, the number of standing foes dwindled, and the gangsters began to panic and flee. It was then that a group of black-clad ninjas appeared on the rooftops, launching poisoned shurikens towards Murdoch and Frank. Luke Cage and Jessica were aware that their skin would withstand such attacks, but the ninjas primarily targeted the vulnerable Murdoch and Frank. "Young lady, your superhero experience is drawing to a close." The affable Madame Gao appeared before Luke Cage and Jessica. She had been tracking them since Murdoch initiated their action. Fully aware of the superhero's capabilities, she understood that ordinary gang members would be insufficient to halt them. Only by taking matters into her own hands could she hope to neutralize them. Accompanying Madame Gao were Hammerhead and Tombstone, both eager to eliminate the superheroes who had caused them significant losses. With Madame Gao leading the charge, they intended to eradicate these persistent vigilantes. Once they dealt with these nuisances and the deceased Kingpin, their future would surely appear exceedingly bright. Chapter 25. The troubled Jessica the Gravestone envisioned a future where it would reign as an emperor of the underworld, commanding respect and fear, and thus charged boldly towards Luke Cage, a worthy opponent. Luke Cage, equally proactive, met the challenge head-on, delivering a powerful punch straight to the Gravestone's chest. Bang! The impact resonated with a dull thud. Although the Gravestone was sent flying by Luke Cage's blow, it sustained minimal injury. Confounded, Luke Cage gazed at his fist, perplexed. He had exerted all his strength in that attack, yet his adversary remained unscathed. Rising from the ground, the gravestone, with a cunning smile, addressed Luke Cage. You are not the only one with unique abilities. The gravestone's experiences mirrored Jessica's. Both had encountered hazardous chemicals, granting the gravestone imperviousness to harm and the ability to regulate its body temperature. It was this very prowess that allowed the gravestone to ascend as one of New York's most formidable gang leaders. Is that so? Luke Cage nodded in response to the gravestone's assertion. Once more, he charged forward, having sensed that this foe's strength was not vastly different from that of an ordinary person. He lifted his fist again, aiming at the gravestone. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Luke Cage, striking the hammerhead, who had attempted a stealthy assault from behind. Had it not been for Frank's timely shot, even Luke Cage's formidable defense might have sustained damage from Hammerhead's attack. Lacking experience, Luke Cage, a mere street fighter compared to Frank, who hailed from a special forces background, found himself at a disadvantage. Hammerhead, having been shot, was unharmed, his head having undergone considerable enhancement. Not only was he impervious to bullets, but he also possessed immense destructive power, capable of shattering even the sturdiest of walls with ease. Although Luke Cage had a body resistant to harm, he was not invulnerable. Frank's intervention had thwarted Hammerhead's ambush, but the gravestone had already resumed its charge towards Luke Cage, emanating a palpable heat from its pale skin, indicating its seriousness this time. Meanwhile, Lady Gao effortlessly dominated her battle against Jessica. In stark contrast to Jessica, who had only recently acquired her powers, Lady Gao, with her years of experience, toyed with her opponent. Every time Jessica launched an attack, Lady Gao either evaded or neutralized the force with her superior technique. After several exchanges, Jessica found herself not only failing to injure Lady Gao, but also drenched in sweat from the exertion. Jessica regarded Lady Gao with frustration, recognizing her to be a formidable adversary. No matter how forcefully she struck, her efforts proved futile. Even when she did connect, Lady Gao's uncanny techniques would dissipate the impact. My dear girl, you seem different from the rest. Why not retreat quietly? Lady Gao's piercing gaze discerned Jessica's inner turmoil. In addition to her martial skills learned in Kunlun, Lady Gao possessed profound mind control techniques, capable of disrupting her opponent's thoughts and invading their consciousness. This mental fortitude was precisely what Jessica lacked. Due to her past, Jessica boasted a formidable physique, yet her mental resilience was notably fragile. Under the influence of Lady Gao's words, Jessica hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lady Gao struck Jessica with a powerful palm, the force penetrating her body and impacting her internal organs. Blood trickled from Jessica's mouth. And just as Lady Gao prepared to capitalize on her advantage, a short staff swept through the air, forcing her to retreat. Jessica, do not succumb to Lady Gao's influence. Murdoch, having escaped his own confrontation, was well acquainted with the formidable powers of Lady Gao. Rushing to assist Jessica, he called out, prompting her to break free from her stupor. With renewed fury, Jessica glared at Lady Gao, realizing that she had nearly been defeated through mere conversation. Had Murdoch not intervened, this seemingly elderly foe might have triumphed over her. The brief respite allowed Jessica to devise a strategy against Lady Gao. While Murdoch engaged Lady Gao, Jessica launched a powerful punch towards the ground. Boom! The sheer force shattered the earth, sending debris cascading towards Lady Gao and Murdoch. Recognizing that her direct attacks were ineffective, Jessica resolved to expand her assault's radius. With keen hearing, Murdoch swiftly detected the incoming debris, evading it with agility. He swung his staff, using it as a grappling hook to propel himself away. Lady Gao, however, reacted a few moments slower. She intended to use her telekinetic powers to fend off the debris, but the sheer force of Jessica's attack proved overwhelming. The rubble broke through Lady Gao's defenses, forcing her to hastily maneuver her body to evade the onslaught. With the aid of her cane, she managed to withstand this wave of aggression. Having identified an effective tactic against Lady Gao, Jessica charged forward once more. Meanwhile, Luke Cage maintained an advantageous position against the gravestone and Hammerhead. Seizing the moment when the gravestone was knocked back, he grasped its body and propelled it into a nearby shop. Subsequently, he entangled the gravestone's limbs with a nearby water pipe. Despite the gravestone's considerable strength, its lack of power in this confrontation rendered it at a disadvantage against Luke Cage. Were it not for Hammerhead's assistance, the gravestone would have already faced defeat at Luke Cage's hands. Chapter 26. The instantaneous defeat of the Purple Man as the fierce battle unfolded below. Leech and Wanda arrived at the scene. Observing the clash, Wanda expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Those two individuals are remarkable. Not only do they possess immense strength, but their physical defenses surpass even our strongest allies." With a keen eye, Wanda immediately recognized Luke Cage and Jessica. Compared to Frank and Murdoch, who relied on firearms to eliminate the hand ninjas, the prowess of Jessica and Luke was far more captivating. Both had experienced extraordinary events. Their impervious bodies and astonishing strength set them apart. Leech, noting the impressive display of Jessica and Luke, offered an insightful commentary. While their defenses are commendable, they do not reach the level of invulnerability. With sufficient power, defeating them should not pose a challenge, particularly for you. In Leech's estimation, Wanda's abilities rendered her more than capable of handling Jessica and Luke. The might of her magic was a perfect counter to brute force. Meanwhile, Natasha, observing Luke and Jessica's skirmish, lamented the inefficacy of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had been tirelessly pursuing a super soldier initiative, yet had failed to identify suitable candidates. Ironically, in the humble Hell's Kitchen, two formidable superhumans emerged, entirely reliant on their innate capabilities for combat. With even minimal training, their strength could escalate significantly. These thoughts prompted Natasha to shake her head in disbelief. Below, Murdoch overheard the exchange between Leech and the others. However, against the formidable Madame Gao, even Murdoch found it impossible to divert his focus. Despite their combined efforts, neither he nor Jessica could best her. In fact, as Gao acclimated to their teamwork, she launched a relentless counterattack, drawing her blade from her cane and inflicting wounds with each strike, even against Jessica's formidable defenses. Surrounding them, the hand ninjas continued to swarm. Were it not for Frank's singular stand against their onslaught, Murdoch and his allies would have succumbed to the overwhelming tide of adversaries. Are you not planning to intervene? Leech jested, observing Jessica's engrossed demeanor. Wanda, hearing Leech's remark, shook her head and replied, I had expected someone akin to Kingpin. Their attacks are far too straightforward. I believe I could defeat them without resorting to chaos magic. Wanda believed that her mastery of the Navy 6 style could compensate for any shortcomings in combat technique. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their discussion from behind. A gentleman clad in a suit approached, exuding excitement as he addressed them. Initially, my target was merely Jessica, yet I stumbled upon all of you. With Kingpin eliminated by your hands, controlling you should grant me dominion over the entire nation. With each word, the man's demeanor grew increasingly ostentatious, leaving Leech puzzled by his lack of distinctiveness. Beware, Wanda exclaimed, unleashing her chaos magic, which forcefully pinned the man to the ground. Release me. I command you to release me. The sudden assault bewildered the man, who, in a fit of desperation, shouted at Wanda. Though he remained uncertain of the reasons, he discerned that her ability involved manipulation. A surge of crimson magic radiated from Wanda, revealing that her fury had reached its zenith. You dare to attempt to control us? As Wanda's rage intensified, the chaos magic began to ravage the man's body. Control? You must be the Purple Man. Leech recognized the name, recalling Jessica's nemesis, a being capable of using pheromones to hypnotize others, potentially dominating thousands. Unfortunately for him, he was no match for Wanda's mental prowess, and thus, his influence was detected immediately. How could you possibly uncover this? The Purple Man, now in a state of panic, realized that he had underestimated Leech and his companions. We are not like Jessica. Before Leech could retort, he unleashed a blast of icy energy, encasing the Purple Man in a solid block of ice. With a decisive crunch, Wanda amplified her grip, shattering the frozen figure. Having dealt with the Purple Man, Leech turned his attention back to the unfolding battle below, which was nearing its conclusion. With the arrival of the chased, Madame Gao and her allies chose to retreat. Murdoch's mission could be deemed a comprehensive failure, while they had thwarted Gao. They could not impede her forces. Countless lives were lost in Hell's Kitchen that night, not to mention the casualties inflicted by Kingpin's network outside. After relocating to a safer hideout, Murdoch informed Jessica and Frank of the revelations regarding Leech and his group. They eliminated Kingpin? Frank had acquired intelligence from within the Wilson building, discovering that apart from the missing Typhoid Mary, all others were deceased, including Kingpin and the police chief. What exactly is Leech's stance? Luke Cage pondered, intrigued by the nature of Leech and his companions. Unclear, but they are certainly different from us, Jessica replied nonchalantly, her mind preoccupied with the question of why someone would target her. Chapter 27. Hearthstone. Li Chi and his companions eradicated the purple entity, which, to a certain extent, could be considered a salvation for Jessica, sparing her from a wretched existence after encountering it. Departing from Hell's Kitchen, Li Chi brought Wanda and Natasha to his residence in Queens. That night, after everyone had retired for the evening, Natasha conveyed her observations to Nick Fury. Unbeknownst to Natasha, Wanda had been keenly aware of her actions. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury furrowed his brow upon receiving the news. Although he had anticipated that Li Chi would be a difficult individual to engage, it was only after reading Natasha's analysis that he truly comprehended the complexity of Li Chi's character. Was it impossible to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury had dispatched Natasha to Li Chi's side with the primary intention of integrating him into the organization. If they could successfully enlist Li Chi, his remarkable powers would also become S.H.I.E.L.D's assets. However, Natasha's assessment led even Fury to realize that drawing Li Chi into S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be an uncomplicated endeavor. Early the next morning, Li Chi awoke and proceeded to check in. Check-in successful. Reward. Hearthstone 5. Hearthstone? He marveled at the rune-engraved stone that had appeared in his hand. According to the system's description, the Hearthstone was derived from the world of Warcraft. Once bound to its user, it possessed the ability to transport them back home. This meant that by binding his home to the Hearthstone, he could teleport at will. Holding the Hearthstone, Li Qi felt a profound satisfaction with this latest prize from his daily check-in. Indeed, the Hearthstone could be deemed the finest reward he had acquired thus far. Moreover, possessing this teleportation device meant he could promptly return to Serbia should any urgent matters arise. Wanda pushed open the door to Li Qi's room and entered, her gaze immediately fixating on the Hearthstone in his hand. As a magical artifact, the aura emanating from the Hearthstone captured Wanda's attention. What remarkable treasure have you acquired this time? Having grown accustomed to Li Qi's sporadic discoveries of peculiar items, Wanda was intrigued. This is called a Hearthstone, and it possesses the power of spatial teleportation. By binding it to a home, the user can be transported back there. Li Qi, not wishing to conceal the Hearthstone's capabilities, explained its function to Wanda and handed her one as well. In his view, while Wanda's chaos magic had improved, delving into more advanced realms could not solely rely on personal training. The only places he knew of where one could learn magic were Kamartash, where the Ancient One resided, Asgard, home to the gods like Odin, and the elusive Darkhold, now in unknown hands. Yet, none of these were accessible to Li Qi and Wanda at present. With the Hearthstone now in hand, Li Qi believed Wanda could glean some knowledge from it. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wanda felt the power radiating from the Hearthstone and was eager to learn from it. As Li Qi and Wanda descended the stairs, Natasha had already risen. The aftermath of the previous day's battle was still palpable. The good news was that they would not suffer significant repercussions. The death of Kingpin had unleashed a myriad of factions vying for his territory. Natasha had not anticipated that Kingpin's demise would provoke such a tumult. Throughout the night, multiple gangs had stormed Kingpin's domain, leading to the rapid disintegration of his influence. This turmoil was merely the tip of the iceberg, as the commercial landscape was even more ruthless. Without Kingpin's protection, enterprises had swiftly fallen into the hands of others overnight. Listening to Natasha's account, Li Qi gained a clearer understanding of the upheaval that had transpired. Kingpin's death had liberated New York's underground forces, rendering them unrestrained. Others, including the Hand, could not exert control over rival factions as Kingpin had. While Li Qi and his companions discussed the developments in New York and enjoyed a delectable breakfast, the atmosphere within the New York Police Department was markedly grave. Following the death of Captain Doss, George Stacy had ascended to the role of police chief. The circumstances surrounding Doss's demise were intricately linked to Li Qi. The conflict between Li Qi and Kingpin was common knowledge to those who sought it. George was aware of this information, yet the case had been handed over to another department, relieving them of responsibility. Observing the grim expressions on his subordinates' faces, George addressed them. He understood their fears. Even within the police force, Li Qi's display of power instilled trepidation. After all, the ice-encased skyscraper remained undisturbed overnight. Such a being was beyond the capacity of mere officers wielding firearms to contend with. Fortunately, the military and certain clandestine organizations had taken an interest in Li Qi, ensuring the case did not fall within their jurisdiction. What we need to focus on now is the individuals reported missing last night. According to this morning's reports, over 2,000 people vanished, George stated, slamming the documents on the table. In addition to the gang conflicts, there were other unidentified forces engaging in human trafficking amidst the chaos, which had now become their primary focus of investigation. Satisfied with the renewed determination of his subordinates, George nodded approvingly. As long as these officers were not confronted by entities like Li Qi, they still possessed their fighting spirit. The situation was not an exaggeration. Following his investigations that morning, George discovered that, aside from those caught in the gang wars, there were thousands of mysterious disappearances. Most of the missing were young men and women in their 20s. This revelation alerted George to the presence of unknown individuals exploiting the turmoil to abduct many. Umbrella. Upon returning to the company with Wanda and Natasha, Li Qi had barely settled in when he received a call from the front desk. A representative from the military sought to meet with him. Hearing this, Li Qi felt no surprise. Given the power he had demonstrated, the military, eager to recreate a hero akin to Captain America, would undoubtedly not let him slip through their fingers. Chapter 28. An olive branch from the military. Under the guidance of the reception, the military representative soon approached. To Li Qi's surprise, the newcomer was not someone familiar, but rather a strikingly youthful woman. He had not anticipated such a presence within the military. Observing her, Li Qi was genuinely astonished. In his mind, the military figures from the Marvel Universe were typically either someone like Rhodes or the elderly Ross. This poised individual before him was indeed a first. Thank you. Though you are not the first to say so, the visitor responded, graciously accepting Li Qi's compliment before confidently taking a seat across from him to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Kyle. My superior is General Thunderbolt Ross. Upon hearing that familiar name, Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement. This made sense. Compared to those less familiar, he had a clear understanding of Ross. The fact that this Kyle was an aide to Ross sparked Li Qi's curiosity. It was evident that she had been entrusted with significant responsibilities to represent Ross. Yet, in the original world, there had been no Kyle. "I wonder what General Ross has sent you here for," Li Chi remarked directly, observing Kyle. He had some knowledge of the hawkish General Ross, aware that he had never abandoned his pursuit of the super soldier experiments, with Iron Man and others yet to emerge. The various serums circulating in laboratories were merely flawed enhancements. Ross was the principal investor in these projects. Thus, it was reasonable for him to send Kyle after witnessing Li Chi's formidable abilities. "It seems that your company possesses profound expertise in human enhancement serums, which undoubtedly piques General Ross's interest," Kyle stated, recognizing Li Chi's demeanor and cutting to the chase regarding her mission. Li Chi nodded at Kyle's words, finding them in line with his thoughts. With both he and Wanda displaying such exceptional powers, any astute observer could trace back to the formidable subordinates Li Chi had once brought along. Although those individuals did not exhibit the same extraordinary strength as Li Chi and Wanda, their prowess was undeniably beyond that of ordinary humans, inevitably leading to speculations about the super soldier program and enhancement serums. Therefore, Li Chi surmised that Ross's desire to collaborate was not unfounded. He had never given much thought to the enhancement serums acquired from Hydra. While those serums had minimal side effects, they also fell short of elevating individuals to the level of Captain America. Consequently, Li Chi had consistently regarded those serums as standard fare during his time in Serbia. However, upon hearing Kyle's remarks, he suddenly realized that although the serum he possessed could not compare to the extraordinary ones, its affordable price could render it a lucrative commodity. "Of course, but it would be prudent to wait until my umbrella biotech company is established before we proceed with any collaboration," Li Chi replied, harboring no objections to trading with Ross. This opportunity could leverage General Ross's influence to facilitate the establishment of his biotech firm. Otherwise, founding such an enterprise would require considerable effort on his part. With the assistance of General Ross, the endeavor would be significantly more manageable, as his power within the military was indeed formidable. Establishing a biotech company would be a trivial matter. "Absolutely," Kyle responded without hesitation. For her, acquiring human enhancement serums from Li Chi was of paramount importance, even more so than assisting in the establishment of a biotech company. Through their conversation, Li Chi gleaned that General Ross placed immense value on human enhancement serums. He had not only invested in Oscorp, but had also extended his financial support to smaller enterprises like the Life Foundation. As Li Chi and Kyle deliberated on the terms of their transaction, a long-standing group of individuals arrived in New York. Within a dilapidated tavern, a man clad in a trench coat addressed a black counterpart, saying, "Elsa has summoned us all. What on earth is happening?" In response, the man with sunglasses replied, "It likely pertains to the vampires that have appeared in New York. A significant number of them emerged in the city last night, and notably, these vampires are not from any clan." As the vampire hunter Blade, he had sensed the vampires' movements the previous night and had swiftly dispatched many of them. However, his singular presence was hardly comparable to the vast numbers of the vampire horde. This urgency was why he had promptly heeded Elsa's invitation. Seated across from Blade was another legendary warrior, Jack Russell, the night werewolf cursed to transform. Besides the two of them and the absent Elsa, there was also the hybrid entity and voodoo doctor, Jericho Drum. Together, they represented some of the most adept hunters of evil beings in the contemporary world, vampire hunters. However, compared to Blade and the night werewolf, both the hybrid entity and the voodoo doctor were equally unique. Due to his intrinsic nature, the hybrid seldom interacted with others, and it was only because of Elsa's presence that he had been summoned. As for Jericho Drum, his power stemmed from the Loa, albeit he could not directly control it. He possessed the ability to command animals such as snakes, dogs, frogs, and birds, and could manipulate fire and smoke, making him exceptionally formidable in the realm of sorcery. As they awaited further developments, the tavern door swung open, and Elsa, clad in leather, entered. "Apologies for the delay, everyone," she exclaimed. Elsa Bloodstone, the initiator of this gathering and heir to the Bloodstone lineage, had acquired superhuman strength, agility, speed, regenerative abilities, and endurance through her lineage. Moreover, she was an exceptional marksman, ranking among the most skilled combatants in their midst. Chapter 29. The Actions of the Midnight Children. "Elsa, what is it that you have summoned us for?" inquired the Night Wolf, observing Elsa as she entered the room. As the front line against the dark creatures, each of them was exceedingly busy. Being called by Elsa meant they would only become busier upon their return. "I presume you have all heard about the vampires that appeared in New York yesterday?" Elsa hung her gun by the door and walked over to the bar, pouring herself a drink as she addressed the others. "I dispatched several of them last night. According to their accounts, they are not vampires born of any clan." Blade furrowed his brow as he spoke. As a warrior with a vendetta against vampires, he possessed profound knowledge of them. The vampires that had been passed down from Dracula were now predominantly managed by the 13 clans. Regardless of their region, all vampires ultimately fell under the dominion of the 13 clans. However, the vampires that emerged last night were not initiated by any of the 13 clans. This indicated that some vampires had evaded the watchful eyes of the clans and successfully developed independently. Indeed, These vampires are unlike the ancient ones. My investigation suggests they have been influenced by certain powers, granting them heightened abilities, yet they have simultaneously lost the capacity to wield the magical arts of their kind. Elsa's intelligence-gathering skills were commendable. Within a mere day, she had uncovered a wealth of information. The vampires that had surfaced were distinctly different from the ordinary ones. While they could still drain blood and create new vampires, these newcomers lacked the ability to perform magical feats. Consequently, with the absence of such magic, their physical prowess had significantly increased, enhancing their speed and regenerative capabilities to remarkable levels. Most crucially, these vampires disregarded the regulations set forth by the 13 clans. They regarded humans solely as sustenance. The rules Elsa mentioned held great significance in this modern age. The existence of vampires was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of humanity. It was precisely these regulations, established between the human elite and the 13 vampire clans, that had allowed for a precarious stability to persist. Even vampire hunters like themselves could not recklessly engage and slay these creatures. However, the emergence of this new breed of vampires, who blatantly flouted the rules, was the primary reason Elsa had called everyone together. Upon hearing Elsa's revelations, Blade and the Night Wolf understood the gravity of the situation. If these vampires were not contained, it would not be long before the city was overrun by a vampire army. At that point, confronting them would pose a formidable challenge. Recognizing their comprehension of the severity of the issue, Elsa promptly stated, "I have located the hideout of these creatures. We must act swiftly." Umbrella. After seeing off Kyle, Leech gazed at the briefcase on the table, somewhat taken aback by General Ross's generosity. The mere meeting gift amounted to $500,000. A considerable sum that spoke volumes of Ross's affluence. It seemed that collaborating with General Ross was indeed a judicious choice. Tossing the briefcase to Wanda, Leech remarked. At his words, Natasha rolled her eyes. She doubted Leech would have entertained a partnership with General Ross if there had been no financial incentive. In Natasha's estimation, Leech was unlikely to align himself with Nick Fury either. This was not merely due to the strong personalities of both men, but because Nick Fury would hardly offer substantial benefits to Leech. Natasha was acutely aware that Fury, rather than providing tangible rewards, preferred to manipulate others by appealing to a sense of human duty. "Hey, He-Man, I'll leave the matters of the biotech company in your capable hands. Should any issues arise, feel free to communicate with Kyle." Leech entrusted Natasha with the biotech company's affairs, recognizing that the most effective operatives were those already compromised infiltrators. These individuals were not only diligent in completing their assigned tasks, but would also leverage their networks to enhance the outcomes of their missions. Upon hearing Leech's words, Natasha grew increasingly suspicious about her own exposure. As an agent trained in the Red Room, she had sensed Leech's attitude towards her early on. It was a contradiction. He did not trust her yet placed significant reliance on her. This paradox made Natasha suspect that Leech was already aware of her true identity, which explained his cautious yet prominent use of her skills. Having witnessed Leech's prowess, Natasha, despite her suspicions, could not openly confront him. After all, he was distinctly different from the targets she had previously encountered. His strength suggested he was unconcerned with the machinations of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once Natasha had departed, Wanda turned to Leech and asked, "Why do you still keep this person around?" Wanda harbored no fondness for Natasha. It was not merely her status as a spy that irked Wanda, but also the fact that Natasha always seemed to linger around Leech. Natasha, unaware of Wanda's feelings, returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base to await Nick Fury's arrival. "Hill, where's that guy Nick?" Upon entering the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Natasha soon spotted Agent Hill. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill held a rather unique position. Compared to Nick Fury, Maria, Hill garnered greater appreciation from the board members. Chapter 30, Issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. In contrast to Natasha and Coulson, who were subordinates of Nick Fury, Hill, as one of Fury's subordinates, possesses considerable autonomy and harbors a certain degree of skepticism towards him. It is precisely for this reason that, upon receiving information about Fury's evacuation from New York, she chose to remain. Nick has been ensconced in his office for an entire day, seemingly oblivious to the world outside. When she learned that Natasha was seeking Nick Fury, Hill instinctively felt that these two were conspiring in secrecy. Were it not for Natasha's demeanor, which suggested she would rather not engage in conversation, Hill would have inquired about their recent undertakings. Whether it was Fury's inexplicable decision to withdraw all operatives from New York or Natasha's mysterious mission, both were perplexing. Disregarding Hill, Natasha strode directly into Fury's office. Upon seeing him again, she was taken aback. Fury's remaining eye was bloodshot, and he appeared remarkably haggard, as though years had been added to his appearance in just a few days. "Nick, what on earth has happened to you?" Upon hearing Natasha's words, Fury set down the documents in his hands. Ever since he became aware of Pierce's dubious activities, Fury had begun to investigate matters during Pierce's tenure. The more he delved, the more alarmed he became. especially when he discovered the intersection of this intelligence with the Claw plan, which led him to a harrowing realization about Pierce and his associates. Hydra. Fury was taken aback, never expecting that the very Hydra they had vanquished would resurrect itself under the guise of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon uncovering the identities of Pierce and his cohorts as members of Hydra, Fury grew increasingly agitated. Particularly disconcerting was the realization that many individuals who had closely associated with Pierce over the years might also be affiliated with Hydra, leaving him with precious few trustworthy allies within S.H.I.E.L.D. Aside from Natasha, Coulson, Barton, and Hill, he found it difficult to trust anyone else. Natasha, your return is indeed timely. Seeing Natasha back, Fury felt a sense of relief. With her assistance, he believed he could contain the internal turmoil within S.H.I.E.L.D. I must apologize, Director Nick. I fear I cannot return just yet. Although Natasha was unaware of the specifics of Fury's investigation, his current state suggested that matters were even more dire than with Leech. Not to mention, even if she could extricate herself from Leech's clutches, Natasha had no desire to become embroiled in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal strife. Having safely exited the Red Room, her priority was self-preservation. The Natasha of now was not the same one willing to sacrifice herself for the Soul Stone. Lacking the bonds she once shared with the Avengers, she was merely a competent agent. Fury's expression darkened upon hearing Natasha's words. Noticing this, she quickly added, Leech and his associates seem to be aware of my identity. If I were to withdraw now, it would likely lead to a confrontation. Fury felt a sense of helplessness at Natasha's explanation. Since learning that Leech and his group had been at odds with Hydra, Fury no longer underestimated them. As one of the few who understood Hydra's formidable nature, he recognized the gravity of the situation when they felt compelled to utilize S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources. Moreover, with Leech now collaborating with General Ross to establish a biotech company focused on developing super soldier serum, Fury fell silent. He had no desire to provoke Ross, a hawkish figure with significant political clout and influence. In fact, even S.H.I.E.L.D. would prefer to avoid antagonizing him on home soil. However, at this juncture, Fury conceived a different strategy. Employing Leech to counter Hydra's presence within S.H.I.E.L.D. could prove to be a shrewd tactic. Natasha, unaware of Fury's thoughts, would undoubtedly find his musings preposterous. Although their time together was limited, Natasha had gleaned much about Leech's character. He was assertive and profit-driven. If Fury wished to leverage Leech, he would need to present substantial incentives. Since that's the case, you might as well stay with Leech for the time being. I will summon Barton and Coulson back, Fury stated. It was only then that Natasha realized the magnitude of the turmoil within S.H.I.E.L.D. Calling back both Barton and Coulson signified that Fury had exhausted his options. Meanwhile, under Elsa's leadership, the Midnight Suns had successfully infiltrated a vampire stronghold. As professional vampire hunters, they would not choose to strike at night, when vampires were at their most formidable. This particular vampire hideout masqueraded as a bar, a common ruse among vampires, as it was entirely ordinary for a bar to remain closed during the day, providing a perfect cover for the nocturnal predators. As the door was smashed open, the vampires within the bar were roused from their slumber. Pale-faced and muscular, they emerged from the shadows, and one vampire, visibly shaken, exclaimed, Daywalkers. It's the Daywalkers. Among the vampires in New York, the name Blade carried significant weight. Daywalker and Vampire Hunter were titles widely known. For Blade's relentless pursuit of vampires set him apart from others who often engage with various dark entities, making it easy for these vampires to recognize his identity at a glance. Chapter 31. The Vampire's Restaurant. Upon recognizing Blade, the vampire initially attempted to flee, but then seemed to recall something, turning to Blade and bellowing, We are not the same as before. You shall perish here. With that, the vampire charged forward. As he approached, the bodies of the other vampires began to transform, their once human forms rapidly expanding. Their garments were torn apart by bulging muscles, and their overall stature grew significantly. The fastest among them reached Blade in the blink of an eye, yet they were confronted by the formidable warrior. As the vampire lunged at him, Blade swiftly unsheathed his silver longsword, plunging it into the creature's skull. The vampire had no time to scream before being reduced to ash. Simultaneously, the other members of Midnight Suns sprang into action. Elsa, brandishing 2 handguns, fired relentlessly at the approaching vampires. The silver bullets, upon impact, instantly turned them to dust. Meanwhile, the hybrid and the night wolf plunged into the throng of vampires, their robust physiques allowing them to maintain dominance even against the enhanced foes. The voodoo doctor remained at the rear, employing magic to obliterate one vampire after another. In this brief skirmish, Blade and his companions quickly discerned a notable difference in the vampires. Compared to those they had previously encountered, these vampires exhibited greater physical strength and accelerated healing. What once could be vanquished with a single silver bullet now required precise shots to the head or heart to ensure their demise. This realization heightened the challenge of their battle, but fortunately, they were no ordinary fighters. Blade wielded his silver longsword with remarkable skill, deftly maneuvering through the onslaught of vampires. The blade claimed the lives of one after another, instilling fear in the hearts of the remaining fiends. "We must flee. We are no match for them," one vampire cried out, promptly retreating into the shadows. As the first vampire bolted, those who previously felt emboldened now lost their nerve. "Hybrid," Elsa shouted, recognizing the imminent escape of the vampires. Upon hearing her command, the hybrid expanded his form, transforming the surrounding area into a mire. Those vampires who had not yet fled found themselves immobilized. As Elsa and her companions accelerated their attacks, the vampires swiftly turned to ash. "Let us see what these creatures are up to," Elsa declared once the last of the vampires was dispatched. Upon entering the bar, they were immediately assailed by a pungent stench of blood. No amount of liquor could mask the odor, particularly for the members of Midnight Suns, who were far from ordinary. The Nightwolf struggled to restrain his instincts, a testament to the overwhelming bloodlust permeating the establishment. Following the trail of blood, they soon arrived at the bar cellar. What was once a storage area for beverages was now filled with blood-draining equipment. Dozens of individuals hung suspended from the ceiling, their blood being extracted and collected in barrels nearby. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Elsa gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "What a disgrace for those wretches." It had been years since she had encountered such a butchery-like sight. With the advancement of technology, vampires had gradually succumbed to various high-tech weaponry. The tales of old had become mere legends, with most vampires now collaborating with hospitals to access blood banks. Only rebellious or newly turned vampires would resort to hunting the living. Yet, what lay before them was a sight they had not witnessed in many years. "It seems this group of vampires is quite confident in their power," Blade remarked, confirming that the individuals before them were beyond saving. The previous day's ambush was not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated act. The Nightwolf, who had been gathering information elsewhere, emerged with a computer. These vampires referred to themselves as the new bloodline to distinguish themselves from the 13 clans. The source of their power, however, remained unknown. The Nightwolf had uncovered this information thanks to the existence of a chatroom among the new bloodline, clearly indicating that these modernized beings were deliberating their plans. Upon reviewing the intel gathered by the Nightwolf, the others recognized that this enemy was not one to be easily eradicated. Regardless of their schemes, we cannot turn a blind eye to them. Apart from their animosity toward us, our sense of responsibility will not allow us to ignore these vampires. "Jessica, what brings you here?" In the company, Li Qi was taken aback to find Jessica as the second person to approach him. "Thank you for your assistance yesterday. I wish to know more about that purple man." Although Jessica had not noticed Li Qi and his companions, Murdoch had overheard their conversation and realized that a being known as the Purple Man had sought to confront him, only to be inadvertently dealt with by Li Qi and his group. After hearing this from Murdoch, Jessica became somewhat disoriented, even doubting whether everything she had experienced was orchestrated by the Purple Man. Now that the Purple Man was dead, the only leads she could pursue were those connected to Li Qi and his companions. With this in mind, she had arrived at Umbrella early in the morning. Chapter 32. Nick Fury's decision. As Li Qi gazed at Jessica before him, he found himself puzzled by her inquiry regarding the Purple Man. Admittedly, his understanding of this individual was rather limited. He had no intention of deceiving Jessica, for he too knew little about the Purple Man, save for the fact that he had initially targeted Jessica and had even imprisoned her. The Purple Man possessed a unique ability. He could manipulate others through the pheromones he emitted. If one lacked sufficient mental fortitude, even someone of Jessica's caliber would find it impossible to escape his control. Explaining the Purple Man's powers, Li Qi remarked, "So, he intended to exploit such strength to dominate me?" Although Jessica was still relatively new to her path, her intellect was commendable. Upon hearing Li Qi's description, she grasped the implications of the Purple Man's intentions toward her. Jessica was acutely aware of her own condition, recognizing that her habitual indulgence in alcohol rendered her willpower tenuous. She concluded that against someone like the Purple Man, she would stand little chance of liberation. "Does that mean he fixated on me only after I acquired my powers?" Li Qi understood the situation when Jessica muttered to herself. Though it was not particularly pleasant to say, he reassured her that the circumstances she faced were merely coincidental. Observing the girl before him, Li Qi could not help but reflect on the tragic origins of street heroes. Luke Cage, Matt Murdock, and the Punisher each bore a past that could hardly be deemed noble. Even future figures like Spider-Man and Iron Fist were not exempt from sorrowful fates. Perhaps this suffering was destined to be the plight of street heroes. "Thank you for sharing this with me." Jessica sighed in relief, grateful to learn that her experiences were not the result of some grand scheme. Rising to express her gratitude, she prepared to leave, only for the office door to swing open, revealing Wanda, accompanied by a figure ensnared by magic. A vampire? Jessica recognized the woman behind Wanda, her sharp fangs unmistakable. Having encountered vampires a few times in Hell's Kitchen, she was not entirely surprised. Indeed, This one startled me with her sudden attack. Wanda nodded in acknowledgement of Jessica's recognition, casually suspending the vampire before turning to Li Qi, stating, "Li, this individual is not affiliated with our company. Her target is me." Irritated, Wanda reflected on how swiftly she had drawn unwanted attention since her arrival in New York, prompting her to question her own suitability for venturing far from home. Li Qi regarded the vampire with familiarity. While New York had its share of supernatural beings, Europe was the true cradle of vampires. Throughout his encounters in combating Hydra, he had dealt with numerous vampires. Despite their formidable self-healing abilities and peculiar magics, they were not particularly challenging foes. A silver bullet or a UV flashlight could easily end their existence. How amusing that they would dare to set their sights on us, he mused, observing the vampire at Wanda's mercy. Indeed, Wanda could easily handle these creatures herself. Unless they awakened Dracula, ordinary vampires would pose no threat to her. Meanwhile, Jessica, who had intended to depart, found herself intrigued by the vampire under Wanda's control, scrutinizing her closely. "This vampire seems different from those I encountered before." After a moment of observation, she remarked, "The vampires I met were considerably more cunning." Li Qi, intrigued, examined the vampire as well. It was evident that something was amiss with this particular creature. Typically, vampires bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, with only newly transformed ones exhibiting erratic behavior upon encountering blood. However, this vampire's demeanor was entirely atypical. "Wanda, let us ascertain what is truly happening with this one," Li Qi suggested, his curiosity piqued. The vampire's choice to attack Wanda certainly did not seem coincidental. Given the creature's unique nature, he was eager to uncover the truth. Responding to Li Qi's request, Wanda employed her magic, enveloping the vampire's head in a crimson aura. Soon, the vampire's memories were laid bare before them. Originally an ordinary vampire, this individual had undergone modifications in pursuit of power, facilitated by a place called the Life Foundation. The transformation had rendered her as she was now. They had targeted Wanda and Li Qi, believing that by turning them into vampires, they could overthrow the 13 clans and ascend as new leaders of the bloodline. Li Qi stifled a laugh at Wanda's revelation. The audacity of these vampires was remarkable, aside from the logistical challenges of transforming him and Wanda into vampires. Their disparate powers rendered their ambitions futile. While many vampires might lack magical prowess and seldom utilize it, such magic had been passed down from Dracula and was not to be underestimated. "Dispose of her. She is worthless," Li Qi declared, his disinterest evident. If the 13 clans could be easily toppled, they would not have persisted into this era. At his command, Wanda unleashed her scarlet magic. The vampire was swiftly obliterated, her form reduced to ashes. Who could have anticipated that the demise of Kingpin would unleash such chaos? Jessica mused, observing the aftermath with a mix of intrigue and concern. Chapter 33. The vampire serum. Li Qi paid little heed to Jessica's words. The presence of Kim Bin was more advantageous than detrimental for New York, despite his numerous transgressions. He managed to uphold a semblance of order amidst chaos. With his demise, the fragile equilibrium of the underworld had utterly collapsed. When Natasha returned, she chanced upon Li Qi and the others discussing vampires, a topic of considerable influence in this realm. Wanda, intrigued by Natasha's remarks, listened intently. Noticing Wanda's gaze, Natasha elaborated. "Although the vampires are no longer as prosperous as they once were, their accumulated wealth remains unimaginable for ordinary folk, especially in a nation governed by capital. The vampires, particularly the 13 clans, have amassed fortunes over millennia, and to declare that their wealth rivals that of nations would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, their existence provides a lifeline for many affluent individuals who wish to avoid death." Natasha continued, emphasizing that the vampire's survival was largely attributed to their formidable powers. For even the most privileged must eventually face mortality. In this light, the strength of the vampires could be perceived as a desperate salvation for those affluent individuals. Li Qi, however, did not regard the forces behind the vampires with much concern. Frankly speaking, the only vampire of significance was Dracula, the progenitor of their kind. While Dracula was not the original vampire, he undoubtedly stood as the most formidable among them. His terrifying immortality was something Li Qi preferred to avoid provoking. It is said that Dracula's power derived from Varna, whose strength stemmed from the Dark Grimoire. Li Qi pondered whether Wanda could harness the power of this tome. He recalled having seen Wanda wielding the Dark Grimoire in a narrative prior to his traversal, though it seemed that the power had corrupted her. As Natasha and Wanda observed Li Qi lost in contemplation, they were uncertain of his thoughts. Ultimately, Li Qi decided to disregard the vampires unless they posed a threat to them, redirecting the conversation towards Natasha. "How are matters with the bio company progressing?" In response, Natasha replied, "With General Ross spearheading its establishment, the formation of the bio company is proceeding smoothly. I expect the laboratory will be operational soon." Although Natasha had not consulted Ross directly, she had gleaned information through her own channels. Li Qi nodded, having already communicated with Eileen about dispatching a contingent from the base to maintain New York's influence. Otherwise, it would be excessively cumbersome for either him or Wanda to intervene in every occurrence. Unbeknownst to Natasha, the series of events unfolding had left her feeling somewhat adrift. The turmoil in New York, the enigmatic aura surrounding Li Qi, and the internal conflicts within S.H.I.E.L.D. were sources of her growing agitation. In the ensuing days, while New York maintained a facade of tranquility, chaos brewed beneath the surface. Numerous factions sought to ally with Li Qi, including Osborn and the Life Foundation. However, having already partnered with Ross, Li Qi regarded their overtures with indifference. The conflict between the Midnight Suns and the vampires intensified during this period. Even Johnny, who had exiled himself, was summoned by Elsa. Upon entering Elsa's tavern, Johnny appeared disheveled, yet the sight that greeted him inside was startling. The members of the Midnight Suns bore visible injuries. This alone indicated the formidable nature of their current vampire adversaries. It was well known that despite their inferiority to vampires, Elsa and her companions possessed remarkable healing abilities, rendering minor injuries inconsequential. Grabbing a bottle of liquor, Johnny approached Elsa, inquiring, "What on earth happened? Speak." As the spirit of vengeance, Johnny was not particularly enthralled by battles against vampires, nor was he fond of his own identity. His motivation for aiding Elsa stemmed from her having awakened him from the control of the spirit. Thus, he had come to her aid this time. The vampires had evolved, forging an alliance with the Life Foundation to develop a vampire serum, which endowed them with enhanced powers but rendered them increasingly savage. Elsa recounted their findings regarding the vampires after investigating several of their hideouts. They had uncovered the connection between the vampires and the Life Foundation. It was this serum, developed in conjunction with the Life Foundation, that significantly augmented their strength. As their investigation deepened, the vampires they encountered grew increasingly formidable and monstrous. "Take a look at this," Elsa exclaimed, producing her phone to display a video depicting their battle against a vampire. The creature was nearly unrecognizable as human, possessing massive, grotesque wings and a fearsome visage that evoked images of hellish demons. This being was the latest product of their experiments, now entirely immune to ultraviolet light. With only silver capable of inflicting harm, its healing abilities were astonishing. If not dispatched swiftly, it would recover in no time. It was precisely this monstrosity that prompted Elsa to summon Johnny. For only his judgment I could swiftly eradicate such a creature. Chapter 34. The restless Wanda. Johnny gazed at the creature within his phone, finding it reminiscent of a being from the depths of hell. Had it not been for Elsa and the others, no one would have suspected this entity to be a vampire. Aside from its two sharp fangs, it bore no resemblance to the traditional notion of a vampire. What methods had they employed to transform these vampires into such grotesque forms? Johnny prided himself on having witnessed many absurdities, even having encountered the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Yet, he had never seen a vampire metamorphosed into such a monstrous figure. It remained unclear to him how long the Life Foundation had been collaborating with the vampires. It was precisely through the wealth of these vampires that the Life Foundation had experienced such rapid growth. Blade was the one to speak next, possessing a deeper understanding of vampires. While our investigations into the Life Foundation yielded little, the remnants left by the vampires suggested that the so-called bloodline serum was derived from a particular creature. This was the extent of the information we had, and even Blade and his companions were unaware of much more. After all, they could not simply eradicate the Life Foundation as they would a vampire. Upon hearing the gathered information, Johnny grasped the situation at hand. He was astonished to discover that among these outdated vampires, an anomaly had emerged. His knowledge of vampires was limited, primarily revolving around their more primitive aspects. However, his prolonged exposure to the dark world had afforded him some insights into their nature. He had dealt with several antiquated vampires and understood their disdain for anything new. Yet, this time, the vampires were evidently different. Collaborating with the Life Foundation to create something as formidable as the bloodline serum indicated that they were not ordinary. In addition to these two factions, Johnny suspected the presence of other forces behind the scenes. Otherwise, the development of the bloodline serum would not have progressed so seamlessly. Although the Life Foundation was formidable, their expertise did not lie in serum research. At that moment, Elsa suddenly contemplated other possibilities and spoke up again. Upon hearing her words, Blade and the others nodded in agreement. The Life Foundation's foundation indeed paled in comparison to conglomerates like Osborn's, and their research was rather disordered. They seemed to focus more on extraterrestrial life forms than on serums. To suddenly produce the bloodline serum was, in fact, somewhat unrealistic. Regardless, these vampires could not be allowed to run rampant. The power of such vampires was likely beyond the capability of most to confront. The night werewolf recalled the strength of one particular vampire and felt a pang of concern. If the number of those injected with the bloodline serum were to increase, the military and police forces would be utterly incapable of containing them. We must swiftly locate these vampire strongholds. The injection of the bloodline serum requires a proper environment. It cannot be administered haphazardly, Jericho Drum declared to the group. The injection of such a perilous serum was not a mere matter of pricking a needle, particularly with something as dangerous as the bloodline serum. The others nodded in agreement with Jericho Drum's statement, recognizing the validity of his words. After all, The sophisticated equipment observed at the site of the previous vampire-esque destruction made it clear that these individuals did not administer the serum lightly. We need to conduct a thorough investigation, especially regarding the Life Foundation. I have a feeling they will incite even greater troubles. At home, upon returning from work, Li Qi found Wanda looking despondent and remarked with interest, "What's wrong?" Yu Haven T smiled all day. In response, Wanda lifted her small face, her frustration evident as she replied, "It's no fun here at all. There's nothing to do." Having grown accustomed to the freedom of Serbia, she found the numerous rules here quite stifling. After the initial novelty wore off, she felt overwhelmed by the myriad inconveniences. Cuddling beside Li Qi, Wanda couldn't help but wish to eliminate those who had been tailing her these past few days. Those lurking in the shadows could not evade Wanda's keen perception. Had it not been for Li Qi's admonition, she would have already taken action against them. Li Qi felt a sense of helplessness at Wanda's words. It was not just her. Most of the children he had rescued from Serbia were struggling to adapt to their new environment. Their formidable powers rendered them somewhat combative. While they had found a semblance of comfort in Serbia, surrounded by companions who had injected enhancement serums and trained in Navy Six styles, the shift to the world of ordinary people left them feeling constrained. Compared to others, Wanda, having revealed her abilities, attracted even more attention. The number of individuals surveilling her was no less than that of Li Qi once Barry and Wudao arrive. "We'll have them deal with those nuisances," he assured. Not only did Wanda harbor disdain for those watching her, but Li Qi also felt a murderous intent towards them. A few probing attempts didn't bother him much. After all, the uproar caused by his elimination of Kim had yet to subside. However, the relentless persistence of these individuals was becoming intolerable. If he did not take action soon, they might perceive him as an easy target. Should Kim and his associates become aware of Li Qi's thoughts, they would undoubtedly express their outrage. Who would dare to bully someone who had already dispatched foes in the dead of night? Although Li Qi's heart brimmed with murderous intent towards those surveilling them, he did not intend to take matters into his own hands. Barry and Wudao were already on their way. He would leave the matter to them. Dealing with such adversaries was well within Barry and Wudao's capabilities. Once these pests were resolved, he and Wanda could enjoy a period of tranquility. Chapter 35. Arrival of the members at the break of dawn. Li Qi awoke and proceeded with his customary sign-in. Daily sign-in, red crystal. Upon completing the sign-in, a red crystal materialized before him. Initially, Li Qi felt a flicker of joy, for this red crystal, akin to the blue crystal he had previously acquired, was a relic from the League of Legends universe. However, to his dismay, this red crystal turned out to be merely an ordinary one. Apart from its slightly higher value, it bore no extraordinary traits. Casually tossing the red crystal into a nearby box, he resolved to gift it to Wanda in the future. Such items, possessing only economic worth, represented the lowest tier of sign-in rewards for Li Qi. Upon entering the hall, he noticed Natasha, her eyes reddened, suggesting a prolonged lack of rest. Li Qi was momentarily taken aback by her state. "What happened to you?" he inquired, concern etched across his features. Natasha, opting not to divulge the truth, recounted an event from the previous night. Hearing her words, Li Qi nodded appreciatively. He held a significant degree of trust in this agent who had emerged from the Red Room. Meanwhile, Wanda appeared particularly animated today. Barry and Wudao should be arriving soon, right? She expressed, her excitement palpable at the thought of reuniting with her longtime companions. Li Qi contemplated their flight schedule and replied, "They should arrive in the afternoon. Perhaps you could go pick them up." The prospect of Barry and the others landing in New York spurred Li Qi to delegate the task of welcoming them to Wanda. Nodding in agreement, Wanda assured him, "You can count on me." With affairs at the company settled, Li Qi refrained from visiting Umbrella and chose instead to remain home, honing his abilities. The power of the freezing fruit had reached the brink of awakening, and he was but a catalyst away from unleashing its full potential. Wanda, ever diligent, stayed by his side, studying the magic inscribed on the hearthstone. In the afternoon, Wanda drove the car she had procured from Natasha to the airport. Shortly thereafter, Barry and his companions emerged from the terminal. "Is everything all right at the base?" Wanda inquired, her concern for their well-being evident. "Not much to report. Ever since Pietro dealt with those fellows from Serbia, they have been rather quiet," Barry responded earnestly. It was indeed Pietro's warning that had quelled the rebels' activities, for his powers were formidable. Wanda nodded, her worries lingering as she had not left the base for an extended period. Barry's arrival offered her a chance to glean information about the situation at the base. "Recently, the turmoil in neighboring countries has caused many to seek refuge with us. Without you and the boss, we struggled to ascertain their identities, so we had no choice but to accommodate them in the vicinity," Wudao elaborated, sharing the recent occurrences at the base. Typically, new arrivals would undergo an assessment by Wanda before meeting Li Qi, but their absence had left Aaron and the others at a loss regarding arrangements. Wanda drove the group back to Queens. Suddenly, Dagoma, the most skilled among them, broke the silence. "Boss, we are being followed." Unlike the others, Dagoma had trained rigorously at the base, mastering the 6 styles of the Navy with exceptional prowess. His keen perception enabled him to be the first to detect their pursuers. These scoundrels are tenacious. Wanda frowned upon hearing Dagoma's words. Yet, recalling Li Qi's words from the previous day, she felt a spark of joy. Those individuals are likely from a faction that Li Qi has left for you. We should assess the situation. Upon her words, the group exchanged glances and disembarked from the vehicle. Meanwhile, in a white car behind them, a man in a suit. Observing the halted vehicle, quickly relayed to his contact, Wanda's car has stopped, and the individuals she picked up from the airport have exited. Wait, they've vanished. The man, initially fixated on Wanda, was startled to discover that the 4 individuals who had emerged from the car had inexplicably disappeared. In the next moment, an arm tore through the car door, yanking him out. Were you looking for me? Barry questioned, delivering a punch that obliterated the man's skull. Barry, you brute, Wuda remarked. Having dispatched his target as well, albeit with less bloodshed, leaving merely a small puncture in the man's chest. It's difficult to master the finger gun technique to your extent. Indeed, both Barry and Wuda employed the finger gun technique, yet their training paths diverged. Barry, unable to fully master the technique, amplified its power by augmenting his physicality to withstand the pressure. Conversely, Wuda, gifted with talent, had mastered the technique but needed external assistance to execute it. Without his finger sleeves, he would be the first to suffer injury. The number of pursuers was substantial, not limited to just these two. Dagoma and Kayla had also identified their respective targets. Mastering the moonwalk, Dagoma charged into a room on the 3rd floor. Chapter 36, Blood Diamond No. 1. The man observing Wanda through his camera was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Dogma, swiftly drawing his submachine gun and pulling the trigger. Unfortunately, Dogma, being the strongest among them, evaded such an assault effortlessly. In an instant, Dogma vanished from his position, rendering the man's attack futile. The next moment, Dogma reappeared before him, wielding a dagger that swiftly tore through the man's throat. There is only one here, Dogma remarked to Kayla as she scanned the surroundings for any other presence. I've dealt with my end as well, Kayla announced, striding past the corpses of the 3 men, making her way back to Wanda while communicating via the intercom. As the sole woman among the 4, Kayla had mastered the Navy 6 styles, including paper drawing and gale steps, perhaps due to physical attributes. Most of those who mastered paper drawing in the base were women, with only a few exceptionally gifted men able to learn such techniques. Similarly, the gale step and moon step demanded considerable physical prowess, making it rare for women to master them. All taken care of, Barry, now bloodied, joined Wanda, who felt relieved that she had cast chaos magic to obscure the senses of passersby. Otherwise, given the brazen methods of these individuals, they would have undoubtedly drawn a crowd. At that moment, Wanda finally understood the sensation Natasha had experienced while shopping with her. All right, it won't be long before those forces behind them arrive. We should leave now, Wanda urged her companions as she tousled her hair. Those behind-the-scenes forces? Why don't we just eliminate them here? Wanda snapped, slightly irked by the murderous intent emanating from her comrades. As they returned to the Queen's district, the Midnight Children finally discovered another laboratory of the vampires. Inside a bar, the Night Wolf expressed his frustration. Hell's Kitchen is utter chaos. We hadn't even spotted those vampires before a gang attacked us. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly, otherwise, I might have lost control and eliminated them all. He glanced at his arm, now regrowing its fur, feeling a sense of relief. They had not anticipated that the self-proclaimed noble vampires would establish a laboratory in such a disordered location. The vampires residing in Hell's Kitchen were at the very bottom of the vampire hierarchy, typically the ones who could no longer survive anywhere else. After all, the denizens of Hell's Kitchen were likely to have substances mixed in their blood. Only those truly desperate would choose to dine in such a place. Indeed, Hell's Kitchen is inherently chaotic, and given the historical habits of vampires, we truly didn't think in that direction, Elsa acknowledged, realizing they had been too hasty. Despite having several leads pointing to Hell's Kitchen, their preconceived notions about vampires led them to overlook it. They completely forgot that this new breed of vampires was unlike any they had encountered before. However, their foray into Hell's Kitchen was not without gain. They had come across a newly circulating drug, Blood Diamond No. 1. Observing her despondent companions, the Night Wolf produced a small package of red crystals from his attire. It was because of this little package that I drew the attention of that gang. I could smell the scent of that vampire monster on it. Upon opening Blood Diamond No. 1, the Blade Warriors rose in unison. It bears a striking resemblance. Blade Warrior was the first to exclaim. This substance is inextricably linked to the vampires. Elsa confirmed, touching the bloodstone, affirming the undeniable connection between this so-called new drug and the vampires. Johnny, standing aside, was puzzled by the excitement of the two. To put it plainly, Johnny was still a novice when it came to dealing with vampires. His expertise lay in combating demons from the underworld. The scent of this substance is very similar to that of the vampire monster, and it has caused my bloodstone to react, indicating its unusual nature. Elsa pondered the intentions of the vampires regarding this drug. Regardless, we must venture back to Hell's Kitchen, Jericho Drum declared, rising to his feet. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded. They all had other matters to attend to, prompting a decisive approach to their tasks. Without further delay, they swiftly prepared their equipment and set off for Hell's Kitchen. In the off-road vehicle, Elsa gazed at Blood Diamond No. 1 with concern and remarked to Blade Warrior, "These vampires are unlike those we've dealt with before. They have adapted to society much better." Blade Warrior nodded in agreement, recalling that the vampires they had encountered previously were merely those who lurked in nightclubs, discreetly feeding. Yet, the current batch collaborated with the Life Foundation to produce vampire serums and had even resorted to drug trafficking. In Blade Warrior's eyes, this new breed of vampires far surpassed their predecessors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Blade Warrior sent out an urgent message. Shortly after the group's vehicle entered Hell's Kitchen, their tires were systematically deflated. The scattered nails along the roadside indicated that this was no mere accident. A gang of heavily made-up individuals wielding flamboyant weapons encircled them from all directions. The leader, a boy adorned with numerous piercings, addressed them. "You lot are the ones who stole our goods, aren't you? We've been preparing that shipment for ages." Upon hearing his words, Elsa produced Blood Diamond No. 1 and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this is your creation?" "Of course, this is our treasure," the boy retorted, but Elsa shook her head. She found it hard to believe that these ordinary individuals could concoct something as sophisticated as Blood Diamond No. 1. "Hand it over quickly, or we might consider selling you to those companies." Chapter 37. The Laboratory of Hell's Kitchen. Elsa, upon hearing the words of the young man, realized something extraordinary was afoot. "Why am I telling you all this? Move." The man seemed to recognize he had spoken too much, promptly directing his subordinates to charge at Elsa and her companions. Faced with this gang of rampaging individuals, Elsa and her allies chose not to hold back. It was evident that these were no ordinary ruffians. They were clearly linked to that faction of vampires. Such beings would not be treated as mere adversaries. Just as the mob was about to reach Elsa and her group, a short staff descended from above, knocking the leader to the ground. In the next moment, the Night Devil, clad in a red bodysuit, emerged. With swift movements, he wielded the staff, dispatching each member of the gang with precision. Upon seeing Murdoch, the gang leader was so frightened that he turned to flee. Observing this, Johnny swiftly unleashed a chain from his waist, ensnaring the man and pulling him back. In no time, Murdoch had dealt with the entire group of ruffians. "It's been a while, Eric." After stowing his staff, Murdoch approached Blade and spoke. Though Murdoch could not see clearly, his acute sense of hearing allowed him to discern that none among them were ordinary. However, he did identify Blade among them by his heartbeat. Murdoch was not particularly familiar with the others, but he had encountered Blade on several occasions. This gang of ruffians must be connected to the vampires that have emerged recently. "Our investigation indicates that one of their laboratories is situated in Hell's Kitchen," Blade noted. He understood that with Murdoch's assistance, locating the vampires' whereabouts in Hell's Kitchen would be greatly facilitated. Vampires? Murdoch was no stranger to the recent appearances of these creatures. He had encountered them several times in Hell's Kitchen, but their speed had made it difficult for him to track them. Hearing Blade mention the vampires now stirred a determination in him to take action. "Follow me. If they wish to establish a laboratory here, electricity will be essential. Aside from the occupied areas, the most suitable location would be over there." Listening to Blade's conditions, Murdoch frowned in contemplation. Having grown up in Hell's Kitchen, he had a mental map of the area. While there were several potential sites for a laboratory, most had already been converted into factories. After deliberating, he concluded that the most likely location would be at the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. The others, observing Murdoch's focused expression, felt a sense of relief. With someone so knowledgeable about Hell's Kitchen leading them, they would not have to search aimlessly. Under Murdoch's guidance, Elsa and her companions soon arrived at the indicated site. Situated at the periphery of Hell's Kitchen, this area appeared far less grimy and chaotic than the interior. The Night Wolf sniffed the air and spoke, "Indeed, this should be the place. The scent of those vampires is unmistakable." Upon hearing this, the others became serious, and even Murdoch gripped his staff once more. Now that they had pinpointed the vampire's hideout, Murdoch was resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. With the Night Wolf leading the way, they quickly discovered a nondescript concealed door. Bang! Elsa, upon seeing the locked door, wasted no time and fired a shot, shattering the entrance. The gunfire startled the vampires within the laboratory, their eyes glowing red as they exchanged alarmed glances. One spoke up, "Switch on the monitors. Let's see who it is." Quickly, another vampire responded, "It's Blade and his crew. Release the subjects." Realizing the identity of their intruders, the resting vampires panicked. The recent hunts by Elsa and her team were well known among them. Soon, a group of experimental subjects, modified and referred to as Crimson Behemoths, was released. They now appeared less grotesque than before. In a matter of moments, Elsa and her companions surged inside. Johnny, leading the charge, let out a furious roar. Flames erupted from his body, incinerating his flesh and transforming him into the Ghost Rider. The chains in his grasp ignited with hellfire. With a swing, any vampire touched by the chains was instantly reduced to ashes. The Night Wolf, too, transformed into his wolf form and charged alongside Blade against the vampires. However, this was ultimately the vampires' territory. A group of vampires armed with rifles emerged from all sides, firing at Elsa and her companions. Bullets flew, and Elsa and the voodoo doctor swiftly evaded. Although fortified by the Bloodstone, Elsa, being mortal, could not withstand such a barrage. As she dodged, she drew her weapon and began to retaliate. While Murdoch lacked weaponry specifically designed for vampires, his powerful strikes incapacitated them quickly. In no time, they had eliminated all the vampires on this floor. It seemed the laboratory extended deeper underground. Murdoch struck the ground with his staff, sending vibrations through the spacious environment. He began to discern the layout of the laboratory. There were indeed 4 additional levels below, teeming with vampires. Chapter 38. The Crimson Berserker. Let us proceed, Johnny proclaimed as he swung the chains in his grasp, retracting them before taking the lead. With that, flames erupted from his mouth, instantly melting a sizable hole in the ground. Riding an elevator in such a hostile territory was undoubtedly perilous, and even in the form of the Ghost Rider, Johnny would not act foolishly. Faced with the newly scorched passage, Elsa and her companions leapt down. Below, a throng of vampires had gathered. These vampires were evidently more formidable than their counterparts on the first floor, with robust physiques and weapons that could easily inflict severe damage, even to Murdoch, who would have to remain vigilant. However, it was the humanoid creature that fearlessly dove into the fray first, unleashing its raw power among the crowd. Despite the vampires having undergone enhancements, they were still no match for the might of the humanoid, who sent them flying with ease. Following closely behind, the Blade Warrior and Elsa began to dispatch the surrounding vampires with swift efficiency. "These bastards!" exclaimed one of the vampire leaders, seizing a walkie-talkie. "Have our giant preparations been completed? We can barely hold our ground." The vampire, aware of its own limitations, realized that throwing more of their kind into the fray would yield little advantage. Just then, the elevator chimed, and its doors creaked open to reveal 3 muscular vampires with crimson eyes, their muscles rippling with power. The sight of these behemoths sent the remaining vampires scurrying for the safety of adjacent rooms. The vampire with the walkie-talkie cursed into it. "You could have warned me before they arrived. Do you wish to see me slain as well?" Even this vampire felt a twinge of fear for these experimental creatures, realizing that they regarded even their kind as mere prey. Recalling the horrors witnessed in the laboratory, he hastily concealed himself. With no immediate targets, the 3 Crimson Berserkers turned their attention toward Elsa and her companions. "These monsters appear to have been further refined," mused the voodoo doctor. Noting the enhanced state of the Crimson Berserkers compared to the demonic creatures encountered previously, it was imperative to uncover the origins of these beings. Loading a specialized bullet into her gun, Elsa aimed at the central Crimson Berserker and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck its chest, creating a basketball-sized explosion, leaving a gaping wound. While a regular vampire would have been obliterated by such a shot, the Crimson Berserker demonstrated remarkable resilience, merely sustaining this level of damage. Flesh rapidly began to regenerate around the wound, healing significantly in mere moments. Compared to vampires, the self-healing abilities of these Crimson Berserkers were astonishing. However, as their wounds mended, their appearances began to diverge from humanity. Their genetic stability appeared compromised, indicating that their monstrous forms were not what they aspired to achieve. The Nightwolf, observing the transformation of the Crimson Berserker, voiced his concerns. Meanwhile, Johnny struggled to contain the burgeoning power within him. From his perspective, the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the 3 beings was palpable. With a sudden motion, he hurled his chains, ensnaring the fastest of the Crimson Berserkers. With a powerful tug, he launched the creature towards him. "Gaze into my eyes," Johnny commanded as his judgment eye activated. The Crimson Berserker, once filled with the hopes of the vampires, shrieked in agony before Johnny's extraordinary might. Yet, this creature was no ordinary foe. Flames consumed its form, while its regenerative abilities worked tirelessly against the damage. The clash of these 2 forces elicited a cacophony of anguished howls from the Crimson Berserker. Observing this, Elsa and her allies breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that calling Johnny back was the wisest decision. It was evident that the elimination of this Crimson Berserker was merely a matter of time. The remaining 2 Crimson Berserkers lunged forward, and the Blade Warrior, humanoid creature, and Nightwolf braced themselves to confront the threat. These Berserkers were undeniably stronger, and even the humanoid struggled to contain them. While the Blade Warrior's silver sword could inflict damage, their extraordinary healing capabilities allowed them to recover almost instantly. Taking advantage of the distraction as the Blade Warrior engaged one of the Berserkers, Elsa quickly moved in, placing her gun against the head of one. She pulled the trigger, and the bullet detonated, scattering crimson and ivory matter across the ground. Yet, the Crimson Berserker did not succumb. Its form twisted grotesquely as it fought against its injuries. "Is it still alive?" Murdoch remarked, noting the unsettling sounds emanating from the body. The transformation astonished him. "Be cautious," the voodoo doctor warned, having noticed the abnormality. The once blasted head had begun to mend, taking on a visage more terrifying than hellish demons. The body of the Crimson Berserker underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, scales erupting across its form, and 2 malformed arms sprouting from its back, rendering it a grotesque sight. The revived Crimson Berserker wasted no time in lunging at Elsa, its primal hunger evident. Chapter 39. the blood orchid in the dimly lit surveillance room at the lowest level. A bespectacled man gazed at the video with a somewhat entranced expression, exclaiming, "Marvelous. This individual is truly remarkable. Even the legendary demon could not possess such abilities. An immortal monster has been completed under my guidance." From the man's words, it was evident that the Crimson Behemoth was his masterpiece. Dr. Carolambos acknowledged the impressive regenerative capabilities of the Crimson Behemoth, yet he lamented the inadequacy of its offensive techniques. "With sufficient numbers, we vampires could certainly eliminate it," remarked Brusla, frowning as he regarded Dr. Carolambos. While the Crimson Behemoth was indeed a product of collaboration between the vampires and the Life Foundation, the technology had been solely provided by Dr. Carolambos. The vampires' contributions were limited to supplying experimental materials and a modicum of vampire genes. Indeed, there should be a more potent power within your kind. However, once fused with the blood orchid's essence, it spirals out of control. Dr. Carolambos nodded in agreement with Brusla's insights. As a man aspiring to create angels and demons akin to a god, he found the current iteration of the Crimson Behemoth unsatisfactory. If only he could harness the power of those two individuals, our Crimson Behemoth would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Dr. Carolambos reflected on his ideal subjects, feeling a profound sense of loss. Regrettably, even if the vampires succeeded in approaching Li Qi and Wanda, they were not their match. The formidable strength exhibited by Li Qi and Wanda was not only coveted by Dr. Carolambos, but also envied by the vampires. Unfortunately, despite dispatching several groups, some had barely reached Wanda and Li Qi, while others had vanished entirely after mere contact. This left Brusla deeply disheartened. Nevertheless, if we could acquire their powers, I am confident we could elevate the Crimson Behemoth's strength to the next level, Dr. Carolambos mused. While he felt remorse for the unattainability of Li Qi and Wanda's powers, he gazed greedily at the footage of the Blade Warrior and Night Wolf showcasing their prowess. However, I do not underestimate you, Doctor. These individuals are renowned figures in the dark world. Relying solely on 3 Crimson Behemoths to subdue them seems unrealistic, Brusla countered, contrasting Dr. Carolambos' unwavering confidence with a more pragmatic view. If the Blade Warrior and his companions were so easily defeated, they would not have thrived until now. I am well aware of their strength, but do not underestimate the power of humanity. Dr. Carolambos looked at the progress displayed on the screen, filled with anticipation. In addition to the Crimson Behemoth, he had concocted a batch of special products, the nature of which Brusla was unaware. Meanwhile, on Elsa's side, the mutated Crimson Behemoth had gained extraordinary abilities. Even in collaboration, Elsa and her companions found it challenging to subdue it. With Murdoch's assistance, the humanoid entities managed to contain the Crimson Behemoth, albeit not to defeat it. The voodoo doctor continuously channeled his sorcery, and as his power coalesced, flames erupted from his hands, engulfing the mutated Crimson Behemoth. As the inferno raged, the mutated behemoth, pushed to its limits, began to collapse. However, it was Johnny who ultimately dispatched the enemy. Ah! With a cry of anguish, the Crimson Behemoth succumbed to Johnny's judgment eye. Observing the ashes of the behemoth, Johnny swung his chain, ignited by hellfire, piercing the mutated behemoth's body, igniting the inferno from within, with external flames summoned by the voodoo doctor and internal hellfire consuming it. The enhanced creature could not withstand the assault and was reduced to ashes within mere seconds. Only one remains. These creatures are indeed formidable, the voodoo doctor reflected, surprised that the Life Foundation possessed such power to transform these relatively weak vampires into such monstrosities. The last Crimson Behemoth fell swiftly under their combined efforts. During the struggle, the remaining vampires seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Dr. Carolambos, taken aback by the rapid demise of the Crimson Behemoth, found his contingency plans unnecessary. On Li Qi's side, following the elimination of those surveilling them by Dogma and his allies, they presented the enhanced serum to Li Qi upon receiving the news. Kyle did not keep Li Qi waiting long, arriving during dinner. General Ross placed great importance on this transaction, presenting it as a gift. Kyle opened a box at his feet, revealing a small life support device containing vibrant red orchids floating in nutrient solution. This is the blood orchid, a discovery from Borneo. We sacrificed many lives for this small item, Kyle explained to Li Qi. However, Li Qi already knew what it was upon hearing the name. He was familiar with the film anaconda. The blood orchid, also known as the immortal flower, is a miraculous entity that remains dormant for 7 years and blooms for only half a year. It contains unique chemical properties that can prolong cellular life and enhance species to a certain degree. The original serpents became impervious to blades due to consuming the blood orchid. In this world, its properties are evidently even more extraordinary. If it merely extended life, General Ross would not have valued it so highly. Chapter 40. Casual chat. The quantity of blood orchid is rather limited. Unless there are breakthroughs in research, a fixed share can only be obtained each month. Observing Li Qi's familiarity with the blood orchid, Kyle inquired, which institutions are researching the blood orchid? Li Qi, curious about the companies involved, listened intently. The Life Foundation and the Osborne Group are both engaged in research, along with several other biotechnology companies, Kyle replied. Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement, recalling the vampire they had previously captured. It now seemed plausible that the vampires had harnessed the powers of the blood orchid, which had rendered them so formidable. The transformations of those vampires clearly illustrated the immense strength of the blood orchid. Regrettably, Li Qi lacked the scientific acumen to synthesize the power of the blood orchid with enhancement serums. He would have to rely on the scientists in the base for that. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Li Qi extended his hand towards Kyle. Indeed, may our partnership be prosperous. Kyle reciprocated, their hands clasping firmly. Natasha, observing their handshake, smirked slightly. She was well aware of the blood orchid's properties, having acquired some during her time with Hydra. However, after the military took full control of Borneo, they had not secured any new specimens. Even from Natasha's perspective, the blood orchid was astonishing. Its application could extend life without necessitating alteration. It was precisely due to the blood orchid's remarkable qualities that the military chose to collaborate with biotechnology firms. After all, should the extraordinary substance within the blood orchid be fully understood, it would unlock the secrets to immortality. Upon bidding farewell to Kyle, Wanda and the others returned from outside. Lee, it seems those pests outside have significantly diminished, Wanda remarked, noting the reduced surveillance around them. Although several remained, the numbers were far fewer compared to before. By the way, I've noticed that the media has reported on the vampire situation these past couple of days. Having spent ample time in New York, Wanda had gleaned much information. The existence of vampires was not known to the general populace, yet the recent events had garnered considerable media attention. These vampires are quite audacious. Before Li Qi could respond, Natasha seized the newspaper from the table. The article depicted the scene of a vampire extermination. Although the individuals responsible for the act were not captured in the photograph, the evidence of the vampire's existence could not be denied. Natasha felt a sense of resignation as she read the article, especially since Nick Fury, who would typically respond to such occurrences, was currently confined within SHIELD. The lack of contact with Fury led Natasha to question the current state of the agency. The transformations of these vampires likely correlated with the blood orchid. After all, the Life Foundation had appeared in the memory of the vampire they previously encountered. Observing Natasha's furrowed brow, Li Qi was curious as to why she seemed particularly invested in the vampire situation. As her superior, he decided to share what he had learned regarding the Life Foundation. The Life Foundation? Natasha pondered, sifting through her memories of the organization. It was a relatively new company that emerged in recent years, known for its chaotic research endeavors. Natasha had gone undercover within the organization for a time, yet had not uncovered any significant issues back then. These vampires appeared rather unimpressive. They could be easily dispatched with silver weaponry. Meanwhile, Wanda browsed online discussions about the vampires and found it perplexing. Despite their apparent weakness, many individuals seemed to idolize these creatures. When Li Qi heard Wanda's confusion, he clarified, to you, vampires may seem feeble, but compared to ordinary humans, they are indeed formidable entities. He understood that Wanda viewed the vampires as somewhat insignificant, failing to grasp the source of their unwarranted glorification. However, Wanda had always been in the company of him and Pietro, who were truly extraordinary in their own right. Be it chaos magic or Pietro's super speed, such phenomena were seldom witnessed. Comparing them to vampires was an overestimation of the latter's capabilities. Nonetheless, even the weakest vampires surpassed ordinary humans by a considerable margin, boasting superior physical attributes and extended lifespans. Merely possessing one would be a coveted asset, with the only drawbacks being a fear of darkness and an aversion to blood, hardly substantial impediments. It could be said that the vampire's ability to thrive in this era was greatly aided by the presence of the Hagaway clan. Though they were human, the Hagaway worked diligently for the vampires. Listening to Li Qi's insights on vampires, Wanda recognized that her previous understanding of them had been superficial. However, the recent surge in vampire activity raised questions. Li Qi too was puzzled, unable to fathom the reasons behind their sudden prominence. Traditionally, vampire activities were linked to reviving blood gods or figures like Dracula, but the current actions of these vampires did not appear to align with such motives. Natasha interjected. I've heard rumors that these vampires are attempting to alter their inherent traits, aiming to eliminate their weaknesses to sunlight and silver. Drawing from her own sources, Natasha had gathered some information about the vampires, although she was unaware of the specific factions involved, given the considerable number of vampires present in New York. Chapter 41. The Hydra strikes. After carefully placing the blood orchid, Li Qi rose and addressed Wanda and Natasha, saying, "Let us proceed. Guests have arrived at the company today." Li Qi was somewhat taken aback by the news of the Osborne Group's visit. In contemporary America, the Osborne Group undoubtedly stands as a titan in the realm of biotechnology, akin to the Stark Group's eminent position in weaponry. Thus, Li Qi's curiosity regarding the reason for their visit was quite natural. On this occasion, Li Qi brought only Wanda and Natasha back to the company, allowing the others their freedom to act independently. As Li Qi drove towards the office, he noticed the streets becoming increasingly deserted. There was no need for him to activate his commander's vision. His observation haki alone was sufficient to detect the hidden adversaries lurking in the vicinity. Suddenly, a rocket propelled from afar, hurtling towards them. With a surge of frigid air, a wall of ice instantaneously materialized before them, intercepting the rocket. However, the assailants clearly understood the formidable strength of Li Qi and his companions. Knowing that a single rocket would not suffice to overpower them, dozens of additional rockets soon followed, raining down from all directions. Before Li Qi could intervene, Wanda, having sensed the presence of enemies, waved her hands, enveloping the vehicle they occupied with chaotic magic. The indomitable crimson energy withstood the barrage of rockets without sustaining even the slightest damage. It appeared that these foes had long been prepared for this encounter. Recognizing the figures emerging from the shadows, Li Qi surmised they were agents of Hydra. The advanced weaponry they wielded was clearly beyond the means of ordinary factions. Attack! With that command, the ambushers unleashed their onslaught. Blue energy projectiles erupted from their weapons, impacting Wanda's chaotic magic shield, which no longer proved impervious. Ripples cascaded across Wanda's shield, indicating that these energy attacks could indeed inflict harm upon her. Natasha's eyes widened as she beheld the weaponry brandished by the assailants. Although Li Qi and his companions had encountered these weapons before, Natasha had witnessed their development firsthand. Now, seeing them in the hands of foes, she finally grasped the predicament that Nick Fury faced. As the attackers realized their strikes were effective, they intensified their assault, with the frequency of attacks escalating. Wanda's complexion began to pale. Enough. Leave the rest to me. Li Qi, observing Wanda's condition, felt a surge of satisfaction. Her transformation during this visit to New York represented the most significant gain. Her growth in this environment was evident compared to her previous life in Selvana. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda began to retract her chaotic magic. The intensity of the chaotic magic she had unleashed was unprecedented for her. The destructive capacity of these energy weapons far surpassed that of ordinary armaments. Just as Wanda reigned in her chaotic magic, an icy aura erupted from Li Qi Ice Age. The cold swiftly enveloped the surroundings, freezing the armed assailants in place. Any sporadic attacks were thwarted by Li Qi's unyielding ice. Li Qi found himself perplexed. With such power at their disposal, what audacity did Hydra possess to provoke him? Suddenly, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed around them. When Li Qi turned, he was astonished to see the foes he had thought thoroughly encased in ice breaking free from his grasp. However, they paid a heavy price. Their bodies were mangled and fragmented, scarcely resembling complete individuals. Yet, in the next moment, these beings began to heal rapidly, their previously robust forms becoming gaunt and frail. The earlier sounds reverberated once more. Li Qi, after battling you for so long, did you truly believe we were unprepared? Petty creatures. Should you dare to show yourselves before me, perhaps I might regard you with a modicum of respect. Li Qi retorted to the voice emanating from an unknown source. Such cowardly tactics did not concern him. Natasha was astonished as she observed the distinct features of the transformed adversaries. Initially ordinary humans, they had now become vampires. An unbelievable transformation. It must be a contingency mechanism. They activated it while frozen, Li Qi speculated, noting the vials of serum among the shattered ice. The reason for their transformation into vampires was likely due to that serum, revealing Hydra's involvement in this sinister plot. With a slight chuckle, Li Qi regarded the newly formed vampire monstrosities. Unlike the vampires he had encountered before, these creatures, having been injected with a serum, exhibited severe deficiencies. Although they did not fear sunlight, they resembled mindless beasts devoid of intellect. Once able to rise, they lunged toward Li Qi and his companions with alarming speed. Even Li Qi's subordinates, skilled in swift maneuvers, found themselves outpaced by these creatures, whose speed was among the fastest of all vampires. Yet to Li Qi, they were merely an inconvenience. Ice bird, Gale. A colossal ice bird erupted from Li Qi's arm as he unleashed his full power. The chilling energy that erupted was unparalleled, rapidly lowering the ambient temperature. The swiftest of the vampires were frozen solid, their momentum causing them to shatter upon impact with the ground. Chapter 42. The might of Li Qi. Under Li Qi's command, the ice block, violent crow's beak technique obliterated half of the enemies. These vampires, devoid of intelligence, continued to charge at Li Qi despite the loss of their comrades. As the vampires approached, Li Qi, wishing to test his physical prowess, refrained from employing the powers of the ice fruit once more. Crack! A vampire lunged at him, but the sound of metal clashing resonated. A dark hue of armament enveloped Li Qi's arm, rendering the vampire's attack utterly ineffective, leaving not even a trace behind. In contrast, the vampire was left with a shattered fawn. Over the years, Li Qi's mastery of haki had reached unparalleled heights. With a swift counterpunch, he crushed the vampire's skull. In the next instant, Li Qi surged into the throng of vampires. The Gale Step was unleashed. A blue slash instantly cleaved through the vampires. While ordinary humans might have perished from such an attack, these vampires possessed remarkable vitality. After a brief recovery, they rose once more. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and one recently risen vampire had its head blown off. In the blink of an eye, a werewolf and a black man charged forward. Blade Warrior? The quintessential image of the Blade Warrior was immediately recognizable to Li Qi, but he could not identify the Dark Knight werewolf. As for the woman wielding the shotgun, she was a complete stranger to him. These vampires, already significantly weaker, stood no chance against the approaching Blade Warrior and Dark Knight werewolf. Initially intending to continue his assault, Li Qi returned to the side of Wanda and Natasha upon witnessing their prowess. Observing the vampire hunters in action, Li Qi marveled at their professionalism. Before long, Elsa arrived before Li Qi and the others, introducing herself. Hello, I am Elsa Bloodstone. I wish to inquire about the nature of these vampires. They appear quite peculiar. The moment she engaged, Elsa sensed something amiss. Though these vampires bore some resemblance to those encountered earlier, their strength was vastly different. The Blade Warrior and Dark Knight werewolf approached. The Blade Warrior glanced at Elsa and Li Qi, commenting, "They are not true vampires. They resemble humans more closely." Hearing this, Li Qi cast a sidelong glance at him. The Daywalker's insight was quite surprising to Li Qi. He did not know much about this particular figure, only that he was a hybrid of human and vampire, unafraid of sunlight. These beings were formerly ordinary humans, transformed into vampires after the injection of a certain serum. Elsa, recalling the experiments they had witnessed in the Hell's Kitchen laboratory, deduced that it was once again related to that Dr. Calarambos, who had indeed produced tangible results. Realizing that these individuals were the ones who had been battling vampires recently, Li Qi suddenly sensed an impending threat through his observation hockey. With a swift motion, he conjured an ice wall to encircle them. Crash! Crash! The sound of impact echoed as several 2-meter-tall monstrosities collided with the ice spikes. They were the Crimson Brutes. Elsa's expression darkened upon recognizing them. Familiar with the Crimson Brutes, she knew that defeating them one-on-one would require considerable time. However, the emergence of 7 at once, especially in Johnny's absence, posed a daunting challenge. Boom! One of the Crimson Brutes shattered the ice wall and lunged toward Li Qi. Crimson chains erupted, ensnaring the beast. Cast by Wanda, who had already regained her strength. Furious that the creature dared attack Li Qi enraged, Wanda unleashed a terrifying display of chaos magic. The inherently robust Crimson Brute could hardly muster any resistance against Wanda's magic. Boom! Under the might of Wanda's chaos magic, the head of the Crimson Brute exploded, leaving no chance for recovery, reducing it to ashes. Frozen moment. Before the remaining ice walls could shatter, Li Qi initiated his assault. Cold air erupted from his feet, instantly freezing the remaining 6 Crimson Brutes. However, akin to the earlier vampires, Li Qi's freezing ability could not yet dismantle them at the cellular level, and their formidable healing capabilities prompted them to struggle against the encasing ice. Li Qi mused that awakening the powers of the ice fruit would render these foes effortlessly vanquishable. Nevertheless, the display of strength exhibited by Li Qi and Wanda captivated Elsa and the others. "You are the one who killed Kingpin," Elsa exclaimed, recalling the recent events. As the ice-encased building had only recently thawed, while conversing, their attacks did not relent. With the vampires frozen, their healing abilities were somewhat curtailed, allowing Elsa and her companions to dispatch them with ease. As the last of the Crimson Brutes fell, the Dark Knight werewolf also returned to normalcy. "I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. I had thought it mere rumor," Elsa remarked, looking at Li Qi and Wanda. "Considering that only Johnny might match such power among their ranks. Your strength is not to be underestimated either. A werewolf, a vampire, and a bloodstone," Li Qi noted. Recalling the significance of the bloodstone, a remarkable artifact against dark beings. "This is not a place for idle chatter. We should take our leave," Natasha interjected hastily, sensing the need to vacate the area as Li Qi and Elsa began to converse. Chapter 43. Norman's invitation for collaboration. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Qi surveyed the surrounding battle environment, realizing the urgency of leaving the area. After all, the plans of Hydra had already faltered, and the lockdown here would likely be lifted soon. With a surge of his fruit-based powers, the icy surroundings shattered into fragments, the solid ice dispersing into the air until it vanished. This dazzling display left Elsa and the others in awe. "Let us depart." Li Qi invited the group to join him in heading to Umbrella. Elsa, filled with many questions, pondered the sudden appearance of so many vampires who had been tracking them for so long, especially since they had now turned against Li Qi. Surely he must possess considerable knowledge about the situation. Upon arriving at the company, Li Qi found himself momentarily unable to attend to Elsa and the others. To his surprise, Norman Osborn himself had come to see him. "Hello, Mr. Li," Norman remarked, observing the youthfulness of Li Qi with a sense of admiration. In his heart, Norman mused about the advantages of possessing such power, having established a significant legacy at such a young age and collaborating with General Ross. It was evident that without the strength displayed during his battle with King, such achievements would have been unattainable. "Hello, Mr. Osborn. I did not expect you to come personally," Li Qi replied, finding it challenging to reconcile this affable gentleman with the notorious Green Goblin he would later become. Guided by Li Qi, Norman Osborn followed him to the lounge, while Elsa and the others were escorted away by Natasha. "I wonder what brings you here, Mr. Osborn," Li Qi inquired, observing the serious expression on Norman's face. As you are aware, our company has considerable prowess in biotechnology. We have been researching super soldier serum and have developed our own products. Instead of divulging his intentions directly, Norman initiated a conversation about Oscorp. Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the strength of Oscorp. The advanced technology they had produced, such as lizard serums and rhino armor, was impressive. With a righteous individual at the helm, a formidable superhero team could undoubtedly emerge. I am well aware of Oscorp's capabilities. But I assume your visit is not merely to showcase your company? Li Qi conjectured, convinced that Norman had more significant matters at hand. Indeed, upon hearing Li Qi's words, Norman expressed, I am here to seek collaboration. I wish to be involved in the Human Enhancement Serum project with General Ross and your team. And I can also share my enhancement formulas with you. Norman's demeanor was earnest, motivated by the recent onset of his family's affliction. The enhancement formulas produced by his labs had proven ineffective against it. Just yesterday, during a casual discussion with General Ross, he learned of the enhancement serum being developed by Li Qi's team. Driven by desperation, Norman hastily sought out Li Qi, abandoning his usual composure. The human enhancement formula, Mr. Osborn, you truly are generous, Li Qi remarked, acknowledging the significance of Norman's offer. It was well known that one of the pivotal factors in Norman's transformation into the Green Goblin was this very enhancement formula. His willingness to share it underscored his genuine desire for collaboration with Li Qi as Li Qi contemplated the necessity of partnering with Norman Osborn. He recognized that while his own enhancement serum, sourced from Hydra, demonstrated decent stability, its enhancement capabilities were rather average. In contrast, Norman's formula promised greater strength. The prospect of collaboration was certainly enticing, especially considering Oscorp's technological advancements. May our collaboration be fruitful, Li Qi declared, extending his hand to Norman. Meanwhile, in the adjoining lounge, Wanda and Elsa engaged in light conversation. The fact that those vampires had once been human posed a significant concern. If such serums fell into the wrong hands, chaos could ensue. Blade reflected on the savage vampires he had just dispatched. These serum-enhanced creatures were far more perilous than ordinary vampires, whose rationality allowed them to weigh their actions. In contrast, these beings were solely driven by destruction. Understanding the stark difference between these creatures and regular vampires, Jack Russell noted their resemblance to the mindless beasts known as the Crimson Berserkers. Wanda, do you know who these beings are? Elsa inquired, having grown more familiar with Wanda during their journey. Wanda replied, if I am not mistaken, they should be affiliated with Hydra. Hydra? How can this be? Wasn't Hydra eradicated? Elsa and Natasha exclaimed in disbelief as Wanda continued. Indeed, Hydra has remained active in Europe, and we have been entangled with them for quite some time. We have lost count of how many of their operatives we have dispatched. While Wanda had heard tales of Hydra's past glories from Li Qi, her recent encounters had made it clear that Hydra was not as formidable as Li Qi had portrayed. Elsa and Blade exchanged incredulous glances, well aware of Hydra's notoriety, especially since Blade had battled them in the past. Chapter 44, Collaboration Against Vampires. If it were Hydra, this step would indeed be plausible. As a warrior who has battled Hydra, one can reflect on its former might. The emergence of a creature like the Crimson Berserker is certainly within the realm of possibility. However, among the group, it was Natasha who appeared most astounded. The weapons wielded by the assailants were unmistakably those used within S.H.I.E.L.D. If Hydra was indeed behind this, it would confirm the existence of another faction within S.H.I.E.L.D. If Hydra truly was involved, Natasha felt compelled to inform Nick Fury. Hydra is distinctly unlike any other organization. Is it really Hydra? Why has there been no news of them for so many years? Elsa still harbored doubts, wondering if Wanda and the others might have made an error, considering Hydra's history is exceedingly distant. Hydra has never been eradicated. The ones vanquished in the past were merely those led by Red Skull. As Lee entered after bidding farewell to Norman Osborn, he overheard the discussion about Hydra and immediately interjected. Furthermore, you are all aware of the clipping plan orchestrated by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Those Hydra operatives have indeed concealed themselves utilizing this very plan. Natasha, listening intently to Lee, felt a surge of shock. If the clipping plan was as Lee described, it would imply that S.H.I.E.L.D. might not have traitors after all. Perhaps it is they who are the traitors. Hey man. Wanda's call jolted Natasha, who was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Natasha realized that her identity had long been known to Lee and the others. Given their profound understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, how could they possibly be unaware of her status as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Just call me Natasha. I assume you have known for some time. Seeing no change in Wanda or Lee upon mentioning her name, she sighed. What? Do you intend to return to S.H.I.E.L.D.? You are still under my command. Upon Natasha's acknowledgement of her identity, Lee spoke up. However, Natasha shook her head. I think I shall remain here for now. I can no longer comprehend S.H.I.E.L.D. Having grasped the deep entanglement between Hydra and Hydra, Natasha felt a sense of confusion. After all, her escape from the Red Room was motivated by a minuscule sense of justice. Yet it appeared that Hydra and the Red Room were not so different after all. It might be better to stay with Lee. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Lee refrained from further comment and turned his gaze toward Elsa and the others. The vampires you are encountering are likely supported by Hydra and the Life Foundation. It would be quite challenging for just the four of you to vanquish them. Naturally, Lee would not let the attackers who had assaulted him go unpunished, especially with capable allies at hand. Elsa's heart lifted upon hearing Lee's words. Are you planning to assist us in dealing with these vampires? They had witnessed Lee's power. Even the strongest of the vampires, the Crimson Berserkers, had been effortlessly dispatched by him. Any other adversaries would likely be annihilated with even greater ease. I have some matters to attend to, but Wanda and Natasha can aid you. I will also seek additional support for you. Wanda nodded in agreement, knowing that they were indeed addressing the vampires. Just like Lee. Wanda was also one to hold grudges. I have no objections, but my equipment is at Hydra. I will require some gear for combat. In response to Natasha's statement, Lee conjured a box seemingly from thin air. This is called a kukri. It is a remarkable weapon. Upon receiving the box, Natasha opened it to reveal weapons resembling flesh and blood. Furrowing her brow, Natasha grasped the handle and withdrew the kukri. As the weapon emerged, the mass of flesh-like material swiftly assembled into a firearm resembling a rifle. The kukri's primary material is the elusivia, capable of firing both solid projectiles and energy blasts, easily capable of dispatching even beings as formidable as vampires. Lee had acquired the kukri some time ago, yet it was of little use to most. As for Wanda and Pietro, they had no need for such burdensome weaponry. The only advantage of the Yo was its ranged attacks. However, for Natasha, the kukri was a perfect remedy for her current inadequacies. Pleased with Natasha's satisfaction, Lee began coordinating with others. In that case, we shall prepare. I have some personnel to mobilize. Observing Wanda and Natasha, Elsa felt that this was indeed the opportune moment to eradicate the vampire threat. Thus, she proposed a separation. As Johnny and Dr. Voodoo awaited them. Very well. As they departed, Wanda approached Lee, stating, these individuals possess considerable strength, yet it seems they are not aligned with us. Wanda could discern that both the Winter Soldier and the Night Werewolf bore heavy burdens, while only Elsa appeared somewhat akin to herself and her companions. Indeed, but we do not require their power. It would be advantageous if Jessica could be persuaded to join us. Since arriving in New York, an abundance of superheroes and villains had emerged, but only Jessica piqued Lee's interest. Jessica was someone who failed to harness her abilities. Otherwise, she would not merely be a street-level hero in Hell's Kitchen. Her powers could be likened to a lesser version of the Hulk. Yet she possessed a level of reason that the Hulk lacked. As Natasha busied herself with the kukri, she paid no mind to Lee and Wanda's conversation. Chapter 45, Spirit of Vengeance. On the other side, Elsa returned to the tavern and encountered Johnny and the others. Upon seeing Elsa and her companions, Johnny and the others appeared somewhat despondent. Their investigation into the vampires had reached an impasse, and the spirit of vengeance within Johnny had become increasingly restless in recent days. Despite the suppression provided by Elsa's bloodstone, he was on the verge of losing control. Johnny resolved to temporarily leave. Should the spirit of vengeance become uncontainable, he would become the greatest adversary of Elsa and her companions. After expressing his concerns to Elsa, she felt a sense of helplessness. Assisting Johnny was an entirely different endeavor from aiding the Night Wolves. Although the bloodstone could momentarily subdue the spirit of vengeance, the disparity in their strengths was far too great. While it could provide temporary relief, it was incapable of permanently containing the spirit, particularly given Mephisto's formidable capabilities, which far exceeded that of a mere bloodstone. Perhaps it is unnecessary to continue suppressing the power within you. The vampires are backed by Hydra, a nefarious organization active since World War II. They would undoubtedly align with your objectives, Elsa remarked, aware that the spirit of vengeance sought to send malevolent souls to the depths of hell. Both Hydra and the vampires seemed to fit Johnny's requirements perfectly. Hail Hydra! Johnny's interest piqued upon hearing the name of the shadowy organization. Having grown up reading Captain America comics, he was no stranger to Hydra's malevolence. Though he was uncertain why this so-called Hydra still existed, he assumed they would surely satisfy the spirit of vengeance's appetite for retribution. However, if Hydra truly lurked behind these events, confronting them would not be a trivial matter. Jericho then spoke up, expressing his belief that if Hydra were indeed involved in the vampire affair, dealing with them would be no simple task. Regardless of how Hydra had managed to persist, such a large organization was beyond the capability of their small group. Jericho had a clear understanding of their own strengths, apart from Johnny, whose uniqueness stood out. The rest would struggle to confront Hydra. We do have allies against Hydra, namely the group that recently dealt with Kim, Jericho continued. They have been consistently battling Hydra. Upon hearing Jericho mention Hydra, Elsa thought of Leech and his companions. Their strength is formidable. We witnessed it firsthand today. Considering Leech's ability to freeze the very air around him, Sheer numbers no longer hold significance. I firmly believe Leech possesses the power necessary to shatter Hydra. If your claims hold true, then dismantling these vampires along with Hydra and the Life Foundation is not an impossible feat, Jericho observed, glancing at the resolute Elsa and the Nightwolves. He felt a flicker of hope that, if their assertions were indeed accurate, they could eradicate this vampire faction. Time is of the essence. We must locate the vampire's lair and capture them all at once. Elsa urged, as everyone concurred with her proposal. Regarding their lair, we have yet to investigate the location where I previously followed the vampires. At this moment, the Night Wolf recalled the site they had traced to after pursuing those vampires in Hell's Kitchen. I doubt that was their base. I can't envision those superior vampires establishing their stronghold near a garbage dump. Hearing the Night Wolf's words, Blade interjected. As one well-versed in the ways of vampires, Blade understood that despite their differences, their fundamental instincts remained unchanged. In his view, Hell's Kitchen was already the limit for those vampires. A landfill, a place uninhabitable even for normal humans, was certainly not where vampires would linger. I maintain that location is undoubtedly a trap, Blade asserted. The others expressed their amusement at the overzealous human, who seemed to grasp that it was a trap, while the Night Wolf remained oblivious. They regarded the excited human with a mix of exasperation and amusement, aware that since transforming into a swamp creature, his intelligence had become rather erratic. The Night Wolf felt a pang of helplessness. After all, he had been following the scent of those vampires and ended up finding nothing in that foul-smelling dump, leaving him unable to eat for an entire day. Although these vampires were linked to Hydra, the most crucial line of inquiry for now remained the Life Foundation. Jericho, observing the group, felt they should not allow Hydra's emergence to divert their focus. Their previous success in locating the vampires stemmed from following the trail of the Life Foundation. If they recklessly changed their target, they might once again lose the vampires' trail. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of not allowing Hydra to cloud their judgment. Umbrella. Leech inquired of the researcher who had arrived from Serbia after handing over the human enhancement formula, Yuri. What is your assessment of the efficacy of this formula? Indeed, the chief researcher under Leech was named Yuri. However, he bore no relation to the mind-controlling Yuri, for Leech had bestowed upon him a dose of NZT-48 as a reward for his displayed talents. The personnel at the base who had injected the enhancement serum already possessed significant learning capabilities. Coupled with the effects of NZT-48, Yuri could be considered a genius scientist. However, unlike the other Yuri, this one was just beginning to unfold his narrative. Chapter 46. Yuri and Wanda's new abilities. This human enhancement formula is significantly more potent than the enhancement serum we have been injecting. Ours is merely a truncated version in many aspects. Yuri's first project upon completion of his studies was the human enhancement serum, and the serum currently utilized in the base was indeed developed by him. Although this particular formula is complete, its side effects are quite severe, primarily enhancing physical capabilities while adversely affecting the brain. Consumption of this enhancement formula renders the user exceedingly radical. Listening to Yuri, Li Chi felt immense satisfaction. As Yuri mentioned, the side effects of the human enhancement formula brought by Norman Osborn are glaringly apparent. Perhaps this was not a formula Norman Osborn personally used, but his future transformation into the Green Goblin is inextricably linked to it. Furthermore, Osborn's research on this formula was merely to sell it to General Ross and to address his family's hereditary ailments. Thus, the formula's effects predominantly pertain to physical enhancement. Li Chi inquired of Yuri whether this formula held any utility for them. Yuri confidently replied that this enhancement formula excels in bodily augmentation compared to theirs. With this formula, their serum may potentially be developed into a new version. Yuri's self-assurance was palpable. He lamented that previously accessible knowledge was limited, predominantly derived from the fallen Hydra's remnants. Otherwise, with his current intellect, he would have undoubtedly created something remarkable by now. Observing Yuri's unwavering confidence, Li Chi promptly declared that once the Umbrella Laboratory was operational, he would entrust its management entirely to Yuri. To this, Yuri responded with calm composure. After parting with Yuri and returning home, Li Chi found Natasha engrossed with the Quinkinks. Ah, so you were quite taken with that weapon. Natasha, having heard his return, was not startled by Li Chi's sudden exclamation. This weapon is extraordinary. It appears less like a weapon and more akin to an organ. As Natasha manipulated the Quinkinks, her curiosity about the myriad secrets surrounding Li Chi grew immensely. Through her tests, she discovered that this weapon was on par with the energy weapons currently developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., and, in certain respects, even superior. In terms of portability and energy efficiency, it surpassed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s creations. This revelation left Natasha astounded, for the energy weapons had required significant manpower and resources to develop. Yet, what Li Chi casually presented seemed to exceed their efforts, indicating that he harbored even more concealed secrets. Indeed, the Quinkinks was derived from the organs of some unique entities. Upon noticing Natasha's recognition of the Quinkinks' peculiarity, Li Chi candidly divulged the truth to her. Even the seasoned Natasha inhaled sharply upon hearing Li Chi's admission. Just as they were about to converse further, Wanda peered down from the second floor. Li Qi, come quickly. With Wanda's exuberant demeanor, Li Qi sensed she bore delightful news. He leaped up and landed on the balcony, soon standing before Wanda. What is it? Have you something to share? Li Qi gazed at Wanda with affectionate indulgence, noting that under his attentive care, she had become even more remarkable than before. Even her previously modest features now appeared grand and striking. Wanda noticed Li Qi's gaze and, rather than feeling bashful, stood proudly. I intended to surprise you, but you discerned it too quickly, Wanda pouted. In the next moment, she clasped her hands. A swirl of crimson chaos magic materialized around her, collapsing inward. In the blink of an eye, Wanda vanished. Moments later, chaos magic erupted behind Li Qi, and Wanda reappeared, just as she aimed to startle him. Li Qi turned, astonished, and exclaimed, teleportation magic? Wanda's recent display bore a striking resemblance to scenes Li Qi had witnessed in films, particularly those showcasing the mutant known as Nightcrawler, albeit one left traces of sulfur and hellish energy, while the other emanated the essence of chaos magic. Indeed, Wanda affirmed, nodding at Li Qi's observation. She then produced the hearthstone that Li Qi had gifted her not long ago. During this time, I harnessed the power of this hearthstone to develop this magic. As she spoke, Wanda enveloped the hearthstone in chaos magic, and it promptly materialized before Li Qi currently. Aside from myself, I can only teleport inanimate objects, and the destination must be familiar to me. My range is rather limited, confined to within the United States. Listening to Wanda, Li Qi refrained from comment. Such abilities were already quite impressive, considering Wanda had only possessed the hearthstone for a few days. Given her current progress, the prospect of one day opening portals akin to Heimdall's for traversing the 9 realms did not seem far-fetched. This ability is formidable. Do not become complacent. Once you master it, you could traverse back and forth to our home as effortlessly as Pietro. Li Qi perceived Wanda's teleportation capability as exceptionally powerful. It is essential to note that in this world, mutants do not exist. The only entities capable of opening portals, aside from the Tesseract, are the sorcerers from Kamartash. As for the Asgardians, they cannot be included, as only Heimdall can open the Bifrost using his key, rather than through innate ability. Chapter 47. Phantom Ninja. Li Qi observed Wanda's displayed abilities, recognizing her remarkable talent for magic, nearly relying on the limited runes upon the hearthstone. She had self-taught herself teleportation magic. If Wanda were to study magic systematically like those from Kamartash, it was conceivable that the next Sorcerer Supreme might not include strange at all. In Li Qi's eyes, Wanda's potential was indeed formidable. Upon hearing Li Qi's praise, Wanda earnestly nodded. Rest assured, I have mastered this magic. With a little more effort, I shall achieve what you mentioned. Wanda also felt a deep longing for Eileen and the others. If her magical prowess reached the level Li Qi described, she could return to Serbia during the day and reunite with him by night. The following days remained relatively tranquil, with the midnight suns searching for traces of the vampires. Meanwhile, Li Qi steadily advanced his own endeavors. According to Natasha's intel, SHIELD had initiated a cleanup operation against Hydra. The long-absent Nick Fury had returned to New York, accompanied this time by Captain America. Initially, Nick intended for Natasha to assist him, but in a rare moment of clarity, she chose to decline. Nick, understanding her predicament, felt reassured with Captain America's presence, believing Hydra could not instigate further turmoil. Thus he refrained from pressing her on the matter. When Li Qi signed in yet again and received the Phantom Ninja, he felt a sense of resignation. The rewards for the past few days had been exceedingly repetitive, each time he received the Phantom Ninja, albeit in varying quantities. After a few days, the number of Phantom Ninjas had exceeded 200. The only silver lining for Li Qi was that upon acquiring the Phantom Ninja, a shadow realm had formed within his shadow. These Phantom Ninjas would remain in their designated location and would respawn there if defeated. While Li Qi lamented the situation, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he surmised that Elsa and her team had likely discovered the location of the vampires. Indeed, upon answering, Elsa's excited voice came through. We've located the vampires' lair. They are quite cunning. Their laboratory and resting area are completely separate. We almost fell into their trap. From the tone of her voice, Li Qi could tell that Elsa was overly exhilarated. All right, provide me with the location, and I shall dispatch assistance. Li Qi had little interest in the vampires themselves, but he was quite keen on the so-called laboratory. The serum capable of transforming humans into vampires and enhancing vampires into more formidable creatures surely harbored numerous valuable insights. Contemplating this, Li Qi responded to Elsa. Aren't you planning to intervene? These vampires are backed by Hydra, and I worry that should they engage, we may struggle to cope. Elsa was not one to feign strength. She understood her own limitations. While they were confident in handling vampires, they were at a loss when confronting an entity like Hydra. After all, Hydra's weaponry was entirely different from that of the brawling vampires. You need not worry about Hydra. I shall personally deal with them, and they will not have the opportunity to confront you. Li Qi spoke truthfully, as he indeed intended to confront Hydra himself. This decision stemmed from the intelligence he had received from Natasha. The ongoing conflict between Hydra and had intensified, although both parties tactfully avoided bringing their struggles into the public eye. Nevertheless, casualties on both sides continued to mount. Without Captain America's intervention, might have been on the brink of collapse. Li Chi had also set his sights on the vast assets controlled by Pierce's faction of Hydra. Even acquiring a fraction of those assets would yield substantial benefits. Moreover, considering Hydra's existing enmity towards him, it was an opportunity too tempting to ignore. If Hydra remains passive, we should face no issues. Upon hearing that Li Chi would confront Hydra, Elsa sighed in relief. They felt quite assured in dealing with the vampires, especially given Wanda's demonstrated prowess. With Wanda's assistance, even formidable foes like the Scarlet Sentinel would be manageable. Additionally, they had Johnny, the spirit of vengeance, on their side. After conversing with Elsa, Li Chi contemplated who to send against the vampires. Initially, he had intended to dispatch Wanda and Natasha along with Dagmar to assist. However, as he needed Natasha by his side to confront Hydra's members, he felt uneasy about sending Wanda alone. Who knew what hidden cards the vampires might possess? It was then that Li Chi thought of Jessica. Although she lacked specialized skills against vampires, her immense strength and defense made her a valuable asset in this battle. With this in mind, Li Chi retrieved Jessica's contact number, which she had left during her last visit. After dialing, it rang for a while before being answered. Hello? A muffled voice came through the receiver, and Li Chi could easily imagine how much Jessica had indulged in her libations. Jessica, it's Li Chi. Upon hearing his voice, the other end fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, Jessica's voice returned, sounding significantly more coherent than before. Li Chi, what do you need? You mentioned you owed me a favor last time. Now you have the chance to repay it. Jessica acknowledged Li Chi's previous assistance in eliminating the Purple Man. Thus, upon hearing his request, she readily replied, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I'm in. Chapter 48. Natasha's preparations. It shall not contravene your principles. This time, it is merely a matter of assisting in dealing with a cadre of vampires. Jessica had initially anticipated that Li Chi would present her with a request that would place him in a quandary. To her surprise, he asked for her assistance against vampires, which alleviated Jessica's concerns. From the methods Li Chi employed to confront Jean, it was evident that he was not a benign entity. Thus, Jessica had harbored fears that Li Chi might compel her to partake in some nefarious scheme. Upon hearing that the task was to confront vampires, Jessica promptly declared, dealing with vampires poses no problem. In response to her declaration, Li Chi continued, the number of adversaries this time will be substantial. Should your companions be willing to assist, I shall ensure ample recompense for their efforts. Indeed, in addition to Jessica, Li Chi intended to enlist her aid in abducting Murdoch and his band of street heroes. Even if it required a financial outlay, it was of little consequence, for the wealth they could amass by vanquishing these vampires would far outweigh any incurred losses. Originally, Li Chi had faced considerable challenges in seizing the vampires' riches. Even if they succeeded in eliminating these vampires, others would invariably take their place and seize their fortunes. However, now with Ross's support, the prospect of appropriating the vampires' wealth was no longer an insurmountable challenge. These vampires, having existed for countless years, had accumulated an extraordinary amount of wealth. Not even General Ross could overlook such a fortune, especially given the exorbitant costs associated with his super soldier program. With Li Chi's formidable prowess, he would undoubtedly secure his rightful share from this opulent banquet. Jessica, on the other end of the line, was oblivious to Li Chi's deeper intentions and believed that Murdoch and his companions would be amenable to eradicating vampires. She assured Li Chi, very well. I shall inquire with them. After concluding the call, Jessica commenced her outreach to Murdoch and Luke Cage. As for the Punisher, Jessica refrained from contacting him. Though their interactions were limited, she was well aware of his nature. The Punisher's vendetta was aimed squarely at the criminal underworld, and as long as vampires did not impede his quest for vengeance, he would likely remain indifferent. Following his conversation with Jessica, Li Chi sought out Natasha, who was engaged in her training regimen. Since her true identity had been revealed, Natasha had shed the cautious demeanor she once maintained. Her previous fade had been entirely discarded, allowing her to engage in playful banter with Li Chi. "Oh, you're up unusually early today. This is quite unlike you," Natasha remarked, somewhat astonished by Li Chi's presence. After cohabiting for an extended period, she had never witnessed him rising before midday. Li Chi, sensing the peculiar look Natasha cast upon him, felt a touch of exasperation but responded, "I had little choice. Elsa roused me from slumber. They have already discovered the vampire's lair and laboratory." Natasha paused her training at his words, inquiring, "So, are you planning to take action?" Li Chi had previously divulged information regarding Hydra to Natasha, which rendered further questions unnecessary. Indeed, according to Elsa, the Ghost Rider was nearing the point of losing control. The fiery skull that had appeared in New York was his manifestation. Johnny could no longer contain the spirit of vengeance, and each night, he roamed the city as the Ghost Rider, delivering judgment upon many deserving souls. In a city rife with sin, numerous politicians were now gripped by trepidation due to the Ghost Rider's presence. The return of Steve to S.H.I.E.L.D. had also prompted many who had not succumbed to mind control to realign themselves, leading to multiple confrontations between the factions. Natasha, having a close friend in Barton at S.H.I.E.L.D., was well informed about the recent developments within the organization. Had it not been for Nick Fury's intervention to extricate Steve, S.H.I.E.L.D. might have been on the verge of transforming into Hydra's stronghold. However, it was Steve's return that had shifted the balance, rallying neutral parties and those not fully indoctrinated back to Nick Fury's side. From which angle shall we launch our assault? Li Chi queried, turning to Natasha. He possessed limited intelligence regarding Pierce's faction of Hydra, but understood that their strength and numbers were considerable. To vanquish them, a surprise attack and swift resolution would be paramount. Currently, the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had fallen under Pierce's control, and Nick Fury had been relieved of his duties. If they could eliminate Pierce and the Hydra operatives within, the remaining members would pose little threat. Upon learning of Li Chi's intent to confront Pierce and his cohorts, Natasha sprang into action. After analyzing the situation, she noted that while Hydra members often operated covertly, their clandestine nature meant that the death of a superior would result in their complete severance from the organization. Most high-ranking officials had gathered at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, including Pierce, who had made it his operational base. This newfound authority led Pierce to believe he was impervious to direct assault. After ousting Nick Fury and his allies, he remained entrenched, commanding S.H.I.E.L.D. from within. Is that so? Li Chi nodded at Natasha's assessment. However, be advised that S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses weaponry specifically designed to counter your abilities. Your wide-ranging attacks may be heavily mitigated. We will need to assemble additional personnel. Li Chi was not surprised that his powers had drawn attention. In the Marvel Universe, advanced technology abounded, and his abilities were overtly displayed. It would indeed be concerning if no one sought to counter him. Chapter 49. The abandoned vampire Li Chi remained unconcerned about the possibility of his abilities being studied. The findings they had developed would be rendered futile the moment his devil fruit powers awakened. After all, the disparity between the state of his abilities before and after awakening was akin to night and day. Even if Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. devised methods to counter him, those strategies would become obsolete once he fully realized his powers. As for manpower, there was no need for worry. A glance at Natasha beside him brought to mind the formidable Shadow Corps he had recently acquired. Each member of this elite force was exceptionally powerful. Despite their previous defeat at the hands of Jackie Chan's group, they had triumphed against the agents of the 13 districts. The ninjas of the Shadow Corps were more than capable of handling not only ordinary combatants, but also elite soldiers. Their array of ninja tools were lethal instruments designed for killing. Li Chi was confident that with the assistance of the Shadow Corps, they could sufficiently confront the Hydra operatives. After all, these Shadow ninjas were immortal. Even in death, they would resurrect within the Shadow Kingdom that resided in Li Chi's shadow. To obliterate them entirely would necessitate the use of magic or higher-order powers, as mere gunpowder weaponry would prove inadequate. Seeing Li Chi's assured demeanor, Natasha chose to trust him. In contrast to the operation against Hydra, Elsa and her team were evidently moving with greater urgency against the vampires. Following Wanda's call, they agreed to meet at the small tavern where Elsa and her companions were currently gathered. Wanda departed with Dagmar and others, this time without Li Chi to guide them, which placed the onus of leadership squarely on her shoulders. This absence made Wanda somewhat anxious. In the past, she had Peter or Eileen to assist her. Now, she was left to navigate the situation alone, which heightened her tension. Dagmar, this time our adversaries are unlike those we have faced before. We are dealing with a group of vampires, so exercise caution and do not excessively rely on the power of the 6 styles, Wanda admonished as they set out. Those who mastered the Navy's 6 styles often found themselves overly dependent on these formidable techniques. While Dagmar and the others were well-versed in various martial arts and firearms, their instinct during combat was still to utilize the 6 styles. In previous encounters against foes armed solely with conventional firearms, this approach sufficed. However, this time, they faced not only vampires, but also the potential threat of Hydra operatives wielding energy weapons. Wanda had witnessed the potency of Hydra's energy weapons firsthand. Even her chaos magic had been affected by them, underscoring their formidable nature. The adults have already informed us of these matters, and we are armed, Dagmar replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in his demeanor. He had not anticipated that Wanda viewed them as reckless brutes. Although they lacked Yuri's innate talent, the enhancements from their strength-boosting serums had elevated their capabilities beyond those of ordinary individuals. They understood their own strength and knew that employing the 6 styles against weaker foes could swiftly dispatch enemies. Yet, facing a large-scale threat, they would not be foolish enough to charge in using the 6 styles. Wanda nodded in satisfaction at Dagmar's words. Li Chi had previously informed Wanda of the vampire's abilities. Aside from the exceptional Crimson Berserkers, the remaining vampires posed little threat in her eyes. Moreover, Dagmar and the others wielded silver weapons, which were particularly effective against vampires. At Elsa's tavern, Jericho observed Johnny, who was brooding over a drink. Johnny, today you must confront those vampires. Once you eliminate them, you can leave, Jericho stated with a hint of exasperation. The power of the spirit of vengeance was overwhelming, even with Elsa's bloodstone aiding in its suppression. The infernal power teetered on the brink of overwhelming them all. Fortunately, Johnny had developed a degree of resistance to the spirit's madness. Otherwise, becoming the Ghost Rider could have condemned their souls to hell, as he might have perceived them as equally sinful. Indeed, New York is no ordinary place. You've stirred up quite a bit of trouble lately, Jericho continued, noting that even Blade had been somewhat troubled by the chaos Johnny had caused in recent days. Many of those Johnny had sent to hell were individuals of considerable influence, which had drawn unwanted attention his way. Thankfully, Elsa and Jericho had some connections to help shield Johnny from the fallout. It's all that bastard Mephisto's fault. Johnny seethed with hatred for Mephisto upon hearing their words. Had it not been for Mephisto's temptations and deceit, he would not have become what he was today. Over the years, Johnny had come to realize that the spirit of vengeance within him was unique. The Ghost Riders chosen by Mephisto were not limited to him alone. During his years of evasion, he had encountered other spirits of vengeance. However, none exhibited the same temperament as the one within him, which was particularly volatile. These vampires had been utterly forsaken. Both the 13 clans and other factions had abandoned them. At this juncture, Elsa revealed a crucial piece of information. Based on intelligence she had gathered over the past few days, both the 13 clans of vampires and other entities had expressed discontent with this group that had flouted the rules. Their ability to locate the vampire's lair so effortlessly was undoubtedly due to the efforts of these factions. Clearly, they intended to use others to eliminate this band of forsaken vampires. Chapter 50. Preparations before battle. Upon hearing Elsa's words, the patrons of the tavern displayed no surprise. They were already well aware of the situation. The nature of vampires is indeed peculiar, as they strive to adapt to the new era while rigidly upholding the traditions of the past. The Blade Warriors found themselves perplexed by the enigmatic behavior of these vampires. Having hunted numerous vampires, they questioned whether these beings had simply lived too long, resulting in a myriad of mentally unstable creatures encountered during their quests. As Elsa's phone chimed, Wanda and her companions arrived at the tavern entrance. Shortly thereafter, Elsa stepped outside to usher them in. Jericho was taken aback upon seeing Wanda. His strength stemmed from the power of Roa, and though he could not directly wield it, he sensed a formidable magic emanating from Wanda. This revelation confirmed to Roa that Wanda was indeed a powerful sorceress. Noticing Dagmar and Kayrilla trailing behind her, he could ascertain that they were not ordinary individuals either. At that moment, Jericho began to believe Elsa's earlier assertions. However, just as Elsa was about to introduce them, the door swung open once more. There stood Jessica, clad in simple attire, accompanied by the already costumed Daredevil and Luke Cage. Upon spotting Wanda, Jessica realized she had not erred in her destination. The owner of this establishment has hired us to assist you, Jessica explained, perceiving the bewildered expressions on Elsa and the others. Among the trio, only Daredevil, renowned in Hell's Kitchen, held any notable reputation, while Jessica and Luke Cage remained relatively unknown. After a conversation with Leech, Jessica had reached out to Daredevil, who agreed to aid them, motivated both by the desire to combat these vile creatures and by his pressing financial woes. Daredevil, having witnessed the dangers posed by the vampires in their previous skirmish, felt compelled to act. He did not wish to see more innocents harmed. This time, he had equipped himself with silver weapons, determined to avoid the sense of helplessness he felt when using ordinary blunt instruments against the vampires. Familiar with Daredevil, Elsa and her companions greeted his arrival with enthusiasm. There were two known locations where the vampires congregated, their resting place and the Life Foundation's laboratory. With everyone now present, Elsa retrieved a tablet and marked both locations. These sites are quite distant from one another, necessitating our division into teams. Otherwise, any disturbance at one location could jeopardize the other. Before she could finish, the Blade Warrior interjected, "They hold the laboratory in high regard. Its defenses will be far more formidable than their resting place." Listening intently, Daredevil inquired, "Do we have an estimate of their numbers?" To him, the vampire count was paramount. Charging an unprepared would be foolish. "While we have certainly diminished their ranks recently, there are still many remaining," Elsa replied, her expression grave. "It is difficult to ascertain their exact numbers, as they do not produce new vampires as freely as those from the 13 clans. Their lack of restraint makes it impossible to gauge their strength accurately." Kayrilla chimed in. "We needn't overly concern ourselves with the common vampires. Our leader has provided several large ultraviolet devices, which should be effective against them." Having learned of the vampires' myriad weaknesses, Kayrilla regarded them with disdain. With their numerous vulnerabilities, fear of silver, light, even symbols like crosses and garlic, one must wonder how they became infamous villains in folklore. Nodding in agreement, the Blade Warrior recalled his previous encounters with vampires, during which he effectively utilized ultraviolet light and concentrated garlic juice, methods often more effective than silver weaponry. The others, recognizing the advantage of the ultraviolet devices, ceased their discussions about numbers. With such a potent weapon at hand, ordinary vampires posed little threat. Yet, the uncertainty surrounding the number of crimson beasts loomed over them. Johnny, who had fought these formidable creatures on numerous occasions, expressed his concerns about their regenerative abilities, noting how easily a few of them could ensnare their foes. "We need not worry excessively about the crimson beasts," the Blade Warrior said, retrieving a box of serum from beneath the table. This serum, developed specifically to counteract the regenerative abilities of the crimson beasts, may not eliminate them outright, but will certainly hinder their healing. The group exchanged surprised glances, recognizing the significance of this revelation. The greatest challenge posed by the crimson beasts lay in their rapid regeneration. Restricting this ability would make overcoming them considerably easier. "Then let us set forth," Wanda declared. Observing that the preparations were thorough, after a brief discussion, Wanda, Elsa, Johnny, Kayrilla, and Jessica would tackle the laboratory, as intelligence indicated it was far more perilous than the vampires' resting quarters. The remainder, led by the Blade Warrior and Jericho, would confront the gathering of vampires. Chapter 51. The manipulator behind the scenes at the San Jose Rescue Center, a relatively renowned homeless shelter, even in New York. Who could have imagined that this place was actually a site for experimental research conducted by the Life Foundation in collaboration with vampires? Elsa, observing the bustling entrance of the San Jose Rescue Center, spat in disdain. These individuals believed they were aiding the homeless, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that their actions were ultimately sealing the fate of these souls. Upon realizing that this location served as a base for the vampires and the Life Foundation, Elsa and her companions understood the origins of the experimental subjects. The unnoticed homeless individuals could be considered the ideal material for human experimentation, with the San Jose Rescue Center providing cover. The personnel from the Life Foundation and the vampires could carry out their experiments without restraint. There were simply too many people here. They needed to disperse them first. Jessica frowned as she looked at the homeless and volunteers within the San Jose Rescue Center. "I'll take care of it." Upon hearing Jessica's words, Wanda volunteered. Among the group, only Wanda possessed the ability to execute this task effectively. Her magic was uniquely suited to manage the situation. Seeing Wanda prepare to act, the others raised no objections. Given the circumstances, Wanda's intervention was the most appropriate course of action. The power of chaos magic emanated from Wanda. Although she had not mastered the art of influencing others through magic, her experience with the deceased Purple Man had granted her a clearer understanding of emotional manipulation. As Wanda unleashed her chaos magic within the San Jose Rescue Center, the homeless individuals and volunteers began to emerge, dazed and confused. The unusual behavior of these individuals was promptly detected by the monitoring personnel in the underground laboratory of the rescue center. It appeared that the superheroes who had recently emerged were indeed responsible. Vampire leader Drackle observed his accomplice from the Life Foundation, Jock. These pests were truly relentless. Having tracked them down to this location, Jock harbored a deep-seated disdain for Elsa and her companions. Were it not for their relentless sabotage of their laboratories, their research might have already borne fruit. Send someone to intercept them and relocate the experimental data. As a faction of the Life Foundation, Jock had no intention of eliminating Elsa and her group here. Their capabilities had been thoroughly assessed through numerous encounters. Jock did not believe that their imperfect Crimson Warriors could detain these superheroes, so the best strategy was to relocate their materials before the intruders arrived. The destruction of this place would be catastrophic. All their research data was stored here, and failure to relocate it would result in severe losses. I will unleash the blood slaves to hinder them. They cannot be stopped without the Crimson Warriors. Although Drackle was ambitious, he was not foolish. He knew that the newly turned blood slaves could never hope to eliminate Elsa and her companions. As the individuals within the San Jose Rescue Center exited, Elsa, Wanda, and the others ventured inside. Vampires emerged from the underground, and the once empty rescue center was soon filled with their presence. "Leave these fiends to me." Jessica, wielding a large spotlight, followed closely behind Elsa and her companions. The shadowy vampires pounced the moment they saw Elsa and her group enter. These newly transformed vampires moved with astonishing speed, reaching Elsa and Wanda in an instant. With the aid of the Bloodstone, Elsa reacted swiftly, drawing her shotgun and aiming at the nearest vampire, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet erupted from the shotgun, shattering the vampire's skull. Meanwhile, as a vampire charged at Wanda, Kayla swiftly intervened, dispatching the creature before Wanda could react. Jessica, following protocol, activated the large spotlight. Intense ultraviolet rays streamed forth, and the surrounding vampires, caught in the light, disintegrated as if they were ice under the blazing sun. The newly transformed blood slaves exhibited no resilience to ultraviolet rays whatsoever. Except for a few who sensed danger and evaded, the remaining vampires were swiftly eradicated by Jessica. Ha ha ha, this device is truly effective. Jessica reveled in the sight of the disintegrating vampires, becoming enamored with the spotlight in her grasp. In the underground laboratory, Drackle's face darkened as he witnessed the instantaneous obliteration of the blood slaves. Damn it, your technology is far too effective against us. Drackle seethed with rage at the thought of the individual who discovered ultraviolet rays. Were it not for these weapons, vampires would not be forced to lurk in the shadows. The advance of technology is an unstoppable force, and our current endeavors are a testament to that. Jock adjusted his glasses. Observing the video feed of Wanda and her companions searching for the entrance to the underground laboratory, he promptly ordered the destruction of the elevator. Prepare to evacuate. We cannot halt these superheroes now. Drackle, lacking confidence in defeating Jessica and her group, prepared to flee alongside Jock after awakening the Crimson Warriors. However, at that moment, a surge of red energy suddenly manifested in the basement. Wanda and her companions emerged from the crimson energy. Upon seeing the obliterated elevator, Wanda recalled her recently acquired teleportation magic. Utilizing her teleportation abilities, she swiftly pulled Elsa and Jessica down with her. As they appeared unexpectedly, Drackle immediately commanded the Crimson Warriors to attack Wanda and her group. Stop them. In an instant, Drackle transformed into his vampire form. Fangs and pointed ears emerged, his visage resembling a skull. Drackle's lineage was evidently pure, and the power he unleashed upon regaining his true form was formidable. He struck out with a punch, sending Jessica flying several dozen meters away. Had it not been for the sturdy wall behind her, she might have been propelled even further. So fast, Elsa realized the gravity of the situation in an instant. Chapter 52. The other team in trouble. Elsa, as a new generation of Bloodstone, has fought against numerous vampires. However, powerful vampires like Drackle have been few and far between in her years of experience. The speed and strength exhibited by Drackle surpass even that of the Crimson Berserker, yet he remains hindered by his own vulnerabilities. As Drackle unleashed his power, the released Crimson Berserkers charged towards the group. Johnny, witnessing their advance, transformed into the Ghost Rider without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Kayla swiftly loaded the special potion obtained from the blade into her rifle. Among them, apart from Elsa, Kayla possessed the most exceptional shooting skills. Aiming at the fastest charging Crimson Beast, she fired a specially crafted bullet. Bang! The bullet struck the Crimson Berserker, instantly dissolving into black mist, which was absorbed by the beast. In the next moment, black toxins manifested within the creature's blood. Observing this, Johnny brandished his chain engulfed in hellfire, ensnaring the Crimson Berserker. The inferno blazed fiercely, and this time, the Berserker could not recover as it had previously under the hellfire. Within mere seconds, the creature was reduced to ashes. Seeing the effectiveness of the potion brought by the blade, Kayla rapidly cycled her rifle, discharging bullet after bullet. Jessica, having regained her footing, rushed towards Drackle. She had just been sent flying due to her unpreparedness. Otherwise, given her current strength, Drackle would not have so easily overpowered her. Charging at Drackle, Jessica aimed a punch at his head. Thud! Jessica's strike failed to connect with Drackle, and even with two additional Jessicas, it would be challenging to land a hit on him. As an ancient vampire, Drackle's power was undeniably formidable. However, there were still those capable of confronting him. Wanda swung her arm, unleashing chaotic magical energy. In an instant, Drackle, now merely an afterimage, was struck, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Elsa unsheathed her silver longsword, aiming to pierce Drackle. If struck, even he would face considerable constraints. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the longsword and Wanda's subsequent attack were about to land on Drackle, an explosion erupted within the underground base. The violent blast interrupted their assault. Jock, hiding behind numerous Crimson Berserkers, realized the precariousness of the situation and decisively detonated the bombs within the base. In his view, Drackle and his allies had no chance of victory. He could not allow his research data to fall into the hands of these so-called superheroes. The explosion granted Drackle a moment to counterattack, but the fear instilled in him by Wanda rendered him devoid of any combat will. Rising from the ground, he fled towards the exit. However, no matter how swift Drackle was, he could not outpace magic. Wanda's chaotic magic surged forth, conjuring chains that bound Drackle in place. The crimson chaotic energy radiated from Wanda, and as the chains tightened, Drackle could not suppress his cries of anguish. Oh, the self-healing ability that vampires prided themselves on paled in comparison to chaotic magic. At least, the injuries inflicted by the chaotic magic on Drackle could not heal. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider unleashed his formidable power. The chains ablaze with hellfire swung violently, and the Crimson Beasts, deprived of their healing abilities, could not withstand the might of the Inferno. After exhausting her ammunition, Kayla joined Elsa in purging the remaining Crimson Beasts. Balk, observing the scene before him, began to regret his decisions. He lamented having believed Drackle's boasts. The vampire was unable to protect himself. As Balk stealthily approached the exit, he was intercepted by Jessica. It appeared the remaining foes were not as formidable as anticipated. Jessica, pulling Balk back, noted the unfolding situation and deemed Leech overly optimistic about these vampires. In stark contrast to the overwhelming victory Jessica and her allies enjoyed, the vampires left behind in their lair proved to be far from the weaklings everyone had imagined. In fact, the entirety of the vampire's strength was concentrated within. Although Murdoch and his team had easily dealt with the newly transformed vampires upon their arrival, they soon discovered an overwhelming number of vampires within the ancient castle. The newly transformed vampires alone numbered over 100, and the ancient vampires were not far behind. While they lacked the presence of the Crimson Berserkers, each was an elite member among vampires. Recklessly invading this stronghold, even Murdoch's team found themselves cornered. A humanoid creature was manipulated by an ancient vampire's magic, rendering the two strongest members of Murdoch's team ineffective. After all, without Jericho, it would be exceedingly difficult for the others to halt the humanoid creature. Damn it, the intel was erroneous. Murdoch exclaimed coldly, cleaving through a nearby vampire. The lights were shattered. We have become overly anxious. Hearing Murdoch's words, Luke Cage felt a pang of guilt. I apologize. If it weren't for me, the lights wouldn't have been destroyed. Similar to Wanda's group, Murdoch's team relied on the strongest Luke Cage to operate the lights. Unfortunately, compared to Jessica, Luke's approach was excessively reckless. After dispatching the blood slaves outside, the lights were carelessly draped over his shoulder, leading to their immediate destruction upon entry. If they had utilized the combined lights, the vampires would not have been so audacious. It appears we must await good news from Jessica's side, Murdoch stated. Fending off a vampire with his staff while pulling Blade away from another vampire's magic. He was taken aback by the formidable capabilities of these vampires. Murdoch had always believed vampires were merely bloodsuckers, possessing greater strength and speed than humans. He never anticipated they could wield magic as well. Chapter 53. The powerful vampire Elder Kyli, an ancient vampire who has lived for over 5 centuries, holds a status second only to Drago within their clan. He is among the few vampires who wield magic, albeit limited, inherited through their bloodline. One such spell, capable of disturbing the consciousness of humanoids, exemplifies this. Observing the Blade warriors persevering below, Kyli conjured a swarm of bats composed of blood within his palm. These magical bats swiftly took flight from his hands, targeting the Blade warriors. Jericho, who was restraining a humanoid, ceased to conceal his own power. Daniel, hidden within Jericho, manifested in a spectral form and struck the humanoid, seizing control from Kyli's influence. The humanoid, endowed with the wisdom of a common man, seized a nearby vampire and hurled it towards the approaching blood bats. A corrosive sound echoed as the vampire made contact with the bats, instantly disintegrating into a puddle of blood. Be cautious, these sorcerers are formidable, Jericho warned as he rejoined his comrades. Indeed, the Night Wolf, having torn apart a vampire, was becoming increasingly agitated. Jack, mind yourself, Jericho cautioned, not wishing for the Night Wolf to become an enemy after just restoring the humanoid. I understand, Jack replied, aware of his struggle to suppress his primal instincts. Kyli, noticing the diminishing number of proficient vampires, decided to act decisively, rallying the elder vampires for an offensive. Do not hesitate. If they continue to kill, we will not survive. Upon hearing Kyli's command, the vampires transformed into their fearsome forms, significantly enhancing their speed and strength. Luke Cage, the swiftest among them, quickly became the primary target. The elder vampires, with their superior battle experience and power, appeared beside Luke in an instant. A flurry of attacks rained upon him, and before he could catch his breath, he was sent flying. Despite his formidable defenses, Luke found himself grievously wounded, blood pouring from his mouth. The Night Wolf and Blade warriors, witnessing this, broke through the vampire encirclement to assault the elder vampires. Although Murdoch was competent, he was insufficient against the vampire elders. Jericho and the humanoid were ensnared by numerous vampires, unable to extricate themselves. Bang, bang. The Blade warriors fired at the elder vampires, but their speed rendered the bullets ineffective. Conversely, the Night Wolf, utilizing his abilities, managed to keep pace with the elders, his fangs and claws effortlessly tearing through their skin. Amidst the chaos and bloodshed within the vampire fortress, the elder vampires grew stronger as the battle wore on. Kyli's magic further suppressed the Blade warriors. Surprisingly, it was not Murdoch, the ordinary human, who retreated first, but Luke Cage. As an enhanced individual, Luke possessed increased muscle and bone density, but lacked an impenetrable physique. Against the powerful elder vampires, his advantages diminished. Each elder's attack shattered Luke's defenses, rendering his previous combat experience futile. After a brief skirmish, he sustained grievous injuries. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Night Wolf, Luke might have been transformed into a blood slave by the elder vampire. However, the victory over Luke came at a significant cost for the vampires. Many ordinary vampires lay injured, and 2 elder vampires were slain in the recent conflict, one beheaded by a Blade warrior's silver sword, and another torn apart by the Night Wolf. In contrast, the physical toll on Murdoch and his allies was far more severe. I have notified Elsa. They have concluded their own battle, Jericho remarked, alleviating the tension among the group. Meanwhile, Elsa prepared to lead Wanda and others to support Murdoch, confident that their strongest allies, including the vengeful knight Johnny and Wanda, could easily contend with the vampire elders. Who would have thought these vampires concealed such strength? Wanda exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon hearing of the vampire's use of magic. She knew that Leech had long been gathering magic for her, and acquiring the vampire's magical knowledge would surely delight him. Contemplating this, Wanda sought to use teleportation magic to reach the vampire fortress directly. However, her unfamiliarity with the area hindered her ability to cast the spell. Consequently, Wanda and her companions were left with no choice but to travel by vehicle with Elsa. At Leech's villa, He and Natasha monitored the unfolding battle via satellite. It seems the issues at S.H.I.E.L.D. are indeed grave. It's rather concerning that no agents are present amidst such chaos, Leach jested. Noticing the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives in the footage, I am equally uncertain about the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha admitted, sharing in the confusion. Hydra and vampires appeared to have allies within the organization. Nick Fury was struggling to command the agents, which explained his urgent desire to enlist Leach's external assistance to dismantle Hydra's influence. Chapter 54. The Vanquished Vampires. In my view, both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are not commendable entities. Regarding the so-called intelligence organizations, Li Chi holds them in complete disdain. Whether it is the S.H.I.E.L.D. controlled by Nick Fury or that manipulated by Hydra, to Li Chi, they are merely jesters without formidable strength. No matter how grandiose their claims may be, they are rendered futile in the absence of true power. S.H.I.E.L.D. considers itself humanity's last bastion, that it has been a mistake since its inception. As for Hydra, it is merely a persistent nuisance. To the powerful, they bear no significance. Setting aside Li Chi's extraordinary combat prowess, even Quicksilver alone could obliterate S.H.I.E.L.D. at will. The current S.H.I.E.L.D. has lost the ability to maintain control, especially with the recent vampire incident involving numerous influential figures. Natasha possesses some understanding of the vampire situation. The group led by Drackle has been designated as rebels by several prominent vampire clans. Their actions, including those of Elsa and her companions, have received tacit approval from the Dark Underworld. This explains why Kayla and her allies have not received any reinforcements. The downfall of these vampires appears to be inevitable. Even if Elsa and her group were to fail, other forces would rise to eliminate them. Nonetheless, the vampires still possess considerable depth. Their magic is likely beyond the capabilities of most within S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha did not dispute Li Chi's remarks. If it were not for the presence of the Kyujin, defeating an adversary like Kayla would prove exceedingly difficult for her. Only archers like Barton would stand a chance against such foes. While Li Chi and Natasha engaged in casual conversation, Elsa and her allies arrived at the ancient vampire castle. Upon disembarking, Wanda levitated using her magic, and with a mere wave of her hand, she obliterated the castle's outer walls with her formidable sorcery. Johnny, mounted on his motorcycle, transformed into the Ghost Rider, charging into the throng of vampires, where ordinary vampires appeared as mere fodder before him. Each strike from the Ghost Rider was enough to vanquish a vampire. Observing Elsa and her group, Kayla slowly retracted her bat-like wings, realizing that Drackle had indeed failed. In response to Kayla's comments, Elsa approached, stating, "Your plans are doomed to fail. Even if we do not thwart you this time, success will elude you." As the new Bloodstone, Elsa commands great respect within the Dark World. She possesses knowledge of Kayla, an ancient vampire. This failure stems from Drackle's impatience. Had he awaited the completion of the potion, those clans would not have acted as they did. Kayla understood that Elsa's assertion was contingent upon the vampire clans. Yet her own words held truth. Should the potion succeed, it could liberate vampires from the constraints of sunlight and silver. The clans would become their staunch supporters. As the allure of invulnerable vampires is simply too enticing. Noticing Kayla's despondence, Wanda soared toward her, declaring, "Surrender your magic." With chaos magic poised at her fingertips, Wanda threatened to demonstrate its overwhelming power should Kayla dare to refuse. Kayla, unexpectedly, did not express any resistance to relinquishing her magic. Instead, it was Elsa who interjected. The Bloodline's magic is governed by the 13 clans. Should you seize their artifacts, they will undoubtedly place a bounty on your head. To this, Wanda scoffed, "Let them come." With that, Wanda unleashed her chaos magic, annihilating 2 elder vampires nearby. Witnessing the carnage around them, Kayla retrieved an ancient tome, somewhat tattered. "Here," she offered. This book contained the dark magic from which Kayla derived her power, representing one of the 13 clans' treasured legacies. Although their lineage may not rival that of the 13 clans in antiquity, they have existed for a significant duration. This magic is invaluable, even to the clans themselves. Now that her faction's demise is assured, Kayla wished to observe what troubles this woman might bring to the 13 clans. From her vantage point via satellite, Natasha cautioned Li Chi, the influence of the 13 vampire clans is vast, especially in Europe, where many powerful figures are their supporters. As an adept agent, Natasha had thoroughly investigated the vampires during this period. These creatures have endured for millennia, and despite numerous events transpiring over time, the wealth controlled by the 13 clans remains staggering. With the emergence of the Hakuei clan, the power of these vampires has only expanded. A bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. Aside from Dracula, few vampires warrant consideration. Li Chi mused, having encountered them on several occasions in Europe. He found their instinct for self-preservation to be somewhat absurd. Despite their not inconsiderable strength, they would retreat at the mere display of his power. One wonders what Dracula would feel upon learning of his kin's current state. Within the castle, after acquiring the tome filled with potent spells, Wanda dispatched Kayla with chaos magic, reducing her to ashes in an instant. Seeing that she could not sway Wanda, Elsa utilized the power of the Bloodstone to assist the humanoids and Nightwalkers in their recovery. "This is my fault," she lamented, surveying the wounded. Had it not been for her intelligence and the disjointed actions of their organization, Murdoch and the others would not have faced such peril. Had the battle at the St. Hope Rescue Center not concluded swiftly, she might have lost several companions. "Do not blame yourself. Perfection is unattainable," Luke Cage reassured her, patting her shoulder. Despite being the most gravely injured, he bore no resentment towards Elsa. This confrontation revealed Luke's own shortcomings. His previous arrogance, fostered during his time in Hell's Kitchen, had dissipated with this battle. "You do look rather disheveled, Cage," Jessica remarked, finally noticing Luke's injuries. "You're not in much better shape," he retorted, looking at Jessica with weary humor. Chapter 55, The Question of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Blade Runner gazed around at the ruins, feeling somewhat dazed. For the first time, he sensed the inadequacy of his own strength, as the powers of Ghost Rider and Wanda left him astounded. At last, this ordeal seemed to be drawing to a close. Murdoch returned the silver dagger to the Blade Runner, harboring no hesitations about eliminating vampires. Yet, it cannot truly be said that everything was resolved. Elsa carefully stored the Bloodstone and explained to the others. Although this plan was initiated by the vampires, the Life Foundation played a significant role in it. Shaking her head, she added, "But such matters are not our concern. As I mentioned, they will handle the vampire situation, while the likes of the Life Foundation are beyond our capacity to confront. Should we engage them, it is likely that we would all find ourselves as fugitives." Upon hearing Elsa's words, Murdoch pondered for a moment before responding, "I will keep an eye on the Life Foundation." While Elsa and her companions could afford to disregard the Life Foundation, Murdoch could not overlook its presence. The disturbances caused by the Life Foundation in Hell's Kitchen were far more heinous than those of any gang, as they conducted inhumane experiments on the desperate souls of the area. Although the vampires were vanquished this time, the Life Foundation had merely lost a single scientist. It remained unclear whether they still possessed research on the vampire serum. Murdoch was resolute. He would not allow such matters to go unaddressed. It was only a hero of his caliber who would regard these issues with such gravity. The Blade Runner and his companions were markedly different from conventional superheroes. Meanwhile, Wanda, after perusing a few pages of a spellbook, addressed Kayla and the others, saying, "I shall return now." With that, she conjured her chaos magic and transported herself back to the villa. Upon her arrival, she found Leech and Natasha seated, observing the events on the screen. "Oh, so you've been watching us all along." Wanda realized that their actions had not escaped Leech's notice. She leaped toward him, and he caught her in an embrace. "You performed splendidly. Your control over your powers has improved immensely." Leech had witnessed Wanda's battle from start to finish. Compared to her previous efforts, Wanda's command of chaos magic had grown remarkably strong. Initially, she could only attack her enemies with telekinetic-like assaults, but now she had discovered various applications of chaos magic, including the ability to reduce vampires to ashes by disintegrating them at the cellular level, along with powerful spells reminiscent of the deep crimson chains of Sidorak. It could be said that Wanda had evolved into a formidable force. "What of the magic obtained from the vampires?" Leech inquired, noting that while Kayla had not utilized many spells, it was mainly due to her lack of a personal source of magic. In the Marvel Universe, magic is seldom cultivated independently. It usually relies on the powers of other dimensions or deities. While vampires can wield magic, their magical capacity is limited. This set Wanda apart from them entirely. The chaos magic she commanded was derived from Thawne, which alone placed her above all vampires. It is worth noting that even the birth of vampires was a result of the dark grimoire created by Thawne. Wanda handed her tattered spellbook to Leech, who began to examine it. The tome contained numerous spells, predominantly those related to blood magic associated with vampires, along with several potent dark spells. It could be said that the spells within this book would significantly enhance Wanda's capabilities. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received intelligence regarding the annihilation of the vampires, yet he found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters. During the investigation of Hydra, the presence of Leech led to mutual exposure. Pierce was well aware that Fury had begun to suspect internal issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. But due to Fury's prior actions, New York had already severed ties with Hydra's control. Now, eliminating Fury within the S.H.I.E.L.D. base was no simple feat, yet Pierce could still leverage his influence to obstruct the dissemination of Fury's orders. "Sir, the information you requested," Coulson said gravely as he handed a dossier to Fury. This document contained intelligence from Coulson's covert investigation into the identities of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. "Sir, your suspicions are warranted. Many agents' identities are indeed questionable." The findings left Coulson feeling unsettled, as he realized that, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., He could not even ascertain the identities of these individuals. This revelation made it clear that Hydra was facing challenges of a severe nature. Understood, Fury replied, not bothering to examine the dossier. He had instructed Coulson to investigate merely for verification purposes. At this juncture, Fury could surmise that the primary issue within Hydra likely stemmed from an old acquaintance at the top. Let us order our personnel to halt their missions and return to base for standby. Fury could not yet ascertain which individuals he could trust, but he still recognized a portion who were undoubtedly not affiliated with Hydra. This group represented Fury's greatest asset. The funds he misappropriated were not solely for constructing safe houses. Do not inform Hill of this just yet. Fury could not afford to trust Maria Hill either, especially considering that even Pierce was a Hydra operative. No one could guarantee Hill's true allegiance. Despite the grave nature of the current situation, Fury remained confidently poised to overturn everything and start anew. This confidence stemmed not only from his status as the king of spies, but also from possessing a formidable trump card. However, the uncertainty surrounding Natasha's stance left Fury feeling that his pool of reliable allies was distressingly small. If only he had a cadre of individuals like Kayla at his disposal, he would have retaliated against Pierce long ago. Thus, Fury found himself increasingly coveting the power wielded by Leech. Chapter 56. Sign in again with the demise of the vampires and the death of Jean Bin. New York underwent a myriad of transformations. In the span of a month, Umbrella rapidly expanded. After absorbing Jean Bin's influence, Umbrella evolved from a mere online gaming company into a colossal conglomerate encompassing biotechnology, technology, military industry, finance, and the internet. Relying on the presence of Kayla and others, Li Qi managed to seize a significant portion of Delega's assets. Had it not been for Li Qi's terrifying display of power and the notable presence of Wanda, the 13 clans of vampires would not have relinquished their wealth so easily. In exchange for this smooth transaction of assets, Li Qi agreed to cease hunting vampires. Compared to the century-long losses of vampires in America, those in Europe were already terrified by Quicksilver. As a speedster, Quicksilver found it exceedingly simple to eliminate vampires, often slaying them before they even had a chance to react. During this month, two significant events occurred in New York. The first was the disappearance of Tony Stark, the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. The second was a terrorist attack. Li Qi received news of both incidents promptly. Upon learning of Stark's disappearance, Li Qi wasted no time in shorting Stark's stock price, seizing the opportunity for profit. As for the task of rescuing Stark, a quintessential beginner's quest, Li Qi held no interest whatsoever. The so-called terrorists were orchestrated by Nick Fury, which even took Li Qi by surprise. Fury managed to rally retired Agent Carter and enlisted the help of Dum Dum Dugan, Killer Moth, and Werewolf, members of the Howling Commandos, leading to the complete eradication of Hydra's presence in New York. Likewise, after a complete fallout with Pierce, Fury found himself the target of Hydra's assassination attempts. Both Fury and Pierce feared that exposing their actions might lead to the disbandment of SHIELD, and neither dared to report the situation to the council. Upon learning these developments from Barton, Natasha felt utterly disillusioned with Nick Fury. In his villa, after washing his hands and burning incense, Li Qi prepared for this round of lottery draws. With 30 daily draws and 1 monthly draw accumulated over time, Li Qi discovered a new feature. Accumulated sign-in attempts could be used together. He began with the 10 consecutive draws. Soap, Navy Standard Weapon Set GTA 6 source code. Li Qi experienced no emotional fluctuations during this round. The results were rather lackluster. The so-called naval standard equipment originated from the pirate world, consisting of a plain naval uniform, a cutlass, and a flintlock pistol. For Li Qi, they were of little help. However, the GTA 6 source code could be handed over to his company for the release of a groundbreaking game, though he wondered if players' graphics cards could handle it. Without hesitation, Li Qi proceeded to the second 10 consecutive draws. Hogwarts Magic Book, first year. Soybeans, 20 tons. Wind-up toy, Porgs, 5. This time, the draw left Li Qi quite satisfied, particularly with the Hogwarts Magic Book and the 5 Porgs. The other items were also commendable. With a wave of his hand, 5 fluffy creatures appeared before Li Qi. Though the 5 Porgs were quite similar, distinctions were apparent, especially in size. The largest was nearly double the size of the smallest. Li Qi knew little about Porgs, only that they were remarkable creatures that could not be killed and would alter their appearance based on their owner's attributes. Gulu the Porgs excitedly surrounded Li Qi, and after he distracted them with some pastries, he conducted his final 10 consecutive draws. Death Gatling, Jenny Lilet, Detonating Runes, 1000, USD, 1 box. Staring at the results of this draw, Li Qi found it hard to believe. His luck seemed excessively good this time, having drawn 2 subordinates. He was curious about their abilities. Contemplating, Li Qi summoned the Death Gatling and Jenny Lilet. First to appear was the Death Gatling, a man with wild hair and a modified Gatling gun in his left hand. Upon seeing his appearance, Li Qi recognized him as a character from One Punch Man, an A-class hero who had his arms severed by a wolf monster. "I'm Jet, boss," Jet exclaimed. Unsure how to address Li Qi nodded at Jet. Although the Death Gatling did not perform remarkably in the One Punch Man universe, his inherent strength was undeniable. And the firepower of the modified Gatling was formidable. Just a moment, another companion will be here shortly, Li Qi said as he summoned Jenny Lilet. In contrast to Jet's rugged appearance, Jenny Lilet presented a far more stylish and vibrant image. Hello, President. I am Jenny Lilet. Li Qi, momentarily taken aback, failed to recognize who Jenny was and bluntly asked, "What abilities do you possess?" "Ability to absorb magic," she replied, and with that, a magic circle illuminated around her, revealing a striking red combat outfit. Upon seeing Jenny Lilet, Li Qi finally recalled her identity, a mage from the fairy tale universe, akin to Jeremy, but with notable differences in strength. "I remember your magic allows you to harness mechanical powers, correct?" Li Qi inquired. "Indeed. I can absorb the power of the mechanical soul," Jenny affirmed. Li Qi suddenly felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of her meeting Tony Stark. Would Jenny, possessing the mechanical soul, be able to absorb the capabilities of Tony's Iron Man suit? If so, she could become Stark's formidable adversary. Magic, after all, often defies logic. Chapter 57. The New Corps and Preparations Before the Return. After assessing the prowess of Jet and Jenny Lilet, Li Qi made arrangements for them to become superheroes of the Umbrella Corporation. Unlike Li Qi's other subordinates, both Jet and Jenny possessed a strong sense of justice. It was incongruous with their character to engage in assassination or warfare like agents. Instead, embracing the role of a superhero was a commendable choice in this era. Even Jet could be considered a frontline hero, not to mention the magical affinity Jenny had with the times. While the mechanized soul might not shine in the fairy tale universe, given its relatively underdeveloped technology, it had ample opportunities for Jenny to exploit in the present world. Li Qi swiftly determined that having two superheroes as figureheads would undoubtedly elevate Umbrella's reputation. He gestured for them to wait aside, and proceeded with the final monthly sign-in. Shadow Corps, Ninja Corps, Nightbat Corps. With the distribution of rewards, Li Qi felt a surge of power within him. Furthermore, his dominion over the Shadow Kingdom expanded into a small dimension. This time, he did not merely acquire a few defeated Shadow Corps members. He gained the full authority over the Ninja Corps and Nightbat Corps, akin to the Shadow General. Presently, the Ninja Corps and Nightbat Corps were not among the elite ranks of the Shadow Corps, although the Nightbat Corps could fly and emit light waves. Its flight speed and inherent frailty rendered it less remarkable. Conversely, the Ninja Corps, as the quintessential Shadow Force, possessed a myriad of skills, advanced combat techniques, weapon mastery, expertise in ninjutsu, and a diverse arsenal. However, none of these attributes reached their zenith, placing the Ninja Corps in an awkward position as mere cannon fodder. Nevertheless, in the Marvel Universe, the capabilities of the Ninja Corps were quite substantial, far exceeding those of the ninjas trained by hand. While Li Qi had previously dismissed them when their numbers were in the hundreds, their current strength was colossal, rendering them a formidable force. Just as Li Qi contemplated venturing into the shadow dimension, Wanda and Natasha burst through the door. "Who are you?" Wanda demanded, channeling chaotic magic. Her gaze fixed intently on Jet and Jenny Lilet. Initially, while preparing breakfast with Natasha, Wanda had sensed an unfamiliar presence emanating from Li Qi's quarters. Although she did not particularly worry about Li Qi's safety, her concern for him prompted her to investigate alongside Natasha. "These are our new allies, Jet and Jenny Lilet." Li Qi interjected, noting Wanda's guarded demeanor. He was apprehensive that Wanda might take action against Jet and Jenny. At the dining table, upon hearing Li Qi's plans for Jet and Jenny, Natasha incredulously inquired, "You intend to turn superheroes into celebrities?" Li Qi's vision shattered Natasha's preconceived notions. In her past experiences, whether during her time in the Red Room or SHIELD, the archetype of a superhero was epitomized by Captain America. Contemplating Li Qi's words left Natasha momentarily bewildered. What is wrong with that? Wasn't Captain America initially a celebrity? To Li Qi, Captain America epitomized the first commercialized superhero, parading in uniform to garner votes, a scene depicted in every Captain America comic. Thus, introducing Jenny Lilet into the equation was hardly outlandish. "I have no objections, President." Jenny Lilet exclaimed excitedly at Li Qi's proposal. She was not one to favor mediocrity, as a top model in the Magic Weekly of the fairy tale universe. She relished the limelight. She had no qualms about Li Qi's arrangements. In contrast, Wanda regarded Jenny with an odd expression. To Wanda, Jenny posed a significant threat. Even more so than Eileen. After all, Jenny's allure and physique were top tier, rivaling Wanda's own, and even surpassing her in some aspects. This was the root of Wanda's peculiar expression. "Now that we have nearly settled the company matters, shall we return to Serbia?" Wanda temporarily disregarded Jenny. Turning her attention back to Li Qi, their primary reason for coming to New York was to address company affairs, and now that these were resolved, the question of returning to the base arose. "We should head back. The war in Serbia has persisted long enough. This time, we can bring it to a close." Though Li Qi had long viewed Serbia as his own, he had refrained from launching an attack due to insufficient manpower. However, with Jet, Jenny Lilet, and the Shadow Corps at his disposal, vanquishing the government forces and rebels would be a straightforward endeavor. Let Jet and the others make their entrance as the heroes saving the nation. Everyone concurred with Li Qi's plan, with even Natasha not finding any fault in his ambition to orchestrate a nation, having been by Li Qi's side for so long. She was acutely aware of the dynamics between Serbia and Li Qi. She knew well that Serbia could never escape his grasp. The presence of Pietro and Wanda alone was sufficient to destabilize the nation's military, had it not been for the lack of governance. Natasha believed Li Qi would have acted long ago. Now that Umbrella had developed into a formidable conglomerate, supporting a small nation like Serbia was entirely feasible. Wanda, you should remain in New York. I will send Eileen to assist you. After some contemplation, Li Qi decided it best for Natasha to stay in New York, a hub for significant events. He could not afford to neglect this place, especially with Tony Stark's impending return warranting his attention. You merely need to gather intelligence. If trouble arises, let Kayla and the others intervene, and do your utmost to recruit Jessica and her team. Chapter 58. The new speedster. Natasha nodded in response to Li Qi's words. She held no disdain for street heroes like Jessica and her companions. Before the arrival of Kook, Natasha had found herself ill-prepared to face these street champions. She considered discussing the circumstances of Jenny Lilet and her team with Jessica, as it was likely they would not decline the opportunity to become celebrated heroes. The they Li Qi referred to were indeed Jessica and Luke Cage. Unlike Daredevil and the Punisher, Jessica and Luke did not embody their sense of justice with the same fervor. As newcomers still charting their paths, they had yet to find their true calling. Enticing them to join her cause would not pose a significant challenge for Natasha. Leave it to me, she declared, echoing Li Qi's sentiments. Without a thought of potential failure, Li Qi felt compelled to caution Natasha about Hydra, as they possessed numerous hidden tactics. Although they had never suffered defeat against Hydra, this was largely due to Li Qi's formidable abilities. Relying solely on Quicksilver and Wanda, facing Hydra's retaliation would indeed be fraught with peril. Beyond the faction in S.H.I.E.L.D., other Hydra branches wielded various powers. For instance, the faction opposing them in Europe was backed by inhuman abilities. The entity Li Qi referred to was Baron Strucker, who commanded a faction of Inhumans. After advising Natasha, Li Qi instructed Wanda to open a portal, allowing the three of them to return to the base on the outskirts of Serbia. Upon their return, the once desolate castle was now surrounded by several newly constructed buildings. If the previous base represented an agrarian era, the current one had clearly transitioned into an industrial age. Erin, busy organizing weapons and equipment, was overjoyed to see Li Qi's sudden appearance. However, her maturity prevented her from exhibiting any childish behavior. You've worked hard, Li Qi said, affectionately ruffling Erin's hair, feeling a twinge of guilt for her burdensome responsibilities. He acknowledged that he was ill-equipped to manage such affairs, and neither Wanda nor Pietro were suited for this role. Erin was the only one capable of handling the myriad tasks within the base, which had consequently placed a heavy load on her shoulders. Without Erin's logistical prowess, Li Qi would not have been able to linger in New York for so long. And Pietro? Wanda interjected with a hint of jealousy, observing the camaraderie between Li Qi and Erin. Erin, well aware of Wanda's feelings, replied, Pietro has been out and about lately. He might be in love. Her words caused both Li Qi and Wanda to widen their eyes in disbelief. Could someone as wooden as Pietro actually find a girlfriend? Wanda remarked, casting a knowing glance at Li Qi, whose agreement was evident despite his silence. Who knows? Erin shrugged, uncertain about the specifics regarding Pietro, the speedster. However, this query lingered for only a brief moment, as Pietro returned shortly thereafter. As a speedster, his travels were akin to a leisurely stroll. What have you been up to? Wanda questioned him upon his return, recalling that Li Qi had entrusted Pietro with the responsibility of maintaining the base. Pietro, shrinking slightly under Wanda's scrutinizing gaze, began to defend himself. I had my own matters to attend to. I encountered someone like me. Another speedster? Li Qi's curiosity was piqued, wondering if there were others like Pietro in the Marvel Universe. In his recollection, Pietro was the only notable speedster, as the Marvel Universe lacked the abundance of speedsters seen in the DC Universe due to the presence of the Flash. His name is Stanley Stewart. He acquired his abilities not long ago, but his speed is still far inferior to mine. Li Qi struggled to recall who this individual was. You ought to train more. Battles among speedsters hinge on who is the swifter. Although unaware of Stanley's identity, Li Qi felt it necessary to remind Pietro, who often became complacent due to his speed. The emergence of a new speedster would surely instill a sense of urgency in Pietro. At that moment, Jenny Lilet approached, indulging in a dessert while walking, followed by 5 adorable porgs that had quickly become the favorites of Wanda and her companions due to their charming appearance and demeanor. Meanwhile, Jet was occupied in the laboratory upgrading his mechanical arm. Currently, Jet's Gatling arm was rather simplistic, merely an installation of a Gatling gun, yielding only average power. After extensive modifications by the researchers, while it could not be transformed into an energy weapon, it evolved into a highly advanced multifunctional arm, incorporating a flamethrower and grenade launcher to enhance Jet's offensive capabilities. The upgrade was still incomplete, and Jet remained in the lab. When do we make our move? I can hardly contain my eagerness, Wanda inquired, glancing at Jenny Lilet. No rush. Let's allow our ninja squad to initiate the action first. Upon his return, Li Qi had summoned a substantial number of ninjas to infiltrate Serbia for reconnaissance and assassination purposes. Meanwhile, General Sorsko sat in his office, a picture of dismay. Despite the substantial support from various factions, the insurgents were struggling to eliminate the government forces. With the appearance of Li Qi and his associates, Sorsko sensed that the support behind him might be wavering. Unbeknownst to him, the very faction backing him was Hydra, for whom a war-torn nation served as an ideal sanctuary. Chapter 59. The dawn of political intrigue in the present day, the Hydra's support for Sorsko's is dwindling, and his control over the troops is beginning to weaken. After all, this faction, initially united by greed, is unlikely to continue fighting in the absence of funds. Those damn scoundrels, Sorsko's lamented, convinced that if it weren't for the meddlesome interference of Leech and his associates, he could have divided and ruled even without seizing the entire nation. Lost in his grievances, Sorsko's failed to notice a figure with glowing red eyes lurking in the shadows behind him. By the following morning, when a subordinate opened the door to the office, they discovered Sorsko's lifeless in his chair. In a panic, the guard rushed to inform his superior, and soon the news of Sorsko's demise spread like wildfire. As the other commanders failed to appear, the lower-ranking soldiers began to sense something amiss. A search revealed that the upper echelons of the insurgent forces had been nearly annihilated. Before the insurgents could recover from their shock, the government troops launched an assault against them. As the battle ensued, the rebels within the city joined the fray. Though lacking external support, the rebels were numerous, plunging Serbia into chaos overnight. This turmoil was instigated by the assassination orchestrated by the Shadow Legion, resulting in the deaths of pivotal leaders and deliberately exacerbating internal conflicts within Serbia. Within their base, Leech surveyed the results of the Shadow Legion's operation with great satisfaction. Utilizing only the ninja unit, they had achieved remarkable success without drawing attention. Serbia was now thoroughly engulfed in disorder, and it was time for heroes to emerge to save the nation. Reviewing the intelligence at hand, Leech addressed Jet and Jenny Lilet. Jet, glancing at his newly installed Gatling arm, noted its sleek design and enhanced durability compared to his previous mechanical arm. Meanwhile, Jenny donned a stylish new uniform that did not hinder her combat effectiveness, something Leech had specifically requested, as he found the idea of her fighting in a bikini utterly impractical. After ensuring Jet and Jenny were prepared, Leech turned to Eileen and Pietro, stating, "Our forces can be deployed now. This time, we must act swiftly." Leaving Hydra no opportunity to react, Leech intended to launch a blitzkrieg, seizing a rare moment of advantage. With an S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury and Pierce were embroiled in their own conflicts, leaving Hydra's primary faction preoccupied and incapable of addressing European affairs. The Hydra remnants in Europe had been driven from Serbia, creating an unprecedented opportunity to exploit the chaos. By neutralizing the government troops, rebels, and insurgents, no one could impede Leech's ambition to seize control of a nation. Upon hearing Leech's orders, Pietro vanished, a blur of speed. As a speedster, he had gathered numerous Serbian refugees and orphans under Leech's guidance, and now it was time to utilize their potential. The disorder in Serbia might not concern others, but for Nick Fury, who sought absolute control, the news reached him promptly. It seems Leech has taken action. Fury felt a wave of discomfort at the thought of this terrorist plotting to govern a nation. If Leech succeeded, Fury's authority as S-H-I-E-L-D director would be rendered moot, even in a small country, where respect for his position would still be necessary. Moreover, the internal divisions within S-H-I-E-L-D were becoming increasingly pronounced. The fact that Pierce was Hydra's leader was a secret not easily disclosed. Unlike the cinematic portrayals, Fury had not yet reached a point of desperation that would necessitate sacrificing S-H-I-E-L-D. Similarly, non-Hydra agents were ambivalent amidst this turmoil. If Captain America were present, there would be no hesitation among the agents. Yet, as the master of espionage, Fury found that even his own personnel could not offer him unconditional trust. Otherwise, he would have intervened in Serbia already. Coulson, keep a close watch on developments in Serbia, Fury instructed, recognizing that his focus needed to remain on Pierce. Eliminating Hydra from within S-H-I-E-L-D was his utmost priority. Understood, sir. Coulson, having had little to occupy his time lately, was assisting Fury with various tasks. The battle against Hydra was perilous, with many field agents disappearing without a trace, a fact they all understood well. In Serbia, the sounds of gunfire and explosions had not ceased since dawn. The rebels, government troops, and insurgents fought relentlessly, yet the insurgents, having suffered the most casualties, were beginning to show signs of exhaustion after a morning of combat. Unbeknownst to them, a group of bewildered refugees had appeared on the battlefield. Is it really safe? Can those people truly protect us? Rest assured, you've seen Quicksilver's prowess. With him here, we will be safe, someone reassured them. Trust in them. We can't continue this fighting indefinitely, can we? As the refugees edged closer to the battlefield, The first to notice them were the tense government soldiers, who, without a second thought, instinctively pulled their triggers. Bang! A bullet struck the leading refugee, fortunately only piercing his arm without causing life-threatening injuries. In the next moment, a flash of red light heralded the arrival of Jet and Ginny Lilet onto the battlefield. They understood that attacking the government troops required just cause, as they still represented the essence of Serbia. "What a bunch of scoundrels you are," Jet exclaimed, raising his Gatling arm in response to the assault on innocent civilians. Chapter 60. Devastation. The ominous hum of the death Gatling gun mounted on Jet's arm began to whirl, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets that surged toward the government forces. The makeshift barricades before the government troops proved utterly futile against Jet's weaponry, disintegrating as if made of mere paper. The soldiers seeking refuge behind these barriers were similarly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. The modified death Gatling gun had gained unprecedented power. Neither sturdy walls nor temporary shields could withstand its relentless penetration. It could be said that Jet singularly suppressed this contingent of government troops, rendering them unable to raise their heads. "Die!" A soldier from the government forces yelled in a fit of rage, hoisting a portable rocket launcher and targeting Jet. Typically, wielding a weapon like a Gatling gun would hinder mobility, yet in Jet's hands, it was as if it were weightless. While continuing to dominate the government forces, Jet swiftly evaded the incoming rocket. The rebel and insurgent forces, witnessing this display, were invigorated and instinctively launched their assault on the government positions. With their attack unfolding, Ginny made her entrance. Prior to arriving, she had harnessed her absorption magic to assimilate the capabilities of a tank. Perhaps due to differing world rules, Ginny's mechanical essence was now significantly amplified, allowing her to charge through the ranks of soldiers with reckless abandon. Those around her stood no chance. Swiftly scattering before her formidable presence, Ginny Lilet raised her arm, which instantaneously transformed into the barrel of a tank cannon. Aiming at the nearby insurgents, she unleashed a shell. The explosion was instantaneous, engulfing the vicinity in chaos. Sparks erupted, and the insurgents nearest to her were decimated in an instant. By the time Kevin and his team arrived with reinforcements, the three factions had been thoroughly routed by Jet and Ginny Lilet. The remaining captives were gathered together. "We must proceed to the next city. The situation here is now in your hands," Ginny Lilet addressed Kevin. According to Li Chi's strategy, Jet and Ginny Lilet were to act as the spearhead, dismantling the opposing forces, while Kevin and his team would take control of these cities. Serbia was vast, but the primary regions of interest were the autonomous province of Vojvodina and the autonomous province of Kosovo. Other areas, aside from the capital, held little significance for Li Chi. This was largely due to the relative stability of those regions, governed by their respective parties. Moreover, Li Chi lacked the inclination to engage with those factions. Securing the war-torn autonomous province of Vojvodina, the autonomous province of Kosovo, and the capital was sufficient for Li Chi to establish a foothold. As the conflict progressed steadily, Li Chi received an abundance of favorable news. Without the support of Hydra, both the government forces and the insurgents exhibited diminished morale. Upon witnessing the prowess of Jet and Ginny Lilet, who were akin to modern-day Captain Americas, the soldiers surrendered en masse. Only those leaders benefiting from the chaos resisted relinquishing their power, even attempting to negotiate with Li Chi for greater advantages. In response to these individuals, Li Chi dispatched a covert team of ninjas to deal with them silently. Within a day, the autonomous province of Vojvodina had fallen entirely under Li Chi's control, and upon observing these developments, the insurgents in the autonomous province of Kosovo began to flee. It could be said that the mere appearance of Li Chi's forces evoked little resistance. During this battle, Jet and Ginny Lilet garnered significant attention, particularly due to the astonishing display of Ginny's capabilities, which left many observers astounded. "This is truly outrageous," Li Chi remarked, perusing the report delivered by Eileen. Feeling a twinge of frustration, the insurgent forces had been completely obliterated, and the government troops had retreated to the southwestern territories. Aside from a few disorganized rebel factions, Li Chi had come to dominate the majority of Serbian territory. However, this victory revealed a pressing issue: population loss. Due to years of conflict, the remaining civilians in Serbia were alarmingly few, with Eileen's report indicating a mere 30,000 residents left, the vast majority having fled. The scant population was insufficient to support the restoration of basic infrastructure, and declaring independence would not be an uncomplicated endeavor. Serbia had witnessed other states declare independence before, but for Li Chi, who controlled half the territory, achieving such a declaration would prove challenging. "That is of little concern. General Ross has already pledged his support," Li Chi stated, revealing his allies. General Ross, due to serum-related reasons, had fostered a cordial collaboration with Li Chi, particularly after Yuri's development of a serum capable of enhancing physical capabilities and longevity. The U.S. military, represented by Ross, had increased its backing of Li Chi. Not only did Li Chi seek to declare a region's independence, but Ross's support extended to aiding him in the quest for control of all of Serbia. The vampire clans found the situation simpler. A unified nation was evidently easier to manage than an independent faction. in the eyes of the 13 clans. If Li Qi's forces established themselves as a nation, they could exert influence through economic means or other avenues. Even if they could not elevate Li Qi's faction to the status of recognized entities like the U.S. or other European nations, it would prevent Li Qi from continuing to target vampires as he currently did. The strength of Li Qi's forces was formidable. Even a single individual could effortlessly dispatch vampires like seasoned hunters. Eileen nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Qi's words. With the support of the U.S. military and the vampire clans, Li Qi's aspiration for Serbian independence would no longer pose a significant challenge. Despite the vampires' pleas for mercy, the power of the vampire clans was substantial. It was only due to Li Qi's overwhelming strength that conventional means posed no threat to him. Otherwise, the vampires would not have dared to adopt such a conciliatory stance towards Li Qi. Chapter 61. Return to New York. The inhabitants of Serbia awakened to find their nation transformed in the span of a single day. The ruling powers had shifted overnight, yet the residents exhibited little emotional upheaval. The state of their country had become a matter of indifference, after all. Various factions had long been embroiled in a cycle of territorial conquest, rendering the populace numb to the chaos around them. The control of two continents could not rely solely on those stationed at the base, even though the number of residents in both regions was scant. The situation was far beyond the capabilities of mere warriors. Fortunately, today's roll call had bestowed upon Li Qi a batch of RK-200 model android assistants, whose presence was instrumental in liberating Aileen. As androids, these entities possessed remarkable abilities, efficiently organizing the refugees within mere hours and devising subsequent construction plans. Amidst the ongoing conflict between factions, few buildings remained intact in Serbia, the majority situated within the territories of the government forces. To foster development in Serbia, Li Qi's foremost task was to restore the foundational infrastructure. Rather than attempting to revive several states, he aimed to at least rebuild a single city. In terms of infrastructure, he considered reaching out to a major Eastern power, as they excelled in this area. Once arrangements were made, Li Qi contemplated the nation's reconstruction. Due to the system's influence, the labor force primarily consisted of those summoned by Li Qi, while external residents were of little concern. The individuals within the base, along with the orphans Li Qi had nurtured, provided a substantial workforce. However, to maintain order domestically, he dispatched a considerable number of ninjas, the most effective operatives capable of operating from the shadows. As tensions escalated between the United States and certain European nations, Serbia experienced a complete schism. The half where Li Qi resided retained the name and international standing of Serbia, while the remaining portion became the Republic of Kosovo. With Serbia's steady progress, half a month swiftly passed. It remained uncertain whether the system had taken pity on Li Qi, but the majority of new arrivals were summoned personnel, including androids, research teams from other realms, and a significant influx of refugees from the world of Valoran. These refugees had been displaced due to Noxian invasions, yet their physical prowess was remarkable. Even those injected with serums at the base found themselves outmatched in direct confrontation. With the arrival of these individuals, the new city, the first city restored under Li Qi's command, became vibrant. Li Qi, we are ready to leave, Wanda announced as she entered the room, dressed in casual attire, gently rousing Li Qi from his rest. The affairs of Serbia were now at a standstill, leaving only the orderly development of the nation for him to consider. Yes, this time we shall bring Aileen back with us. Currently, she is in New York alongside Natasha, managing Umbrella's operations. Aileen has proven to be an SSR-level management talent, adept in handling both the base's affairs and those of Umbrella with remarkable efficiency, surpassing many humans. Let us also bring Pietro along. With the Shadow Legion at our disposal, there is no longer a need for Pietro to remain in Serbia constantly. With the assistance of the Ninja Corps and Night Bats, Aileen can effectively manage the responsibilities Li Qi leaves behind. New York, Umbrella Tower. The Wilson Tower, once the domain of Kingpin, had transformed into Li Qi's enterprise, now a prominent architectural symbol of New York following extensive renovations. In the office, Aileen and Natasha were diligently attending to company matters. The oral solution extracted from Blood Orchid had officially hit the market, and after continuous refinement, the product, dubbed Superhuman 1, could subtly enhance physical attributes. Although its effects were modest, the product gained immense popularity, selling out immediately after each batch was produced. Umbrella had amassed a tremendous fortune solely from this product, and the demand would likely have been even more fervent had it retained its original potency. When Li Qi and Wanda entered Natasha's office, Natasha displayed no surprise. She had long grown accustomed to Li Qi's sudden appearances, facilitated by Wanda's remarkably efficient teleportation magic that rendered the journey from Serbia to New York instantaneous. If it were not for the inconvenience, Li Qi could easily spend his days in Serbia and return to New York by nightfall. Boss, Natasha greeted, setting aside her documents as Li Qi arrived. Has everything been calm during this time? Li Qi, not overly familiar with the events in New York, had focused his efforts on Serbia, entrusting the affairs of the city to Natasha and Aileen, confident in their capabilities. The aftermath of Kingpin's demise had ignited turmoil. Without his oppressive presence, The gangs were at each other's throats, engaging in daily skirmishes. Natasha's first concern was directly related to Li Qi. His actions against Kingpin had incited the gangs to aspire towards his former status, with their ambitions thwarted initially by Murdoch and later by vampire-related incidents. Now that New York had stabilized, the gangs were once again active. Li Qi dismissed his concern for the gangs, believing they posed no significant threat, except for the interest of the Hand seeking the Dragon Bone. Any superhero could easily vanquish them, especially with Daredevil and the Punisher currently in New York. Chapter 62. The rescued Tony Stark. Natasha nodded in agreement with Li Qi's words, acknowledging that the gangsters did not warrant excessive concern. Unless they reached the level of Jean Bing, they were hardly worthy of consideration. The gangsters were well aware not to provoke them. Aaron chimed in, noting that although the gangsters were quite active, they had discreetly avoided Umbrella. The memory of Jean Bing's demise was still fresh in their minds. Aside from the matters involving the gangsters, General Ross hoped that they could develop a more potent serum, even if it came with some side effects. Setting aside the gang-related issues, Natasha revealed a crucial piece of information. The Blood Orchid Type 1 had gained considerable popularity within their ranks, yet its effects were rather slow-acting, prompting General Ross to seek improvements. Blood Orchid Type 1 was the original version of Super Soldier Serum, far superior in enhancing physical capabilities compared to the latter. The development of the serum relied heavily on the Blood Orchid, and without it, Yuri's efforts would be futile. Although Yuri had already developed new products, the scarcity of Blood Orchids posed a significant challenge. If only they had more of Blood Orchid Type 1, General Ross might increase his investments in Li Qi. The production of Super Soldier Serum was likely insufficient. Although Li Qi could acquire Blood Orchids, it would never be as convenient as if Ross were to obtain them. Natasha clearly grasped Li Qi's intentions and chose not to dwell on the matter further. The final piece of news was that Stark had been found. Natasha's revelation took Li Qi somewhat by surprise. According to the usual timeline, it should have taken much longer for Tony to escape from the terrorist stronghold. Remarkably, it had been less than a month since Tony Stark had gone missing. When Li Qi expressed his confusion, Natasha explained the circumstances. Nick Fury seemed to place considerable importance on Tony Stark and had dispatched Barton, the Mechanical Bird, and Coulson together to track down Stark's whereabouts. If it weren't for Fury's relentless pursuit, they would not have located Stark so swiftly. Upon hearing that Fury was involved, Li Qi pondered why Fury held Stark in such high regard. It was uncertain whether Stark had even completed his marked suit, and to most, he was merely a wealthy playboy, occasionally regarded as a genius aboard a private jet. Although Fury had connections to Howard Stark, the man was unlikely to go to such lengths. Thus, Fury's urgent quest to rescue Stark must stem from other reasons. What had transpired within S.H.I.E.L.D. After much contemplation, Li Qi could only speculate that something had gone awry within the organization. Otherwise, Fury would not have mobilized such resources. With Barton on a mission, Natasha was well aware that Fury's claims could be dubious at best. Lacking Barton as a source of information, Natasha had not invested much effort in seeking intelligence within S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the presence of HYDRA, she had become quite wary of the organization. Across the Pacific, a transport plane was heading toward America. Inside the aircraft, Coulson gazed incredulously at a pile of mechanical components beside him and asked Tony, "Are you saying you plan to build a suit of armor to escape from that terrorist base?" Had it not been for the existence of a rough blueprint for the armor, Coulson would scarcely have entertained such a notion. Yet, it was not an insurmountable task, was it? Having endured this life-and-death crisis, Tony Stark had undoubtedly matured significantly. He managed to remain civil to Coulson and the others who had rescued him, and Ethan. A rare feat for him. Incredible. The Mechanical Bird regarded the arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest with newfound respect. This component was crucial for preserving his life. Noticing Barbara Morse's gaze on his arc reactor, Tony smiled, but soon turned serious as he faced Coulson. "You mentioned before that those terrorists were hired by my dear uncle. Had they not coveted my technology, I would have perished on the day of the test, correct?" Despite Tony's seemingly carefree demeanor throughout the ordeal, his heart was anything but tranquil. Obadiah Stane. The role his uncle played in Tony Stark's life was undeniably significant. From a personal perspective, after Howard Stark's passing, Obadiah was Tony's only remaining elder. Professionally, Obadiah was Tony's most reliable partner, managing the company seamlessly so that Tony could focus elsewhere. In every respect, Tony harbored deep feelings for Obadiah. Therefore, when Coulson and the others suggested that Obadiah had employed those terrorists to eliminate him, Tony found it hard to believe. "Indeed, our investigation revealed that Obadiah aims to seize Stark Industries, and you are his greatest obstacle," Coulson observed Tony, uncertain how to console him. "What a fine uncle I have." Having survived this crisis, Tony had come to many realizations. While Coulson and the others made valid points, Tony felt compelled to seek evidence himself. Although he had been rescued, he held no favorable opinions of these agents. Upon arriving in New York, the news of his rescue spread like wildfire. The stock prices, which had plummeted for a month, surged in response to Tony Stark's return. The increase was remarkable, and everyone associated with Stark Industries rejoiced at Tony's safe return. Only Obadiah remained in his office, shattering a computer in frustration. Damn it, how could Tony be back? In that moment, Obadiah realized that the mercenaries had deceived him. Tony had not been killed, but rather kidnapped. With no preparations made, Obadiah was thrown into disarray, having believed Tony was dead and failing to initiate his plans to take control of Stark Industries. Now, Tony had returned. Chapter 63. The influence of Stark. It seems I must seek another opportunity. After tidying up briefly, Obadiah prepared to meet Tony Stark. Unbeknownst to Obadiah, Tony Stark was already aware of his actions. Otherwise, he would have certainly packed up and fled. Umbrella. Eileen, we can liquidate our shares in Stark Industries, Leachy advised. Observing the ever-increasing stock prices. Should we wait any longer? With Tony Stark's return, the stock has potential for further growth. Having spent half a month in New York, Eileen had learned a great deal. In her view, Stark stock still had considerable upward potential. Hearing Eileen's thoughts, Leachy responded, with Stark's return, uncertainties abound. We've already profited sufficiently. I am unsure if Stark will shut down the weapons division upon his early return, but regardless, selling now would yield substantial gains. After all, I purchased the shares at Stark Industries' lowest point. Upon hearing Leachy's sentiments, Eileen refrained from further discussion about the shares and began to contemplate other matters. Tony's return signified the commencement of the Marvel saga, and the emergence of Iron Man would undoubtedly draw forth various nefarious entities. Umbrella and Leachy were inextricably entangled in this unfolding drama. The previous incidents involving Jean and the vampires had already indicated that both Leachy and Umbrella wielded extraordinary powers. With the grand stage set, it was impossible for them to extricate themselves from the impending chaos. At the airport, as Tony Stark disembarked from the plane and gazed at the familiar skyline of New York, he turned to Ethan and said, "Welcome to New York, Ethan." Observing the bustling city, Ethan expressed his envy. If only my hometown could transform like this. New York held limited allure for Ethan. He longed instead to revitalize his own home. Otherwise, with his qualifications, he wouldn't have found himself in his current predicament. Rest assured, I will assist you, Ethan. Tony Stark, aware of Ethan's aspirations, offered words of encouragement. He felt immense gratitude towards Ethan, his savior, for without him, Stark could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him at the hands of the terrorists. Barton and Barbara had departed the plane upon landing, as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. They preferred to remain out of the limelight. Meanwhile, Coulson was engaged in discussions with military personnel, as the responsibility for rescuing Stark clearly did not rest with S.H.I.E.L.D. The military sought to publicly claim credit for saving Tony Stark from the terrorists. As Tony and Ethan exited the airport, a throng of reporters surrounded them, creating a chaotic scene. "Tony Stark, who rescued you? Is your kidnapping related to your arms sales? What are your thoughts on this ordeal?" The reporters clamored for answers, bombarding Stark with questions. At that moment, a group of bodyguards arrived, forcefully pushing the reporters aside, forming a protective barrier around Tony Stark. Tony, Pepper Potts, with reddened eyes, rushed towards him. "I'm sorry to have worried you." Tony had intended to make a jest upon seeing Pepper, but her haggard appearance compelled him to simply pat her back. "This is Ethan. He played a crucial role in my survival." Stepping away from Tony's embrace, Pepper expressed her gratitude to Ethan. "Thank you for helping Tony. All right, Pepper, let us hold a press conference. I'm sure they have many questions. And please, prepare some simple food." Upon hearing Tony's request, Pepper turned to make the arrangements. This was when Obadiah seized the opportunity to approach Tony. "Tony, I'm so relieved you're safe. You have no idea how worried I've been." Obadiah's tears flowed freely, creating an impression of deep affection to any onlooker. Even Tony, observing Obadiah's demeanor, began to question the veracity of Coulson's words. "It seems you're all right," Tony remarked, unable to trust Obadiah as he once had. Soon, a group of reporters, organized by Pepper, gathered, and Tony and Ethan were handed beef hamburgers. As he munched on a hamburger, Tony Stark made a shocking announcement. "This experience has given me much to ponder. I never anticipated that the weapons I developed could cause such devastation to peace." Hearing this, Obadiah sensed trouble and hurried towards Tony. However, he was too late to prevent Tony from speaking. "I hereby declare that Stark Industries will shut down its weapons division." As those words left Tony's lips, the reporters scrambled to capture the moment, their cameras clicking furiously. Obadiah stood before the reporters, attempting to explain. "Tony has just returned and is a bit disoriented. Further details will be released by our group. I am grateful, and I am the largest shareholder of Stark." Tony interrupted, observing Obadiah's eagerness to clarify. In that instant, Tony discerned Obadiah's deep concern for the weapons division, intensifying his suspicions. After completing his statement, Tony took Ethan back to his residence. The news of Tony Stark's closure of the weapons division spread rapidly following the press conference. The previously surging stock prices plummeted as if plunged off a cliff, prompting countless investors to flee. The announcement that Stark Industries, a company built on arms manufacturing, would shut down its weapons division was utterly terrifying to the shareholders. Chapter 64. Nick Fury's Thoughts. Umbrella. Erin gazed in astonishment at the fluctuations in Stark Industries stock prices. She was utterly taken aback to see the shares plummet as anticipated. Observing Leach's demeanor, her admiration for him grew immensely. Had it not been for Leach's decisive actions earlier, the value of their stocks would have been severely compromised. The velocity at which Stark Industries stock was falling now surpassed even the tumult following Tony Stark's disappearance. Had they not liquidated their assets in advance, the stocks they acquired would have incurred significant losses. This underscored the profound impact of Tony Stark's statements. Only Leach understood that the current stock price was not yet at its nadir. The true moment to reinvest in Stark Industries would come when the price reached its lowest point. Natasha, observing Leach with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "How did you know that Stark Industries stock would decline?" From Natasha's perspective, Leach seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding all operations tied to Stark Industries. Were it not for her awareness of Leach's recent engagements in Serbia, she might have suspected him of orchestrating Stark's abduction. "I not only know that Stark's stock will drop, but I also foresee that it will rise again in due time," Leach replied. Natasha's eyes lit up at his words, realizing that such an opportunity might arise once more. At that moment, she too entertained the notion of purchasing Stark's shares. The prospect of earning money effortlessly was enticing even to Natasha. In her previous role as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha had earned a respectable salary. However, it paled in comparison to the fortunes of the wealthy elite. If another opportunity presented itself, she would not let it slip away. Of course, this was a rare chance for profit, one that even Leach deemed extraordinary. It was only when Tony Stark declared himself Iron Man that Stark Industries had reached its zenith. Barton informed me that their mission to rescue Stark was primarily motivated by financial constraints. Just then, Natasha received a message from Barton, the content of which left her incredulous. The notion that S.H.I.E.L.D. was experiencing financial difficulties was almost unfathomable to her. During her tenure, the funding for various S.H.I.E.L.D. projects had been nothing short of extravagant. The realization that one day the organization could find itself in want of funds caused Natasha to feel a sense of relief for her timely departure. Although she had not formally resigned, her actions now bore the semblance of betrayal. It was only due to Leach's formidable strength, coupled with the myriad issues plaguing S.H.I.E.L.D., that Nick Fury had permitted Natasha to exit so easily. S.H.I.E.L.D. After escorting Tony Stark back, Coulson returned to brief Nick Fury on the situation. The implications of this incident on Tony Stark were profound upon his return. His first order of business was to shutter the weapons division. The closure of the weapons department, even in Coulson's eyes, was somewhat unfathomable. Stark Industries was fundamentally a weapons manufacturing enterprise, and to terminate this division was akin to severing one's own limbs. Closing the weapons division? Fury furrowed his brow upon hearing Coulson's report. One of the primary motivations for rescuing Stark was to secure the support of Stark Industries. Yet, congressional funding had been obstructed by Pierce, resulting in numerous projects lacking financial backing. Fury had not anticipated that Pierce would resort to meddling with the budget. Nevertheless, Fury had not been idle during this period. After extensive observation and probing, he had determined that Maria Hill was not affiliated with Hydra, but rather with the Council, revealing a potential ally against Hydra. As a naturally suspicious individual, Fury refrained from confronting Hill directly, instead allowing her to discern the existence of Hydra herself, thus prompting her faction to take action against them. Fury's plans had been executed flawlessly. The only regret he harbored was not involving Leach. Fury coveted Leach's capabilities, believing that with his assistance, confronting Hydra would become significantly easier. However, it was evident that Leach maintained closer ties with the military than with S.H.I.E.L.D. Even acquiring Blood Orchid required a purchase, unlike the military, which enjoyed privileged access within Umbrella. During their mission to rescue Tony Stark, they discovered he was in the process of developing a mechanical suit. Coulson produced the schematics for Mark I, which, although rudimentary, revealed much about its design. A steel suit? What powers it? Fury pondered silently. The existence of such technology was within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities, with its technical complexity deemed manageable. The arc reactor. Tony Stark had miniaturized it. Coulson praised Stark's genius, recalling the massive arc reactor he had encountered at Stark Industries. I wonder if we can obtain the technology for the arc reactor from Tony? Fury's insatiable ambition was evident. He sought not only financial backing, but also the arc reactor's technology. At Tony Stark's residence, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was being targeted by a shadowy figure. Upon his return, Tony instructed Potts, N.J. A.R.V.I.S. to investigate Obadiah. He even declined Obadiah's visit under the pretense of needing rest, having lost trust in him. Obadiah had been removed from J.A.R.V.I.S.'s access privileges. "Ethan, I fear you may need to stay with me a while longer," Tony said, engrossed in designing the next generation of armor. Until the situation with Obadiah was clarified, Tony could not risk allowing Ethan to leave freely. lest either Obadiah or his unseen puppeteer take action against the one who had saved him. Chapter 65. The Resurrection of Crossbones. The setting has transformed. It is no longer the dimly lit caves of terrorists. In Tony Stark's hands, every tool and material he requires is readily available. This time, he is crafting the next generation of the Mark suit. Beside him, Ethan assists, performing tasks within his capabilities. With the aid of JARVIS, the development of the Mark suit progresses at an extraordinary pace. Existing ideas manifest at this very moment. While Tony immerses himself in the intricacies of the new suit, Leachy has already reaped substantial profits. Stark Industries, as the largest weapon manufacturer in the United States, has seen many enterprises affected following Tony's announcement to cease weapon production. Umbrella has seized this opportunity to absorb numerous downstream industries. In the villa, Leachy watches news reports about Stark Industries on television. Smiling as he addresses the women beside him, it seems Stark is in for a significant blow this time. I wonder what Obadiah will do next. To Leachy, the Ironmonger has lost any chance of reemergence. Without Tony Stark's design blueprints, Obadiah would not even conceive the notion of the Ironmonger. General Ross has already responded, revealing that a substantial number of blood orchids have been discovered, although many pythons guard them, necessitating some time to transport them back. Eileen also mentions matters concerning General Ross, noting that he did not refuse Leachy's request for the blood orchids. However, confronting the pythons nearby is no simple task. In the jungle, the inability to use fire presents significant limitations. Otherwise, a single blaze in that rainforest environment would suffice to eliminate countless pythons. It appears General Ross is quite optimistic about our serum. Considering General Ross's incessant calls urging action, Leachy understands that Umbrella's products remain highly favored within military circles. By the way, Natasha, do you know a scientist named Bruce Banner? Leachy suddenly recalls that during this period, Bruce Banner should still be serving General Ross. Given Bruce Banner's intellect, extracting something from the blood orchids should not pose a challenge. Observing General Ross's persistent nudging, it is evident that he has not entrusted the research of the blood orchids to Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Natasha responds, finding the name unfamiliar. I know he is a brilliant physicist, currently engaged in research for the military within a lab. Although Natasha finds Bruce Banner's name strange, after some contemplation, she recognizes the renowned physicist. Indeed, Bruce Banner shares a significant connection with General Ross. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Leachy realizes that the birth of the Hulk seems unaffected by his presence. As Wanda and Eileen listen to their conversation, they appear bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with these international scientists. Who is this Bruce Banner? Is he important? Wanda tilts her head, curiosity piqued regarding Bruce's identity. After all, someone who warrants Leachy's mention must possess remarkable significance. A remarkably gifted scientist, yet his fate as a scientist is rather tumultuous. Pondering Bruce Banner's future brings Leachy a sense of melancholy. As night falls, while Leachy and the others retire for sleep, Obadiah discovers that Potts has been tampering with his computer. Seated at his desk, Obadiah's expression is one of discontent. You already know, don't you, Tony? Peering out the window at the scenery below, Obadiah wrestles with inner turmoil. In his view, Stark Industries was co-founded with Howard, which is precisely why he contemplates eliminating Tony Stark to seize control. Yet now, Tony has returned and begun to suspect him. Obadiah understands that as the largest shareholder, if Tony Stark resolves to act, he will have no chance of regaining control. As a capitalist, Obadiah recognizes he has only two paths left: to surrender and turn himself in, or to risk everything in a desperate fight. If he had a few more months to solidify his grasp on Stark Industries, perhaps he would muster the resolve to confront Tony. However, in the current moment, with no actions taken, Obadiah is at a loss for how to expel Tony from Stark Industries. You seem quite lost. A hoarse voice emerges from behind Obadiah. Who? With nerves on edge, Obadiah swiftly draws a handgun, aiming it at the shadowy figure behind him. Anyone who could bypass security and surveillance to approach him undetected is certainly not a friend. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. The man steps forward, revealing a rather fearsome visage. Should Wanda or Pietro be present, they would surely recognize this grotesque figure as the resurrected Rumlow, whom they had slain. It remains a mystery how Hydra managed to revive him, and now Rumlow's first mission post-resurrection is to target Obadiah. I believe you should take a look at this. Rumlow produces a tablet, opening a file before handing it to Obadiah. After scrutinizing Rumlow momentarily to ensure he poses no immediate threat, Obadiah cautiously accepts the tablet. The contents reveal design schematics for the Mark suit and the miniature arc reactor embedded within Tony Stark. One must concede that the most vital asset of Stark Industries may very well be the brilliance of Tony Stark himself. Upon observing the arc reactor, Rumlow is struck by the genius of such a compact energy source, capable of accomplishing tremendous feats. Meanwhile, Obadiah pays no heed to Rumlow's remarks. Engrossed in examining the materials provided by Hydra, it becomes evident that Nick Fury has not entirely purged Hydra from within their ranks. Otherwise, this intelligence would not have surfaced. Chapter 66. Dragon Bone. As Obadiah laid eyes on the final piece of information, an overwhelming fury engulfed him. To Obadiah, this intelligence symbolized Tony Stark's deceit and betrayal. Had he known of Tony Stark's remarkable abilities, Obadiah would have never allowed himself to descend to such depths. He failed to contemplate his own shortcomings. In his view, it was entirely Tony Stark's actions that had led him to this predicament. What do you want from me? Looking at Ramlo, Obadiah understood that this group possessed a power far beyond his own capabilities. Upon hearing Obadiah's words, Ramlo smiled, though his terrifying visage made the smile somewhat unsettling. Do not be alarmed. I assure you we are here to assist you. Nick Fury's movements had been under Pierce's scrutiny, particularly his decision to rescue Tony Stark, which Pierce found exceedingly irksome. Under Pierce's relentless pressure, Nick Fury's financial resources were rapidly depleting. If this stalemate continued, Fury would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage in the battle against their organization, Hydra. However, with Tony Stark's support, Fury would gain greater maneuverability. Pierce had never underestimated Nick Fury, the successor he had personally chosen. Were it not for his concerns regarding Leech's potential interference, Pierce would have considered another assault on Tony Stark. Yet, with Leech currently in New York, Pierce, as the head of Hydra, dared not provoke any further actions. Leech's formidable power, capable of standing against nations, had become a frequent topic of discussion within Hydra's ranks. It was precisely Leech's existence that prompted many of Hydra's leaders to collectively advance the Super Soldier Serum project. The allure of such power was irresistible. Had Hydra possessed it, they would not have remained in the shadows for so long. Hydra's decision to assist Obadiah was not solely to vex Nick Fury. They also aimed to seize the arc reactor. The technology behind the arc reactor was astonishingly advanced. Tony has begun to distrust me. How do you intend to assist me? Regaining his composure, Obadiah inquired of Ramlo. With Tony's growing skepticism, Obadiah found himself at a loss for how to counter Tony's forthcoming moves. We will help you gain control over the other shareholders and then oust Tony from the board. Upon hearing Ramlo's words, Obadiah's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated their plan would be executed with such brutality. The following day, upon awakening in the villa, Leech immediately set out to sign a new contract. With the reward distribution, 5 uniquely designed bat-shaped shurikens appeared before him. Leech was quite pleased with these shurikens. As Batman's common weapon, they contained remarkable technology that could potentially inspire innovation within Umbrella's weaponry. After storing the shurikens away with the intention of gifting them to Yuri at an appropriate moment, Leech was determined to pursue a significant objective. After much time, he had finally located the whereabouts of the Dragon Bone. Utilizing the ninja team's abilities to traverse various locations in Manhattan, he had finally pinpointed the Dragon Bone's location. This source of immortality intrigued Leech greatly. Although he regarded Danny's Iron Fist as subpar, he acknowledged that not all of Kunlun's artifacts could be deemed inferior. Both the Elder and the subterranean Dragon Bone possessed immense power. Despite Leech's own mastery over the Ice Fruit, he would not dare claim he could compete with those ancient beings that had lurked in the shadows for millennia. Wanda, this time, I want you to accompany me. Considering the location of the Dragon Bone, Leech intended to bring along only a select few. Although the so-called seal required the Iron Fist power to activate, Leech believed that with sufficient strength, any seal could be breached. His Ice Fruit, combined with Wanda's chaos magic, led him to wonder what seal could withstand their combined might. Upon hearing Leech's words, Wanda immediately rose to her feet. This time, Leech did not permit her to use her teleportation magic. Instead, he summoned the Shadow Legion, leading both himself and Wanda into the Shadow Dimension. The crimson sky and earth, contrasted by the pitch-black structures, illustrated the entirety of the Shadow Realm. The Ninja Team and the Nightbat Legion had been born within such an environment. The Shadow Dimension continuously absorbed and released darkness. The more darkness it absorbed, the more its structures and territories expanded, consequently enhancing the quantity and quality of the Shadow Legion. In the Shadow Dimension, Leech and Wanda moved swiftly, arriving at the Dragon Bone's location within a mere 3 minutes. As the master of the Shadow Dimension, Leech could enter and exit at will, but Wanda, without the guidance of the Shadow Legion, risked being eroded by the Dimension's power, ultimately succumbing to its influence. Within the subterranean spaces of Manhattan, as Leech and Wanda emerged from the shadows, Wanda's attention was drawn to the enormous bones from years past. What creature does this bone belong to? Observing a single bone that was thicker than her arm, Wanda's curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of the creature it once belonged to. It is a dragon. Gazing at the colossal bone, Leech sensed its vibrant life force through his observation hockey. Had he not known that the dragon before him was undeniably deceased, he might have doubted its demise. Such a robust life force explained why it could extend human lifespans and even potentially resurrect the dead. As Leech approached to touch the Dragon Bone, he felt a resisting force. Clearly, the seal that required the Iron Fist's power to unlock was formidable. With a firm press, a surge of golden energy instantly radiated through the rock wall. No wonder those capable of wielding the Iron Fist had been unable to breach this seal. Leech recognized the seal's strength was indeed substantial, yet not insurmountable. With adequate power, this seal would merely serve as a mere ornament. Wanda, Hearing Leech's call, Wanda ceased her examination of the dragon bone and approached him. Let us strike together and obliterate this seal. As Leech spoke, he unleashed an Ice Age attack upon the dragon bone, yet the chill was swiftly countered by the energy emanating from the bone itself. Chapter 67. The retrieval of the dragon bone and a minor interlude with the chilling aura emanating from Li-Chi. The energy sealing the dragon bone began to resist vehemently. Wanda observed this scene and unleashed her chaotic magic, striking the wall with immense force. The impact of Wanda's full-powered blow sent a tremor through the energy surrounding the dragon bone, triggering a minor earthquake. Feeling the tremors, Wanda lowered her hands and glanced at Li-Chi, clearly uncertain if they should proceed. Continue. Li-Chi was aware that an earthquake was imminent. This dragon bone had likely been buried underground for an eternity, merging with the very essence of Manhattan Island. The tremors they experienced were merely an appetizer. The true seismic upheaval would occur once Li-Chi extracted the bone. Upon receiving Li-Chi's signal, Wanda resumed her assault on the wall with her chaotic magic. Together, the duo quickly overwhelmed the sealing energy. As the invisible force dissipated, Li-Chi distinctly sensed the resistance waning. With a series of cracking sounds, one of the dragon bones was frozen, and the seal was entirely broken. Gazing at the dragon bone now within reach, Li-Chi summoned the Nightbat Legion to commence excavation. What purpose does the dragon bone serve? Although the dragon bone held a certain mystique, Wanda believed its significance was minimal for them. After all, both she and Li-Chi were still quite young. The longevity properties of the bone held little value for them. Only its potential for resurrection warranted further investigation. The power contained within the dragon bone was indeed remarkable, and Li-Chi was curious to discover any additional abilities beyond the known. The information regarding the dragon bone in comic lore was scarce, and Li-Chi sought to uncover what further secrets it might hold, even if no additional properties were revealed. The mere opportunity to resurrect and the intriguing potential for research were sufficient to pique Li-Chi's interest. If he did not claim the dragon bone, it would inevitably fall into the hands of others, such as that insipid Iron Fist. It was better to keep it for himself. The Nightbat Legion worked swiftly, utilizing their ability to emit beams of light, allowing them to excavate the dragon bone more efficiently than conventional machinery. Within an hour, a mountain of dragon bones lay before Li-Chi as the last fragment was unearthed. The remaining energy completely vanished. Without the energy to support it, the underground space began to tremble ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Let us depart, Li-Chi declared, turning to Wanda as he surveyed the now barren space. Hold on to me. Wanda reached out her hand, and as Li-Chi grasped it, she instantly cast a teleportation spell, transporting them back to the villa. Allocate some of those dragon bones to me. I wish to see if I can conduct some research. Wanda's mastery of magic had significantly improved, and her curiosity about these extraordinary forces had blossomed. Li-Chi readily acquiesced to her request without a moment's hesitation. Even if all the dragon bones were sent to Yuri's laboratory, it would take considerable time to yield any results. It was far more prudent to allow Wanda to explore what she could uncover through her magical prowess. Inside Stark Villa, when Tony received news from the board, he was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying Obadiah and the board have ousted me from my position? Tony inquired of the visibly troubled Potts. Tony, your previous comments have greatly displeased the board. In my view, your intention to shut down the weapons division has led to this outcome, Potts explained. As a military-industrial enterprise, such remarks were tantamount to self-sabotage. Even without Hydra's involvement, the board would harbor significant grievances against Tony. Rest assured, these issues are inconsequential. In stark contrast to Potts' distress, Tony Stark appeared remarkably unfazed. He had no intention of relinquishing Stark Industries. Although he had abandoned weapons manufacturing, he had simultaneously prepared a monopolistic venture in clean energy. Tony believed that as long as he presented the arc reactor, the board members would undoubtedly renew their support. This time, they aim to expel you, Potts observed Tony, who was engrossed in his research on the Mark suits, and interjected urgently. I can tell that the board is backing Obadiah. Obadiah? With the realization that Obadiah was indeed a threat, Tony furrowed his brow upon hearing of Obadiah's latest machinations. Since his return, Tony had been preoccupied with developing the Mark suits and had not paid much heed to Obadiah. For Tony, dealing with Obadiah was hardly a challenge. Yet, he had not anticipated that Obadiah would strike first before he could take action. Sir, Agent Coulson has requested an audience. Just as Tony pondered Obadiah's audacity, Jarvis interrupted. Coulson? What brings him here? After a moment's thought, Tony decided to welcome Coulson. Let us see what our agent has to say. Tony's impression of Coulson was favorable. Despite being an agent, Coulson was far more agreeable than those from the FBI. As Tony exited his laboratory, he found Coulson chatting amiably with Ethan. Coulson, what brings you here? Tony asked, preparing a glass of chlorophyll while inquiring candidly. Obadiah, I came to discuss him with you. Coulson replied, handing Tony a dossier. Last night, Obadiah acquired shares from several minor stakeholders of Stark Industries. However, our investigation reveals that the funds did not originate from Obadiah's account. You mean to say that someone is backing Obadiah? Tony interjected, interrupting Coulson. Precisely. Not only are there substantial financial resources, but there is also considerable military support. Several shareholders who originally backed you encountered an accident on their way to the office this morning and are currently hospitalized. The individuals attending the meeting are merely their proxies. Chapter 68. The Reluctant Hand Association. Although Coulson did not explicitly state it, Tony could discern that the so-called agent was merely a puppet. So, who exactly was behind Obadiah? Tony was acutely aware that Coulson's visit and his extensive discourse must have had a purpose, one evidently linked to the individuals backing Coulson. Our investigation has revealed that the entity behind Obadiah is Hydra. Hell's Kitchen. Inside Lady Gao's factory, the five fingers of the Hand Association rarely gathered in unison. Have you all heard about the earthquake on Manhattan Island? Lady Gao addressed the others directly. I know what happened there, interjected Alexandra, another founding member of the Hand Association, who appeared somewhat perplexed by Lady Gao's summons. Fools. Is there anything about Manhattan Island that you are unaware of? The gambler, witnessing Alexandra's enduring ignorance after so many years, could not hold back his disdain. Lady Gao, has there been an issue with the dragon bones? At this moment, Murakami, too, became acutely aware of the subterranean secrets of Manhattan Island, his demeanor growing tense. Not only Murakami, but Alexandra and Soanda also felt the weight of anxiety. At their age, without the dragon bones to extend their lives, they had but a few days left to live. The dragon bones they had salvaged from Kunlun were now nearly depleted. Indeed, there has been a problem with the dragon bones. By the time my people arrived, it was too late. The dragon bones had already been taken. The Hand Association had been entrenched in America for years, fully aware of the dragon bones concealed beneath Manhattan Island. However, lacking the strength of Iron Fist, they could not break the seals affixed to the dragon bones, relying solely on their five fingers. Thus, over the years, they had contemplated methods to unlock the seals while awaiting the emergence of the Iron Fist's successor. Yet, before the arrival of the Iron Fist's heir, the dragon bones had already been removed. Impossible. The Iron Fist has yet to appear in this area. How could the seal be broken? Alexandra refused to accept Lady Gao's assertion that the dragon bones had been taken. Although Alexandra appeared youthful, he had lived for countless years. Without the dragon bones, his lifespan would be glaringly finite. Do not doubt it. The dragon bones have indeed been removed, and that space has completely collapsed. Seeing Alexandra's reluctance to believe, Lady Gao produced photographs taken by her subordinates and distributed them among the group. The recent earthquakes on Manhattan Island must have been triggered during the removal of the dragon bones. Clearly, in the absence of the Iron Fist, they employed another means to seize the bones. As the others studied the photographs intently, Lady Gao continued, the dragon bones underground. Those bastards left us none. After examining the images, Soanda turned to Lady Gao and inquired, Lady Gao, do you know who currently possesses the dragon bones? The so-called five fingers were all fearful for their lives. Otherwise, they would not have dared to return to the land of Kunlun after their defection. Their greatest fear was being purged by those in Kunlun. Having relied on the power of the dragon bones to survive until now, they were nearing the end of their resources. The dragon bones they had so painstakingly sought had been snatched away by someone else. How could this not incite anxiety in Soanda and the others? According to residual energy readings, the individual who took the dragon bones is likely Li Qi. Lady Gao enunciated Li Qi's name with precision. Upon hearing Li Qi's name, the expressions of the other four darkened considerably. If the dragon bones had been seized by another person or faction, they would not hesitate to sacrifice the entirety of the Hand Association. However, Li Qi's demonstrated power left them devoid of confidence in their ability to overcome him. Regardless of your thoughts, I shall not relinquish the dragon bones, the gambler declared, observing the silence of the others. With the least amount of dragon bones remaining in his possession, he yearned most for those in Li Qi's grasp. Though Li Qi is formidable, we are not without opportunities to reclaim the dragon bones from him, Soanda asserted, following closely behind. There are numerous dragon bones. It is improbable that Li Qi could carry them all. With our multitude of ninjas, we shall surely find our chance. Alexandra similarly chimed in. Clearly, all present, including Lady Gao, shared a common sentiment. Despite their inability to defeat Li Qi, they were unwilling to abandon their pursuit of the dragon bones. Very well, let us confront Li Qi. At the other end of Hell's Kitchen, Murdoch was summoned by his master, Stick. Murdoch, are you aware of the events unfolding on Manhattan Island? Stick queried, flanked by a cadre of pure heart ninjas. Manhattan Island? Murdoch, preoccupied with casework all morning, was unaware of the happenings there. With a derisive snort, Stick responded, I have told you numerous times, Manhattan Island harbors something the Hand Association covets. Today's earthquakes are related to that very object. Our pure heart ninjas have discovered that something the Hand Association was safeguarding has been taken. It is likely that the five fingers of the hand are currently in a state of panic. As the hand's arch-nemesis, Stick was not privy to the specifics of what the hand was guarding on Manhattan Island. However, they were acutely aware that whatever the hand treasured lay buried beneath the surface of Manhattan Island. Master, do you intend to strike at the Hand Association? Murdoch, fully cognizant of Stick's motivations, immediately grasped his master's intention to confront the hand. Indeed, while I am unaware of the exact nature of what lies beneath Manhattan Island, It is of paramount importance to the Hand Association. This is undoubtedly the moment they are most vulnerable. The mere thought of potentially crippling or even annihilating the Hand Association excited Stick. Having opposed the Hand Association for so many years, he felt he had finally identified their Achilles heel. What would you have me do? Murdoch asked, expressing his willingness to assist in the eradication of the Hand Association. I wish for you to summon all your superhero allies. Our assault on the Hand Association may very well annihilate them in one fell swoop. We must mobilize every ounce of our strength. Aware of the Hand Association's hidden power known as the Empty, Stick hoped Murdoch would gather Jessica and the others. Chapter 69. The characteristics of Dragonbone and the Soaring Mark III. Upon hearing the words of the Stickman, Murdoch grasped his master's intentions. He was in full support of the idea to call upon Jessica and the others. The recent changes in Hell's Kitchen made Murdoch realize that relying solely on himself was insufficient to eradicate all the gangsters. This time, the Hand Association would likely deploy all their trump cards. Thus, we too must muster our full strength to confront them. As someone who had been closely monitoring the Hand Association, the Stickman was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by its 5 fingers. It would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish the Hand Association relying solely on the innocents. This understanding underscored the Stickman's decision to train Murdoch and Erica. Consequently, with the Dragonbone taken away by Li Chi, the innocents resolved to launch a full-scale assault against the Hand Association. The following day, Li Chi arrived at Umbrella. As he stepped into the laboratory, he immediately heard Yuri's cold voice. The serum had successfully reached its halfway point, and now human trials were necessary. Li Chi approached to observe Yuri delivering instructions to a group of researchers. What new serum have you developed, Yuri? Li Chi inquired, acknowledging Yuri's research capabilities. However, the emergence of a serum in the laboratory did not guarantee its efficacy. Several previously developed serums had merely improved skin conditions or enhanced digestive abilities. While each serum was costly, their effectiveness was rather lacking, leading Li Chi to understand that Yuri's research into serums was not a blind alley. Instead, he experimented with various ideas as they arose. Noticing Li Chi's entrance, Yuri gestured for the researchers surrounding him to disperse. He then approached Li Chi with a bag of serum, explaining, "This is a tragic new generation of our previous serum, whose effects are now quite close to the super soldier serum injected into Captain America. Moreover, due to the properties of the blood orchid, this serum will grant users a longer lifespan and enhanced recovery abilities." As Yuri elaborated on the serum, it became evident that this iteration was markedly superior to its predecessors. He had perfectly integrated the characteristics of the blood orchid into the serum. Is that so? Li Chi responded, acknowledging the serum's excellence. It signified a departure from the previous Hydra serum and the super soldier serum, charting a new course. Compared to those serums, Yuri's research was notably more gentle. Chief, did you come here for a specific purpose? After introducing the serum, Yuri inquired about Li Chi's reasons for visiting. I have brought you some valuable items, Li Chi declared, gesturing as several pieces of Dragonbone appeared in his hands. This is Dragonbone, possessing miraculous effects of prolonging life and even resurrecting the dead. But the specifics are for you to explore. Upon hearing Li Chi's words, Yuri's eyes brightened. The Dragonbone appeared to be a product of even higher caliber than the blood orchid. I will study it diligently, he affirmed as he took the Dragonbone from Li Chi. Yuri had always harbored a profound interest in such mysterious substances. For him, the allure of the Dragonbone was greater than anything else, akin to his prior fascination with the blood orchid. Placing the Dragonbone on the testing platform, Yuri quickly immersed himself in his work. Though this substance resembles bone in appearance, it is unlike any conventional bone. It seems more akin to a concentration of elements. After placing the Dragonbone under the observation equipment, he soon discovered its unique characteristics. Despite its resemblance and texture to bone, it was not true bone but rather an energy, a novel element amalgamated into existence. Li Chi, listening to Yuri's analysis, nodded in agreement. He too had sensed the energy contained within the Dragonbone upon acquiring it, and Yuri's words only reinforced this understanding. I have more of this Dragonbone. You may begin your research, Li Chi said, entrusting all experimental and research matters to Yuri before turning to leave. With few pressing matters in recent days, Li Chi relished the rare opportunity to relax. Unbeknownst to him, the Hand Association was plotting, and even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. Aside from the formidable Demon King, the Hand Association's ninjas and their 5 fingers were akin to insignificant insects in his eyes. Meanwhile, within Tony Stark's villa, the revelation of Obadiah's connection to Hydra spurred Tony to intensify his efforts in developing the Mark armor. With Obadiah usurping control of the company, Tony, despite the challenges, remained the largest shareholder. It was nearly impossible for Obadiah to eliminate Tony without resorting to extreme measures, as Stark Industries was not equivalent to Oscorp as the major shareholder. Tony Stark could not be easily ousted. Is it complete? Ethan inquired, eyes brimming with admiration as he gazed at the assembled Mark III. From the hasty Mark I crafted in a cave to the flawed Mark II produced not long ago, The evolution of the armor had unfolded before Ethan's eyes, making him the most astute observer of Tony's genius. Yes, it has been successfully completed. With that, Tony eagerly rose, requesting Jarvis to assist him in donning the Mark III. Mechanical arms extended from all sides, encasing Tony Stark in the armor piece by piece. As the final piece was secured, Tony's voice resonated through the suit. Jarvis, open the flight path. In response to Tony's command, a flight path slowly unfurled. In the next moment, the thrusters in Tony's hands and feet ignited, propelling him skyward in an instant. In New York, Li Chi had just savored an authentic Chinese meal at a restaurant. Stepping outside, he heard the roar of the sky above and glanced up to see a red figure streaking past. Has it been successful? Iron Man. Observing the arrival of Iron Man, Li Chi felt it was time to initiate his plan for a star-studded hero. With this thought in mind, he took out his phone to notify Ellie and Natasha. Chapter 70. The Hero Association. Upon receiving the command from Li Chi, Aaron promptly sought out Wanda, who was engrossed in her reading. Wanda, Lee has asked you to return and bring Ginny and Jet here. Setting aside her tome of magic, Wanda responded affirmatively, understood. With that, she utilized her teleportation magic and vanished from sight. When Wanda reappeared, Jet and Ginny were already at her heels. How is the situation in Serbia? Aaron inquired, glancing at Ginny. Though Ginny was a superhuman, she also possessed remarkable managerial skills. With both Li Chi and Aaron absent from Serbia, the affairs there were primarily overseen by Ginny and her associates. Things are progressing well. The individuals the president found are exceptionally talented, and with the country's infrastructure, the new city has restored all its basic facilities. Ginny marveled at the astonishing pace of development in the Eastern nation. In her view, such rapid infrastructure advancement would typically require magicians skilled in earth manipulation, yet this nation accomplished it solely through the efforts of ordinary citizens. Meanwhile, Jet had undergone significant transformation, particularly with the fourth-generation Death Gatling affixed to his arm. Not only had it been upgraded with advanced technology, but after receiving the serum, Jet's own abilities had also been substantially enhanced. Is the president's plan about to commence? Ginny was evidently aware of the purpose behind their summons. Indeed, your profiles have been registered with the Hero Association, Natasha remarked, handing over a tablet. Li Chi's Star Hero Initiative included the establishment of the Hero Association, albeit a commercial one entirely under his control, distinct from the Hero Association in the world of One Punch Man. Upon receiving the tablet, Ginny immediately recognized her own profile and codename, Mechanical Queen. The display depicted her appearance after assimilating the soul of machinery, alongside her heroic deeds in saving Serbia. Scrolling down, she discovered details about her interests, revealing that this dossier bore a striking resemblance to those of pop idols. Turning to the next page, Ginny found Jet's profile. His hero codename remained Death Gatling, yet he had been designated as a national hero of Serbia, evidently refining his character's narrative. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Natasha led the duo to the Hero Association's headquarters, while Wanda remained behind, having made significant strides in her magic training acquired from the vampires. Absorbed in her studies, Wanda was notably detached from Li Chi's affairs. Upon Natasha's arrival at the office, she found Jessica and Luke Cage waiting patiently. Transforming superheroes into celebrities. Only you could conceive such a notion, Jessica quipped, reflecting on her initial incredulity upon hearing about the plan. After all, they were superheroes. What faction wouldn't he desire their allegiance? Only Li Chi appeared indifferent to their status, even seeking to glamorize them. We have no choice but to comply with the president's wishes, Natasha replied, effortlessly persuading Jessica and Luke Cage to join the Hero Association. With Jessica still in her youth, a mix of grand promises and moral persuasion easily swayed her, while Luke Cage found it impossible to decline due to the allure of wealth and fame. In the conference room, Li Chi sat poised at the head of the table. Observing the newcomers, he stated, "The world is on the brink of transformation. An influx of superheroes and supervillains will soon emerge." Jessica and Luke Cage exchanged incredulous glances, for while many superheroes and villains existed, most operated in secrecy. They, the vigilantes of Hell's Kitchen, were among the most publicly recognized. Noticing their reactions, Li Chi activated a computer and projected satellite imagery onto the screen. "Behold," he commanded. The footage displayed Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, battling a group of terrorists. Tony Stark, the infamous playboy, is also a renowned superhero. Seeing their confusion, Li Chi continued, "Stark's emergence signifies that superheroes will be visible to the general populace, inevitably leading to the rise of more supervillains." Despite the abruptness of his explanation, the group grasped that a new era was dawning. Suddenly, Jessica recalled, "Murdoch contacted us yesterday, hoping we could collaborate with the Pure Heart Society against the Hand." Initially untroubled by this prospect, Jessica now felt a sense of foreboding regarding the Pure Heart Society's intentions. The Hand, Li Chi mused, surprised by the Pure Heart Society's willingness to confront such a formidable opponent. The Hand had overwhelming advantages, and the Pure Heart Society could only pose minor inconveniences. The notion of obliterating the Hand was far-fetched. Should we intervene? I've always found that stick to be rather unreliable, Luke Cage remarked, expressing his skepticism towards Murdoch's mentor. Why not? This could be your opportunity for recognition, Li Chi countered. In his view, unlike other superheroes, Jessica, Luke Cage, Ginny, and Jet possessed a distinct advantage. They could fight without the need for tight costumes or masks. Jet and Ginny had never adopted such habits. While Jessica and Luke had no need for disguises, their families long gone. This lack of concern for personal ties allowed them to cultivate a striking public persona, potentially attracting a devoted following. Chapter 71, The Hero Association's First Mission. This time, the confrontation with the Hand Association presents a splendid opportunity for you. Li Chi gazed at Jessica and her three companions before speaking. The Hand Association's strength is not particularly formidable, as long as they refrain from summoning the malevolent deities. Your capabilities will suffice. Murdoch has informed us that they will launch an assault on the Hand Association in 2 days. We merely need to thwart the 5 fingers of the hand. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Li Chi nodded in agreement. After conveying several points of caution to Jessica and Luke Cage, he dismissed the two. Although they are heroes of the Hero Association, Li Chi typically does not interfere in their personal lives. He only gathers them together, as he did today, when their presence is essential for a collective mission. Ginny. It is unnecessary to exert excessive force against the Hand Association, Li Chi advised as Jessica and Luke Cage departed. If Ginny were to unleash her full power from the outset, the members of the Hand would likely be annihilated instantaneously. The 5 fingers of the Hand pose no significant threat to Ginny Lilet. I understand. As a luminary of the magical realm, Ginny Lilet instantly grasped Li Chi's intention. While a crushing victory might be exhilarating, only a battle of equal standing would incite broader discourse. This aligns with Li Chi's strategy of elevating superheroes to stardom. Natalia, if you desire, you may join them as well. Merely serving as a CEO seems a waste of your abilities. After conversing with Ginny Lilet, Li Chi turned to Natalia. Since departing from S.H.I.E.L.D., Natalia had not engaged in combat for quite some time. Aside from her routine training with Aaron, her remaining hours were consumed by corporate affairs. Natalia paused at Li Chi's suggestion. She had become accustomed to a stable existence, nearly forgetting her once perilous lifestyle. Perhaps not. With Ginny and the others here, my presence is unnecessary. I shall act when my assistance is required. Natalia felt content with her current lifestyle. If her involvement was not needed, she relished this tranquility. Observing her resolve, Li Chi seized his persuasion. Natalia's combat prowess was not imperative. Rather, her managerial skills were of greater value to him. 2 days swiftly passed, and photographs of Iron Man proliferated across the internet. The valiant Iron Man, actively combating terrorism, had garnered substantial attention in recent days. Conversely, Li Chi's recent efforts yielded nothing but misfortune. He received only inconsequential items. Aware that today marked the Pure One's assault on the Hand Association, Li Chi deployed the previously acquired spy satellite to monitor Ginny Lilet and her companions. Within the Hero Association, reports indicated that the 5 fingers of the Hand were currently located in Hell's Kitchen. Murdoch would collaborate with Jessica and the others today. In addition to the 4 heroes from the Hero Association, Erica and the 3rd-generation White Tiger, Ava Ayala, would also join. This is quite extravagant. Ava Ayala marveled at the opulent base of the Hero Association, surprised by the stark contrast to her preconceived notions of superheroes. My master mentioned that the Hand has gathered most of its members for some undisclosed purpose, Erica conveyed, disregarding the Hero Association's affairs to relay her master's message to Ginny and the others. The Hand was likely investigating the items they had lost in Manhattan, rendering them increasingly aggressive. In response to Erica's remarks, Murdoch added, the drug factories of the Hand and Hell's Kitchen have ceased operations in recent days. They seem to have taken note of our movements. Unaware of the significance of the Dragon Bone, Murdoch merely believed the Hand had become aware of their actions. Our objective is the 5 fingers of the Hand. The remaining members will be handled by the Pure Ones. Murdoch expressed his unwavering trust in his master. As the signal from the master arrived, the group boarded the armed helicopter that had been prepared in advance. This helicopter served not only as transportation for the team, but also as a vessel through which Ginny could channel her magic to empower the mechanical soul. In Hell's Kitchen, within the factories owned by the Hand, Madame Gao and Murakami convened. Based on our investigations, the Dragon Bone is confirmed to be in the possession of Umbrella, Madame Gao stated, her demeanor reflecting a sense of despair. Were it not for the dire need for the Dragon Bone, she would have no desire to oppose Li Chi. Damn it, how could he possibly know about the Dragon Bone? Alexandra, despite having mentally prepared herself in recent days, still struggled to accept this reality. We have little time left without the Dragon Bone. Once we acquire it, we should leave this country for a while, Soanda remarked. As long as we draw breath. The Hand can be re-established no matter how many times it falls. Though Madame Gao was a woman, she demonstrated greater decisiveness than her counterparts. While the members of the Hand had invested considerable effort into their organization, it paled in comparison to their own lives. As long as they could seize a portion of the Dragon Bone from Li Chi, Madame Gao would not hesitate to sacrifice the Hand's ninjas. However, before that, We must first deal with those pesky rodents. At that moment, Bodo entered, dragging a lifeless body. The Pure Ones? Upon seeing the individual clad in white, Madame Gao and her associates recognized the identity of the persistent figures lurking in the vicinity. Just as Li Qi dismissed the hand, they too regarded the Pure Ones with disdain. To Madame Gao and her allies, aside from the master, the remaining members of the Pure Ones were merely ineffectual. The ninjas of the hand could easily defeat the Pure Ones members, even in overwhelming numbers. It appears our recent actions have led these rodents to believe they have an opportunity, Murakami observed, sensing an unusual stillness surrounding the factory, indicative of an impending assault. Let us eliminate these pests first. With Sawanda's command, the ninjas of the hand sprang into action. Chapter 72. Confrontation of Five Fingers. As the hand and the ninja alliance prepared for battle, Jet had already piloted an armed helicopter above the factory. After switching the helicopter to autopilot, Jet and his companions leapt directly down towards the facility. At that moment, inside the factory, the ninjas of the hand were engaged in fierce combat with the members of the Pure Alliance. In terms of individual strength, the members of the Pure Alliance were no match for the ninjas of the hand. Fortunately, a formidable fighter known as the Stick Elder stood at the forefront, utilizing his exceptional combat skills to fend off dozens of ninjas single-handedly. Upon landing, Jet instantly extended his arm, and the death gatling on his right arm sprang forth, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The storm of gunfire ruthlessly shredded through a group of hand ninjas, clearing a path for Jessica and the others who followed. Jessica and Luke Cage descended without any semblance of finesse, relying solely on their formidable defenses as they plummeted into the fray like cannonballs. Boom, boom. The moment they hit the ground, they were met with attacks from surrounding hand ninjas, yet the ninjas' weapons failed to inflict any harm upon them. In contrast, their casual strikes sent the hand ninjas flying. Meanwhile, Murdoch, Erica, and the White Tiger exhibited a more graceful descent. Though not superhuman, they possessed extraordinary skills that allowed them to navigate the factory's architecture swiftly. Finally, Jenny, the last to remain on the helicopter, employed a reception spell, harnessing the power of the mechanical soul to gain the capabilities of the armed helicopter. Mechanical components rapidly enveloped her body, and the rotors behind her provided astonishing propulsion, transforming her hands into heavy artillery. Inside the factory, Lady Gao and her associates were taken aback by the commotion outside. It was inconceivable that the members of the Pure Alliance could create such uproar. Suddenly, in a moment of impulsiveness, the gambler seized a katana and charged towards the exit. Lady Gao exchanged glances with her companions before they too rushed outside, only to find Murdoch and others locked in combat with numerous hand ninjas. These superheroes. Lady Gao was no stranger to Murdoch and his allies. Had they not intervened back then, she might have succeeded in succeeding Kingpin as the new underground emperor. We must first deal with that individual. Samantha, having assessed the situation, recognized the greatest threat among them was Jet, a moving point of firepower, posing a significant danger to the weapon-wielding ninjas. By heavens! Exclaimed Alexandra as she beheld Jet and charged at him. Her internal energy erupted, instantly shredding the Pure Alliance members who stood in her path. As a disciple of Kunlun, all 5 members of the 5 Fingers wielded the power of Qi. In the blink of an eye, the gambler found himself before Jet, raising his hand to strike at Jet's face. Crack! Crack! The mechanical sound echoed as the death gatling instantaneously transformed from its gun form into a sonic wave weapon resembling a horn. The subsonic wave erupted, leaving Alexandra momentarily unable to control her body. Thankfully, the presence of Qi allowed her to shake off this predicament within a few breaths. Jet, observing the weapon in his grasp, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The subsonic weapon, one of the latest modules installed, was designed specifically to counter enemies who closed in on him. As long as an opponent's physique was not overwhelmingly powerful, the subsonic weapon could effectively restrain them. This brief pause granted White Tiger an opportunity. Clad in a White Tiger bodysuit, Ava Ayala, the current White Tiger, possessed formidable abilities. Not only did she harness magical powers, but her combat skills were also exceptional. Upon reaching Alexandra, Ava's body transformed into a fearsome weapon, with hands, elbows, knees, and feet capable of attacking from incredibly awkward angles. Hector Ayala, what is your relation to him? Alexandra inquired, recognizing the familiar techniques. The power of the White Tiger stemmed from a jade pendant of Kunlun, and the first White Tiger, Hector, was also a descendant of Kunlun. Having crossed paths with Hector in the past, Alexandra was well aware of his prowess. He is my brother. Ava's mention of her brother's name intensified her assault. According to Ava's investigations over the years, her brother's demise was inextricably linked to the Hand and their gang. As Alexandra took action, the other members of the 5 Fingers also sprang into action. Lady Gao single-handedly confronted Jessica and Luke Cage, relying on her prior combat experience to believe she could defeat them. The gambler faced off against the Stick Elder and Murdoch, while Sawantha was chosen by Erica and the now free Jet. Finally, the remaining Murakami was intercepted by Jenny. Who are you? New York should not have talents of your caliber. Murakami, gripping his katana, cast a glance at Jet, who was suppressing Sawantha with heavy firepower, and inquired of Ginny. "We are members of the Hero Association, and our purpose here is to eradicate your criminal organization." On an emerging forum online, images and short videos of the battle between the Hand and the Pure Alliance circulated rapidly, with the appearance of Ginny and her companions. The focus of discussions shifted from the Hand to these newly emerged superheroes. Daredevil Murdoch had gained some recognition in New York, and as soon as he appeared, he was recognized by those on the forum. However, the identities of Jessica and the others remained a mystery until Ginny mentioned the Hero Association, revealing the existence of this superhero organization under the Umbrella Corporation. It was evident that this forum was orchestrated by Li Chi, who had instructed Natasha to establish it and guide discussions therein. Otherwise, how could those images and videos be so clear? Meanwhile, the news circulating in the forum caught the attention of a ghostly figure online. In Stark's villa, Tony Stark, engrossed in developing the fourth-generation Mark suit, suddenly heard Jarvis say, "Sir, I have discovered something that I believe will pique your interest." As he spoke, information regarding the Hand, the Pure Alliance, and the Hero Association was projected onto Tony Stark's workbench. Chapter 73, The Battle of Five Fingers, Part 1. Where is this? Observing the images and videos presented before him, Tony Stark found himself intrigued. Hell's Kitchen. Based on the revealed architecture, Jarvis swiftly conducted a comparison. It was soon confirmed that this location was indeed Hell's Kitchen. How fascinating. Since becoming Iron Man, Tony Stark had delved into numerous resources. He even learned about the recent vampire incident through Jarvis. It appeared that this Hero Association was a formidable superhero organization. Tony Stark, being exceptionally astute, understood from the information laid out by Jarvis that the mechanized woman had deliberately mentioned the name of the association. It seemed that members of the Hero Association were currently observing this battle in Hell's Kitchen. Inside the factory, Madame Gao launched an attack against Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. With a wave of her telekinesis, Luke Cage was instantly sent flying. The immense force shattered the ground beneath him. As Jessica charged forward, Madame Gao effortlessly deflected her assault. Despite the significant disparity in strength between Jessica and Madame Gao, the latter neutralized Jessica's attack solely through her skill. What kind of ability is this? Jessica, having been repelled, glared at Madame Gao, infuriated by her tactics. Although she had previously felt Madame Gao's power, facing her again left Jessica feeling severely constrained. Within the Hero Association, Leech shook his head at Jessica's performance. It seemed her guidance had not been absorbed. Leech had recognized Jessica's flaws from the outset. Despite possessing immense strength, she lacked the knowledge to harness it effectively. Currently, Jessica had 100 units of power but could only utilize about 60. In contrast, martial arts masters like Madame Gao could inflict over 100 units of damage with just 50. This disparity highlighted the gap between Madame Gao and Jessica. The young woman seemed to be in pain, either from drinking or nursing a hangover. Natasha was at a loss regarding how to mentor Jessica. At present, Jessica lacked the desire to grow stronger. Were it not for Leech's previous assistance, she would likely not have emerged as a hero, instead drowning her sorrows in a bar. Meanwhile, Madame Gao faced a challenging endeavor against the two of them. Suddenly, Wanda arrived, sensing that Jessica and Luke might still have a chance to overcome Madame Gao. Inside the factory, frustrated by her ineffective attacks, Jessica stomped the ground, sending debris flying towards Madame Gao. Under Jessica's formidable strength, the rubble hurtled toward Madame Gao like cannonballs. This compelled Madame Gao to release Luke Cage from her telekinetic grip in order to counter the incoming projectiles. With a burst of telekinesis, the debris halted abruptly before Madame Gao. This momentary distraction provided Jessica and Luke an opening. Seizing the opportunity, they charged forward and landed powerful punches on Madame Gao. Two white streaks appeared on the ground as blood spilled from Madame Gao's mouth. Had she not utilized her energy shield moments prior, those two strikes might have been fatal. "You underestimated us," Madame Gao exclaimed as she rose from the ground, channeling her energy. In an instant, her speed and strength surged dramatically. Covering several dozen meters in a single stride, she struck Jessica, forcing energy into her body. The overwhelming force injured Jessica's internals, causing her to spew blood. Just as Luke Cage attempted to assist, Madame Gao retaliated with a swift blow to him. In terms of defensive capability, Luke was slightly inferior to Jessica. However, after being struck, he managed to grasp Madame Gao's arm with remarkable tenacity. Crack! With a surge of power, Luke Cage crushed Madame Gao's arm. "Humph," she grunted, shaking him off with a twitch of her shoulder. Quickly, she enveloped her injured arm in energy, allowing for rapid healing. "It seems your abilities are limited," Jessica remarked, clutching her chest as she rose, smirking at Madame Gao. Though she and Luke appeared somewhat disheveled, Madame Gao was not in much better condition. Just as the battle between Jessica, Luke, and Madame Gao reached a stalemate, Ginny Lee Light was gaining the upper hand against Murakami. With her propeller-enhanced flight abilities, Ginny enjoyed a decisive advantage. Clang! Murakami's katana clashed against Ginny's arm. Despite the added energy, Murakami failed to inflict any wounds on Ginny. "Who are you?" Murakami realized that this woman possessed strength far beyond their own. Yet, for reasons unknown, she seemed to be holding back, appearing distracted during their confrontation. I already mentioned, I am Jenny Lee Light of the Hero Association, she declared, transforming her arm into a cannon aimed at Murakami, unleashing a shot. Boom. At such a close range. Although Murakami dodged as best he could, half of his body was still bloodied by the missile's shockwave. Damn. Against such weaponry, energy became far less effective. Murakami hurled 2 poisoned shuriken at Jenny, then turned to flee. Realizing he was no match for Jenny Lee Light, his desire to fight evaporated as he sought to escape. The shuriken struck Jenny without any effect, and as she watched Murakami retreat, she felt no urgency. Raising her arm, her cannon transformed into a machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Murakami, prompting him to flee even faster. Chapter 74. The Battle of 5 Fingers, Part 2. Indeed, Jenny revels in playfulness. As Leech observes the clash between Jenny Lilat and Murakami, it becomes apparent that Jenny is merely toying with him. Were she truly inclined to create an evenly matched contest, it would be a trivial endeavor. The prowess of the 5 Fingers is not to be underestimated. Regrettably, their adversaries are formidable. Natasha, taken aback by the strength exhibited by the 5 Fingers, reflects on the prior S.H.I.E.L.D. reports that merely highlighted their combat abilities, neglecting the enigmatic energy they wield. To Natasha, the power emanating from the 5 Fingers suggests that S.H.I.E.L.D. would incur significant costs to confront them. This energy is remarkably intriguing, surpassing even many forms of magic. Wanda, observing the energy displayed by the 5 Fingers in the video, expresses her admiration for such abilities. How goes your magical research? Leech inquires, turning to Wanda. Quite well, she replies, extending her right hand, where a crimson energy materializes along her arm. Numerous red bats swiftly emerge from it. The vampire magic she acquired is indeed impressive, particularly in its practicality. Having mastered the spellbook obtained from that vampire, Wanda now employs chaotic magic to enhance the vampire spells, yielding results even more extraordinary than the original. Excellent, Leech affirms, consistently supporting Wanda's development. She has now acquired a considerable repertoire of spells, avoiding the pitfalls of merely using chaotic magic as telekinesis during combat, as depicted in the original narrative. You need not worry about magic. I shall continue to seek other spells for you. As he gazes at Wanda, he recalls that the White Tiger also possesses magical abilities. Looks like this Alexandra is on the verge of defeat, Natasha observes, prompting Leech and Wanda to refocus on the screen. Within the factory, Alexandra, engaged in battle against White Tiger Awa Aya and Erica, finds herself in a dire predicament. Unlike Jessica and her companions, who lack understanding of this energy, Awa Aya and Erica are both adept fighters. Despite it being their first encounter, the two women exhibit an uncanny synergy against Alexandra. Just as Alexandra deflects Erica's trident, Awa Aya inflicts several deep gashes upon her. Seeking to retaliate against Awa Aya, Alexandra is thwarted by Erica. Damn it all. Growing increasingly agitated, Alexandra unleashes her full energy, launching a frenzied assault on Awa Aya and Erica. Though her attacks possess considerable force, they lack coherence. Seizing the opportunity, Awa Aya delivers a powerful kick to Alexandra's head, leaving her momentarily dazed. Erica takes advantage of this moment, driving her trident into Alexandra's chest. Yet, in her haze, Alexandra manages to inflict a significant wound on Erica's abdomen. Had Erica not acted quickly, her insides would have surely spilled forth. I cannot believe I am falling to the likes of you two, Alexandra laments, feeling the life force within her ebb away, filled with resentment. With no time for further words, the draconic power within her dissipates entirely. In the next instant, she transforms into a cloud of ashes before Awa Aya and Erica. At that moment, Jet switches his death gatling to a flamethrower, forcing Soanda to retreat, and tosses a vial of medicine to Awa Aya. This is our association's healing potion. Use it quickly to save her. Without hesitation, Awa Aya catches the vial, supporting Erica as she injects the remedy into her body. Alexandra's final strike was devastating. Without intervention, Erica would not survive long. As the potion enters Erica's system, her previously damaged insides begin to mend, and the wound in her abdomen sprouts new tissue. Given the current circumstances, it will not be long before she fully recovers. You go help out. I can manage here. Awa Aya, hearing Erica's words, races towards Soanda. Meanwhile, Murdoch, fighting alongside the stick against the gambler, remains unaware that Jessica has already been rescued. His focus entirely on the gambler. Murdoch intensifies his assault upon sensing Erica's severe injury. The stick, a master of combat, can defeat the gambler one-on-one and with Murdoch's assistance. The gambler is pushed to the brink. Were it not for the numerous hands and ninjas surrounding them, the gambler would have long since been vanquished by the duo. There's quite a commotion here. Mind if I join? At that moment, a flippant voice rings out from above. Tony Stark, clad in his Mark III armor, descends from the villa, intrigued by the Hero Association and eager to observe it up close. Spotting Madame Gao overpowering Jessica and Luke Cage, Tony rushes in. confident in his iron suit and neglecting to consider ranged attacks. Be careful, Luke Cage warns as he notices Tony's reckless advance. Careful of what? You don't think I'll be? Before Tony Stark can finish his sentence, Madame Gao's palm strikes him, the energy penetrating his armor and damaging several components in the process. Sir. Structural damage at 3, his suit reports as Tony feels the world dim around him. Quickly, he regains control of the Mark III and descends into the air. After catching his breath, he surveys the chaotic scene of Jessica and the others once more, filled with bewilderment. What is this ability? To strike through an iron suit, such power draws Tony Stark's attention. Meanwhile, Jenny, having noticed Tony Stark's arrival, recalls her leader's appraisal of him. With a flick of her wrist, she dispatches Murakami and soars toward Tony. Chapter 75. The dead end of 5 fingers within the villa. Wanda observed Tony Stark, who had been forced back, and remarked, "This Tony Stark's strength seems." Although Wanda's statement remained unfinished, the implication was unmistakably clear. It was evident that Tony Stark was at a disadvantage in his battle against Madame Gao, leading Wanda to believe that he did not warrant such attention from Li Chi. For someone who could only rely on his iron suit, eliminating him would be exceedingly simple for Wanda. Stark's true prowess had never stemmed from his armor. Rather, it was his intellect that defined his strength. Upon hearing Wanda's assessment of Tony Stark, Li Chi felt a momentary pang of hunger. Stark's rapid advancements in his iron suit were indeed remarkable, as he could craft specialized suits tailored to counter various adversaries. In response to Li Chi's thoughts, Wanda shrugged, clearly indicating that she had yet to witness anything formidable from Stark. Inside the factory, Jenny Lialit, who had just dispatched Murakami, swiftly turned to assist Madame Gao and Jessica. At present, aside from the numerous hand ninjas desperately holding their ground, the remaining 5 fingers were nearing their end. The gambler, already no match for the duo of Murdoch and Stick, managed to endure thus far only due to sheer will. Without it, he would have surely fallen into their hands in an instant. Facing Jet alone, Wanda fared reasonably well, as Jet's combat prowess resided primarily in his arm-mounted death gatling. By consistently closing the distance, Wanda could leverage her skills and experience to keep Jet subdued. However, with the White Tiger now joining the fray, possessing exceptional fighting techniques and battle acumen, a one-on-one confrontation might not favor Wanda. Nevertheless, Ava Ayala could still manage to entangle Wanda. Get out of the way, Jet bellowed, observing Ava Ayala engrossed in her struggle with Wanda. At this moment, the arm of Jet's death gatling had transformed into an anti-tank weapon. Heeding Jet's command, Ava Ayala took a powerful punch from Wanda before swiftly retreating. Bang! In that very instant, as Ava Ayala distanced herself, a bullet was fired by Jet. As an anti-tank device, it proved exceptionally effective against riders. Wanda, anticipating Ava Ayala's retreat, summoned her energy to dodge. Yet, her speed could not surpass that of an anti-tank weapon, resulting in half of her body disintegrating in an instant. The power that Wanda held dear never got the chance to fully manifest before she met her demise. With the energy of her dragon bone dissipating, Wanda turned to ashes. After vanquishing Wanda, Jet and Ava Ayala preserved their combat effectiveness and promptly engaged in the battles of others. Ava Ayala joined Murdoch and Stick against the gambler, further exacerbating the latter's already dire situation. However, Jet chose not to assist Jessica against Madame Gao. Instead, he redirected his focus towards the hand ninjas. It could be said that the members of the Truth Society were somewhat inept, with 3 or 4 of them barely capable of taking on a single hand ninja. Presently, the factory was evidently overrun by hand ninjas, outnumbering the members of the Truth Society. Were it not for the hand ninjas occasionally aiding the 5 fingers, the members of the Truth Society brought by Stick would have likely been reduced to nothing. After reverting his arm back to the death gatling, Jet swiftly targeted the hand ninjas, unleashing a horrifying barrage of bullets that suppressed them. Any ninja unfortunate enough to catch his attention faced severe consequences. On Madame Gao's side, witnessing her former comrades fall one by one, she came to realize that the Truth Society had come prepared. This organization, once held in disdain, now posed a significant threat to their very existence. A surge of rage erupted from Madame Gao, sending Jessica and Luke Cage flying before they could react. Madame Gao now appeared utterly disheveled, her elegant demeanor replaced by a grim visage, covered in blood and contorted in pain. This is infuriating, Madame Gao seethed, her heart brimming with resentment as she gazed at Jessica and the others. She could not fathom how things had escalated to this point. This move had originally been intended for Li Chi with a malevolent glare directed at Jessica and her companions. It was evident that Li Chi was her greatest ire. If not for Li Chi seizing the dragon bone, they would not have been forced to gather here in such haste. With neither the hand's full forces mobilized nor the heavy weaponry prepared in time, had they possessed such firepower, confronting the current situation would have been far simpler. With that, Madame Gao disregarded Jessica and her allies, commencing an incantation of unknown origin. Within the Hero Association, Natasha, observing Madame Gao's actions, inquired of Li Chi, President, "Do you have any insight into the hand's preparations? It appears they are confident in utilizing this power against you." In response to Natasha's question, Li Chi remarked, "It pertains to a demon known as the Beast, which has become the faith of the hand. Its power is rather mundane. Li Chi did not regard the demon with any seriousness. To him, if the beast was a dimensional demon, it was hardly a concern, especially with the likes of Agamotto ensuring that no dimensional demon could descend upon Earth. If it were a hellish demon, its strength would be limited, even Johnny Blaze. The Ghost Rider could contend with it. Though the Ghost Rider had yet to fully unleash his potential, he would undoubtedly handle demons with ease. A demon? What is its power like? Wanda, intrigued by the hand's trump card being a demon, couldn't help but express her curiosity, given that the previous vampire wielded considerable magic. It was reasonable to assume this forthcoming demon would possess even greater magical prowess. Inside the factory, the assembled individuals recognized that Madame Gao was orchestrating something significant. Tony Stark immediately raised his hand and launched a missile. Chapter 76. The arrival of the Dark Void as she gazed at the missiles launched from Tony Stark's arm. Madame Gao's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. The demonic beast summoned as a sacrificial offering was undeniably a formidable entity. Just as the missiles approached her, a terrifying aura erupted from Gao's being. In the next moment, the missiles were consumed by an inexplicable force. Gao had transformed completely. Her crimson eyes and the sudden appearance of facial markings signified a drastic change. The severed arm was violently torn away by the Dark Void, and a brand new demonic arm sprouted from her shoulder. What is this? Tony Stark stared in bewilderment at Madame Gao, who had morphed into the Dark Void. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before and was uncertain whether to continue the fight. Meanwhile, the gambler, observing Gao's transformation into a vessel for the Dark Void, could not contain his laughter. Ha! Even if we lose, you shall not escape unscathed. To the gambler, the arrival of the Dark Void meant that the superheroes brought by the stick would surely be trapped. Take care of yourself first, the stick retorted, striking the gambler on the head with his cane. After such a prolonged battle, the gambler's energy was nearly depleted. When attacked, he could only gather his remaining strength to shield his head. Jessica and Luke Cage, unaware of what the Dark Void truly was, charged at it once more. Relying on their immense strength, the Dark Void effortlessly blocked their fists with a raised arm, displaying equal strength to Luke and Jessica. As an ancient demon, the Dark Void could not descend in its true form for certain reasons. However, through Gao's body, it could exert powers beyond that of an ordinary vessel. Gao, imbued with energy, served as a conduit for the Dark Void's formidable abilities. Dark energy enveloped the Dark Void's arm, and in the next instant, a powerful shockwave sent Jessica and Luke flying. Just arriving on the scene, Ginny Late observed the Dark Void's overwhelming power, perplexed by the nature of its abilities. Yet, she felt an uncanny resemblance to someone who could also harness the powers of a demon. Is this your ability? It indeed looks impressive. Tony, soaring through the air, complimented Ginny, having gleaned some information about her from the Hero Association's official website. He was taken aback by the sight of her combat prowess. Conversely, Ginny regarded Tony's armored suit with intrigue and activated the power of the mechanical soul. In an instant, the components belonging to her armed helicopter vanished, replaced by the Mark III suit. Thrusters appeared on her limbs, and she bore a striking resemblance to Tony Stark. However, unlike Tony's meticulously crafted armor, Ginny's attire consisted solely of combat and functional components. What the hell is this ability? Tony exclaimed in disbelief, watching Ginny transform before him, effectively mimicking his Mark suit. He found it hard to accept that the Mark III he had painstakingly created was so easily replicated. Although uncertain of Ginny's true powers, it was clear that the title of Mechanical Queen was well-deserved. As Jessica was once again hurled away by the Dark Void, Tony and Ginny couldn't help but shout, "If you aren't here to help, then step aside." Hearing Jessica's plea, Tony quickly regained his focus. While he resolved to decipher Ginny's powers, he reacted swiftly. The missile compartments on his shoulders opened, and a barrage of missiles was unleashed. While the Dark Void could likely withstand a single missile, Tony doubted it could endure such an onslaught. As anticipated, the Dark Void's power was limited, unable to absorb all the missiles this time. It was severely injured. Yet its terrifying regenerative abilities soon became apparent. The wounds from the previous assault healed almost instantaneously, albeit with some demonic attributes manifesting in its restored form. The disparity between the Dark Void and Madame Gao was now glaringly evident. Observing the revived Dark Void, Ginny emulated Tony, opening her shoulder compartments to launch a vast array of missiles. Boom, 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 boom. Amid the explosions, Tony Stark stared incredulously at Ginny Late. "Jarvis, if I'm not mistaken, those missiles should be my latest invention." "Indeed, sir," Jarvis confirmed. These compact yet powerful missiles were indeed Tony's recent creation. Witnessing his invention in someone else's hands was disconcerting. Within the Hero Association, Wanda noted the Dark Void, seemingly not as formidable as she had initially presumed. Being overwhelmed by 2 rounds of missiles. "Do not underestimate this being. Its inability to manifest its true form reveals much," replied Lee. Recognizing that the entity possessing Madame Gao likely wielded at least the power of a dimensional demon. Otherwise, it would not be unable to descend in its true form. Yet, at this rate, even Tony Stark might be capable of vanquishing the Dark Void. Acknowledging Wanda's viewpoint, Lee felt a sense of resignation. Although Wanda and Pietro had not been trapped underground for days due to Stark Industries missiles, they harbored an inexplicable aversion to Tony Stark. This animosity explained Wanda's critical remarks towards him. The Dark Void's inability to manifest its true essence meant that its power was not fully realized. Defeating it would not be an effortless task. Concerned that Wanda might become overly arrogant, Lee earnestly sought to clarify the situation. Chapter 77. The inconclusive end of Black Void within the factory. After enduring 2 rounds of missile bombardment, Black Void lay severely injured. The characteristics that marked him as a demon had multiplied. Jessica and Luke Cage, who had been thrown aside, charged back into the fray, swiftly unleashing their fists upon Black Void. Aware that their adversary was no longer human, both Jessica and Luke Cage exerted their full strength. Their power was indeed extraordinary. Each punch they landed on Black Void's body shattered parts of his already demonized form. Yet, in the next moment, his wounds began to heal, and his demonic features intensified. The remnants of Lady Gao's identity were scarcely visible. He now appeared as a ferocious beast. With a wave of his hand towards the airborne Tony Stark and Jenny, Black Void unleashed a powerful shockwave. Though devoid of much rational thought, he understood that Tony and Jenny posed a greater threat than Jessica and Luke. As the shockwave surged toward them, Tony and Jenny maximized the power of their thrusters. The increasingly demonized Black Void had become significantly stronger, his explosive speed catching everyone off guard as he ascended into the air. His grotesque arm swung menacingly toward Tony Stark's head. Buzz! The arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest surged to full power, emitting a beam of blue energy that struck Black Void in midair. The force of the impact caused Black Void to plummet, unable to leverage his position in the air. In an instant, Jessica and Luke Cage surged forward, their robust physiques sustaining minimal harm against Black Void's onslaught. This time, they swiftly restrained him. The gaping wound in Black Void's chest, created by Tony Stark's attack, continuously mended. Yet his hands and feet were immobilized, preventing him from escaping Jessica and Luke's grip. Seeing this, Tony Stark and Jenny descended from the sky. Energy accumulated in their arc reactors, reaching its peak threshold. Jenny shouted to Luke and Jessica, "Scatter." Upon hearing her command, Luke and Jessica quickly distanced themselves from Black Void. In the next moment, 2 beams of energy enveloped Black Void. As energy surged from their reactors, Black Void writhed in agony. Lady Gao's body could only contain the beast's power to a certain extent, and her regenerative capabilities were not limitless. As Tony Stark and Jenny continued their relentless assault, Black Void's form gradually disintegrated. With his demise, the remaining members of the Hand were few. The gambler, who had been battling alongside Daredevil, had just been slain. Just wait. Next time I will ensure you do not steal my abilities again. Having dealt with Lady Gao, Tony Stark turned his attention to Jenny, the woman who had appropriated his powers. He believed that his armor had lacked sufficient anti-theft measures, allowing Jenny to replicate it so easily through unknown means. Once he upgraded his suit, he was confident it would withstand Jenny's inexplicable abilities. Unbeknownst to Tony, Jenny's powers were not supernatural, but magical, rendering his technological barriers futile unless he too learned the arcane arts. Only then could he hope to resist the essence of machinery. Feeling humiliated, Tony chose not to linger any longer and soared into the sky. Upon touching down, Jenny was left puzzled by Tony Stark's intentions. As Jenny landed, Jet and others approached her. Thanks to the special effects serum produced by Yuri, none had sustained serious injuries. The one most affected, Erica, had also recovered from her earlier ordeal. "Thank you all for your assistance," the elder spoke as he approached Jenny, expressing his gratitude. He had been thoroughly shaken by the day's explosive events, not anticipating the immense power unleashed by the 5 Fingers. Had the Hand been prepared, they would have stood no chance against them. The elder realized that summoning the heroes of the Justice League had been his wisest decision. Today's battle had illuminated the changing times. The terrifying creature that was Black Void would have cost them countless lives had they faced it alone. Yet, Iron Man and Jenny had effortlessly vanquished him using merely their technological weaponry. As the group exchanged pleasantries, Li Chi turned off the satellite feed. It appeared that the Hand would soon cease to exist. Without the 5 Fingers and the mystical dragon bone, this organization originating from Japan would find it impossible to survive. Local gangs would not allow the Hand to continue thriving in their territory. "This Black Void seems weaker than those creatures created by vampires," Wanda remarked. Observing the ease with which Black Void had been dispatched, the Hand had prepared too hastily. Neither their elite nor their vessels were suitable hosts for the beast. Li Chi, however, did not perceive Black Void as weak. The two sides were simply not of the same caliber. The Hand's opponents were merely street heroes like Daredevil and Luke Cage, who could occasionally unleash their full potential. In contrast, the vampires contended with an array of formidable dark heroes. Moreover, no matter how powerful the beast, it paled in comparison to Dracula, the progenitor of vampires. "Well, I must attend to matters in Serbia now," Li Chi announced, rising to his feet. With a city constructed in Serbia, he needed to return to oversee operations. As for the Navy's 6th style and the breathing technique, Aaron remained uncertain about how to impart them, given the diverse origins of the individuals summoned by Li Chi, alongside local residents and those who had fled from other countries. Chapter 78. The issues in Serbia inside Hydra. Nick Fury was acutely aware of the turmoil unfolding in Hell's Kitchen. The emergence of the Hero Association infuriated the normally composed chief of the organization. Although Nick Fury was still entangled with Hydra, he had not relinquished his deep-seated plans for the Avengers. Previously, through Coulson, he had managed to alert Maria Hill to the traces of Hydra within SHIELD. Initially, everything seemed manageable. However, Maria Hill eventually uncovered evidence of Nick Fury's embezzlement. This revelation transformed her from an ally assisting Fury against Pierce into a formidable independent force, bolstered by the support of the Council. While Maria Hill's control within SHIELD was somewhat tenuous, her external influence was undeniably robust. Fury pondered over the enigmatic nature of his situation, feeling compelled to voice his frustrations regarding Leech. Within just an hour, the news about the Hero Association has sparked widespread discussion online, Director Coulson remarked, observing the browsing data in his hand. Isn't this how the commercialization of superheroes first began? Though Nick Fury feigned indifference, he secretly envied Leech. The 4 heroes within the Hero Association possessed formidable powers that could easily surpass even Barton and his team within SHIELD. Yet, it appeared that Leech did not fully appreciate their worth. What of Tony Stark? Nick Fury inquired. Having become increasingly invested in Stark since learning of his creation of the Iron Suit, Tony Stark is quite resistant to any interaction with us. Our attempts at collaboration have been met with indifference, Coulson replied, expressing his own frustrations. Stark's strong-willed nature had thwarted their overtures, as he had repeatedly rebuffed their advances. Meanwhile, Hydra had already conspired with Obadiah, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Fury surmised that Stark's confidence stemmed from his Iron Suit. We must secure Tony Stark's allegiance. His presence is as vital as Leech's, Fury asserted, and Coulson nodded in agreement. Serbia. Upon returning from New York, Leech wasted no time and headed directly to the town hall to meet with Aaron. What is the current situation in New City? He inquired, casually sipping the coffee Aaron had prepared for him. In the days since leaving Serbia, significant changes had occurred. The city had begun to recover, now populated by numerous residents, appearing not much different from other nations, given Europe's relatively sparse population. We have witnessed an influx of refugees and illegal immigrants during this time, Aaron reported, placing her documents aside. It seems other countries have intentionally directed these individuals towards us. Her tone turned exasperated, as the disparity between these newcomers and regular citizens was stark. Chaos, filth, violence, theft. These unsavory traits are all too common among them. While it may be unjust to condemn everyone, a measured approach to dealing with them is certainly warranted. Have we dispatched personnel to the borders? Leech queried, sharing Aaron's discontent towards the refugees. As his nation required no additional populace. Yes, but the current presence of these refugees has already caused significant trouble. The crime rate in New City has surged in recent days. Robberies, thefts, assaults, and murders occur daily, Aaron explained, her expression mirroring Leech's growing concern. Summon Pietro, Leech commanded. And sensing his rising anger, Aaron hastily called for Pietro. Upon learning of Leech's call, Pietro rushed back before Aaron could even hang up. What on earth is happening? What have you been occupied with during this time? Leech pressed, having entrusted much of the nation's affairs to Aaron and Pietro. Aaron managed numerous tasks, while Pietro, as Quicksilver, effortlessly handled domestic security issues. I've been occupied battling another speedster. This individual has taken a keen interest in our country, Pietro replied, his brow furrowing at Leech's disapproval. Leech recalled that Pietro had previously mentioned an individual named the Speed Demon, and now they had crossed paths. Have I not instructed you on how to confront speedsters? Leech remarked, believing it should not be overly challenging for Pietro to defeat a fledgling speedster. The techniques Leech had imparted should suffice. Not yet. My speed surpasses his, so he cannot defeat me. However, I wish to discern his intentions towards us, Pietro answered, surprising both Leech and Aaron with his newfound tactical insight. As he had previously been perceived as reckless, have you uncovered his motives? Leech inquired, to which Pietro hesitantly replied. I have only learned that this speed demon is associated with a newly formed organization called the High School League. The High School League? Leech's recognition of the name clarified his prior familiarity with Speed Demon. This organization was a derivative, imitation of the neighboring Justice League, comprising members that mirrored those of the original League, like Hebron, a parody of Superman, Princess of Power, a counterpart to Wonder Woman, Amphibian, a mimic of Aquaman, and of course, Speed Demon, a facsimile of the Flash. Although these individuals imitated the Justice League, their abilities fell significantly short of the originals. It remained uncertain how many members the recently established High School League currently possessed. The Speed Demon before them lacked the prowess of the Flash, and the timing of his appearance diverged from Leech's recollections. Evidently, the High School League deviated from Leech's prior understanding of such organizations. Chapter 79. The border wall. In Leech's perspective, the so-called high school team possesses both remarkable upper and lower limits. Among them, the strongest individuals like Hyberlin and Dr. Spectrum, can rival the members of the Justice League, yet there are also those of lesser prowess, such as amphibians. It remains uncertain what kind of existence Pietro currently faces. Next time, he must ensure that the speedster is captured before being released. To Li Qi, this so-called high school team does not appear to possess significant strength and thus warrants little concern. At this moment, Iron Man has just emerged, and those formidable superpowers have yet to manifest. Therefore, it is likely that the high school team comprises a limited number of members. Alright. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Pietro nodded in agreement. He harbored considerable confidence in defeating the speedster. In terms of speed, the long-trained Pietro significantly outmatches the newly empowered speedster. As for maintaining order, let the group from Valorant manage it, entrusting them with the breath techniques and the 6 styles of the Navy to address issues concerning illegal immigrants and refugees. After contemplating the security problems in the new city, Li Qi decided to delegate the responsibility to the Valorant group. These individuals, summoned by him, are entirely trustworthy. Furthermore, the overall physical strength and talent of the Valorant members surpass that of ordinary people in their world. Their ability to grasp the 6 styles of the Navy and the breath techniques will also be swift. Indeed, the Valorant individuals possess an edge over the common populace in this regard. They can master the techniques more rapidly and proficiently. Very well. Although Eileen was unaware of the origins of the so-called Valorant individuals, just as she remained unclear about the source of the imposters, she never questioned these matters due to her unconditional trust in Li Qi while she entrusted the security issues to them. She recognized that without proper control over the border, refugees and illegal immigrants would inevitably continue to flood in. Eileen understood that the Valorant individuals could maintain order within the new city. Yet as long as the surrounding nations persist, the influx of refugees and illegal immigrants would remain unceasing. The vast and sparsely populated region, coupled with governmental control, presents itself as an ideal destination for immigration. Leave this matter to me, Li Qi confidently declared after Eileen spoke. With his ice fruit having successfully awakened, creating an unmelting ice wall at the border would prove to be an effortless task. Those makeshift fences and barriers pale in comparison to the ice wall. Li Qi firmly believed that illegal immigrants and refugees would lack the capability to endure the bitter cold and scale the ice wall he erected. Should they manage to do so, integrating them into the new city would not be out of the question. After all, anyone capable of overcoming the ice wall would undoubtedly possess unique strengths. Such talents would not be dismissed by Li Qi. Then I shall entrust this to you. Eileen, uncertain of Li Qi's plans, nonetheless placed her full confidence in him. After departing from Eileen, Li Qi promptly traversed to the border through the Shadow Kingdom. Now, the next step involved gazing at the abandoned checkpoints and guard posts along the border. Li Qi activated the powers of his ice fruit. Ice Age. Coldness erupted within Li Qi's body instantaneously. An ice wall extended from beneath his feet, and within mere seconds, a towering ice wall, several thousand meters long and 100 meters high, was erected. Satisfied with his creation, Li Qi acknowledged that the border stretched far and required his continual application of his fruit-S abilities. Fortunately, the existence of the Shadow Kingdom allowed for swift travel to various locations. Otherwise, the time spent merely running around would be considerable. With the ice wall established, Li Qi concluded the influence of his spy satellites over the other satellites. The situation in Serbia was captured by the satellites of other major powers. Aside from a handful of surprised individuals, the majority remained unfazed. The immense power Li Qi wielded was no secret to these nations. This was largely due to Li Qi's tendency to operate without concealment when utilizing his abilities. Consequently, his identity had long been laid bare before the major intelligence agencies, and it was precisely because of his formidable strength that establishing a nation proceeded so smoothly. A powerful individual bound by national constraints is fundamentally different from one unbound by such limitations. The vampires initially supported Li Qi for this very reason. S-H-I-E-L-D. How outrageous, Nick Fury remarked, observing the ice wall at the Serbian border, gaining a fresh perspective on Li Qi's abilities. Such earth-shattering powers reminded him of only one individual who was not on Earth. In just one night, the Hero Association garnered nearly 1 million followers. It seemed that Li Qi's plan was proving successful. Coulson had been monitoring the events surrounding the Hero Association throughout the night. As the first hero organization aimed at the public, this unofficial group had attracted considerable attention. The military, particularly hawkish figures like General Ross, expressed unwavering support for the Hero Association. Especially after Yuri agreed to create a superhero for General Ross, these hawkish military personnel became staunch advocates for the Hero Association. Yuri's claims were not mere fabrications. He could now effortlessly produce a super soldier serum devoid of side effects. Furthermore, after conducting research on dragon bones, Yuri had indeed extracted a modicum of superpower. Qi. Yuri had discovered the most mysterious power within the dragon bones and could merge this Qi with the serum. When injected into a human body, it would endow the user with the ability to wield Qi. However, the drawback was that the Qi was finite. Once depleted, it required replenishment. Yuri was also exploring ways to increase the quantity of chi, as the chi extracted from 1 gram of dragon bone could only sustain usage for 10 days. This was clearly inadequate. Even the military, known for their deep pockets, would not invest in such a half-finished product. Yuri believed that at the very least, the chi extracted from 1 gram of dragon bone should support a month of combat to be deemed satisfactory. Meanwhile, Coulson, gazing at the various hero merchandise displayed by the Hero Association, felt a pang of envy. These individuals, who were relatively unknown, seemed to be on the verge of rivaling the sales of Captain America merchandise. As a devoted fan of Captain America, Coulson was notably envious of the sudden rise of Jane and her companions. Nick Fury, overhearing Coulson's remarks, fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 80. The impatient Obadiah. Nick Fury is now contemplating whether to leverage Leech's strength to bring down Hydra. He has come to realize that persuading Leech to join his Avengers is virtually impossible. The idea of morally coercing Leech through righteousness or noble causes strikes Fury as absurd. If Leech were indeed a virtuous individual, he would not have instigated a massacre in Serbia. Fury possesses records indicating that the number of casualties far exceeds those from a year of conflict in Serbia. Although he has never confronted Leech directly, Fury understands that persuading him to take action would require significant sacrifices on the part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Presently, Fury is weighing the consequences. Continuing to remain at an impasse with Hydra could not only stagnate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s development, but also erode the Council's trust in the agency. At Stark Industries, in Obadiah's office, it has been conclusively determined that this Iron Man is none other than Tony Stark. Crossbones hands a dossier to Obadiah, featuring footage of Tony Stark eliminating terrorists in the Middle East and battling in Hell's Kitchen. To his astonishment, Obadiah realizes that Stark has indeed succeeded. Observing the iron armor in the video, Obadiah's expression darkens, as though he has consumed something vile. After acquiring partial blueprints of the Mark I from Crossbones, Obadiah instructed his scientists to begin research and development. However, with Stark's evidently superior armor now unveiled, his own team has yet to produce even the initial version. Clearly, Stark has triumphed, and if Obadiah does not expedite his efforts, even with their assistance, he may soon find himself unable to retain his wealth and status. Crossbones silently chuckles at Obadiah's dismay. He believes that Obadiah, favored by peers, is hardly worth Hydra's investment, a capitalist solely fixated on power and profit, unworthy of respect. Obadiah, recognizing Crossbones' derision, refrains from retorting. Instead, he stands and strides purposefully toward the elevator. Stark's success has made Obadiah acutely aware of the urgency of time. He believes that had he been in Stark's position, he would not allow his company to fall into the hands of outsiders for such an extended period. Upon entering the elevator, he arrives at his laboratory, where a towering suit of armor stands at the center, surrounded by a cadre of scientists engaged in fervent discussion. How long until my ironmonger can be completed? Obadiah inquires of the lead scientist, Tachiya Jugo. The structure has been constructed according to your specifications, with various weapon interfaces integrated. However, the primary issue lies with the power source. Upon hearing that the ironmonger cannot be activated due to energy constraints, Obadiah erupts. The arc reactor is right there. You dare tell me energy is a problem? The arc reactor is far too large to be installed within the armor, Tachiya responds. Obadiah, in frustration, plays the video of Tony Stark. Look, my nephew has managed to miniaturize the arc reactor within an abandoned cave. And here in the finest laboratory in the nation, you tell me it's too big? He grabs Tachiya by his slender frame. Obadiah refuses to accept that Stark alone possesses capabilities surpassing his entire team of scientists. We lack sufficient research on the arc reactor. To miniaturize it, we must start from scratch, which will require at least 6 months. Impossible. Think of alternative solutions. Obadiah vehemently rejects the notion of a half-year delay. He has no time to spare. Stark would never grant him that opportunity. If we had a prototype, we could replicate it within a week. Upon hearing Obadiah's words, Tachiya shifts his perspective. If they could obtain a miniaturized arc reactor, they might decipher its technology. The ironmonger has been designed to be significantly larger than the original, requiring more than one reactor to operate. At least 3 would be necessary to power the ironmonger. Obadiah listens with a grim countenance, fully aware that he has severed ties with Stark, making the acquisition of an arc reactor implausible. No, there is a chance. A sudden thought strikes Obadiah regarding Hydra's extensive talent pool. Perhaps someone within their ranks could assist. When Obadiah shares this notion with Crossbones, he too considers a potential individual. There is indeed someone capable of infiltrating Tony Stark's residence. Eagerly, Obadiah asks, who is it? Chameleon Dmitry Snelgakov. In response to this unfamiliar name, Obadiah inquires, Dmitry Snelgakov. Who is he? A genius active in the underground world. His disguises are flawless, and he has accomplished many tasks for us. Crossbones holds a high regard for the chameleon's talents, having developed his own methods for deception. How do we find him? Obadiah realizes that this chameleon must possess significant prowess. Simply put, if you have the funds, he can be procured. The chameleon is not affiliated with Hydra. He operates more like a mercenary. For the right price, Dmitry Snelgakov will work for anyone. Excellent. Obadiah's mind races with ideas for the chameleon's disguise. He can no longer access Tony Stark's villa. The only individuals who can still enter are three: Tony Stark's secretary, Potts, his lifesaver, Ethan, and his close friend, James Rhodes. Whichever persona the chameleon adopts, he would be able to gain entry into Stark's abode. Chapter 81. The chameleon's actions in Serbia. Leachy remained oblivious to the events unfolding in New York, unaware that Spider-Man's nemesis had made an early appearance. As Leachy released the Valorant individuals, those who had previously wreaked havoc in the new city faced a reckoning. The group from Valorant had been summoned by Leachy and executed his orders with utmost precision. As Leachy had anticipated, while these individuals from the Valorant continent may not possess the exceptional talents of champions like Garen, their abilities far surpassed those of the average person in this world. Warriors trained in the Marine 6 styles, who required a year to master a few formidable techniques, found themselves outmatched. The newcomers from Valorant could wield their prowess within a month, swiftly mastering the breathing techniques. At the community center, a gathering of African Americans voiced their grievances. The enforcement has become increasingly stringent these past few days. ISNT, it said that the government has just been restored, remarked a tattooed man, expressing his discontent to his companions. The rulers of this nation are exceptional. If things do not improve, we might as well return to France. The racial discrimination here is overwhelming. Upon my return, I will expose this country for what it is. Another man chimed in, having witnessed the combatants emerging from the base. These individuals were unlike any police officers they had encountered before. Some had been executed for merely stealing trivial items. This led the gang to feel that Serbia harbored an unjust bias against them. Indeed, they echoed, as they felt their identity as African Americans warranted better treatment. Just as they spoke, a group of imposing figures over 2 meters tall, clad in police uniforms, approached them. Identification. The speaker was Eddie, a police officer from the Valorant continent, now stationed in the new city. What identification? The African-American man froze for a moment, recalling that the so-called identification likely referred to a residency permit in Serbia, which they, as illegal immigrants, obviously lacked. Realizing this, he turned to flee. In that instant, Eddie and his colleagues sprang into action. Clearly, they were far more formidable than the fleeing individuals. In an instant, the men were subdued on the ground. It appears you lack identification, Eddie remarked with a bemused tone, observing those pinned beneath him. You are fortunate. Our king believes your offenses do not warrant death. You may become residents of the new city following labor reform. How does that sound? Happy. The group of African Americans sighed in relief, at least spared from the same fate as their companions from days prior. Sir, what is labor reform? We don't know how to do anything, one asked. Relieved to be out of immediate danger. Fear not, you will be adept. After all, it is what your ancestors did, interjected a returning base member. His words incited a furious backlash from the group, decrying racism and violations of treaties. Eddie, observing the most vocal among them, delivered a swift punch. With a heavy blow, the man fell unconscious, and Eddie's actions swiftly extinguished the defiance of the others, leaving them silent. Recognizing their subdued demeanor, Eddie and his comrades understood their king's words held truth. There was no need to regard these expendables as human. Leachy, now back in New York, remained unaware of how thoroughly Eddie and the others from Valorant were executing his orders. Even if he had known, it would not have concerned him overly, as the fate of these men held no significance for him. If accused of racism, he would readily agree. In Stark's villa, Potts entered Tony Stark's laboratory. Miss Potts, the sir has yet to return. You may wait in the living room, Jarvis informed her as she pushed open the door. Ignoring Jarvis's words, Potts began surveying the lab. Observing her actions, Jarvis promptly relayed the situation to Tony Stark. Potts. Tony watched the video of Potts, sensing something amiss but, trusting her, instructed Jarvis not to intervene. Subsequently, he focused intently on neutralizing the group of terrorists before him. With Potts granted access by Tony, Jarvis ceased to restrict her movements within the villa, allowing her to roam freely. During this time, Tony was engrossed in researching the next generation of Mark armor. Finding nothing of particular interest to take, Potts began searching for items related to the arc reactor. After a thorough search, she discovered the arc reactor Tony had used upon his return from the desert. This must be it. With the object in hand, she promptly turned to leave. Jarvis attempted to intervene, but Tony, preoccupied with combat, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. It was only after completing his task that Tony grasped the situation. Jarvis, call Potts. Concerned for her safety, he prioritized her well-being over the arc reactor. If the person in the video was not Potts, then where could she be? The call connected swiftly. Tony, what's up? Potts replied. Where are you? Tony exhaled in relief upon hearing her voice. I'm at the hospital. What's wrong? Upon learning she was at the hospital, Tony felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. I accidentally hit a child while driving. I've been here with her all afternoon. Potts lamented about her vehicle, attributing the incident to faulty brakes. In that moment, Tony realized that Potts' predicament was likely the result of the imposter who had taken her place. Chapter 82. An analysis of the imitator upon Tony Stark's return to the villa, he once again reviewed the surveillance footage. The individual in question bore an uncanny resemblance to Potts, both in appearance and behavior. Who could this be? Even Tony Stark found it challenging to differentiate between the disguised Potts and the genuine article in the video. Just as Tony was engrossed in his analysis, the real Potts entered the room. "Tony, what's the rush? Why did you call for me?" Potts, clearly familiar with Tony, had already discerned something was amiss through their phone conversation. "Take a look at this." Tony beckoned her over. As Potts approached, she witnessed the footage of someone who had stolen the arc reactor, posing as her. "Who is this?" She gasped, bewildered. Had she not been certain of her whereabouts in the hospital that afternoon, she might have suspected she was sleepwalking into Tony's villa. "This person masqueraded as you to steal the arc reactor I created in the cave. Interestingly, the fingerprints left behind match yours exactly," Tony remarked. Curiosity etched on his face. The ability to impersonate another so completely astonished him. It was a skill he had never encountered before. What could be their motive for stealing the arc reactor? "Didn't you say it had little energy left?" Potts queried, shifting her focus to the arc reactor, intrigued. It seemed the impersonator's primary target was indeed the arc reactor, while their previous actions had merely been incidental. After acquiring the reactor, they had swiftly vacated the premises, likely sent by Obadiah, who alone had such an intense interest in it. "Obadiah? Due to his actions, a significant number of weapons are being sold to the Middle East. I have not been idle during this time. My investigation into Obadiah has progressed," Potts replied, revealing her findings about his illicit arms dealings. "Indeed, that scoundrel." Tony seethed. Though he had long known of Obadiah's transgressions, each revelation reignited his fury. Meanwhile, in Stark Industries, Obadiah gazed at the arc reactor on his desk, praising Dmitry Snelgakov. "I didn't expect you to acquire it so swiftly. Truly, you live up to your reputation as the chameleon." Dmitry appeared ghostly pale, his visage more akin to a specter than a man. It was clear that this was not his true face. Perhaps only the hunter Craven had glimpsed Dmitry's real appearance. "Let us skip the flattery. Where's my payment?" Dmitry replied, twirling a coin in his hand. He had grown weary of compliments. Tangible reward was far more satisfying. "Rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged," Obadiah reassured him. He was eager to cultivate a relationship with such a capable individual. Having secured the arc reactor from Tony, Dmitry could assist in acquiring other valuable items in the future. Following Obadiah's command, the payment was promptly transferred to Dmitry's designated account. Upon confirming the transaction, Dmitry turned to leave. As a lone wolf, he had no intention of binding himself to a single employer, as that would render him a target for other factions. Dmitry was acutely aware of this reality. Obadiah, witnessing Dmitry's swift departure, felt a twinge of irritation. He had not anticipated such a lack of impact in his recruitment efforts, which made him question his own allure. Surely, he should be capable of attracting a mercenary. If Dmitry had understood Obadiah's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly mocked him for thinking a weapons dealer could recruit a master of disguise. Setting aside thoughts of Dmitry, Obadiah brought the arc reactor to the laboratory. "Dr. Tsuchiya, here is the arc reactor you requested." As Obadiah presented it, Dr. Tsuchiya's eyes lit up with excitement. "Now that I have the item, I expect no further excuses from you," Obadiah warned, standing before the imposing ironmonger. Compared to Tony S. Mark series, Obadiah favored the brute strength of the ironmonger. As a weapons dealer, he took particular pride in equipping it with a range of armaments, from Gatling guns and grenade launchers to various missiles, all encased in exceptionally thick armor, transforming it into a veritable fortress of war. "Unbelievable. Truly astounding," Dr. Tsuchiya exclaimed as Obadiah examined the ironmonger. The arc reactor Tony Stark had crafted in the cave was crude compared to the refined version he employed now. The material and design were far less sophisticated. Yet the ingenuity of its design left even scientists like Tsuchiya in awe. "Are you now able to replicate it?" Obadiah asked, turning to Tsuchiya. "Yes, with this prototype. We will be able to produce it swiftly," Tsuchiya affirmed, nodding as he held the arc reactor. Chapter 83. The arrival of General Ross. Obadiah was quite pleased with the reaction of Tsuchiya 15. After offering a few words of encouragement, he turned and departed. The Iron Tyrant was nearing operational readiness, and once again, the desire to eliminate Tony Stark surged within Obadiah. In his eyes, as long as Tony remained alive, his own position would forever be precarious. Only when Tony Stark was completely eradicated could Obadiah find solace. Meanwhile, within Umbrella Corporation, Natasha was reporting to Leech about the Hero Association's progress. In recent days, the Hero Association had garnered a substantial following, with the merchandise we launched bringing in $30 million in revenue. While Natasha had considered the commercial potential of superheroes, she had not anticipated such lucrative returns. Simple items like posters and t-shirts, with minimal production costs, were selling for hundreds of dollars. Jenny's poster collection, in particular, was fetching over $1,000 per piece, with eager buyers clamoring for it. Indeed, one must not underestimate the power of fan economics. Idol groups have been known to rake in profits through their devout followers, and our superheroes are no exception. Leech was not at all surprised by the profitability of superheroes. For instance, The world of the boys managed to transform a group into a colossal enterprise through the marketing of superheroes. The moment Tony Stark publicly acknowledged himself as Iron Man, Stark Industries stock soared dramatically. This clearly illustrates the immense potential for superhero commercialization. Among the four of them, Ginny and Jet held the highest popularity, while Jessica and Luke Cage lagged considerably. Natasha had also evaluated the commercial viability of the four superheroes. Ginny, being a major star in the magical realm, naturally amassed a significant fan base after just a few appearances. Jet's ruggedly cool persona also captivated many urban women. In contrast, Luke Cage and Jessica appeared rather ordinary. Both their personalities and public images fell short in comparison. Luke Cage's character was unlikely to change, but Jessica had the potential for transformation. In Leach's view, Luke Cage was destined to remain a less popular hero, and it might be beneficial to ground him more in reality. Jessica, being younger, still possessed ample room for improvement. Moreover, the Hero Association's growth had attracted some underground heroes seeking to join, and Natasha was uncertain whether to approve their applications. As she spoke, she produced a list and handed it to Leach. The names on it belonged to individuals wishing to join the Hero Association. As the only existing superhero organization, the Hero Association held considerable allure for these aspiring heroes, not to mention the logistical support, salaries, and intelligence assistance it offered. Leach examined the list and recognized several familiar names: White Tiger, Ava Ayala, Gunslinger, Matthew Hawk, Erica, and Siren, Melissa Joan Gold. The remaining individuals were unfamiliar to him. He was particularly curious about the current status of those he recognized. For instance, Matthew had recently transitioned into the second iteration of Gunslinger. He wondered how skilled he had become. As for Melissa Joan Gold, although her vocal cords remained intact, she could no longer harness her voice's energy. These four can be assessed further before their acceptance, Leach remarked. He was not inclined to obstruct their aspirations, as the more superheroes the Hero Association had, the better. By the way, General Ross is coming today. Yuri has already confirmed his visit. Natasha's reminder prompted Leach to recall the significant partner he was to host that day. The current alignment between Umbrella and General Ross was quite strong, with both the Blood Orchid Serum and the Super Soldier Serum primarily sold to the military. It could be said that military funding constituted a substantial portion of Umbrella's income. In the afternoon, General Ross arrived at the Umbrella headquarters with his subordinates, and Leach personally greeted him. "Mr. Leach, this marks our first face-to-face meeting." In the office, General Ross gazed at Leach with a sense of nostalgia. Their previous dealings and communications had all been conducted through Kyle. "Indeed, I understand your purpose. Yuri will be here shortly." As he spoke, Leach scrutinized the two individuals accompanying General Ross. One was Kyle, while the other appeared to be Blonsky. At present, Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk remained uncertain, but Blonsky had yet to become the Abomination. As Leach and General Ross engaged in casual conversation, Yuri entered the room. "Hello, Chief, and you must be General Ross." Yuri strolled in, looking as if he had just awakened. He directly addressed General Ross. "I have two proposals for you, one biological and one mechanical. Which does General Ross prefer?" Yuri had successfully resolved the Dragonbone conundrum, and the serum capable of creating super soldiers infused with Dragonbone had been developed. Following testing, the users who injected the Dragonbone serum exhibited remarkable strength. Encased in the energy, their defenses were significantly enhanced, as was their destructive capability. Thus, Yuri emphasized the merits of the Dragonbone serum to General Ross, even presenting footage of combat after its injection. As General Ross observed the battle on the screen, he expressed satisfaction with the Dragonbone serum. However, upon hearing that users would need monthly injections to maintain their enhancements, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "I've seen the biological option. What type is the mechanical?" In response, Yuri opened a nearby box and revealed a pair of massive gauntlets. Exoskeletal armor. Upon seeing the complete set Yuri had produced, Leach was somewhat astonished. This technology originated from the Hextech Atlas gauntlets obtained during the Battle of the Twin Cities. However, Leach had received a damaged version, which he had entrusted to Yuri. Yuri examined the Atlas gauntlets with great satisfaction. Although significantly damaged, they retained valuable features. By integrating the research on Jet's Gatling arm with the technology of the Atlas gauntlets, Yuri had crafted this new pair. Furthermore, due to their modular design, utilizing the Atlas gauntlets did not require a complete transformation of the arm into machinery. However, the absence of Hextech gems as a power source meant that they could only use Yuri's developed battery, complicating their operation. Chapter 84. Transformation. General Ross gazed at the gauntlets before him, his mind conjuring images of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. The military had long coveted Stark's suit. Yet Tony was not a mere entrepreneur without substantial connections. Howard Stark left Tony not only a vast fortune, but also an extensive network of relationships across various sectors. Nevertheless, Ross could discern the distinctions between the Atlas gauntlets and the Iron Man suit. "I desire both options. Present your terms." After contemplating the two proposals before him, Ross found it impossible to forsake either. The military was yearning for such supernatural capabilities. Every year, countless resources are poured into this endeavor. Yet only a handful of projects have achieved success thus far. It could even be said that the investments in Umbrella have yielded the greatest returns for their military. Do both parties wish to obtain these? Certainly. It was Li Qi who spoke, as such matters required his authority. Neither the Dragonbone Serum nor the Atlas Gauntlets held great significance for him. If he could exchange them for something of greater value from Ross, that would be ideal. It remained unclear what Mr. Li desired. At that moment, Ross presented himself like a gentleman from an ancient city, a stark contrast to the typical image of the Thunder General. Supernatural artifacts, it seemed, the military had amassed quite a collection. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in your possession, it would be more prudent to entrust them to us for research. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could manage to collect such a multitude of supernatural items, Li Qi found it hard to believe that the U.S. military lacked them. After some contemplation, Ross acquiesced. As Li Qi had indicated, they indeed possessed several supernatural artifacts, yet none had yielded fruitful research results. The Dragonbone Serum would be allocated to Blonsky, while the Atlas Gauntlets would be entrusted to Kyle. Blonsky was a subordinate whom Ross valued, while Kyle was his trusted assistant. Clearly, the Atlas Gauntlets, which would not affect the user directly, were deemed more significant by Ross, thus assigned to Kyle. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing Ross's words, Li Qi turned his gaze toward Yuri, who nodded in agreement. No problem, the items are prepared. With that, Yuri rose and led the group to the underground laboratory. The Atlas Gauntlets were relatively straightforward, requiring only minor adjustments for use. In contrast, the Dragonbone Serum was far more complex and necessitated specialized equipment for injection. Upon entering the lab, Yuri placed Blonsky into a massive incubation chamber. The syringe containing the Dragonbone Serum was inserted into Blonsky's body, and as the serum flowed in, his vitality surged dramatically. Observing the rise in Blonsky's body temperature, Yuri pulled a lever nearby. In the next moment, a substantial volume of cooling nutrient solution was pumped into the chamber. With the infusion of nutrient solution, Blonsky's temperature stabilized within a safe range. As his body temperature continued to decrease, the rhythm of his heartbeat grew more pronounced, indicating that his physical form was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Accruing energy without rigorous training was no simple feat. It must be noted that whether through 5 fingers or iron fists, these superheroes had endured considerable trials and tribulations to master this power. Now, with merely a vial of Dragonbone Serum, one could achieve what would typically require years of arduous training, underscoring the terrifying potential of Yuri's invention. As the nutrient solution diminished, Blonsky's physique became increasingly robust, his height surpassing 2 meters, with his muscles becoming distinctly pronounced. Such a transformation could rival even the legendary Captain America. Ross, well-versed in the tales of Captain America, was astounded to witness Blonsky's metamorphosis before him. That should suffice, Yuri declared as he observed the nutrient solution being absorbed, pressing a button to open the incubation chamber. A plume of white steam erupted as the chamber revealed Blonsky, who emerged, flexing his limbs. How do you feel? Ross inquired, approaching Blonsky. How do I feel? I feel invincible, Blonsky exclaimed, sensing an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. As he clenched his fist, a golden aura enveloped it. I feel as though I could overturn a tank. With a single punch, the rush of power captivated him. Mr. Li, I've heard tales of your prowess. Allow me to witness it. Blonsky, brimming with confidence, charged towards Li Qi. However, before he could reach Li Qi, a chilling aura instantaneously encased him in ice. The swiftness of the freezing took even Ross by surprise. He only witnessed Blonsky take 2 strides before he was transformed into a block of ice. This incident profoundly altered Ross's perception of Li Qi's capabilities. Blonsky, now encased in ice, had acted recklessly in his newfound power, and Ross could only implore Li Qi to spare him. As Li Qi released his power, the ice began to crack and shatter, emerging from the remnants of the ice. Blonsky gazed at Li Qi with trepidation. He had no desire to experience the sensation of frozen thought again. Let us proceed to see if Kyle has completed his task, Ross suggested, concerned that Blonsky might cause further complications. The installation of the Atlas Gauntlets was no simple matter, as employing such massive gauntlets required additional mechanical assistance. Although Yuri had modified the Atlas Gauntlets, they were not as agile as their original form. Yet the electrical stimulation of muscles and nerves enabled the user to wield them effortlessly. Prolonged use of the Atlas Gauntlets could even enhance the user's physical condition. Upon arriving at another laboratory, they found Kyle had successfully donned the Atlas Gauntlets, complete with armor on his torso and legs. The batteries affixed to the gauntlets could sustain their maximum power for 10 hours. Chapter 85. Blonsky's debut. After Kyle donned the Atlas Gauntlets, he realized they did not impose any significant burden upon him. Instead, they facilitated his ability to engage in combat, and the subtle currents coursing through them brought no discomfort. Swinging the colossal gauntlets, Kyle felt a surge of excitement. The notion of becoming a superhero had never crossed his mind in his previous life. How do you feel, Kyle? Ross observed Kyle's exhilaration with a hint of surprise. Typically, Kyle maintained a cool demeanor, rarely displaying such emotions. Meanwhile, Bronski eyed the Atlas gauntlets with envy, believing that with such power, his own strength would only amplify. However, having previously witnessed the formidable might of Leech, Bronski hesitated to voice his inner thoughts. Yuri glanced at Bronski and then at Kyle before speaking up. Why don't you two have a sparring match to see who is stronger? Upon hearing Yuri's suggestion, Bronski and Kyle exchanged glances, both eager to discern the extent of each other's abilities. Ross, recognizing their mutual curiosity, chimed in that case, let us see who prevails. Umbrella has a dedicated training facility that will suffice for your bout. As they made their way to the training arena, they spotted Kayla and the others resting there. Upon seeing Leech, they hurried over. Boss, it's been a while, they exclaimed, their joy evident at the reunion. Please, take a moment to rest. Our guests are eager to utilize the training grounds. Leech was pleased to see Kayla and the others adapting to life in New York. Many children from various bases struggled to acclimate to the vastness of such a metropolis, often unable to navigate the complexities of modern society due to their detachment from the law. Without the intervention of Serbia, Leech would have been at a loss for how to assist those children. Soon, with the training area cleared, Bronski and Kyle stepped forward. With a hum, Kyle activated the Atlas gauntlets, and Bronski swiftly launched an attack. The energy coalesced in Bronski's arm as he struck toward Kyle with formidable force. Kyle, empowered by the Atlas gauntlets, raised his hands defensively. Clang! The impact of Bronski's fist against the gauntlet produced a jarring sound. Fueled by energy, Bronski's once mortal arm felt as unyielding as steel. As a seasoned combatant, Bronski's fighting skills were exceptional. When his first strike proved ineffective, he quickly adapted, aiming a kick at Kyle's legs. Bronski perceived the Atlas gauntlet's primary flaw, their top-heavy design, with the lower body armor significantly weaker. If he landed this blow, it would be inevitable. Kyle, however, noticed Bronski's intent and promptly activated the charging mode of the Atlas gauntlets. A surge of energy was expelled, and Kyle's fist struck Bronski with astonishing speed. Though the charging time was less than a second, the force was sufficient to send Bronski flying like a volleyball. Boom. Bronski only came to a halt upon crashing into the wall. Had he not shielded himself with energy, Kyle's strike might have shattered several bones. Excellent. Ross watched the brief exchange with great satisfaction. Though the confrontation was fleeting, both Kyle and Bronski showcased their distinct attributes. The versatility of energy and the might of the Atlas gauntlets were vividly evident in their skirmish. Bronski rose from the ground, charging at Kyle once more. Kyle began to charge the Atlas gauntlets again. As Bronski approached, he unleashed another energy-infused punch. Having learned from his previous encounter, Bronski remained vigilant, preparing for Kyle's actions. As the gauntlets expelled gas, he deftly maneuvered behind Kyle like a nimble monkey, exploiting his unguarded rear for a prime attack opportunity. With energy enveloping his right arm, Bronski delivered a crushing elbow strike to Kyle's back. Thud! The force sent Kyle sprawling to the ground. The vulnerability of his back was the sole weakness of the Atlas gauntlets, and even Yuri had no superior defensive equipment to offer at this time. Enough. Ross called a halt their bout, having observed the outcome. He noted that the Dragonbone serum appeared to be somewhat more potent, but the necessity for monthly injections tempered its advantages. The entire Dragonbone serum could surpass the Super Soldier serum, yet Ross regarded the Atlas gauntlets as formidable in their own right. Had Kyle's combat skills been honed further, Bronski might not have triumphed so easily. Regrettably, Kyle had primarily held administrative roles, excelling in many areas, yet still falling short compared to a battle-hardened warrior like Bronski. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. With plans to showcase Kyle and Bronski, Ross extended his hand to Leech. To a successful partnership. S.H.I.E.L.D. In Nick Fury's office, Coulson handed a handgun to Nick Fury. Director, Hydra is likely planning something significant. These are items discovered by Barton. Fury's expression darkened with fury upon seeing the weapon. Damn it. I didn't expect them to infiltrate even there. Fury had been diligently researching the Tesseract, aiming to develop energy weapons, particularly after witnessing the powers of Leech and his allies. Fury felt increasingly insecure and intensified his efforts in Tesseract development. A handgun-shaped energy weapon had been created, but had yet to be deployed in combat. Now, as Barton stealthily attacked the Hydra base, he encountered Hydra operatives wielding this very energy weapon. Fury's rage was palpable, despite his substantial financial investment. He had yet to deploy the energy handgun into battle, while Hydra had managed to do so first. I have detained all the researchers at the base, Coulson remarked, noting Fury's displeasure. Chapter 86. The frustrated Jessica and an unexpected surprise ever since the revelation of Hydra's presence within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury has become exceedingly stringent in vetting the identities of his subordinates. He scrutinizes the scientists and researchers in the laboratory, eager to uncover their genealogies. Despite such rigorous precautions, Fury was unable to thwart Hydra, resulting in the theft of energy weapons. This incident ignited Fury's ire, compelling him to investigate and ascertain the identity of the Hydra infiltrators. At this moment, he realized the urgency of neutralizing the Hydra threat. Prolonging the conflict would only empower them further. Fury contemplated the available resources at his disposal. The number of exposed Hydra agents was alarming, including high-ranking officials within the government. If he could not swiftly eliminate figures such as Pierce from Hydra's upper echelon, their retaliation would be catastrophic. Had Maria Hill aligned with him, Fury might not have felt such urgency. However, Hill was currently collaborating with Hydra, and with the Council's backing, her overall strength was not inferior to that of Fury or Pierce. Although Hill lacked significant influence within Hydra, her impact was not negligible. Given the current situation, Fury resolved to be more accommodating to any reasonable demands from Lee. If this stalemate continued, Hydra risked disintegration. The Heroes Association, though not numerous, occupied a rather spacious building. Recently, the influx of nefarious entities in New York had surged, and with the dissolution of the Hand, a new gang had emerged. Jessica reclined on the sofa, discussing recent events. Since joining the Heroes Association, her life had transformed dramatically. Although Jessica had lost her family, the backing of the Heroes Association and Umbrella ensured that all insurance claims previously owed were now paid. This newfound financial stability had rendered Jessica somewhat affluent. However, perhaps due to her origins in Hell's Kitchen, Jessica's activities still revolved around that area. Yet, her engagements were no longer confined to Hell's Kitchen. Such developments were inevitable. Much like how new powers rise to fill the void left by the collapse of the Hand, the same would occur following the downfall of any gang. The allure of power and profit would drive countless individuals to take risks. Luke Cage, observing Jessica's despondency, understood the cause of her turmoil. Before acquiring her superpowers, Jessica was merely an ordinary student, largely unaware of society's treacheries. In contrast, Luke, seasoned by street life, comprehended the realities of their world. Unless all gangs were dismantled simultaneously, new forces would invariably emerge to seize the gaps left behind. Listening to Luke's words, Jessica fell silent. She grasped the truth in his assertions. Instead of ruminating on these matters, you ought to engage in training to ensure you're not incapacitated when facing formidable foes. Jet interjected as he entered, noticing their silence. Having witnessed Jessica and Luke's previous battle against Lady Bullseye, Jet noted that despite their formidable powers, they had failed to demonstrate their full potential. Logically, either of them should have been able to contend with Lady Bullseye alone, yet they had struggled even when united. Their lack of combat skills paled in comparison to Lady Bullseye's mastery. Understood, Jessica replied, her voice laced with fatigue as she reclined on the sofa, exhibiting little enthusiasm for martial arts training. The gang members in Hell's Kitchen posed no real threat to her and Luke, and they hadn't encountered enemies like Lady Bullseye in recent days. In the coming days, new recruits will join, and you can team up with them, Jet remarked, recalling the impending arrival of individuals like White Tiger to the Heroes Association. Currently, the four of them were insufficient to address the problems plaguing New York. Finally, some fresh faces. I was beginning to think the Heroes Association comprised only us, Jessica exclaimed, noticing Jenny returning from her outing. Did you find what you were looking for? She inquired. Jenny shook her head. Unlike the other three, Jenny had been tasked with managing the remnants of the Hand. The most crucial information pertained to the usage of dragon bones and matters concerning the Black Sky. As a multinational organization, the Hand's influence extended beyond Hell's Kitchen, with each of its 5 fingers wielding considerable power. Their most trusted operatives were undoubtedly the Hand's ninjas. I found some information, but there's no need to pursue the remaining leads. The location I visited today had already been compromised, and we couldn't breach the final wall. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acquired today's findings, Jenny explained. Yet she felt satisfied with her haul, which included techniques for sealing energy, akin to confining dragon bones beneath Manhattan. Upon returning to the villa, Lee was engaged in dialogue with Aaron. Those individuals possess truly terrifying talents. After administering Yuri's dragon bone serum, they were able to cultivate energy. Aaron exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. The dragon bone serum was a remarkable creation, intended for their own ranks. Besides his earliest base members, Lee had also distributed the serum to some from Valorant. To his astonishment, their talents proved exceptional, allowing them to harness the power of energy upon receiving the serum's stimulation, something not observed in others. This indicated that Lee would soon possess a substantial contingent of energy users at his command. Chapter 87. Yearly sign-in with the ice wall you created and the Valorant warriors. The domestic environment has significantly improved. Aaron could not help but chuckle at the thought of those laborers now contributing to the city's construction. Li Chi also smiled at Aaron's remark. He felt no sympathy for these illegal immigrants and drifters. However, their presence had stirred some discontent internationally. Aaron, concerned, pulled out her phone and showed Li Chi several articles that highlighted issues of racial discrimination in Serbia and political correctness. Looking at the articles, Li Chi scoffed, suggesting they send Pietro to address the matter, as these individuals seemed too comfortable. He found it perplexing that the media dared to report such things when the imposing ice wall at the border should have made it clear that Serbia is a formidable power. After discussing the situation in Serbia, Wanda approached them, expressing her boredom. Whether in New York or Serbia, she found the atmosphere monotonous. Having mastered her current magical abilities, Wanda felt a sense of ennui. Don't worry, this world will soon become lively, Li Qi reassured her, observing her disinterest. The Shadow Ninjas, under Li Qi's command, had informed him that the Iron Tyrant had been assembled, indicating that Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man would soon be revealed. He wondered if the newly formed Heroes Association would mitigate the upheaval that Stark's revelation might cause. Wanda, hearing Li Qi's invitation to stay by his side, felt a glimmer of joy, revealing her true intent. Li Qi, aware of her motives, chose to indulge her. The following morning, Li Qi rose unusually early. It marked the 3rd year since his arrival in this world, presenting him with both a monthly and a yearly sign-in opportunity. Unlike the daily and monthly sign-ins, the yearly sign-in guaranteed valuable rewards. After a brief morning routine, Li Qi began with 3 daily sign-ins. Reward, Armory 1. Reward, 100 Fuel Card. Reward, Mechanical Crossbow 100. Upon reviewing the rewards, Li Qi felt indifferent. While the armory held some utility, the other rewards were of little significance to him. The fuel card, especially, was trivial, and although the mechanical crossbows were well-crafted, they served no purpose for him. Nevertheless, the armory was a treasure trove of weaponry, containing an array of light arms as well as heavy artillery like helicopters and tanks. My luck seems quite favorable, he mused, pleased with the outcome of his sign-ins. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the monthly sign-in. Reward, Animal Type, Dog Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Great Mouth, True God Form. Li Qi was taken aback by the reward. The naturalized fruit had been instrumental in his development, and now, merely from a single monthly sign-in, he had acquired the mythical Zoan fruit, which had become exceedingly rare in the evolving world of One Piece. This particular fruit, unlike ordinary animal fruits, would not lose its power when in contact with seawater, making its abilities extraordinarily formidable. Recalling the fruit's lore, Li Qi remembered that Kaido had invested considerable effort to obtain it, forcing Yamato to consume it. This fruit would allow the user to transform into the legendary wolf god, Great Mouth True God, granting immense regenerative capabilities and animalistic strength. Additionally, it could generate cold air within the body, unleashing icy breath as an attack. Consuming this fruit would undoubtedly empower its bearer. Li Qi had already resolved the fruit's fate upon acquiring it. Among his core members, only Eren lacked the means for self-defense. Thus, he decided to reserve the mythical fruit for her, certain she would be elated upon receiving it. After safely storing the devil fruit, Li Qi took a deep breath. As he focused his intent, the sign-in confirmed success. Reward, Dimensional Teleportation. In that instant, Li Qi felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, accompanied by a plethora of methods for utilizing the dimensional teleportation ability, flooding his mind. He realized that this power was not merely a conventional teleportation ability, but a means to traverse to different worlds. This formidable ability would allow him to access various Marvel universes and other realms associated with Marvel. At that moment, he sensed the presence of dozens of universes awaiting his exploration. Chapter 88. The Fruit of the Great Mouth True God in these universes, some of which Li Qi can sense are remarkably akin to the Marvel world he currently inhabits, while others exude an entirely different aura. Li Qi understands that the worlds increasingly resembling his own bear a higher degree of similarity to his reality. Conversely, those worlds that diverge from his own exhibit a lower resemblance. However, Li Qi is uncertain about the temporal flow in these different worlds, which makes him hesitant to recklessly traverse into them. Nonetheless, he is quite satisfied with this year's sign-in reward, as such abilities will facilitate his rapid growth. Indeed, one could say that luck has favored him with this particular sign-in reward. Otherwise, no other reward would surpass the potency of this dimensional transfer. Having exhausted his chances for several draws, Li Qi's attention has turned to the devil fruit. Now that he has received all his rewards, he intends to present this Great Mouth True God Form mythical Zoan-type devil fruit to Eileen. As fate would have it, Eileen has yet to return to Serbia, making it the perfect moment for Li Qi to bestow the devil fruit upon her. Upon entering the living room, he finds Eileen and Wanda engaged in conversation. The two women greet him before resuming their dialogue. Noticing Eileen's demeanor, Li Qi takes the initiative to speak. Eileen, I have procured something remarkable that is perfect for you. At the mention of this, Eileen swiftly lifts her head, curiosity evident in her expression. What is it? She inquires, her eyes alight with intrigue. Li Qi then produces the intricately patterned fruit of the Great Mouth True God. Eileen, have you ever heard of the Great Mouth True God? He asks. Unlike the uninformed Pietro and others, Eileen possesses a broad knowledge of literature, particularly after Li Qi spoke of mythical beings and artifacts that exist. She has actively researched numerous myths and legends. The Great Mouth True God? Isn't that a legend based on the Japanese wolf? Eileen recalls. I remember that the Great Mouth True God is depicted as a fierce guardian, protecting cultivated crops from destruction by boars and deer. It is said to possess the ability to discern right from wrong, punish evil, promote good, and extinguish fires. Li Qi is taken aback by Eileen's recollection of this somewhat obscure deity, as even in Japan, The name Great Mouth, True God, pales in comparison to that of more renowned deities like Sisanu. Were it not for this devil fruit, he would not have been acquainted with the so-called god. Since you are familiar with it, that simplifies matters. This fruit is called a devil fruit, containing the power of the Great Mouth, True God. Eileen, gazing at the beautifully patterned fruit, struggles to comprehend how such a thing could house divine power. You know my abilities, Lichi explains. I gained my freezing powers by consuming a similar devil fruit. Would you like to try it? Upon hearing this, Eileen swiftly acts, snatching the devil fruit from the table and, without a moment's hesitation, biting into it. The moment the fruit's flesh enters her mouth, her expression contorts in discomfort. Fortunately, Lichi reacts quickly, covering her mouth to prevent her from expelling the devil fruit. Hurry, swallow it. It only works if you consume it. Eileen, grimacing, complies with his urgent words and swallows the fruit's flesh. Wanda, observing Eileen's pained expression, grows curious about the taste of the devil fruit. Once Eileen has swallowed it, Lichi removes his hand. Eileen, her face still grimacing, picks up the remaining pieces of the devil fruit, believing she must consume them all to gain the power. There's no need. Only the first bite is effective. However, if you enjoy the taste, feel free to sample more. Upon hearing that she needn't finish the devil fruit, Eileen discards it as if it were a foul object. Take a moment to feel any changes within you. This devil fruit is the Inu no Mi. Mythical Zoan type, Great Mouth, True God form, allowing transformations into human beast, and beast forms. No sooner had Lichi finished speaking than Eileen began to undergo a transformation. White fur instantly enveloped her body, her hair turned white, and canine features emerged on her face, complete with adorable animal ears. Wanda, unable to resist, approached Eileen to pet her head. Stop that. Eileen shot Wanda a glare, but as she spoke, an icy chill radiated from her, which Wanda narrowly managed to counter with her chaos magic. Your abilities are quite similar to mine. Wanda's heart swelled with envy at the sight of Eileen exhibiting powers akin to Lichi's. Had she known the abilities were so similar, she would have surely contended for the devil fruit herself. Even if Eileen ultimately claimed it, Wanda would not remain idle. Is this really my power? Eileen, startled by her own transformation, began to grasp the strength within her. As she exhaled, a gust of cold air escaped, instantly freezing the table before her into a massive block of ice. Such remarkable power. Eileen could sense that she had yet to fully harness the abilities of the Great Mouth, True God. You have another form to explore, Lichi encouraged. Eileen stood up, realizing how to wield the powers of the devil fruit. As she concentrated, her form swelled to a grand size, transforming into a colossal, white Japanese wolf. A massive ring of cold air surrounding her. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted dramatically. Wanda, witnessing this spectacle, marveled at the enchantment of the devil fruit. In that moment, Eileen shifted back from her beast form to her human beast form, yet the immense ring of cold air remained, hovering behind her. I feel that this form allows me to unleash even greater power. Chapter 89. The kidnapping of Potts. Eileen had compared the strengths of her two forms, finding the human beast form to be far more comfortable than the beast form. This conclusion did not surprise Lichi, as the phantom beast species was entirely distinct from ordinary animal-type devil fruits. With various unique abilities, the power exhibited in human beast form far surpassed that of the beast form. Moreover, as a modern individual, Eileen was evidently ill-suited to the form of a wild beast. Lee, do you still have that devil fruit? Wanda, observing Eileen's displayed power, expressed her curiosity about the devil fruit, eager to know if Lichi had any more in his possession. At present, this is the only one, but I should be able to acquire others in the future. Hearing Lichi's words, Wanda felt anticipation for what other devil fruits might be available later. At that moment, Eileen transformed back into her human form, though her clothing was tattered due to the transformation, leaving little to the imagination. Wanda, noticing this, waved her hand and summoned a trench coat using chaos magic, draping it over Eileen without giving Lichi a chance to gaze any longer. With this ability, Eileen, you must train diligently. The upper limit of this devil fruit is not inferior to mine. In Lichi's view, the strength of animal-type devil fruits remain viable, as they were not only more convenient to awaken but also endowed the user with enhanced recovery abilities for better survival. Eileen nodded in acknowledgement of Lichi's strength, fully aware of his prowess. Realizing that this devil fruit could elevate her to Lichi's level, she resolved to return to Serbia and dedicate herself to training more earnestly. Just as Lichi intended to elaborate further, a shadowy ninja suddenly emerged from his shadow. Are you saying that Obadiah is preparing to take action against Tony Stark? The information relayed by the shadowy ninja captured Lichi's full attention. Meanwhile, within Stark Industries, Obadiah, clad in the Ironmonger's suit, looked down at Crossbones and coldly inquired, has that woman been captured? Crossbones surveyed Obadiah's Ironmonger with satisfaction, believing that, although it was in Obadiah's possession, it would ultimately return to their hands within Hydra. However, he lamented that the scientists who had created the arc reactor were hidden away by Obadiah. She has already been captured. With a wave of his hand, Crossbones signaled a group of individuals who brought Potts before them. Obadiah, what do you intend to do? Potts' pupils dilated as she beheld Obadiah's massive metallic armor, astonished that he had secretly constructed such a formidable machine. What do I want? I simply wish to reunite my dear nephew with his parents. Obadiah no longer concealed his murderous intent toward Tony Stark, believing that today was destined to be Tony's last. Upon witnessing the fear in Potts' eyes, Obadiah retrieved his phone and dialed Tony Stark. At that moment, Tony had received news of Potts' kidnapping. In a fit of agitation, he commanded Jarvis to hack multiple satellites in search of Potts. When he saw Obadiah's name on the incoming call, Tony immediately understood who had abducted Potts. Obadiah? Upon answering the call, he shouted, "If you dare to harm Potts, I will ensure you are turned to ashes." Listening to Tony's furious outburst, Obadiah chuckled. "I'm waiting for you, Tony. If you don't come, I'll have no choice but to eliminate Potts first." With that, Obadiah decisively hung up the phone. On the other end, Tony forcibly suppressed his rage, fully aware that unbridled anger would yield no results. "Sir, Obadiah is currently at Stark Industries." Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Tony wasted no time and donned the Mark IV suit. The recent encounter with Madame Mask and Ginny had sparked a wealth of inspiration for Tony. The Mark IV boasted enhanced firepower compared to its predecessors, along with numerous additional protective measures, preventing a repeat of the incident where he was nearly incapacitated by Madame Mask's strike. Once fully equipped, Tony soared towards Stark Industries while simultaneously contacting Coulson. "Coulson, Obadiah and Hydra have already taken action. You assured me you would protect Potts, yet it seems I placed too much faith in you." Since discovering Obadiah's alliance with Hydra, Tony had been deeply concerned for Potts' safety. His anxiety intensified upon learning that someone had impersonated Potts. At that moment, Coulson had approached Tony, assuring him that SHIELD operatives could discreetly protect Potts. However, just days later, Potts had been captured by Obadiah, leaving Tony incredulous at SHIELD's apparent ineffectiveness. Meanwhile, as Coulson processed Tony's complaints, he retrieved the information regarding the team assigned to protect Potts. The news, however, was unexpected. "I'm sorry, but all members we sent to protect Miss Potts lost contact 6 hours ago. The adversary's strength must be formidable. We will dispatch personnel to assist in the rescue." Before Coulson could finish, Tony abruptly ended the call. Despite his disdain for the agents, Tony recognized that anyone capable of silencing an entire team before they could send a single message was extraordinarily powerful. At SHIELD, Coulson, realizing Tony had hung up, hurriedly conveyed the situation to Nick Fury. It became clear that Hydra placed significant importance on Obadiah. The fact that Obadiah had kidnapped Potts indicated he believed he could eliminate Tony. Nick Fury swiftly deduced that Obadiah possessed absolute confidence in his ability to kill Tony. Otherwise, he would not be so reckless. Send Barton to assist Tony and contact Natasha to request aid from the Hero Association. We can offer compensation. Chapter 90. The Iron Overlord Unleashed. Although Nick Fury was reluctant, he understood well that the only way to ensure the defeat of Obadiah and the Hydra lurking behind him was to seek assistance from Leech and his team. "I understand." Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Coulson immediately turned to contact Leech. Coulson and his team had been keeping a close watch on Leech, aware of the formidable abilities possessed by the superheroes in the Hero Association under his command. Among them, the most popular was the mechanical queen, Ginny Lilet, whose power could rival that of Tony Stark's armored suits. At home, Leech was monitoring Stark Tower via satellite when he was taken aback by Natasha's sudden entrance. Coulson's call is to request our aid in helping Tony Stark confront Obadiah and the Hydra backing him. Leech was surprised by Natasha's words. He hadn't expected Nick Fury to seek his help. Their relationship with SHIELD had never been particularly amicable, partly due to Hydra. But Leech and Nick Fury had always viewed each other with disdain. Hence, Leech was astonished that Nick Fury would turn to him for assistance. It seemed unlikely that Nick Fury would come empty-handed. Leech knew Fury's character well enough to understand that if he approached him, he must be prepared to make some concessions. Nick Fury had stated that he would agree to any requests that were not excessively demanding. Leech, listening to Natasha's recounting, had already discerned that Nick Fury was not entirely forthright. After all, what he deemed not too excessive was entirely subject to his own interpretation. Leech believed that when the time came, if Nick Fury labeled any request as excessive, he would not hesitate to act accordingly. "Tell Nick Fury that I require a few pieces of 084 in return for my assistance." 084. As a former SHIELD agent, Natasha was well aware of what 084 entailed. "I doubt that Nick Fury will agree to this." In Natasha's recollection, Nick Fury was notoriously stringent when it came to the custody of 084 items, akin to a greedy dragon that only allowed entry but never exit. "Regardless, you should inquire," Leech suggested, believing that Nick Fury might be inclined to acquiesce. The current Nick Fury was markedly different from the former director of SHIELD, who held absolute power. It was improbable that all 084 items were still under Fury's control. Both Hydra and the Security Council would certainly possess their shares. Moreover, even if Nick Fury refused, Leach would not incur any loss. When Coulson relayed this information to Nick Fury, Fury did not immediately dismiss the request. Just as Leach suspected, Nick Fury's grip on 084 had significantly diminished. Had it not been for the decoy left at 084 to guard it, Pierce and Hill's operatives would have likely moved to transfer it all at once. I can agree to Leach's request, but I can only provide him with 2 items, and I will choose them myself. I will not give him anything too ordinary. After some contemplation, Nick Fury decided to acquiesce to Leach's demands. Hydra possessed numerous 084 items, and giving away 2 was a manageable price. Inside the villa, Natasha, having ended the call, looked at Leach with astonishment. Incredible! I can't believe Nick Fury actually agreed to your request. The notion of Nick Fury consenting to provide 084 items was something Natasha had never anticipated. Well, since he has agreed, I will take action this time. I am also curious to see who the Hydra agents are. Leach shared Natasha's intrigue regarding the Hydra operatives behind Obadiah. Especially since Pierce's faction was currently at an impasse with Nick Fury. It was unlikely that other Hydra heads would appear in New York at this juncture, leading Leach to suspect that Nick Fury had activated the Winter Soldier. Only this could explain the sudden surge in Obadiah's capabilities. However, communication between Obadiah and Hydra was shrouded in secrecy. Even the Shadow Ninja had failed to uncover the identities of those involved. While Leach was negotiating with Nick Fury, Tony Stark had already infiltrated Stark Tower. With J.A.R.V.I. South in place, the security systems remained dormant. Ultimately, it was Hydra's sentries who detected Tony Stark's presence and reported it to Crossbones. Tony Stark is on his way. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Crossbones, Obadiah revealed a cruel smile. I want a day to be Tony's day of reckoning. All you need to do is hold off those agents. I will take care of Tony myself. With that, Obadiah sealed the Iron Overlord's hatch. As the arc reactors powered up, the cables and supports surrounding the Iron Overlord began to collapse. Tony, I've come for you. The thrusters ignited, and the Iron Overlord burst through the ceiling. Tony, upon entering, immediately sensed the commotion below. Before he could react, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar. Cracks appeared in the floor, and in the next moment, a colossal figure ascended from beneath. Upon spotting Tony, Obadiah swiftly adjusted his trajectory and charged toward him. The towering Iron Overlord momentarily left Tony Stark in a daze. Fortunately, with J.A.R.V.I.'s assistance, Tony narrowly evaded Obadiah's charge. Ha, Tony, look at your oversized toy. It pales in comparison to my Iron Overlord. The Mark IV stood before the Iron Overlord, resembling a delicate figurine. I admit, you are a genius, surpassing the majority. But just like your father, you are far too naive. Obadiah raised his right arm, equipped with a Gatling gun. In the next instant, a torrential storm of bullets erupted from the weapon. The Stark Industries custom Gatling gun. Who would have thought its first deployment would be against its creator? Watching the metal storm unleashed by the Gatling gun, Tony felt a pang of regret. The Gatling gun Obadiah wielded was a product Tony had carelessly developed. Compared to a standard Gatling gun, this custom version was faster, more powerful, and capable of firing various types of ammunition. Chapter 91. Defeated Tony, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Assault. Obadiah couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Tony Stark dodging frantically. The tension that had been building within him during this tumultuous period was released amidst the storm of bullets. Damn it, how many bullets does this guy have? As Tony evaded, he launched missile attacks at Obadiah. Although his Mark IV armor boasted impressive defensive capabilities, it could not entirely shield him from the barrage of bullets, leaving dents on its surface. At that moment, Tony regretted not equipping more weaponry on his suit. The ordinary missiles had little effect on Obadiah's Ironmonger, merely leaving a few black marks on the heavy armor without any substantial impact. This clearly demonstrated the formidable strength of the Ironmonger, a veritable fortress of steel. Tony, your attacks are rather impudent, Obadiah exclaimed, as 2 enormous cannons extended from behind him. The powerful grenade launchers fired directly at Tony's position. Boom! The grenade exploded midair, sending Tony crashing to the ground. Upon landing, Tony activated his palm repulsors, propelling himself back into the air. Thankfully, the enhanced defensive capabilities of the Mark IV held up. Shaking his dizzy head, Tony felt grateful for the upgrades he had made to his armor's design. Otherwise, facing Obadiah, a veritable mobile arsenal, would have been exceedingly challenging. Seeing Tony relatively unharmed, Obadiah charged at him with vigor. Under Obadiah's control, the Ironmonger moved with surprising agility, defying its enormous size. Tony had no desire to engage in combat with such a behemoth. However, Obadiah's next move caught Tony completely off guard. As Obadiah advanced, his left hand shot forward suddenly, catching Tony completely unaware. Ha, Tony, let us see how you escape now. Obadiah laughed gleefully, pulling Tony closer. To Obadiah, Tony was already a doomed man in his grasp. Obadiah, through the cockpit window, Tony could see Obadiah's grotesque face. Meanwhile, in the basement, Pepper Potts and Crossbones were observing the battle outside. It seemed that Tony Stark's intellect was not as formidable as rumored. Witnessing Obadiah easily overpower Tony, Crossbones felt that Tony's reputed brilliance was somewhat exaggerated. At least in Crossbones' view, Stark's Iron Man suit appeared rather trivial compared to Obadiah's Ironmonger. Tony will surely defeat Obadiah. Although Pepper was worried for Tony, she continued to vocalize her support. Just keep watching. Crossbones believed that as long as Obadiah wasn't a fool, he would swiftly eliminate Tony. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted outside, causing Crossbones, who had been seated, to grab a nearby weapon and take cover. Stay alert, he commanded his subordinates. Upon hearing Crossbones' orders, the other Hydra members quickly found places to hide. Boom. A dull thud echoed as an arrow pierced through the heavy iron door. It was Hawkeye. The moment Crossbones saw the arrow, he recognized the identity of their assailant. The arrows fired by Hawkeye began to emit a red glow, and in the next instant, the iron door exploded into fragments. Open fire. The moment the door shattered, Crossbones seized his weapon and retaliated. Blue energy beams erupted from his firearm, instantly melting the wall behind the door. Clearly, the weapon in Crossbones' hands was a newly developed energy weapon from Hydra, modified to function like a machine gun. Be careful. Outside, Coulson noticed the energy weapon and shouted warnings to Barton and the others. Meanwhile, the attacking Crossbones and his men were unaware of the figures slowly descending from the shattered ceiling. Watch out. Crossbones suddenly felt a sharp pain and instinctively turned to fire at his assailants. Several Hydra agents who failed to dodge were shot through, although a few still managed to hit the ground. With the unexpected arrival of the Hydra agents, the pressure on Coulson and Barton outside lessened significantly. The Hydra agents led by Barton were cautious not to fire indiscriminately due to Pepper's presence, as they sought to confine Crossbones' movements while searching for Pepper. Seeing Coulson, Pepper, who was bound nearby, shouted, "Coulson, I'm over here." Upon hearing Pepper's voice, Coulson quickly directed his team to rescue her. After taking down several Hydra agents, Crossbones' weapon began to melt. This was precisely why Nick Fury had refrained from arming his team with energy weapons. They were unstable. Discarding his weapon, Crossbones dashed out from his cover, swiftly using a tactical dagger to eliminate 3 Hydra agents. Recognizing that Barton posed the greatest threat, Crossbones charged toward him after dispatching the closest enemies. Romlo. Upon seeing Pepper rescued by Coulson, he also caught sight of Romlo. Though he couldn't see Romlo's face, Coulson recognized him from his form and movements. This was the Crossbones who was presumed dead in Serbia. A dead man had returned to life. Due to Natasha's involvement, Hydra had confirmed Crossbones' death early on. Now, witnessing his resurrection, Coulson found it hard to believe. Barton, however, was undeterred by his opponent's identity, systematically releasing his arrows. Several unsuspecting Hydra members fell before him. Romlo narrowly dodged Barton's arrows and lunged forward to strike at Barton's head with his dagger. In response, Barton raised his bow to block the attack. Although Barton had always been regarded as a master archer within Hydra, his close combat skills and knife techniques were equally top tier. Against Romlo's assault, Barton held his ground resolutely. Chapter 92. The defeated Obadiah. The specially crafted longbow in Barton's hands relentlessly struck Romlo. After his resurrection, Romlo experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities. A few of his attacks landed on Barton, inflicting considerable pain. However, it was no easy feat for Romlo to defeat Barton. Without Romlo as their operational commander, the Hydra forces were swiftly eradicated by Coulson and his team. Upon witnessing this, Romlo threw a flashbang and made a hasty retreat. "Hurry, go assist Tony." Potts urged Coulson as soon as her restraints were removed. "Rest assured, Mr. Stark will be fine," Coulson reassured the anxious Potts. Though he was uncertain why Leech and the others had not yet appeared, Coulson held firm confidence in their capabilities. According to their internal assessments at Hydra, even a 1,000-strong army would pose little threat to Leech or Ginny Lilet, unless they deployed partner-type missiles. Otherwise, conventional weaponry would be ineffectual against them. On the ground, Obadiah had already prepared a fatal end for Tony Stark after seizing him. "Tony, it's time for you to perish." A long tube extended from Obadiah, aimed directly at Tony Stark. A torrent of flames erupted from the tube, engulfing Tony in a fiery embrace. The intense heat was palpable, even with the fireproof measures of his suit. "Sir, if this continues, the cooling system within the suit will fail in 30 seconds. Jarvis alerted Tony, noting the internal changes. The Mark IV was equipped with temperature monitoring and circulation systems, yet Tony had never anticipated being captured and roasted with a flamethrower. Divert all power to the reactor. Realizing he would soon become a mere roast, Tony Stark commanded Jarvis to redirect all power to the arc reactor in his chest, intending to shatter Obadiah's grip and escape. Obadiah reveled in Tony's struggles, having envisioned this moment countless times in his dreams. The thought of Tony Stark meeting his demise at his hands, and Stark Industries becoming his own, filled him with glee. Amidst the flames, a flicker of blue light suddenly emerged. In an instant, a beam of blue energy pierced through Obadiah's mechanical arm. Freed from Obadiah's grasp, Tony Stark soared into the air. In midair, he activated his helmet, releasing a cloud of mist from his suit. Just as Obadiah prepared to launch another attack on Tony, a red energy suddenly materialized on the ground. Leech, Wanda, and Natasha emerged from the crimson glow. So, this is the Ironmonger? Quite the exaggeration, Leech observed. Seeing the Ironmonger for the first time, noting its imposing presence surpassed that of the one he had previously encountered. It was indeed a creation that aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Who are you? Obadiah was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Leech and Wanda, aiming his Gatling gun at them. Their calm demeanor unsettled him. Meanwhile, Coulson and Potts climbed out from a large opening below. Potts, come here. Spotting her, Tony Stark felt a wave of relief wash over him. The worry that had plagued him regarding Potts' safety dissipated significantly now that she was rescued. Natasha. Barton was surprised to see Natasha, as it was their first encounter since she left S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon noticing Barton's reaction, Obadiah realized that these three were allies of Tony Stark. He immediately trained his Gatling gun on them. Before Leech could react, Wanda stepped forward, unleashing chaotic energy. The bullets in mid-flight were obliterated. A moment later, a sound of metal twisting echoed as Obadiah's arm was contorted into a spiral. Tony Stark, witnessing this, glanced at his own arm. Although he was unaware of Wanda's abilities, he understood the necessity of devising a countermeasure. Otherwise, he would be at her mercy. Much like Ginny Lilet had been. Seeing his arm so easily incapacitated, Obadiah activated the missile launcher behind him, preparing to obliterate Leech and his companions. In response, Leech raised his arm, unleashing a wave of chill from his palm that enveloped the massive Ironmonger. Within a breath, the cold dissipated, leaving behind an Ironmonger encased in ice. In extreme cold, even the arc reactor on the Ironmonger ceased to flicker. This power. Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the frozen Obadiah below. Jarvis, check the temperature surrounding Obadiah. Realizing that Obadiah, along with the Ironmonger, had been turned into a block of ice, Tony Stark sought to measure the intensity of Leech's chilling energy. He knew that both his armor and the Ironmonger were equipped with temperature regulation systems. Even if the exterior froze, the interior would remain largely unaffected. Yet now, Obadiah and the Ironmonger were solidified in ice. Potts and Barton, rushing towards Tony, were equally stunned by the sight before them. Only Coulson, having previously witnessed Leech's capabilities, managed to maintain his composure. However, witnessing Leech South power up close elevated Coulson's perception of Leech's threat level significantly. At this moment, Jarvis reported on the temperature around Obadiah. Sir, the temperature surrounding Mr. Obadiah has dropped to minus 200 degrees Celsius, approaching absolute zero. It was no wonder the arc reactor was affected. Understanding the situation, Tony Stark grasped the implications of the chilling power displayed before him. Chapter 93. The despair of Obadiah upon learning of this temperature. Tony Stark gazed at Leech with a sense of curiosity. He was eager to understand how Leech had achieved such an astonishingly low temperature, one approaching absolute zero, released in an instant. It was surprising that the Ironmonger was so ineffective. Leech, observing the frozen Ironmonger, reflected on his own formidable strength. The imposing figure appeared quite impressive, though it had become somewhat of an obstruction. Wanda admired the towering Ironmonger, yet upon seeing Obadiah seated within, she furrowed her brow, preparing to use her chaos magic to eliminate him. Noticing this, Coulson hurried over. Please, let Obadiah live. As a shareholder of Stark Industries, he cannot simply perish without a trace. He was concerned that the demise of such a public figure would undoubtedly cause a commotion. Hearing Coulson's words, Wanda did not lower her hand, but instead shifted her gaze towards Leech, who suggested, bring Obadiah out. Following this, Wanda waved her hand, and Obadiah was extracted from the cockpit, encased in ice. Had it not been for the ice clinging to him, the onlookers might have doubted he had ever been within the Ironmonger. Will he be able to return to normal? Tony Stark descended from the air, directing his inquiry at Leech regarding the frozen Obadiah. Of course, Leech replied, utilizing his freezing fruit ability to thaw Obadiah. You, what kind of monster are you? Despair filled Obadiah's eyes as he witnessed this transformation. The exhilaration he felt when plotting to kill Tony Stark was now replaced by utter hopelessness. You are simply too weak, Leech remarked, glancing at the Ironmonger, feeling it was a shame that such a machine was in Obadiah's hands. Wanda, let us not forget our spoils, Leech reminded. Coulson opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Very well. Wanda unleashed her chaos magic, enveloping the massive Ironmonger, which vanished in an instant. Spatial manipulation. Tony Stark observed the powerful individuals surrounding Leech and silently commanded Jarvis to gather information on him. At that moment, Leech approached Coulson. Please ensure Nick Fury sends what he promised me promptly. I have little faith in that black egg's credibility. Coulson maintained his smile, well aware of his superior's character. He trusted that Nick Fury would indeed retrieve the promised item. Natalia, if you have anything to discuss with Coulson and the others, now is the time. Wanda and I shall take our leave. Leech had no desire to engage further with Tony Stark, who had yet to fully embody his future self as Iron Man. A transformation that would only occur once he removed the arc reactor from his chest. Through Wanda's teleportation magic, they returned to the villa. I can't believe the Ironmonger was so easily defeated. Wanda had been intrigued by the Ironmonger initially, having noticed Leech's concern for Obadiah. Indeed, my powers now surpass the majority of individuals on Earth, Leech asserted, confidence bolstered by the awakening of his freezing fruit ability. He believed that few could contend with him. Perhaps a handful from the Eternals or Inhumans could pose a challenge, while others, only those deemed worthy by deities or totems, could threaten him. Characters like Obadiah were far too insignificant to inflict any harm upon Leech. Is that so? Then what tier does my power rank? Wanda inquired, curious about where she stood in Leech's estimation. You should be classified within the T1 tier. Wanda, now adept in chaos magic, vampiric magic, and teleportation magic acquired from Hearthstone, was indeed a formidable force. However, as Earth's landscape grew increasingly chaotic, if Wanda did not continue to strengthen herself, she risked falling from the top tier. After a brief workout to hone his physical prowess, Leech sat down to rest. It was not long before Natasha entered the room. Did Coulson not invite you back to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Leech inquired. He did, but I have decided against returning. Clint advised me not to go back. Natasha was somewhat taken aback by Clint's counsel. However, upon hearing about the turmoil within S.H.I.E.L.D., she resolved to stay closely by Leech's side. Do you know who led the Hydra members in support of Obadiah? Natasha revealed the information Leech sought. Who? Leech was indeed curious about the Hydra leader. Crossbones Rumlow. Upon hearing Rumlow's name, Leech frowned. Did I not kill him alongside Pietro? Wanda, having overheard, turned to Natasha. Indeed, it was Rumlow. Coulson and Clint have confirmed the news. Natasha was astonished to learn of Rumlow's resurrection. Yet, having spent time with Leech, she had grown accustomed to bizarre occurrences. Leech recalled S.H.I.E.L.D.'s so-called Tahiti project, which utilized Kree corpses for resurrection. He remembered that it was through this project that Coulson had been brought back to life after being slain by Loki. How intriguing. If Rumlow has indeed been resurrected by the Tahiti project, it implies that Hydra has discovered Kree corpses. Chapter 94. One of the most significant projects upon realizing that the leader of this endeavor was Romulo, Li Chi chose to disregard it. Although Romulo's revival was peculiar, Li Chi remained unperturbed. After all, in the Marvel Universe, there exists an abundance of powers capable of resurrection. The hand, which Li Chi had previously vanquished, possessed such abilities, albeit the precise methods of utilization remained undiscovered. However, after Yuri assembled a research team to investigate, some peculiarities were indeed uncovered. Nevertheless, all forms of resurrection come with certain side effects, which rendered Li Chi indifferent to the matter. While Li Chi and his companions were resting, Agent Coulson, returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., reported the day's events to Nick Fury. Director, Mr. Li Chi asked me to remind you not to forget the items you promised. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Fury's already stern countenance darkened further. However, being acutely aware of his own reputation, both internally and externally, Fury comprehended Li Chi's implication. Tomorrow, ensure that those two items are retrieved and sent to Li Chi this time. Fury had no intention of deceit. Through this collaboration, he had resolved to continue seeking Li Chi's assistance against Hydra. As Li Chi dealt with Obadiah, Fury had come to many realizations. He believed that once Hydra was vanquished, any losses incurred during this period could be recouped in the future. Since Li Chi had a penchant for these extraordinary artifacts, Fury could continue to employ him. As long as the lost items were not the Tesseract, Fury was willing to accept the losses. As the king of agents, Fury was decisive once he made up his mind. What is the update on Natasha? After addressing the issue of 084, Fury inquired about Natasha, a former trusted subordinate. He remained concerned about her well-being. Natasha had expressed that she no longer recognized the current S.H.I.E.L.D. and was content under Li Chi's guidance. Coulson understood Natasha's perspective, as did Fury. Very well, and are you certain it is Romulo? Absolutely. With Coulson's affirmation, Fury remained silent. However, once Coulson departed, Fury's expression soured significantly. He toyed with his pager, seemingly contemplating contacting Carol, who was far away in space. The Tahiti project was one of Fury's paramount initiatives. Only those truly aligned with him were privy to its existence. Even Coulson and Barton were unaware of its intricacies. Yet now, with Romulo's resurrection on Hydra's side, Fury immediately considered the implications of the Tahiti project. If Romulo had indeed been revived through this project, the traitor among them might not be human. However, Fury kept this suspicion to himself. At this stage, mere conjecture did not warrant summoning Carol back from the cosmos. Most importantly, Fury's attitude toward Carol mirrored his feelings toward Li Qi. He trusted Carol's character, yet the sensation of not having control over such immense power unsettled him, which was a primary reason for not recalling her. Early the next morning, Li Qi casually completed a daily sign-in and acquired a wand from the Harry Potter universe. Uncertain of its efficacy for Wanda, he nonetheless handed it to her. After advising that during this period she adhered to the directives of Aaron and Natasha, Li Qi decided to harness the power of dimensional travel. As this energy surged forth, he felt himself soaring through a remarkably wondrous realm, immersed in an infinite expanse where he could sense the essence of myriad worlds. Meanwhile, in the Himalayas, the Ancient One opened her eyes. Truly an unobservable entity. The multiverse has begun to connect. As one of the 5 eternal deities, the Ancient One possessed profound insight into the multiverse. She understood that their world had a tenuous connection to others. Only through a series of forthcoming events would this change, allowing their realm to forge tighter bonds with the multiverse. However, due to Li Qi's presence, their world had already begun to establish such connections. The Ancient One had noticed Li Qi from the moment he appeared in this realm. Because of him, she could no longer casually utilize the Time Stone to glimpse into future events. Yet, she was not particularly concerned about this. She had already chosen her retirement path. Once the time came, she would pass on the title of Sorcerer Supreme and peacefully ascend to the Eternal One's side for further enlightenment. The recipient of the title was inconsequential, as long as they could combat the dimensional demons. It could be Strange, Wong, Wanda, or even Li Qi. Unbeknownst to the eager retiree, Li Qi was currently traversing boundlessly through the infinite space. However, upon encountering a luminous orb, he swiftly descended into the depths below. In the mutant universe, due to the machinations of Sebastian Shaw, the American government was actively seeking individuals capable of confronting him. Charles Xavier, the foremost proponent of mutant theory, was deemed the most suitable candidate. CIA agent Moira MacTaggart had persuaded Charles and was now planning to assemble a team to combat Shaw. They were en route to a temporary base when a beam of light suddenly descended, striking the ground before Charles's vehicle. The 2 occupants, believing it to be Shaw's men, hastily armed themselves to retaliate. However, as the brilliance dissipated, an oddly dressed young man emerged. What world is this? Li Qi had not anticipated that his dimensional travel would create such a commotion. It was his first attempt, and he found himself within the atmosphere. Next time, I should refine my technique to avoid such disturbances. Who are you? Though Moira was a woman, her courage as a CIA agent was commendable. Charles immediately activated his mutant abilities, but within moments, he collapsed, pallid and weakened, onto the ground. Chapter 95. Conversation with Charles before Li Qi. Charles found himself devoid of any insight. The moment his mental energy brushed against Li Qi, it was met with a swift backlash. Charles, Moira Marktag exclaimed, her concern evident as she observed the blood streaming from his nostrils. Standing before them, Li Qi felt as though his head had been struck. Upon seeing Charles collapsed on the ground, he understood the cause of this predicament. If his conjecture was correct, the man before him, still possessing a full head of hair, was the youthful Professor Charles Xavier. As for the woman accompanying him, she must be Moira Marktag, Charles's partner and lover. Greetings, I am Li Qi, a traveler from another realm. Inside Charles's mansion, the reality of parallel dimensions had proven true, a revelation that would likely drive many to madness if disclosed. Charles gazed at Li Qi, taking a considerable time to accept the notion that he hailed from another world. Does your world also possess mutants? Charles inquired, seeking to learn if their realm contained beings like them. No, Li Qi replied. Though our world is rich with supernatural abilities, mutants as you define them do not exist. He clarified that while his world had inhumans, they were distinctly different from mutants. Charles's expression clouded with disappointment upon hearing Li Qi's words. He had hoped to glean insights from the mutants of Li Qi's world to anticipate their evolution. Meanwhile, Moira's thoughts wandered further, her background as a CIA operative prompting her to contemplate the trajectory of future technological advancements and significant events. However, Li Qi paid her inquiries no heed. Among the agents he had encountered, Moira stood out as the least competent. Unlike Nick Fury, Natasha, or Coulson, who maintained an inscrutable demeanor, Moira's inner thoughts were plainly etched upon her face. It was evident what her intentions were, making her appear anything but a competent agent. Mr. Li Qi, might you consider assisting us against Shaw? Charles, sensing Moira's underlying intentions and Li Qi's disinterest, endeavored to steer the conversation towards a more engaging topic. Through their discussions, he had discerned that Li Qi was a formidable, superpowered individual, yet he remained uncertain about whether Li Qi was benevolent or malevolent. Shaw. Li Qi's recollection of Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, was vivid. The ability to absorb and utilize all forms of energy rendered such powers formidable, even in Li Qi's own world. Regrettably, Charles's telepathy rendered Shaw utterly defenseless against him, provided Shaw removed his helmet. Had it not been for Shaw's inherent refusal to submit, Li Qi might have sought to recruit him. I apologize, but I have no interest in meddling in the affairs of your world, Li Qi stated firmly, clarifying that he was no superhero to heed Charles's words and pledge his allegiance. His curiosity leaned more towards Shaw's Hellfire Club than the X-Men they aimed to establish. Mora, upon hearing Li Qi's refusal, furrowed her brow, indignantly asserting, Sebastian Shaw and his Hellfire Club are on the brink of inciting war. Even for the sake of present peace, we must unite to eliminate this terrorist. Li Qi could only chuckle silently at Mora's moralistic coercion, remaining indifferent to her pleas. This is your matter. It bears no relevance to me. Mora's annoyance grew at Li Qi's nonchalance. Just as she was about to retort, she found her actions inexplicably restrained. Very well, since Mr. Li Qi is unwilling to assist us, we shall proceed with our original plan. This would involve the mutants resisting Sebastian Shaw. Now that Li Qi had declined to aid them, Charles prepared to invite those already designated for assistance. After conversing with Charles for a while, Li Qi came to understand that this world diverged from the mutant universe he remembered. Although it broadly adhered to the X-Men's worldview, the number of mutants was indeed greater. Magneto, Eric Lensher, was currently out seeking other mutants and was not present in the mansion. With this newfound understanding, Li Qi bid farewell to the pair, intending to explore this world for potential recruits among the mutants. After Li Qi's departure, Mora also took her leave from Charles. Watching her hurried exit, Charles furrowed his brow. Through his telepathic abilities, he had sensed Mora's thoughts. Yet, due to their relationship, he refrained from stopping her. Upon her swift return to the CIA headquarters, Mora approached her superior, Colonel Hendry, and relayed the details regarding the traveler. Li Qi, are you suggesting that this individual, Li Qi, an Asian, hails from a parallel universe similar to ours? Colonel Hendry grasped the significance of Mora's description. Indeed, sir. This Li Qi appears to have journeyed from a distant future. If we could acquire information from that time, it could elevate the United States to true supremacy. As a CIA operative, Mora exhibited commendable competence. Colonel Hendry, pleased with Mora's assertions, declared, in that case, let us locate Li Qi and discreetly bring him back. He had no intention of making this matter public knowledge. Unlike Mora, he did not share her self-sacrificing patriotism. To Colonel Hendry, controlling Li Qi for his own gain was the only path to wealth and power. Handing Li Qi over to others would only serve to benefit them, a notion that clearly contradicted his interests, a fact Mora appeared oblivious to. Upon receiving Colonel Hendry's orders, she promptly prepared to depart with her team. Chapter 96. Mora of the Dimming Palace. At this moment, Li Qi, wandering the streets, remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of Colonel Hendry and Mora. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. In this era, he was uncertain what weapon could possibly inflict harm upon him. Relying solely on the missiles of this world, it was likely that he would have departed long before they could strike him. In this peculiar epoch, Li Qi found himself quite intrigued. The diverse array of individuals around him showcased the unique characteristics of this time. Additionally, his observation haki allowed him to sense numerous mutants lurking in the shadows, albeit lacking the formidable powers of Charles and his companions. Many of them bore grotesque appearances, which contributed to the discrimination faced by the mutant community. As he strolled through the city, Li Qi soon noticed a gathering of soldiers surrounding him. Leading the group, Mora approached Li Qi and declared, Colonel Hendry invites you to join us for a visit. I trust you will not refuse. In Mora's eyes, even if Li Qi possessed the ability to traverse worlds, it was of little consequence. After all, in their understanding, most mutants possessed but a singular ability. Since Li Qi could travel between worlds, they assumed that must be his sole talent. Though Li Qi's observation haki did not grant him the ability to read minds, he could easily discern Mora's intentions. As she was hardly a competent agent, her superficial emotions and inner thoughts were transparent to him. Is your confidence derived from the soldiers behind you? Li Qi remarked slowly, observing Mora keenly. Mora, upon hearing his words, did not deny them. 1,000-strong army caused even the most powerful mutants to tread carefully. It was only because Sebastian Shaw had yet to invade their CIA headquarters that they felt so assured. Ice Age, Li Qi murmured softly. What? Mora did not catch his words clearly but felt a chill course through her body. Turn around and see if your confidence still stands. Li Qi regarded Mora with an indifferent gaze. Confronted by this look, Mora shuddered. As she turned, she beheld the soldiers she had brought, now transformed into glistening ice sculptures. A gust of wind swept through, causing several soldiers, armed with RPGs, to stumble and fall. With a crack, the frozen bodies shattered upon striking the hard ground. Mora, witnessing this spectacle, could only gape in shock, rendered speechless. Well, it seems your confidence holds little value. Li Qi chuckled at Mora's astonished demeanor. She had come to confront him with great bravado, as if she could simply whisk him away with a word. Yet now, seeing her soldiers dispatched with a single move, she appeared utterly dazed. You, how could you do this? They are soldiers meticulously trained by our nation. Mora, regaining her composure, glared at Li Qi with fury. She could not refrain from shouting, if you do not wish to return with us, just say so. Why resort to such violence? Observing Mora's expression of indignation, Li Qi scoffed. Firstly, I am not one of your Americans. Your soldier's fate is of no concern to me. Secondly, This is the only way for you to learn the meaning of respect. With that, Li Qi unleashed his conqueror's haki. The overwhelming aura erupted, enveloping the entire city beneath his might. Both ordinary citizens and non-mental mutants succumbed to unconsciousness. Mora, closest to Li Qi, received particular attention, collapsing to the ground, trembling as if trapped in a nightmare. Meanwhile, the frozen soldiers were crushed under the weight of his haki. In the suburban Xavier mansion, Charles sensed the energy emanating from the city. However, he was unaware of its nature. Though puzzled, he continued his conversation with Eric Lenshare. Is he from another world? Charles mused, evidently discussing Li Qi with Eric. Eric, however, pondered deeper implications. Was Li Qi the only one from his world to arrive here? Or had the technology to traverse worlds become widespread? In Eric's view, if only Li Qi possessed such an ability, it would be manageable. But if it were common in that world, their own existence would be jeopardized. It should be that Mr. Li Qi alone possesses such power. During our interaction, he spoke little, yet his demeanor made it clear that he ranks among the strongest in his world, Charles asserted. Not merely a mutant, Charles was also a genius. His telepathic abilities rendered him a formidable psychologist, allowing him to discern Li Qi's dominant personality during their exchange. Is that so? Eric, trusting Charles's judgment, accepted this conclusion. I had intended to invite him to assist us against Shaw, but he declined. Charles expressed a hint of regret. However, Eric held a different perspective. In their world, without mutants, they could not empathize with their struggles nor care about the conflict with Shaw. Eric believed that since Li Qi's world lacked mutants, it remained untouched by the tribulations faced by their kind here. Charles and his allies planned to aid the CIA against Shaw not only to avert war, but also to alter public perception of mutants. Indeed, just as Charles finished speaking, his phone rang. Hello, Charles. Mora is injured and unresponsive. Would you like to come take a look? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Charles quickly inquired, Hank, what on earth happened? The caller was Hank, a mutant currently working for the CIA, who would later become known as Beast. I'm not sure. All I know is that she went to execute Colonel Hendry's orders, and she returned alone. It seems the others encountered trouble. Hank, being a mutant with a relatively low standing in the CIA, was not privy to much information. Chapter 97. The Hellfire Club's concern after hanging up the phone. Charles wore a troubled expression. His relationship with Moira was currently strong, and the news of her being in a coma for half a day filled him with anxiety. What had transpired? Eric, observing Charles's demeanor, inquired about the situation. Moira had gone on a mission, and it was unclear what dangers she might have encountered that led to her unconscious state. Despite his worry, Charles took a moment to explain the circumstances to Eric. Moira had been responsible for overseeing Shaw's affairs recently. It was perplexing that she would suddenly embark on a mission. Eric was acutely aware that Moira's primary focus should be on assembling a team of mutants to confront Shaw's warlike intentions. Why had she suddenly taken on a task? Then, a thought struck Eric regarding their earlier conversation about Leech. Could Moira's mission be connected to him? Prompted by Eric's suggestion, Charles reflected on the feelings he sensed as Moira departed. The issue likely lay with Leech. Moira had intended to investigate matters concerning him and events from another timeline. Charles chose to present Moira's motives in a more favorable light, though Eric understood the underlying complexities without further explanation. You should go and see what is truly happening, Eric advised. Upon arriving at the hospital, Charles discovered that the entire city had inexplicably descended into paralysis. Most individuals had fallen into a state of unconsciousness simultaneously. However, the majority awakened after about 10 minutes. Only Moira remained unresponsive. In the hospital room, Charles encountered Hank. Hank, how is Moira faring? Charles asked, his concern evident. It's quite strange. Under normal circumstances, Moira should have regained consciousness by now, yet no method seems to rouse her, Hank replied. Before Charles's arrival, Hank had attempted various means to awaken her, to no avail, leaving him perplexed. Is that so? Charles realized that Moira's predicament was not physical, but rather rooted in her psyche. With this understanding, he seated himself and utilized his telepathic abilities to enter Moira's inner world. Having traversed the minds of many individuals before, he had never encountered such a tempestuous mental landscape as Moira's. Soon, he located her huddled in a corner. Moira, is that you? Charles called out. Upon hearing his voice, Moira lifted her head, her composure shattered, replaced by a demeanor of fearfulness. The sound of Charles's presence calmed her frantic emotions somewhat. What has transpired? Charles sought to comprehend the cause of her distress. Why had she returned in such a state after only a brief separation? I informed Colonel Hendry about Leech, and he instructed me to retrieve him, but... Moira's voice trembled with fear as she recalled Leech's capabilities. Perceiving her terror, Charles quickly employed his powers to soothe her. Under Charles's calming influence, the chaos of her mental storm began to abate. As her emotions stabilized, Moira's fear of Leech diminished significantly. I went to confront Leech. Perhaps my demeanor was less than cordial, prompting him to retaliate and annihilate all the soldiers I brought with me, she lamented, recalling the soldiers turned to ice sculptures. Filled with regret, it is not your fault, Charles reassured her, sensing her guilt. Guided by Charles's presence, Moira recounted the events that unfolded. revealing the shocking moment when thousands of soldiers were instantaneously slain by Leech. Charles, aware he could achieve similar feats, recognized Leech as an exceptionally powerful mutant, even among his kind, classifying him as an Omega-level mutant. "Let us exit for now," Charles declared, utilizing his abilities to escort Moira from her mental turmoil. Upon awakening in the hospital, Moira rose from her bed. "Thank you, Charles." She expressed her gratitude to him. Nearby, an officer acknowledged Moira's awakening with thanks directed at Charles, who remained indifferent to the gesture. In his view, it was the greed of individuals like them that had provoked Leech's wrath. Initially, Charles had been confident in persuading Leech to ally with them. However, after the chaos they had caused, he could only hope that Leech would not side with Sebastian Shaw. The mere presence of Shaw in the Hellfire Club was already a cause for concern, but now, with Leech, who had previously shown inclination towards their side, becoming an uncertain factor, Charles felt increasingly anxious. As Charles had suspected, there were indeed moles within the CIA affiliated with the Hellfire Club, who reported the day's events to Sebastian Shaw. Upon learning of Leech's capabilities, Shaw promptly commanded the Blob to invite him to join the Hellfire Club, recognizing the significance of someone capable of decimating an army of thousands. "Are you truly considering inviting this unfamiliar mutant?" inquired Emma Frost, the White Queen, regarding Shaw's intentions. Although they were aware of Leech's formidable reputation, they remained oblivious to the fact that he was not of this world. Indeed, even relinquishing the identity of the White King would be a small price to pay for such power, Shaw replied, much to Emma's surprise at his earnest regard for Leech's prowess. Following Shaw's orders, the Blob activated his abilities and swiftly departed. Having learned of Leech's whereabouts from the undercover agents within the CIA, Chapter 98, the position of the White King, the individual known as Torrent, originally named Genos Questi, was once a member of the mutant team known as the Marauders. However, he has since aligned himself with the Hellfire Club under the leadership of Sebastian Shaw. Torrent possesses a unique ability among mutants. He can generate tornadoes through his body for both attack and mobility. Furthermore, his skeletal structure can produce calcified substances that are expelled through his skin, exhibiting a potency that surpasses that of bullets. With his extraordinary agility and commendable combat prowess, Torrent has ascended to a mid-level position within the Hellfire Club. Although he does not rival the leaders such as the Black King, his status is significant, particularly in the current context where the role of the bishop remains unfilled. Upon determining the location of Leech, Torrent swiftly began to spin his body, generating a towering tornado that made him appear as though he were riding upon it. Maneuvering the tornado, he ascended rapidly into the air. Meanwhile, Leech had gathered substantial intelligence through the Shadow Ninjas and was well aware of the contemporary dynamics between humans and mutants. In this era, while relations between humans and mutants are strained, they have not yet devolved into outright animosity. It could be argued that without Charles's theory of mutants, these beings might merely be regarded as aberrant humans or deformities. It is Charles's singular efforts that have allowed the mutant community to distinguish itself from the broader human populace. Leech instructed his subordinate Shadow Ninjas to pay close attention to mutants with unique abilities, as he recognized the need for allies in this evolving world. Before the Shadow Ninjas could return, Torrent arrived to convey a message. "You must be Mr. Leech. Our Black King wishes to invite you for a meeting." Torrent understood that Leech's recognition by Sebastian Shaw indicated formidable strength, and thus he approached him with great respect. Sebastian Shaw. Leech's interest was piqued upon hearing the name. As previously mentioned, he held no interest in the conflict between Charles and Sebastian Shaw. However, the Hellfire Club was a different matter. While Sebastian Shaw was indeed the Black King, it did not imply that the entire organization was solely under his dominion. The White Queen, Emma Frost, was equally an ambitious mutant, possessing telepathic abilities that were not significantly inferior to Charles's. Furthermore, the Hellfire Club was not merely a mutant organization. It comprised many wealthy and influential individuals. Let us proceed. After a moment's contemplation, Leech resolved to meet with Sebastian Shaw, and upon his agreement, Torrent extended his hand to escort him. Yet, the thought of being whisked away by a tornado caused Leech to step back. "Simply provide me with the address. I can manage the journey myself." Mastering dimensional teleportation, Leech was capable of ordinary teleportation as well. Upon receiving the address from Torrent, he vanished from sight in an instant. Witnessing this, Torrent recalled the similarly positioned mutant, the Red Devil, within the Hellfire Club. Such teleportation abilities rendered the Red Devil a crucial asset to the organization. As countries found themselves powerless against Sebastian Shaw, especially given the Red Devil's capabilities that thwarted missile strikes aimed at him. The Hellfire Club, on the surface, appeared to be a private theater, yet its interior was opulent. Nonetheless, on this day, the club was relatively empty. The Black King, Sebastian Shaw, the White Queen, Emma Frost, and the Red Devil, Azazel, awaited his arrival. In a flash of brilliance, Leech materialized within the Hellfire Club. The brilliance of his appearance was somewhat overwhelming, reminiscent of the Red Devil's signature teleportation. Sebastian Shaw and Emma were taken aback by Leech's sudden entrance, surprised to discover that he possessed abilities akin to those of the Red Devil. further heightening Sebastian's interest in him. Greetings, Mr. Leech. As the most formidable antagonist in this world, Sebastian Shaw exuded the aura of an ancient gentleman, while Emma presented herself as a sophisticated lady. You are Shaw, I presume? What business do you have with me? Leech casually seated himself in a chair, surveying the opulent surroundings. Young man, you exhibit quite the arrogance, remarked a tall, slender man, visibly irked by Leech's demeanor towards Sebastian Shaw. And you are? Leech inquired, failing to recognize the individual who had stepped forward. I am Frenzy. With that declaration, Frenzy activated his mutant ability, engulfing himself in flames, transforming his clothing and flesh into fire in an instant. Initially, Leech assumed this individual might be the Ghost Rider of this world, yet upon completion of Frenzy's transformation, he discerned that the flames were merely ordinary organic fire, lacking any extraordinary qualities. It could be said that Frenzy was a diminished version of the Pyro character, his skeletal structure visible through the flames. This prompted Leech to recall that the individual had a name reminiscent of a matchstick. Freezing time capsule. A wave of chilling air emanated from Leech's palm, encasing Frenzy in ice upon contact. The natural fire proved utterly ineffective against Leech's fruit abilities. This display prompted a shift in demeanor among the onlooking mutants, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, now adopting a serious tone. Even Sebastian was somewhat taken aback. It was Emma who broke the silence, stating, "We wish to extend an invitation for you to become the White King of the Hellfire Club." Frenzy may have spoken out of jealousy. Upon hearing Emma's words, Leech turned to regard her, acknowledging her intelligence. Unlike Charles, who had attempted to probe him with telepathy during their first encounter, Emma had directly expressed her intent following Frenzy's outburst. Indeed, the position of White King has remained vacant for quite some time, and we wish to invite you to assume this role. Sebastian Shaw chimed in, extending his invitation to Leech. Chapter 99. The original X-Men. Listening to the words of Sebastian Shaw and Emma, Leech contemplated whether he should agree. Joining the Hellfire Club presented both advantages and disadvantages for him. The benefit lay in his ability to leverage the club's resources for his own endeavors. However, becoming a member would also transfer the troubles inherent to the Hellfire Club onto his shoulders. Observing Leech deep in thought, Sebastian Shaw and Emma remained patient, believing that joining the Hellfire Club would only yield advantages for him, devoid of any drawbacks. Moreover, their invitation was not for him to become a subordinate like the others, but rather to ascend to the esteemed position of White King, second only to Sebastian Shaw, the Black King. After some reflection, Leech resolved to accept the role of White King. He was confident that with his capabilities, he could navigate any challenges that might arise within the Hellfire Club. If he encountered insurmountable problems, he could simply transition to another world, as this realm of mutants was not his original world. With Leech's agreement to become the White King, Sebastian Shaw and Emma were filled with delight, recognizing that his strength would bring additional benefits and status to the Hellfire Club. Let us welcome our White King, Sebastian Shaw declared, raising his glass in celebration. Emma, standing beside him, began to introduce Leech to the assembled mutants. The number of mutants within the Hellfire Club was considerable, and while Leech recognized several, many were unfamiliar to him. In this era, the mutant population had grown significantly. Meanwhile, as Leech celebrated within the Hellfire Club, Charles and Magneto gathered a passionate group of mutants, including Charles's friend Mystique, Hank McCoy, and Magneto, Eric. They also summoned Siren, Alex Summers, Darwin, and Angel Salvatore. Colonel Hendry, observing the mutants showcasing their powers in the lounge, felt a pang of envy. These mutants were indeed remarkable. Mora, aware of Hendry's sentiments, nodded in agreement. As someone closely connected to the mutant community, she too envied their abilities. While many mutants possessed less impressive powers, the emergence of a formidable individual like the Reaver could demonstrate their immense potential. If the number of mutants were greater, the world might not be under human dominion. Were it not for the looming threat of Sebastian Shaw, Colonel Hendry would never have granted Charles and Eric such considerable power. In Hendry's view, mutants were an uncontrollable entity. Although he appreciated Charles's ideals, as an ambitious man, he believed that mutants like Sebastian Shaw represented the largest faction. Charles and Eric are striving for peace between both sides. Mora interjected, having spent considerable time with Charles and adopted his philosophy. Perhaps, Hendry replied, unwilling to delve further into the topic. Yet, gazing at the gathering of mutants below, he recalled the formidable Leech, whose strength had once obliterated his battalion. Such a powerful mutant was someone Hendry wished to control. For now, he lacked the capability but could utilize the mutants present to further his ambitions. Unbeknownst to Hendry, Charles was acutely aware of how perilous his powers were in the eyes of officials. Thus, he refrained from using them within the CIA's base, fearing that exposure would intensify their disdain for mutants. However, to leverage the mutants effectively, he needed to divert the attention of those two individuals. In Hendry's perspective, including Mystique, the only mutants worth considering were Charles and Eric. The others were mere tools. Below, Alex, clad in a specialized uniform, gazed in astonishment at Charles and Hank. This was truly remarkable. Alex possessed immense power, yet had long struggled to control it. Now, wearing the uniform, he could finally harness his abilities. Such strength. Beside him, Angel Salvatore watched Alex with envy. While her powers were diverse, they paled in comparison to Alex's straightforward might. Indeed, compared to you all, my abilities are the least impressive, she admitted. Nearby, the black mutant, Darwin, overheard Angel's words and reflected on his own plight. As a black man, he had faced discrimination, and becoming a mutant only intensified the perception of him as a monster due to his uncontrollable powers. This rendered him incapable of living a normal life, as his abilities were constantly in effect. Eric, observing the display of powers, turned to Charles with concern. Can we truly defeat Shaw with just them? Eric was skeptical of the mutants before him, believing they were not yet worthy warriors. Their abilities were commendable, but their effectiveness remained uncertain. Certainly, Shaw's side is not solely composed of mutants, Charles replied, his understanding of the Hellfire Club limited by Emma's influence. He was unaware that it had become the largest mutant organization. To him, Sebastian Shaw's allies included only the likes of Pyro, Mystique, and Emma, which led him to underestimate the difficulty of overcoming Shaw. Each possesses remarkable potential. With proper training, they will all become capable fighters. Upon hearing Charles's words, Eric chose not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, Mystique was curiously discussing Li Chi with Hank.